Chapter 1. Entering the city. Auntie, you are clearly out of balance. You must find a man to nurture you properly. In a modest courtyard, a young man in his 20s seriously examined the pulse of the woman seated across from him. The woman was voluptuous, her figure accentuated by the waves beneath her clothing, and her lips, adorned with a hint of gloss, sparkled in the sunlight, adding a touch of vivacity. Such a provocative remark ignited a fervor among the men standing behind her, their bodies brimming with restless energy. "Young widow, how about I come over tonight to assist you? Count me in." "Ha ha ha, we are all willing to help." The villagers, lacking formal education, spoke with unvarnished candor. After all, Yang Xiaolan was the most beautiful woman in their village. "Oh Tian, you know my late husband has been gone for years, and I find no charm in the men of this village." That as she spoke, the woman withdrew her hand, allowing it to rest lightly on the young man's hand, her delicate fingers caressing his skin. "If you have time tonight, would you come to help your aunt?" Such an overt invitation. The villagers began to tease and jeer at the audacious exchange. Tian chuckled and replied, "Auntie, how can such matters be discussed in public? Then it's settled. Come find me tonight, I shall leave the door open for you." With that, Yang Xiaolan rose, swaying her slender waist as she made her way toward the exit. She wore a short dress, and beneath it, her black stockings glimmered subtly in the sunlight. In this village, where traditional views prevailed, only she dared to dress in such a manner. Tsk. Look at her, dressed like that just to entice men. Who could argue? I see she has taken a liking to Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang's medical skills are renowned. I've heard city folk are willing to pay handsomely for his services. Indeed, I heard it's some wealthy businessman. If he cures him, he'll be swimming in luxury. As the villagers chattered, Tang Tian remained unfazed. Next, he had been in the village for half a month, during which he had been treating the villagers for free, gradually becoming well acquainted with them. After sending away the last patient, Tang Tian finally stretched and tidied up the table before heading toward the back room. Inside, an elderly man with white hair was dozing in a chair. "Master, I've seen to most of the patients aside from Aunt Wang's leg needing a couple more acupuncture sessions. There are no other issues," Tang Tian reported respectfully. The old man remained silent, retrieving a train ticket and an old mobile phone from a nearby drawer and handing them to Tang Tian. "Perfect timing. You are to go to Jiang City and treat the illness of old Master Chen. After you heal him, regardless of the compensation offered, insist that Miss Chen agrees to marry you, Master." Tang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm still young. Do you wish to bury me in the grave of marriage? I have yet to experience love." Though he had spent most of his years in the countryside, he was aware of the romantic tales that circulated. He could not fathom being thrust into marriage without ever having known love, which felt rather inappropriate. The old man finally opened his eyes and shot him a disapproving glance. "The Chen family is the most prestigious in Jiang City. Marrying Miss Chen will secure you a life of endless luxury. What more could you desire?" While that sounded appealing, would the Chen family even agree? Tang Tian glanced down at his worn, faded shirt, a relic from his master's younger days. "Master, would they truly want someone like me?" "You fool, your medical skills are unparalleled. They will be eager to claim you." The old man pondered for a moment before uttering these words, which Tang Tian had heard for years but always felt were exaggerated. After all, the ailments he treated in the village were not particularly challenging. A few acupuncture needles here and there sufficed. Could such modest skills truly earn him the title of the best in the world? "Enough! Hurry along, you'll miss your train." Tang Tian dashed out, and only when his footsteps faded did the old man gaze pensively in the direction he had departed. "My boy, I can assist you no further." Marrying Miss Chen and living a life free from want was the best path he could pave for Tang Tian. However, not far from the door, Tang Tian encountered Widow Yang once more. Her eyes lit up upon seeing him. "Xiao Tian?" Yang Xiaolan hurriedly grasped his arm. "Why are you here so early? It's not even dark yet." As she spoke, her bosom brushed against his arm, causing Tang Tian to swallow hard. "Auntie, I have matters to attend to." Remembering his master's instructions, he could not indulge in her flirtation. What could be so urgent? "You aren't secretly meeting some village girl, are you?" Noticing Yang Xiaolan's discontent, Tang Tian smiled and replied, "Auntie, what are you saying? None of the village girls can compare to you." Her expression brightened at his compliment, and she took his hand, guiding it toward her chest. "Then let's not rush. Come to my house for tea first." "Auntie, please don't spread rumors. I really need to leave." Tang Tian hurriedly protested, withdrawing his hand. I truly have matters to attend to. My master has sent me to the city, and I must go or ill miss my train. Understood. Tang Tian mumbled a vague acknowledgement, his figure gradually disappearing into the dust. Jiang City, train station. Tang Tian clutched his mobile phone, following the crowd out of the station, feeling utterly out of place in his sweat-stained shirt and shorts amidst the surrounding splendor. Goodness, so this is Jiang City? It's nothing like their town. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers and the constant sight of vehicles, the city pulsed with life. What captured his attention even more were the women, clad in skirts and shorts that revealed their thighs, their fair legs swaying like two tender lotus roots, captivating Tang Tian's gaze. Goodness, any one of them outshines Yang Xiulan. He couldn't help but wonder about Miss Chen's appearance. If she were unattractive, wouldn't he be at a loss? Tang Tian swallowed hard and retrieved his phone, dialing the only number stored within. Chapter 2. I want to marry you. Dr. Qi, you finally decided to come. Just as the phone rang once, a voice, both urgent and frosty, came through. Oh, so you are Miss Chen? Tang Tian teased, relying on his intuition. Who are you? Why are you using Dr. Qi's phone? The cool tone turned impatient, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. That I am his apprentice. If you wish to save your grandfather, come to the train station to pick me up. Tang Tian replied with playful interest. While her voice was melodious, the matter of marriage would have to wait until he could assess her in person. Hold on. In less than half an hour, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt by the roadside. The driver opened the door, and a slender, alabaster leg emerged from within the vehicle. The woman, clad in a simple business attire, accentuated her curves magnificently. However, as soon as she alighted, she noticed a man leering at her insatiably, his drool betraying his undignified demeanor, which only added to her disdain. Get lost, you creep! Just as she was about to make a move, Tang Tian stood up, unabashedly scrutinizing the woman further. Tis K. The master truly had not led him astray. Hey, you must be Miss Chen from the Chen family. I was the one who called you earlier. This remark utterly revolted Chen Yingxue. Where is the esteemed Dr. Qi? Suppressing her nausea, Chen Yingxue began to scan the surroundings. He didn't come. Tang Tian shrugged, indicating that he had arrived alone. Didn't come? Chen Yingxue felt a chill wash over her. It was one thing for Dr. Qi to be unwilling to come. Sending a fool in his stead was simply an affront to the Chen family. With irritation, Chen Yingxue fished out a wad of 100 yuan bills from her bag and extended it towards him. That won't do. Glancing at the cash in her hand, Tang Tian did not reach for it but calmly replied. My master instructed me to cure your grandfather's ailment and then marry you. These words made the corners of Chen Yingxue's mouth twitch violently. Even with her composure as the president of the Qin family, she felt the urge to curse. The bodyguard beside her shot Tang Tian a fierce glare and stepped forward, throwing a punch. How dare you? Who do you think you are to covet our young lady? Wait! Seeing the bodyguard's fist about to strike Tang Tian's face, Chen Yingxue gritted her teeth. Though this man was rather unorthodox, he was, after all, sent by Dr. Qi. She could not afford to offend him. Miss Chen, you need not doubt my medical skills. The old man's expertise cannot surpass mine. Tang Tian declared pridefully, then circled around Chen Yingxue, his gaze sharpening. Your irregular eating habits have led to stomach pains, and in severe cases, acute gastroenteritis. Moreover, your monthly discomfort is so intense that painkillers are nearly ineffective. Your lower back also suffers because, before he could finish, a tempest surged within Chen Yingxue. Though these ailments were not secrets, only a few close friends were privy to them, especially concerning her menstrual cycle. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation and inquiry. He had seen through her at a glance, indicating his medical prowess was indeed commendable. Enough said. Come with me. Chen Yingxue lowered her guard and invited Tang Tian into the vehicle. Wait, Tang Tian said earnestly, if I cure your grandfather's illness, according to our agreement, you shall marry me. You. Chen Yingxue frowned. She was a dignified heiress of the Chen family, the president of the Chen group. How could she marry such a country bumpkin? But for her grandfather, she had no other choice. All right, I agree, on the condition that you must cure my grandfather. Chen Yingxue gritted her teeth as she spoke. Then let us depart. A smile blossomed on Tang Tian's face as he eagerly hopped into the car. The vehicle drove swiftly, soon arriving at a villa. A housekeeper rushed out, exclaiming, the old master may not last much longer. Hearing this, Qian Yingshua's heart sank, and she quickened her pace toward the house, with Tang Tian hurriedly following suit. He could not afford to die. If he did, he would have no bride. Inside the second-floor room of the villa, the Chen family was crowded around. An elderly man was administering acupuncture to the old master, whose breaths were shallow, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Qian Yingxue made her way through the crowd, her heart racing as she reached the bedside. The old man on the bed seemed to hear her call, slowly opening his eyes, which were clouded yet filled with a flicker of recognition. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words escaped. With just a glance, Tang Tian discerned the core issue, and as the elderly practitioner was about to insert the needle, he quickly interjected, "Stop." Chapter 3. The man is not dead yet. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned towards him. If you administer that needle, the patient's vital energy will reverse, causing a surge of blood that could rupture the vessels. Even a great celestial being would find it difficult to save him. Tang Tian spoke with gravity. "Who are you to speak?" The elderly man glared at Tang Tian with evident displeasure. Having practiced medicine for many years, no one had ever dared to question him. Who was this young man to challenge his authority? Xiaoxue. Who is this young man? Qian Yingshua's father, Chen Jinghui, inquired coldly. "Father, this is Dr. Qi's apprentice, here to treat Grandpa." Chen Yingxue hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room scrutinized Tang Tian. Dressed in tattered clothing and speaking with a heavy dialect, he hardly appeared to be a skilled practitioner. "Is this the so-called divine doctor you invited, sister? This is absurd." Chen Yingshua's cousin, Chen Tian, scoffed, covering her mouth in disdain. "What kind of smell is that? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare he impersonate a divine physician? Indeed, if he can cure Grandpa's illness, I'll stand on my head while washing my hair." Chen Yingshua's cousin, Chen Haoshuan, looked at him with scorn. "Xiaoxue, you can't possibly want Grandpa to get better, can you?" Hearing this, Chen Jinghui's expression darkened further. "Xiaoxue, what are you thinking? How can you bring outsiders here to cause trouble at a time like this? Someone, throw this young man out." At Chen Jingming's command, 2 bodyguards entered through the door. "Wait," Tang Tian coldly interjected. "If you wish for the old gentleman to live, I advise you to treat me with some respect. I do not treat just anyone's ailments." "How brazen! Who does this country bumpkin think he is?" Chen Haoshuan sneered. "Get lost. No one here needs your services." "Exactly. A person like you is not worthy of entering the Chen family's door." Chen Yingxue stepped in front of Tang Tian, addressing the crowd. "He is Dr. Qi's apprentice, inheritor of the divine physician's skills, and he can surely save Grandpa." "Which Dr. Qi?" the elderly man could not help but ask. "The very same Dr. Qi, and who was renowned far and wide before suddenly retreating from the world." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the elderly man's face. Dr. Qi's skills were said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Even when the Grim Reaper called for you, he could delay your demise. Realizing Tang Tian was the apprentice of Dr. Qi, the elderly man's condescension diminished. "Dr. Zhang, perhaps you should take over," Chen Jingming muttered, still skeptical of Tang Tian due to his youth. After all, just because one was an apprentice to a divine physician does not guarantee their own prowess. "Ha!" Chen Jingming was momentarily taken aback. The elderly man fell silent, his head bowed in shame. Yet, this was currently the only viable option. If they did not proceed, the old gentleman might very well pass away on the spot. A physician's duty is to alleviate suffering. "What kind of doctor are you?" Tang Tian scoffed. "Presumptuous. How dare you speak ill of Dr. Zhang, you country bumpkin? Do you know who he is? He is the foremost physician in Jiangqing." Chen Tian retorted angrily. "The foremost physician in Jiangqing? Merely that." Tang Tian wore an expression of disdain as he regarded Chen Yingxue and inquired, "Is there truly a chance for recovery?" "Indeed," Chen Yingxue replied without hesitation. She refused to relinquish hope, no matter how minuscule it might be. "Absolutely not. What if this brat jeopardizes my grandfather's health?" Chen Haoshuan was the first to object. Chen Jingming followed suit, asserting, "Xiaoxue, this is not the time for recklessness. Your grandfather's life hangs by a thread. We must urgently summon Dr. Zhang to prolong his life." "Precisely. This is a matter of great significance. Can you truly bear the responsibility? Chun Jinghui admonished. The elder's life and death were paramount for the entire family, and should this young man inadvertently cause harm, the repercussions would be dire. I will take full responsibility should anything go awry during the treatment of my grandfather. Chun Yingxue cast a steadfast gaze across the room, her voice unwavering. Having been by her grandfather's side since childhood, her feelings for him were profound. Now that a glimmer of hope had emerged, she could not afford to abandon it. Tang Tian was taken aback by the unwavering support of Miss Chen, feeling a newfound admiration for her. As he observed Chun Yingxue speaking, her heaving bosom caught his attention, and he unconsciously licked his lips. Scoundrel! Beside him, Chun Tian instinctively covered her own chest, her expression one of disdain as she remarked. Tang Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Stop covering up. What is there to hide when you can't even distinguish front from back? Chun Tian's face flushed crimson. This is hardly a divine healer. He is clearly a rogue. Hurry and drive him out. Chun Jinghui's expression darkened. This fellow's demeanor screamed unreliability. He would never allow this scoundrel to treat his elderly father, not under any circumstance. You, get out this instant, Chun Jinghui shouted, pointing furiously at the door. Tang Tian was unperturbed. I declare today that only I possess the ability to cure his ailment. Even with life-sustaining measures, he cannot last beyond 3 days. You need not concern yourself, Chen Jingming retorted, his anger evident. At that moment, a woman by the bedside gasped in horror as the elderly man suddenly convulsed, blood gushing from his mouth. Panic ensued in the room, and in a moment of desperation, Zhang Qinghao hastily employed silver needles to staunch the bleeding. However, despite his efforts, the needles proved ineffective. The old man stretched out his legs, his eyes rolled back, and he fell utterly still. Dad! Grandpa! The room erupted in wails of grief, as everyone rushed forward in despair. Zhang Qinghao sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I did not anticipate the severity of his condition. This is the fate of the old man. Curse this fate. At this moment, Tang Tian could no longer afford to dwell on trivialities. He pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, exclaiming, Stop your wailing. The man is not yet deceased. Chapter 4. I do not want money. As he spoke, he inexplicably produced a silver needle, which he deftly inserted into the old man's third eye. Subsequently, he tore open the elder's shirt and swiftly embedded several more silver needles into his chest. You country bumpkin! How dare you harm my grandfather's body? Chen Haoshuan shouted as he rushed forward, gripping Tang Tian's shoulder and delivering a fierce punch aimed at his face. However, before the blow could land, Chen Haoshuan found himself frozen in place. Could this be the legendary silver needle acupoint technique? Zhang Qinghao remarked, his expression shifting as disbelief washed over him. Truly, I have never seen such things. Tang Tian murmured to himself before turning back to continue administering acupuncture to the elderly gentleman. Chun Jingming, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepared to intervene, but Chun Yingxue stepped in front of Tang Tian, exclaiming, Uncle, Dad, just let him give it a try. As her words echoed in the room, the seemingly lifeless elder took a deep breath, his chest rising noticeably. Chun Yingxue turned in astonishment, witnessing the miraculous moment as the man slowly opened his eyes. He is alive, Chun Tian gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that this good-for-nothing truly revived their grandfather? Zhang Qinghao was almost moved to kneel before Tang Tian, eager to discover how he had performed such a feat. However, Tang Tian swiftly removed the silver needles from the elder's body and forcefully slapped his palm against the man's chest, casually offering a trash bin for any residual waste. With a sudden cough, Chun Yuman expelled a mouthful of dark blood, immediately feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he leaned back against the bed, gasping for air. Divine Doctor! Divine Doctor! Zhang Qinghao exclaimed in awe, rushing forward to check the elder's pulse. The Chun family's gazes were fixed upon him. Naturally, they placed greater faith in Zhang Qinghao's medical prowess than in this newcomer, Tang Tian. Zhang, how is he? Chun Jinghui inquired nervously. The blood clots within the elder's body have been cleared. With proper care, he will soon regain his health. After finishing the examination, Zhang Qinghao looked at Tang Tian in astonishment. Indeed, you are the disciple of the renowned Qi Shini. This young friend. I must apologize for my previous rudeness, Zhang Qinghao said, placing his hands before him and bowing respectfully to Tang Tian. Please forgive my earlier indiscretion. The Chun family members, who had previously looked upon Tang Tian with disdain, now regarded him with newfound respect. Chen Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Tang Tian had not let her down and had truly healed her grandfather. She had not misjudged him. How could this be? It must be mere luck. Chun Tianqian protested defiantly. A country bumpkin managed to do what even the divine doctor could not. This is pure chance. Old master, she claims you are merely a dead rat, someone remarked. Tang Tian calmly turned around and addressed Chun Yumin, who lay on the bed. Ah, grandfather, Chun Tianqian exclaimed, her eyes widening as she hurriedly attempted to clarify. I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean? Chun Yumin's expression grew serious, and a hint of color returned to his face. The elderly man, who had been bedridden for months, suddenly spoke, leaving everyone in the room utterly astonished. We have invited every renowned physician in Jiang City, and today we even brought the city's foremost miracle healer. Had it not been for him. No. Before Chun Jingming could finish his sentence, Zhang Qinghao interjected, Old master, it was this young miracle healer who cured you. I am filled with shame. Such a significant contribution. He could hardly bear. Chun Yumin shot a glare at Chun Jingming. He was not a fool. He knew who had saved him. However, the slap that Tang Tian had delivered moments ago had indeed stung. Young miracle healer, thank you sincerely for your life-saving grace, Chun Yumin said earnestly to Tang Tian. Rest assured, the Chun family will not neglect you. Old master, do not thank me. Thank your granddaughter instead. Tang Tian smiled at Chun Yingxue, saying, It is only because she promised to dedicate herself to me that I have come to treat you. Upon hearing this, the entire Qin family erupted in astonishment, with Chun Yingxue's mother, Song Jilan, unable to contain her agitation. Xiaoxue, have you truly agreed to him? Chun Yingxue was taken aback by Tang Tian's unexpected mention of this matter, her expression revealing a hint of discomfort. What a joke! Beside her, Chun Jinghui was visibly enraged. How could my daughter, Chun Yingxue, marry such a... Though he refrained from finishing his sentence, the disdain etched on his face spoke volumes. Chun Yingxue was the acting president of the Chun group, and the Chun family was the foremost clan in Jiangqing. Countless admirable suitors in Jiangqing vied for her hand. How could she possibly wed a mere country bumpkin? Moreover, she had already established a connection with the young master of the Zhou family from Longcheng and was on the brink of a union with him. What status did this country fellow hold? A toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Nevertheless, given that this country bumpkin had indeed cured his father, Chun Jinghui felt compelled to temper his words. His expression softened slightly as he addressed Tang Tian. Young miracle doctor, my daughter will not be marrying you. Instead, how about this? I will offer you 10 million as a consultation fee. This sum should ensure your comfort for the rest of your life. 10 million was but a trifling amount for the Qin family. For an ordinary person, it would suffice to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, having grown up with his master, Tang Tian had little concept of money. No, I do not want money. I wish to marry her, Tang Tian declared resolutely. At this, Chun Yingxue's face flushed, and she softly replied, Young miracle doctor, I am truly grateful for your saving my grandfather, but regarding marriage, it cannot be so direct. Shouldn't we first date? Tang Tian smiled, a playful glint in his eyes, exuding a certain charm despite his casual attire. Indeed, we must not rush. It requires a gradual approach, added Chun Yumin from the bed. Although Tang Tian had cured him, this was his precious granddaughter, and marrying her off to a background-less countryman raised concerns about their future. Perhaps you could first relieve my son's acupoints? Chun Jingming suggested from the side. At that moment, Chun Haoshuan remained still, resembling a wooden post as he stood silently. Tang Tian was not one to hesitate. He stepped forward and removed the needle. If this truly led to marriage, it would mean that he would be related to his future brother-in-law. As soon as the silver needle was withdrawn, Chun Haoshuan collapsed to the ground, his body going limp. Chapter 5. Do you intend to default? Damn it! Country bumpkin, Chun Haoshuan shouted, attempting to rise and confront Tang Tian. In a hurry, Tang Tian dashed to the side of Chun Yumin, exclaiming, "Old sir, your grandson is no good. I just saved his life, and he still wants to hit me." As he spoke, Tang Tian subtly glanced in the direction of Chun Haoshuan. "Impudent," Chun Yumin bellowed, causing a fit of coughing to ensue. Tang Tian quickly reached out to pat his grandfather's back. "Grandfather, your health has just improved. You still need to take care of yourself." The term grandfather caused Chun Yumin to choke. He never anticipated that after lying in bed for months, he would end up with a son-in-law. Meanwhile, Song Jilan's expression darkened further. How could someone like Tang Tian, akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, dare to covet her daughter? However, in front of the elder, Song Jilan refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Tang Tian, is my grandfather fully recovered?" Chun Yingxue asked, her concern palpable. "Thank you, Tang Tian," Chun Yumin sincerely expressed, genuinely grateful for Tang Tian's life-saving intervention. Yet he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of marrying his granddaughter to him. "Dad." Upon hearing this, both Chun Jinghui and Song Jilan grew anxious. "What's wrong? Is there no spare guest room at home?" Chun Yumin glared at Chun Jinghui, inquiring pointedly. Chun Jinghui quickly grasped his intent. This was a strategy to temporarily placate Tang Tian. "I understand," he replied, lowering his head. Tang Tian had prescribed medication, and Chun Yingxue used the pretext of fetching the medicine to lead him out of the villa. Once in the car, Chun Yingxue's expression turned somber. "Speak. How much do you want? Money?" Tang Tian looked at Chun Yingxue with keen interest. "What do you think you are worth?" Chun Yingxue's brows knitted even tighter. Before she could respond, Tang Tian continued, "We had an agreement, remember? I heal your grandfather, and you marry me. What's this? Now that he is cured, are you planning to renege on the deal? Just tell me how much you want." Chun Yingxue's demeanor turned icy. How could this man be so ungrateful? "I don't want money." Tang Tian rested his hands behind his head and declared, "My master instructed me to marry you. Chun Yingxue, you must understand, we are not from the same world." She retorted coldly, hoping this individual would grasp the reality of their situation. Were it not for her grandfather's illness, she likely would never have crossed paths with someone like Tang Tian in her lifetime. It was not that she looked down on him. Rather, the vast chasm between them was palpably evident. "What? Do you not reside on Earth?" Tang Tian countered. This remark infuriated Chun Yingxue. Yet he was her grandfather's savior, so she refrained from further comment and silently pressed the accelerator. Glancing in the rearview mirror, the sight of Tang Tian's tattered clothing filled her with embarrassment. "After we pick up the medicine, I will take you to buy a couple of outfits." "Thank you, my dear wife. You are truly wonderful." Tang Tian responded with a radiant smile. The term wife sent a shiver down Chun Yingxue's spine, and she tightened her grip on the steering wheel, contemplating the possibility of abandoning him by the roadside. Throughout the journey, Tang Tian resembled an inquisitive child, gazing out the window and asking a myriad of questions. The car came to a halt before an imposing entrance. It was a medical clinic, adorned with a large sign that read Suxian Lu. What an impressive medical establishment! Tang Tian, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "I have never encountered such an expansive medical establishment." After all, he had spent his childhood accompanying his master on charitable medical visits throughout various towns, where he could only observe the modest clinics typical of rural areas. He had never laid eyes on anything of this magnitude before. This was the largest chain pharmacy in the Great Xia, replete with a comprehensive array of medicinal herbs. Chan Yingxue offered a brief explanation before stepping through the threshold, prompting Tang Tian to hastily follow suit. As they entered, a wave of fragrant herbs enveloped them, a familiar aroma that left Tang Tian somewhat entranced. "Goodness! I can't believe this place even has a century-old ginseng." The moment these words escaped his lips, a man, who had been dozing behind the counter, abruptly awoke, his eyes widening in astonishment as he scrutinized Tang Tian. "Who are you?" "Boss, we are here to collect some medicine. Please prepare the prescribed herbs." Chun Yingxue swiftly handed over the prescription. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, donned a pair of reading glasses and was dressed in traditional Tang attire. His gaze remained fixated on Tang Tian, imbued with a hint of caution. How did this young fellow know that their pharmacy had just acquired a century-old ginseng? Tang Tian's words inevitably stirred a sense of concern in the boss. Could it be that this young man had acquired information to steal something? Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and grab the medicine. Tang Tian stepped forward, urging with a pair of eyes that continually scrutinized the medicine cabinet of the clinic, filled with envy. His childhood dream had always been to establish a clinic just like this one. How magnificent it would be! The proprietor cast a glance at Tang Tian before approaching the medicine cabinet. As he examined the prescription in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, yet he proceeded to prepare the medicine as instructed. The total came to 380 coins. When he handed the medicine package to Chen Yingxue, the owner took the opportunity to caution her. "Miss, I am unaware of who prescribed this medicine, but it can be lethal." Upon hearing this, Chen Yingxue's hand trembled, and she turned to Tang Tian in shock. "Old man, please do not speak so recklessly." Tang Tian hurriedly replied, "I am merely prescribing the appropriate remedy." The shopkeeper, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Is this prescription truly yours?" "Indeed, I have formulated this based on the patient's symptoms. Do not slander me here," the young man, unaware of the gravity of the situation, retorted. The pharmacy owner scoffed, "Several of these ingredients are lethal. Not only could they harm a person, but they could even kill a cow." Upon hearing this, Chen Yingxue, standing nearby, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and instinctively glanced at the person beside her. "If you cannot heal, then refrain from speaking carelessly." Tang Tian let out a cold snort. When administering medicine, it must be tailored to the ailment. The patient suffers from vascular obstruction and is plagued by cold toxins. Only potent medicine can remedy such conditions. Chen Yingxue regarded him with skepticism. His self-assured demeanor did not appear to suggest deceit. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Chapter 6. This wife is quite remarkable. What is all this commotion? A young man dressed in a long robe descended the stairs, clutching an ancient bound book in his hands. He appeared to be of a similar age to Tang Tian, exuding an air of otherworldliness, his eyes exceptionally bright. Upon seeing the man before him, Tang Tian felt a surge of admiration. "Sir," the shopkeeper approached respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. "This young lady came to procure medicine, claiming that this lad provided her with a prescription. However, the dosage on the prescription seems incorrect, and when I pointed it out, he engaged in a brief debate with me." The shopkeeper's demeanor suggested that the young man held considerable esteem. "May I see the prescription?" the young man inquired with a smile directed at Chen Yingxue. She promptly handed it over. After a cursory glance, he asked, "How did you administer the medicine?" "The patient has obstructed meridians, clogged blood vessels, and is afflicted by cold toxins." "Then this prescription is adequate." The young man returned the prescription to Chen Yingxue and scrutinized Tang Tian beside her. "Your medical skills are commendable. Of course, my master has proclaimed that my medical expertise is unparalleled." After watching the two depart, the shopkeeper, perplexed, asked, "Sir, how could that lad dare to claim he is the best in the world?" The young man cast a sidelong glance at him. "Tend to your duties." "Yes." The shopkeeper quickly bowed his head, not daring to utter another word, gazing in awe at the young man's receding figure. Once outside the Xianxian building, Chen Yingxue led Tang Tian to the largest shopping mall in Jiang City. After all, he was her grandfather's benefactor, and it was only fitting to purchase him a couple of outfits. Chen Yingxue took Tang Tian directly to the third floor, where the clothing was far from inexpensive, often starting in the 5-figure range. Ordinary folk seldom ventured to this level. "Feel free to choose any attire you fancy. I shall cover the expenses," Chen Yingxue declared generously. "Then I shall not hold back." He had long wished to change out of his current garments, but the old man was rather frugal, spending all the money on medicine for patients, leaving none for clothing. Tang Tian entered a men's clothing store just as Chen Yingxue's phone rang, prompting her to step outside to take the call, allowing him to browse on his own. The sales staff scrutinized Tang Tian with a disdainful expression, whispering among themselves about his apparent lack of sophistication. "Who is this country bumpkin? Does he even know what brand this is? This is no place for him. He should go buy some street vendor goods on the lower floor." In the face of their condescension, Tang Tian remained calm and replied, I am here to choose some clothes. Just you? Two salespersons exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. In this day and age, even beggars can afford this brand? One suggested calling security to escort him out, fearing he would tarnish their establishment. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the store, hand in hand. Xiao Xiao. The salespersons immediately brightened at their arrival. It has been a while. What brings you in today? Looking to purchase something special? The man cast a glance at Tang Tian, scoffing, your store really allows anyone in these days. Xiao Xiao, please don't misunderstand. This guy is just some bumpkin who probably walked into the wrong place. I'll have him removed right away. One salesperson approached Tang Tian, but he simply sat down, asserting, I am also here to buy clothes. Just you? Xiao Mingzhi sneered, looking at him. Kid, it's not that I look down on you, but if you can afford anything in this store, I'll write my name backward. Indeed, you should consider your own worth before thinking you can wear the same brand as Xiao Xiao. The woman beside Xiao Mingzhi chimed in mockingly. TSK, TSK. Why are there so many barking dogs around this city? Tang Tian remarked, clicking his tongue. Who are you calling a dog? Xiao Mingzhi's expression darkened immediately. I never mentioned you. Why are you getting so worked up? Are you that eager to admit your identity? Tang Tian retorted with a smirk. Xiao Mingzhi, thoroughly incensed, rolled up his sleeves to confront Tang Tian. Kid, I'll make you bark like a dog today. Quickly apologize to Xiao Xiao, urged a nearby salesperson. Bumpkin, this is not someone you can provoke. With the imminent end of my life, who is there I cannot provoke?
Tang Tian scoffed.
Xiao Xiao, he is cursing you. The woman beside Xiao Mingzhi gasped in disbelief. Damn it, Xiao Mingzhi exclaimed, swinging his hand towards Tang Tian. Stop. Just then, Chun Yingxue returned after finishing her call. Chun Yingxue surveyed the scene and rebuked. In broad daylight, how can you so casually resort to violence? Darling, thank goodness you arrived in time. Upon seeing Chun Yingxue, Tang Tian tucked away his silver needle and hid behind her, pointing at Xiao Mingzhi. This guy came at me to fight. Xiao Mingzhi was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out. Did he just call Chun Yingxue darling? Chun Yingxue's face flushed. How could he refer to her as such in this situation?
No, Director Chen.
This bumpkin insulted Xiao Xiao first. A salesperson hurried to defend Xiao Mingzhi. They were the ones who tried to throw me out, claiming that if I could afford anything here, he'd write his name backward. Tang Tian quickly explained, resembling a budding white lotus hiding behind Chun Yingxue, in stark contrast to his earlier sharp tongue. Chun Yingxue frowned at Tang Tian but ultimately chose to stand by his side. Pack up all the clothes in his size and deliver them to my home. While speaking, she presented her black card. The salesperson's heart raced. This was a black card. Few in Jiangcheng possessed such a card, and seeing Xiao Mingzhi's demeanor towards her suggested she was someone of considerable standing. Xiao Xiao, is it? Chun Yingxue stated coldly, fixing her gaze on Xiao Mingzhi. You may need to change your name from now on. Xiao Mingzhi trembled. Could this kid truly be Chun Yingxue's husband? Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths for him? Wasn't she supposed to be involved with Long Cheng's Zhou Xiao? What was this about? Amidst this unfolding drama, Tang Tian, standing behind Chun Yingxue, felt a sense of satisfaction. This wife of his seemed quite remarkable. Director Chun speaks wisely. Xiao Mingzhi replied cautiously, casting another glance at Tang Tian. Leave. Chun Yingxue waved her hand, prompting Xiao Mingzhi to quickly escort the woman away. Director Chen, here is your card. Please provide an address, and I will ensure the clothes are delivered once packaged. The salesperson gingerly returned the black card to Chun Yingxue. After a moment's contemplation, she relayed her home address. Tang Tian had just arrived and, apart from her home, likely had no other place to reside. After Chun Yingxue finished speaking, she immediately accelerated and drove away. Hey! Tang Tian had no time to react. Not a single cent was in his pocket. Ah! Help!
Bang!
Just as he looked up, Tang Tian witnessed a white feral cat being struck and flung by a speeding truck. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This was in the city, and the truck was driving at such a reckless speed. Astonishingly, a girl clad in white was following closely behind the truck. Be careful! Tang Tian hurriedly called out and swiftly stepped forward. He could discern that the girl in white intended to rescue the wildcat. However, the girl herself was in peril. If he did not intervene, the approaching car would certainly collide with her. Tang Tian dashed out with incredible speed, swiftly wrapping his arms around the girl's waist and spinning her several times to evade the oncoming car. The girl, momentarily dazed, found Tang Tian's resolute visage indelibly etched in her memory beneath the sunlight. Thank you. She trembled, her voice quavering. Had it not been for Tang Tian's timely intervention, her life would have been forfeit. Be careful, Tang Tian admonished with a hint of seriousness. While kindness is indeed commendable, one must first ensure their own safety. Little Kitty, the girl, regaining her senses, disregarded everything else and rushed towards the small cat, scooping it into her arms despite its dirted fur. Blood stained her white dress, yet her gaze remained fixated on the cat in her embrace, filled with compassion. The sunlight cast a halo behind her, rendering her an ethereal angel, stirring something deep within Tang Tian's heart. Hang in there, little one. I'll take you to the hospital. The girl brushed past Tang Tian, but he called out to her, Hey, if you don't get to the hospital soon, that cat will die. Upon hearing this, the girl halted, turning to glare at Tang Tian. What else can I do if not go to the hospital? How can you be so devoid of compassion? All you do is make callous remarks. Tang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he mean that? No, what I meant was, I can save it. Tang stepped forward to intercept the girl, declaring, I am a doctor. Upon hearing these words, the girl's eyes sparkled with hope as she hastily passed the cat cradled in her arms to Tang, exclaiming, Please, save it. I will pay anything. Tang Tian reached out to touch the little cat. 3 of its ribs were fractured, its foreleg was broken, and its internal organs were damaged. As Tang Tian gently pressed down, the little cat coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing the girl to become increasingly anxious, instinctively stepping back while cradling the cat. Are you really a doctor? You've heard it. Rest assured, I can save it. In the midst of speaking, Tang Tian seemingly casually retrieved a pill from his pocket and administered it to the little cat. The cat, displaying a hint of intelligence, seemed to understand that this medicine could heal its ailments, extending its tongue to eagerly draw the pill into its mouth. Tang Tian placed the small cat gently on the ground and proceeded to extract a silver needle, initiating the acupuncture process. The girl nearby gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, Are you truly a doctor? You can perform acupuncture as well. What would I gain from deceiving you? He retorted confidently. In less than 10 minutes, I can have it standing on its own. Just boastful talk. The girl shot back skeptically. It takes 100 days to heal severe injuries. How could it possibly recover in just 10 minutes? Do you doubt me? Shall we wager on it? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Wager on what? The girl, now irked, demanded. How about 100 yuan? Tang Tian suggested after a moment's contemplation, believing that amount would suffice for a taxi to the Chen family. 100? If you can indeed make it stand within 10 minutes, I shall give you 10,000. The girl declared generously. Agreed. Tang Tian inserted several silver needles into the cat, then deftly manipulated them with both hands. Meow, the little cat emitted a feeble sound, lowering its head to lick the blood from its body. In less than 10 minutes, Tang Tian withdrew the needles, and the little cat managed to rise, staggering a few steps. Witnessing this scene, the woman was left astounded, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Was this some sort of joke? Just moments ago, this little creature had been on the brink of death in her arms, yet now it was able to walk so swiftly? What was happening? Tang Tian looked at the woman with a sense of pride. The girl couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her, inquiring, Are you a professional veterinarian? Ahem. Tang Tian cleared his throat. I treat humans, but there isn't much difference between humans and beasts. That's impressive. The girl gazed at Tang Tian with admiration. What else can you treat? I have many injured animals at home. Can you heal them all? Rest assured, money is not an issue, she added. It was evident that the young girl was quite affluent, yet Tang Tian's interest did not lie in her wealth. The girl chuckled at his words. I'll give you 10,000. She then took out her phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, an Audi business car came to a halt by the roadside. The girl opened the door for Tang Tian to enter before she herself climbed in. cradling a cat. Zhang Shu, to the rescue station, she commanded. Understood, miss. The driver in the front seat spoke little, but the term miss alone underscored the girl's exceptional status. In Jiangcheng, at the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Xiao, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I didn't dare take a photo at the time, but rest assured, every word I say is true. That man indeed referred to President Chen as his wife, and she did not deny it. In a private room, a man clad in a white suit lounged on the sofa, his cigar half burned. Beside him, Xiao Mingzhi leaned in to whisper. The man narrowed his eyes, a chill creeping into his gaze. Who dares to challenge me for a woman? Indeed, this brat is far too arrogant, Xiao Mingzhi cautiously instigated, directing the ire toward Chen Yingshu. The Chen family was the foremost clan in Jiangcheng. Should they falter, it would greatly benefit the Xiao family. Seizing the opportunity to find leverage against Chen Yingshu, Xiao Mingzhi hastily approached Zhou Wenlong. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Wenlong's eyes as he assessed the situation before him. Chapter 8. Do I sweep you, or do you sweep me? The woman I desire is not someone you can speak of lightly. With a swift motion, Zhou Wenlong struck, leaving 5 distinct marks upon Xiao Mingzhi's face. The latter grimaced in pain yet maintained a sycophantic smile. You are right, Zhou Xiao. I overstepped. Get out. Zhou Wenlong coldly rebuked, prompting Xiao Mingzhi to hastily exit the room. Once outside, he nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it! He intended to sow discord between the two families but ended up receiving a slap instead. All because of that insufferable brat. In the outskirts of Jiangcheng, the car halted before a quaint farmhouse. Tang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. If we hadn't stopped, I would have suspected you were planning to abduct me. How could that be? The woman replied with a smile. The two had conversed throughout the ride, during which Tang Tian learned that this girl was named Lin Qinghuan, a recent college graduate with a passion for animals. She could talk endlessly about cats and dogs. The driver opened the gate for them, and as they entered, a flurry of cats and dogs rushed towards Tang Tian, barking excitedly. Bark.
No barking.
Lin Qinghuan scolded playfully. Mian Mian, did you miss me? She crouched down, patiently greeting each of the furry creatures. From Tang Tian's perspective, he had a clear view of her figure accentuated by her white dress. He unconsciously swallowed hard when suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. Lin Qinghuan's driver stood protectively in front of Tang Tian. His eyes filled with warning as he whispered, Kid, don't look where you shouldn't. From the driver, Tang Tian sensed an aura of lethal intent, a presence that only those who had truly taken lives possess. Moreover, this driver was undoubtedly a skilled fighter, likely a martial artist of considerable rank. It appeared that Lin Qinghuan's background was far from ordinary. Tang Tian turned his head to observe the surrounding environment, where no fewer than 100 cats and dogs were present, the majority confined within cages, while only a small number roamed freely outside. Lin Qinghuan cradled a small orange kitten and gazed at Tang Tian, her eyes brimming with clarity and innocence. No problem, she exclaimed, and then she led Tang Tian deeper into the establishment. Despite the numerous cats and dogs, there was a surprising absence of unpleasant odors, and the place appeared quite clean, clearly maintained through regular cleaning. A short distance away stood several solitary cages, and Lin Qinghuan approached one with Tang Tian. Inside one cage was a massive Tibetan Mastiff, one-eye blind, tethered by a thick iron chain, who began to bark ferociously upon their arrival. Dehei! Lin Qinghuan reprimanded the Mastiff, but it paid her no heed and continued its growling. This is Dehei. He has been sold several times before, suffered a broken leg, and had his eye gouged out. His health is now quite poor, with severe heart issues. Lin Qinghuan sighed, observing the Mastiff's eyes which held no trace of fear, only profound sorrow. Tang Tian crouched down, and Dehei seemed to sense that its territory was being encroached upon, immediately roaring with even greater ferocity. Tang Tian revealed a smile, yet his gaze bore an air of intimidation. Upon witnessing this, Dehei shuddered and quietly retreated to the corner of its cage. Do not be afraid. I am here to heal you, Tang Tian reassured, extending his hand to open the cage door. The driver quickly stepped forward, pulling Lin Qinghuan back slightly, exclaiming, Miss, be cautious. Tang Tian, take care. Dehei may bite. It's all right. It won't bite me, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. After opening the door, He beckoned to Dehe with a gentle tone, saying, "Come here, Dehe." Surprisingly, the typically distrustful Dehe obediently limped toward Tang Tian. Lin Qinghuan stood in astonishment, having cared for Dehe for so long without earning its compliance. How was it that Dehe responded so readily to Tang Tian upon their first encounter? Tang Tian extended his hand to caress the head of the large black dog, sensing its trembling form, and softly murmured, "Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall not harm you." The dog seemed to comprehend his words, letting out a low, mournful whine, and then nudged its head against Tang Tian's palm, obediently settling by his feet. "How remarkable! I never imagined you could earn the trust of Dehe." Lin Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She prided herself on her rapport with cats and dogs, yet she had not reached Tang Tian's level of affinity. To be candid, Tang Tian did not possess an exceptional fondness for small creatures, yet they were invariably drawn to him from a young age. Even the more ferocious ones would become docile in his presence, as if instinctively imbued with a sense of trepidation towards him. Tang Tian conducted a cursory examination of Dehe's condition before producing silver needles to commence acupuncture. The physical ailments were not particularly troublesome. However, the state of the eyes was beyond remedy. One of Dehe's eyeballs had been excised, and such a loss was irreparable. In this circumstance, even the mightiest of deities would find themselves powerless. "You are quite remarkable," Lin Qinghuan remarked, crouching beside Tang Tian, taking the opportunity to gently caress Dehe. She turned her gaze towards the man beside her. Aside from his rather ordinary attire, he seemed flawless in every other regard. Handsome in appearance, skilled in medicine, and possessing a compassionate heart, he was, indeed, the embodiment of her ideal partner. At this thought, Lin Qinghuan felt a blush creep into her ears. The driver, witnessing this scene, adopted a more serious demeanor and quietly stationed himself behind Tang Tian. Should this young man dare to exhibit any impropriety towards the young lady, he would not hesitate to deliver a swift kick. Before long, Tang Tian withdrew the silver needles, and Dehe appeared significantly improved. Lin Qinghuan was overjoyed and sought out several other injured cats and dogs for Tang Tian to treat. By the time they concluded, dusk was settling in. Lin Qinghuan took the initiative to say, "You have rendered me such a tremendous service today. Allow me to treat you to dinner. How could I possibly accept such generosity?" Tang Tian smiled and declined, saying, "We can discuss the meal another day. I have matters to attend to." "All right. Please leave your contact information. Should I scan your code or will you scan mine?" As they spoke, Lin Qinghuan took out her mobile phone, and Tang Tian produced his old-fashioned device. They exchanged glances, and Lin Qinghuan's lips twitched in disbelief. Was he a time traveler from the last century? Chapter 9. A private conversation. Setting aside his outdated sweatshirt and yellow rubber shoes, even his phone was antiquated. Nevertheless, Lin Qinghuan did not look down upon him. Rather, she willingly provided her contact number. Meanwhile, at the Chun residence, "Father, in my opinion, we should simply offer some money to send that boy away with an excuse," Chun Jingwei said with a grave expression. "Under no circumstances will I allow my daughter to marry such a rustic lad." Regardless of whether Tang Tian possessed wealth, his attire alone indicated that he and Chen Yingxue belonged to entirely different worlds. "Indeed, father, Xiao Shui is your precious granddaughter. You cannot bear to watch her leap into the flames," Song Jilan added. On the bed, Chun Yumin wore an expression of inner conflict. He too was reluctant. Yet wasn't it said that Xiao Shui had promised herself to him, which was why he was receiving treatment. Beside him, Chun Tianqian sneered. "Is that even a question? If she had any sense, she would never choose such a country bumpkin." "Exactly. She is about to marry young Master Zhou," Chun Haoshuan chimed in. He had long awaited this day and could not allow Tang Tian to disrupt it. Although Chun Yumin felt a pang of reluctance, he believed this matter deserved careful discussion. Even if they were to prevent Chun Yingxue from marrying Tang Tian, they should not hurt the child's feelings. After all, Tang Tian was his savior. Just then, Chen Yumin suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit, blood spattering forth. "Father, grandfather," the family grew tense. Surely, this lad wouldn't he have held back his hand for the sake of marrying Xiao Shui? Would he? Chun Jinghui's expression grew serious. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, and Tang Tian entered, hands in his pockets. "I'm starving. When are we having dinner? As Tang Tian stepped into the room, he addressed the gathered individuals, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped them. Grandfather has just coughed up blood. Chen Haoshuan coldly inquired, how have you treated his ailment? This is only to be expected. Tang Tian replied, the old man has been bedridden for such an extended period. I am not a miracle worker, after all. It is unreasonable to expect an instantaneous recovery. Tang Tian approached Chen Yumin, conducted a brief assessment of the situation, and reassured him, rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. I have already sent someone to prepare the medicine. Let us observe the effects over the next few days. Traditional Chinese medicine tends to show gradual results, and this was already considered prompt by Tang Tian's standards. What about Xiaoxue? Chun Jinghui inquired, furrowing his brows. Seizing the opportunity while Chun Yingshu was absent, Chun Jinghui stepped closer to Tang Tian and said, Tang Tian, what is it? My esteemed father-in-law? The title caught Tang Tian off guard, causing him to cough. Why did this fellow address him as father-in-law right from the start? Tang Tian, I am truly grateful for your intervention in saving my father's life. Perhaps we could negotiate a fee? Name your price. As long as it was not exorbitant, Chun Jinghui was willing to comply. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. It seemed the Chen family was indeed attempting to evade their obligations. He shook his head silently, contemplating the short-sightedness of these individuals. Were it not for his master's insistence, he would not have felt compelled to marry Chun Yingshu. Having come to the city, surrounded by so many women, why had his master chosen her specifically? He resolved to uncover the reasoning behind it. Money, you say? Then let it be 100 billion. Tang Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing such a figure, Chun Jinghui's lips twitched violently, while Chan Haoshuan beside him erupted in outrage, exclaiming, Country bumpkin, have you lost your mind over money? Do you even comprehend how vast that sum is? Didn't you ask me to state my price? What's the matter? Can't you afford it? Tang Tian let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, exuding an air of intimidation. I originally had no obligation to be here. It was only because Chun Yingshu agreed to marry me that I intervened to rescue your patriarch. Had it not been for my intervention, you would likely be in mourning by now. Tang Tian's words rendered Chun Yumin somewhat unable to raise his head. For indeed, he spoke the truth. It would be rather inappropriate for the Chen family to go back on their word now. You all may leave. I wish to speak with him privately, Chun Yumin instructed the others. Father, Chun Jinghui exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Surely the old man did not intend to relent? Leave, Chun Yumin commanded coldly. The other members of the Chun family dared not utter another word and quietly exited the room. Once everyone had departed, Chun Yumin turned to Tang Tian and said, Little divine doctor, my granddaughter Xiaoxue is my precious jewel, one I have watched grow up. As her grandfather, I naturally wish for her happiness. Listening to Chun Yumin, Tang Tian involuntarily licked his lips. Whether she would be happy was uncertain, but she would undoubtedly experience immense ecstasy. However, he would never voice such sentiments in the presence of the elder. Instead, he looked at Chun Yumin and inquired, What do you consider to be happiness? If you believe that having ample wealth equates to happiness, then you need not worry at all, Tang Tian replied calmly. His master had once told him that money was the easiest thing to earn in this world. While earning money might be a daunting task for others, for him, it was as effortless as breathing. His master had emphasized that life was more precious than wealth. The wealthier a person was, the more they cherished their life. With his medical skills, earning a bit of money would be a simple matter. Chun Yumin recognized Tang Tian's abilities, yet his current appearance made it difficult for him to envision his granddaughter with this young man. Grandfather, I may lack a prestigious background and wealth, but rest assured, if Chun Yingshu marries me, I will ensure she becomes the happiest woman in the world, Tang Tian declared, each word laden with conviction. Although he felt a sense of familiarity with his own declaration, reminiscent of lines from a television drama featuring a scoundrel, Chun Yumin perceived the sincerity and determination etched on Tang Tian's face. Observing the young man before him, Chun Yumin realized that despite Tang Tian being relatively unknown at present, it wouldn't be long before his medical prowess earned him widespread recognition and, consequently, wealth. Marrying his granddaughter to him could indeed be a wise choice. Chapter 10. A must to marry. Why must you marry Xiaoxue? Do you have feelings for her? Chen Yumin inquired cautiously, pondering whether the two were previously acquainted. Because my master instructed me to marry her, Tang Tian replied earnestly. My master agreed to let me treat her, on the condition that she would marry me, and she has consented beforehand. Your master is? Chen Yumin asked, furrowing his brow. His name is Qian. Upon hearing this name, Chen Yumin trembled, swiftly grasping Tang Tian's hand. Marry. It is imperative that you marry. I shall arrange the wedding preparations for you both tomorrow. Tang Tian was taken aback by Chen Yumin's reaction, nearly convinced that the old gentleman had been possessed by a ghost, as the shift in his demeanor was astonishingly rapid. Little did he know that Chen Yumin's gaze was filled with gratitude and joy. Fortune. This must surely be the divine blessing bestowed upon the Chen family for generations of virtuous deeds. Who is Qian, you may ask? He is the legendary divine physician who once commanded respect across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, rumored to possess the miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased as long as a breath of life remained. Furthermore, in addition to his medical prowess, he wields other extraordinary powers. What merit does the Chen family possess to be able to associate with such a towering figure as Qian? Such a remarkable opportunity, Chen Yumin would undoubtedly seize without hesitation. Tang Tian discerned that the old man's reputation appeared to be quite effective. As he exited the elder's room, he discovered Chen Jinghui eavesdropping at the door, prompting a radiant smile to illuminate his face. Dad! This exclamation startled Chen Jinghui, nearly causing him to leap in place. Don't shout nonsense. Who's your dad? Jinghui, came the voice of Chen Yumin from within. Chen Jinghui shot a glare at Tang Tian before hastily retreating inside. Dad, please prepare for the wedding. Let the two children marry in the next few days. Tonight, let Tang Tian and Xiaoxue share a bed. That way, I can look forward to holding my great-grandchild sooner, Chen Yumin said with a smile. Having acquired such a significant bargain, he would likely find it hard to sleep from joy that night. Dad, are you truly planning to marry Xiaoxue off to this brat? Chen Jinghui asked nervously, glancing at the elder. What had that lad said to suddenly win the old man's approval? Indeed, their marriage is settled, and no one is permitted to object, Chen Yumin declared with a serious tone, imbued with an air of unchallengeable authority. Dad, what did that lad say to you? Chen Jinghui queried, unwilling to relent. Just moments ago, the elder had not been in agreement. How had he so easily capitulated? To marry Tang Tian is Xiaoxue's fortune, Chen Yumin remarked earnestly, his gaze carrying profound significance. Upon entering, Song Jilan fixed her cold gaze upon him. Young man, though the elder has consented to this union, we shall never agree. If you have any sense, you will tell the elder that you do not wish to marry Xiaoxue. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind. Chen Jinghui added with a stern expression. Tang Tian, I do not know your intentions behind wanting to be with Xiaoxue, but if it is for financial gain, I can make an effort to accommodate you. Listening to her parents, Chen Yingxue did not choose to side with Tang Tian. She clasped her hands tightly, sighing as she looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, we are truly not suited for one another. Observing the unified front of the family, Tang Tian found it amusing. Chen Yingxue was indeed attractive, yet there were countless beautiful women in the world. His desire to marry Chen Yingxue stemmed solely from the old man's wishes. Moreover, prior to treating Chen Yumin's ailment, he had already stated his preconditions. It would not be so easy for them to backtrack now. You promised me that as long as I cured your grandfather's illness, you would marry me. Ignoring Chen Jinghui and the others, Tang Tian turned his attention directly to Chen Yingxue. For a moment, Chen Yingxue felt a pang of guilt. Biting her lip as she gazed at Tang Tian, she managed to utter, even if we are to marry, this is all happening rather quickly. Let's take our time. After all, it was her own word that could not be easily retracted. My marriage to you is merely to obey my master's command. Rest assured, I am not the type to force myself upon you. If you disagree, I shall not impose. However, this marriage must occur. Seeing Tang Tian relent, the Chen family ceased their pressure and prepared the guest room for him on the second floor. To prevent any inappropriate thoughts, several rooms were placed between them. Returning to his room, Tang Tian lay back on the soft, comfortable bed, his hands resting behind his head, contemplating his master. What could the old man possibly be thinking? Why was it imperative for him to marry into the Chen family? And as for Chen Yingxue, how could she be so short-sighted? The following morning, as Tang Tian rose, he encountered Chen Yingxue just as she was leaving for work. Today, however, her complexion appeared rather poor. Tang Tian approached her, inquiring, "Are you on your period?" At these words, Chen Yingxue's face flushed crimson. "Are you experiencing cramps? How about I give you a couple of acupuncture needles? Go away. I don't need it." Chen Yingxue rejected him, her face still red as she strode out. She indeed suffered from severe menstrual cramps, and each time her period arrived, she could only endure it with painkillers. Unfortunately, the household had run out of pain medication. Otherwise, she would not have been in such a hurry to leave so early. Just a couple of needles. It will be quick. Tang Tian chased after her. After all, she was his wife, so it was only natural for him to remedy this minor ailment. As Chen Yingxue watched him climb into the car, she felt a twinge of helplessness. Just as she was about to push him away, a sudden cramp gripped her abdomen, rendering her speechless. At that moment, Tang Tian seized her right hand, and 2 silver needles swiftly pierced the back of her hand. The pain was so intense that Chen Yingxue lacked the strength to struggle, surrendering herself to Tang Tian's will. With the insertion of a 4th needle, she notably felt the discomfort in her abdomen diminish significantly. She gazed at Tang Tian with skepticism, wondering if his medical skills were truly so miraculous. As he delicately manipulated one of the silver needles, a warm current surged into her body, coursing through her veins to her lower abdomen. In just a few minutes, Chen Yingxue was drenched in sweat, yet the previous pain had vanished abruptly. She stared at Tang Tian in astonishment. Could it be that the dysmenorrhea that had tormented her for years was so effortlessly alleviated by him? Chapter 11. Brazen exploitation then prescribed me a remedy, Chen Yingxue said, biting her lip, her tone tinged with unease. This man was now the grandfather's appointed fiancé, and she found herself at a loss for how to communicate with him. "You expect me to write a prescription just because you asked? That would be quite undignified for me," Tang Tian replied with a sly smile dancing in his eyes. "How much do you want?" Chen Yingxue shot back, her inquiry tinged with a hint of exasperation. Tang Tian nearly laughed at her bluntness. "Do you truly believe that money can buy everything? Money may not purchase everything, but it can resolve the majority of issues," she retorted, a statement that Tang Tian found to be quite accurate, though he knew that money held little sway in his circumstances. "Call me husband, and I shall write you a prescription."
Tang Tian grin mischievous.
Chen Yingxue, infuriated, attempted to slap him, but he effortlessly caught her wrist. No need for such hostility. After all, the old man has already consented. Marrying me is merely a matter of time. Why resist? Bah! Rogue! Chen Yingxue huffed, turning her face away, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Upon reflection, she realized that she did not actually harbor any disdain for Tang Tian. In fact, she was quite grateful for his healing of her grandfather. Yet, she could not readily accept a stranger as her husband. Even if marriage was inevitable, it would have to unfold gradually. Moreover, compared to Zhou Wenlong from Longqing, she found herself more inclined to marry Tang Tian. Should a union with the Zhou family occur, it would likely mean relocating to Longqing. Since graduating from university, Chen Yingxue had dedicated herself to her work, steadily climbing the corporate ladder through sheer diligence. With her grandfather placing such faith in Tang Tian, marrying him might mean she wouldn't have to leave her company after all. "Where are you from? Who else is in your family? If we marry, where will we live?" Chen Yingxue bombarded Tang Tian with a series of questions. "I am an orphan, raised by my master. He sent me to Jiangqing to heal your grandfather and marry you. As for where we will live, it matters little to me," Tang Tian replied thoughtfully. "After all, as an orphan, any place would suffice. I can marry you. I cannot defy my grandfather's wishes. However, you must promise me that until I accept you, you shall not touch me, and even after we wed, you must remain in Jiangqing to assist me in securing my inheritance at the company." Chen Yingxue turned back to face Tang Tian, enunciating each word with resolve. Tang Tian has begun to discern that this woman is not genuinely interested in marrying him. Rather, she is exploiting him. However, such overt manipulation cannot truly be classified as exploitation. So what benefits do I derive from this? Tang Tian gazed at Chen Yingxue with a smile, his eyes inadvertently drifting to her bosom. Rogue. Chen Yingxue bit her teeth slightly, covering her chest with her clothing, and coldly replied, "What benefits do you seek?" "Well, I have yet to ponder that." Tang Tian stroked his chin and suggested, "Why don't you allow me a moment to ponder further? To ensure prudence, let us draft a formal agreement. It would be beneficial for both of us," Chen Yingxue remarked, gazing earnestly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian has discerned that this woman is indeed preoccupied with business matters. Even the prospect of marrying him is approached as a business negotiation. Very well, but an additional clause must be incorporated into the agreement. Tang Tian smiled at her, saying, "Since you won't allow me to touch you, I cannot suppress myself indefinitely, can I? You cannot interfere with my affairs with others." Disdainfully, Chen Yingxue cast a glance at Tang Tian before agreeing without hesitation. After all, it was merely a transaction. They could always stipulate a time in the contract, and once that time had elapsed, they would part ways. Ultimately, this union was merely a fade to appease the wishes of the previous generation. Thus it could only be nominal. Such is the nature of a man, Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly, grinning at Chen Yingxue. "And what about me? Do as you please. Get out of the car." Chen Yingxue replied coldly, "Since you are going out anyway, why not take me to a lively place? This area is utterly desolate and devoid of entertainment." Upon hearing this, Chen Yingxue's lips twitched in irritation. This was one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jiangqing, yet he had described it in such a manner. Nevertheless, she refrained from further comments and led Tang Tian into the city. As Tang Tiangang alighted from the vehicle, a pressing concern struck him. He was devoid of funds. Just as he was about to turn and request some money from Chen Yingxue, her car departed without hesitation, as if to evade any association with him. Tang Tian felt rather helpless, realizing that he would have to devise a means to earn some money on his own. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lin Qinghuan, whom he had met the previous day. "Hello? Miss Lin, is there something you need?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. "I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Do you have some time?" "Certainly," readily agreed, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. He promptly shared his location and awaited Lin Qinghuan's arrival. In less than half an hour, a luxurious stretched Lincoln came to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Qinghuan's visage. "Get in." After taking a seat, she cheerfully remarked, "It's still early for lunch. Do you have some time? Could you accompany me to visit a friend?" "What kind of friend?" questioned, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Lin Qinghuan hesitated momentarily. "A friend who is unwell. Didn't you mention your expertise in healing? With your remarkable skills, you should be able to help her." "I can treat her, but I must charge a fee," stated bluntly. "Not a problem. I can afford any amount." Lin Qinghuan responded with unwavering confidence. Money was something she had in abundance. The car drove on, soon arriving at the entrance of an opulent establishment. The exterior was adorned with high-end luxury cars, a clear indication of its exclusivity. "Miss, I'll wait for you outside. Call me if you need anything," the driver said with concern. Lin Qinghuan ignored him, tugging his arm as they entered the venue. Upon entering, was immediately captivated by a stunning figure draped in red, reclining against the reception desk while smoking. She was breathtakingly beautiful, appearing to be in her 30s, her face adorned with exquisite makeup that only enhanced her natural allure. It was evident that her beauty was not solely a result of cosmetics. Even the most skilled makeup artist could not create such perfection from an ordinary canvas.
Sanya.
"This is the little divine doctor I told you about," Lin Qinghuan eagerly introduced as she led toward the woman. Chu Lianshan lifted her gaze toward, a flicker of exasperation reflected in her eyes. "You brought this little boy to treat me?" Little boy could not help but lower his head and blink in disbelief. He was far from being a child. "This, sister, what you have is not an illness, but rather a poison," stated, discerning the issue with a single glance. Chu Lianshan looked at him in surprise, while Lin Qinghuan instinctively covered her mouth in shock. She had only hoped to bring along for a stroke of luck, never anticipating that he would identify the problem so swiftly. "Did you tell him?" Chu Lianshan narrowed her eyes at Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan quickly shook her head. I didn't say anything. S medical skills are exceptional. He healed all the stray cats and dogs at my shelter yesterday. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan reevaluated the young man before her and extended her hand. Hello, I am Chu Lianshan. You may call me Shan Jie, just like Hua Huan. Shan Jie responded obediently. Do you know what kind of poison I've been afflicted with? Chu Lianshan asked, her eyes fixed on with a hint of anxiety. That remains unclear, but I can treat it, asserted confidently. Chu Lianshan felt a flicker of doubt. How could this young man treat her if he did not even know the nature of her poison? Shan Jie, just let him give it a try, Lin Qinghuan urged. And how do you plan to treat me? Chu Lianshan inquired seriously. While the question sounded simple, the execution was likely to be anything but. She had consulted numerous renowned physicians previously, all of whom were at a loss, and she was prepared to accept her fate. However, Lin Qinghuan had insisted on introducing her to this remarkable doctor. And now, faced with his youthful appearance and casual words, she was uncertain about his true abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Lianshan finally said very well, let us proceed. Just so you know, for acupuncture you will need to remove your clothing, stated earnestly. A flicker of hesitation passed through Chu Lianshan's eyes, but she ultimately bit her lip and nodded. Follow me. As she led the way upstairs, could not suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. Upon reaching an empty room, Chu Lianshan gestured for them to enter. This will do. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll send someone to fetch it. No need for anything. Simply remove your top and lie down, instructed. Lin Qinghuan frowned aware that traditional Chinese acupuncture required disrobing, but the sight of such a young practitioner was exceedingly rare, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling. Chu Lianshan bit her lip. Young man, you better not be taking advantage of me. How could I? I am a respectable person, replied with a smile, though the expression on his face seemed anything but proper. In any case, with her condition being so dire, what did modesty matter when compared to her life? Feeling an awkward tension, Lin Qinghuan suggested, perhaps I should step outside and wait. This feels a bit strange. Once Lin Qinghuan exited, Chu Lianshan settled onto the sofa and began to remove her clothing. Young man, if you can cure me, I assure you, you will not leave empty-handed, she stated earnestly, before pulling down the zipper of her dress, revealing a vast expanse of flawless skin. The lace-trimmed lingerie hinted at allure, encasing a form that could drive countless men to madness. Full, firm, and undeniably captivating. Tang Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. Observing his demeanor, Chu Lianshan furrowed her brows slightly. Is this young man truly a doctor? Yet, having reached this juncture, she decided to let him have a try. Let us begin. Resigned to her fate, she lay down and gradually closed her eyes. Tang Tian flicked his fingers, and several silver needles materialized in his grasp. His expression instantly turning grave. Relax. With those two words, he plunged the first needle into Chu Lianshan's chest. As she felt his hand make contact with her skin, Chu Lianshan involuntarily shivered. Quite sensitive. However, at that moment, Tang Tian's thoughts were far from such trivialities. He swiftly inserted 3 more silver needles into her chest. Sensing his earnestness in treating her ailment, Chu Lianshan gradually began to relax. Within a few minutes, she felt a wave of warmth coursing through her body, flowing in through the needles. The detoxification process may be somewhat painful. Endure it. The voice of Tang Tian resonated as Chu Lianshan softly responded. At that moment, Tang Tian suspended his palm above the silver needles, an invisible current emanating from his being, flowing through the needles into Chu Lianshan's body. Gradually, she began to feel a throbbing pain in her chest. Meanwhile, Tang Tian observed the toxins within her body converging through her veins, slowly coalescing into a dark mass in her chest. The one who administered this poison is rather ruthless, Tang Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Although he was unaware of the specific nature of the toxin, its potency was undeniable. This venom would not bring about an immediate demise for Chu Lianshan, yet it had taken root within her, causing her to endure excruciating pain every few days. What kind of enmity could compel someone to inflict such a poison? As the color of the surrounding veins began to fade, Tang Tian deftly flipped his wrist, revealing a steel needle approximately 10 centimeters in length. significantly thicker than the silver needles. Tang Tian swiftly plunged a steel needle into the dark mass upon Chu Lianshan's chest, and the inky blood flowed out through the puncture. Chu Lianshan distinctly felt her breathing becoming significantly smoother. She could not help but open her eyes, witnessing the toxins seeping out of her body. In that moment, her perception of the man before her underwent a profound transformation. She had never anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable medical skills. "Do not move," he cautioned. Tang Tian's expression was grave, and his other hand remained unmoved. Chu Lianshan hastily lay down, observing the beads of sweat forming on Tang Tian's forehead, causing her heart to shudder. After a few minutes, once the blood flowing from Chu Lianshan's chest turned crimson, Tang Tian finally withdrew his hand and swiftly extracted the silver needle. He then produced a blue handkerchief from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Lianshan, instructing her to wipe herself clean. After uttering those words, Tang Tian turned away, leaving Chu Lianshan somewhat astonished. This young man, who appeared anything but serious, had suddenly adopted a demeanor of sincerity. She had braced herself for his attempts to take advantage of the situation, yet unexpectedly encountered a gentleman instead. Chapter 13. You had better not regret it. Chu Lianshan seized the handkerchief and diligently wiped away the bloodstains before donning her clothing once more. "Thank you," she said, momentarily taken aback, but she continued, "Money is not an issue. After all, he had saved her life, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. You are quite young. How is your medical expertise so remarkable?" Chu Lianshan inquired with curiosity. She had consulted numerous doctors prior, none of whom could resolve her issues. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan sighed. "It's nothing much." Noticing that she preferred to keep her reasons private, Tang Tian refrained from probing further. The two proceeded towards the door, which they opened to find Lin Qinghuan waiting at the threshold. "What are you doing standing here? Why not find a place to sit?" Chu Lianshan asked with a smile. "I was worried about you. How are you feeling?" Lin Qinghuan promptly inquired upon seeing them emerge. "Much better," Chu Lianshan nodded. She was acutely aware of her own body and could distinctly feel the improvement after Tang Tian's treatment. Subsequently, Tang Tian provided her with a prescription. "Follow the prescription, boil 7 bowls of water down to 1, and take it once a day for 7 days and you shall be fine." "Thank you," she replied, and while speaking, she took out a check and wrote down a sum of money, handing it to Tang Tian. "This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it."
Tang Tian,
Without a hint of hesitation, tucked the check into his pocket without even glancing at it. Since he was already there, why not share a meal together? Chu Lianshan proposed warmly. She held a favorable impression of Tang Tian, particularly due to his remarkable medical skills. Associating with such a person would undoubtedly benefit her. "I was initially planning to invite him for lunch, but since Sister Shan has taken the initiative, I shall not be polite," Lin Qinghuan interjected. "Why should we stand on ceremony?" In Jiangqing at the Chun Group, President Chun, "Mr. Zhou has arrived," the secretary said cautiously, knocking gently on the office door as she addressed Chan Yingxue, who was engrossed in her work. A sudden jolt of realization struck Chan Yingxue. She had completely forgotten about this meeting. "Please escort him to the reception room," she instructed. No sooner had she spoken than a voice echoed from the doorway. "When did we become so estranged?" A man clad in a gray suit strode in, flanked by 2 bodyguards. The secretary, sensing the situation, discreetly retreated and closed the door behind her. "What brings you here?" Chun Yingxue inquired with a smile, rising to invite him to sit on the sofa. "I heard you have a new husband. I had to come see for myself," Zhou Wenlong replied nonchalantly, though his tone carried an undeniable air of pressure. After all, Chun Yingxue was a woman he had set his sights on. "This is a long story." Chun Yingxue hesitated. "Then let us make it brief." Zhou Wenlong leaned back on the sofa, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. "Do not forget, our families are already set to unite." Chun Yingxue shared the gist of her circumstances with Zhou Wenlong. After hearing her, his expression grew somber. "So, you genuinely intend to marry him? My grandfather has approved of it, and he is my grandfather's savior. The Chun family must repay this debt," Chun Yingxue stated earnestly. Zhou Wenlong's gaze turned icy. "Chun Yingxue, do not forget your position. Young Master Zhou, we are not yet engaged." Chen Yingxue replied firmly, looking Zhou Wenlong in the eye. From the outset, she had never been particularly fond of him. Surrounded by women, he sought to marry her simply because she could be of some utility in the business realm and possessed a modicum of beauty. To Zhou Wenlong, she was merely a decorative vase to be utilized. Thus, Chen Yingxue preferred the idea of marrying Tang Tian instead. It was only a matter of time. You are the woman I, Zhou Wenlong, have chosen, he declared coldly. Young Master Zhou, we have only just begun to know each other. Furthermore, I have made it clear that Tang Tian saved my grandfather's life, Chen Yingxue asserted with dignity. He's merely a good-for-nothing living off others. How much does he want? I can give him whatever he desires. Zhou Wenlong boasted, his wealth amplifying his arrogance. What future could such a man possibly have? He desires not wealth, but to marry me, Chen Yingxue replied, rising to face Zhou Wenlong. Young Master Zhou, I have made my position clear. This is where our conversation ends. Although the Zhou family was a prominent clan in Longcheng, their businesses had no dealings with the Chen family. Otherwise, Chen Yingxue would not have been so audacious. In that moment, Zhou Wenlong's face flushed with anger. It was the first time in his life that someone had dared to contest him over a woman. Had this Tang Tian taken leave of his senses? Damn it! Zhou Wenlong fumed, springing up from the sofa. Chen Yingxue, you had better not regret this. Young Master Zhou, take care, Chen Yingxue said, sipping her coffee nonchalantly. Zhou Wenlong gritted his teeth and strode out. As soon as he left, Chen Yingxue let out a long sigh of relief, glad to have dispatched this troublesome encounter. In retrospect, marrying Tang Tian had its advantages. She would not have to serve as a pawn in a family alliance or worry about her position at work. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenlong seethed. Investigate a man named Tang Tian immediately. I want to know where this scoundrel came from. Yes. The driver in the front seat responded nervously, hastily pulling out his phone to make the call. Zhou Wenlong lit a cigarette, his gaze growing colder. Chen Yingxue, how could you forsake such a remarkable man for a mere country doctor? It is utterly absurd. However, upon learning that Tang Tian was an orphan from the countryside, the absurdity only deepened. Had Chen Yingxue lost her mind? In the decision between him and Tang Tian, any rational person would know whom to choose. Yet, why did she choose that Tang Tian? He was determined to discover what capabilities this Tang Tian possessed. With a smirk of disdain, Zhou Wenlong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Lin, are you in Jiangqing? I need a favor. Chapter 14. An unpleasant temper in Jiangqing. At a private club. After a sumptuous meal, the three of them had gotten to know each other well. Chu Lianshan held a genuine fondness for Tang Tian. Despite his plain attire and straightforward manner, she sensed that he was far from ordinary. Compared to the pretentious second-generation wealthy individuals who paraded in front of her, Tang Tian was indeed exceptional. With that, we shall take our leave, Lin Qinghuan said to Chu Lianshan. Heiress a membership card from our establishment. You can come by any time and I'll cover your expenses, Chu Lianshan offered, handing a card to Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not hesitate to accept it. The membership card was entirely black, adorned with gold around the edges, and bore the letters VIP in the center, with the store's name in the lower right corner, appearing rather ordinary. Sister Shan, why does Tang Tian's membership card differ from mine?
Lin Qinghuan direct Chu Lianshan.
After all, Tang Tian is my savior. Why are you feeling jealous, little girl? Chu Lianshan chuckled as she ushered the two out the door. Once inside the vehicle, Tang Tian leaned back in his seat, stifling a yawn, yet his mind wandered to the image of Chu Lianshan with her upper body bare. TSK. Quite tempting indeed. Alas, my master has said that while a man may indulge in his desires, it must adhere to the principle of mutual consent. Where shall we head to now? Tang Tian inquired casually, as he had nothing pressing to attend to and thought to ask Lin Qinghuan if she had any plans. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Lin Qinghuan suggested. How about I take you shopping for some clothes? You left in such a rush this morning that you're still wearing yesterday's tattered outfit. Just then, a shrill screech of brakes pierced the air as the car came to an abrupt halt. In that critical moment, Tang Tian instinctively placed a hand on Lin Qinghuan's forehead, mitigating much of the inertial force. The driver in the front seat hurriedly exited the vehicle, leaving Tang Tian in a state of bewilderment. What are you all doing? Tang Tian furrowed his brow, feeling a chill creeping over him. The man at the forefront, in his 40s or 50s, was bald and clad in a suit, yet exuded an air of roguishness. Moreover, among the dozen or so black-clad henchmen accompanying him, there were shockingly 2 practitioners of the Shen level. This compelled Tang Tian to question the identities of these individuals. In today's world, Shen-level warriors were exceedingly rare. To have such individuals as bodyguards indicated that this man was certainly not ordinary. Kid, are you Tang Tian? The man squinted, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing Tang Tian from head to toe. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghuan hurriedly rushed in front of the man, exclaiming, "Dad, what are you doing here? Dad?" Tang Tian stared blankly at the man before him, who bore an intimidating countenance. How could such a fierce-looking individual possibly father the adorable Lin Qinghuan? Huan, what are you doing with this fellow? Lin Yong inquired, his tone disapproving. Dad, he is the miraculous doctor I mentioned to you yesterday. He has treated all the animals at our shelter. Lin Qinghuan quickly interjected. He even cured Sister Shan's ailment just now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong looked at Tang Tian in astonishment. This young man possessed such remarkable skills? You brat, what kind of enchantment have you cast on my daughter? Lin Yong's displeasure was palpable, akin to a gardener witnessing his prized cabbage being devoured by a pig. Dad, please don't say such things, Lin Qinghuan exclaimed, urgently gripping her father's arm as he prepared to confront Tang Tian. My apologies, Tang Tian. This is my father, and he has a rather irritable temperament. Hello, uncle. Tang Tian greeted amicably, unfazed by the situation. What nonsense! Lin Yong barked to those beside him. Ensure the young lady is taken care of. As soon as he spoke, 2 burly men stepped forward to escort Lin Qinghuan aside. Dad, this is my friend. What are you doing? Lin Qinghuan cried out in alarm. Dear daughter, this young man has provoked individuals he ought not to have. I must teach him a lesson today. Take the young lady to the car. While he spoke, 2 men firmly guided Lin Qinghuan towards the vehicle, her protests falling on deaf ears. Lin Yong raised an eyebrow at Tang Tian. Young man, do you realize whom you have entangled yourself with? Tang Tian wore an expression of innocence, stating, I only arrived in Jiangcheng yesterday. I haven't done anything at all. This young man truly possessed remarkable qualities, having already won over the young lady of the Qin family upon his arrival in Jiangcheng. Enough of the nonsense. Attack him. With Lin Yong's command, 2 henchmen lunged towards Tang Tian, while the others merely observed with a sense of amusement. If they all joined forces, it would indeed seem somewhat like bullying. Besides, it hardly required such numbers to deal with a mere youth. One of them swung a baseball bat, aiming to strike Tang Tian's shoulder. Tang Tian's gaze turned icy as he seized the baseball bat with a swift motion, delivering a powerful kick that sent one assailant flying. In a seamless display of skill, he then grasped another's fist, effortlessly dislocating the opponent's arm. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. This seemingly frail youth, akin to a mere chick, possessed such formidable prowess. Damn it! Charge! With Lin Yong's command, the rest of the group disregarded the odds and lunged towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian stood firm, his gaze becoming markedly colder as he softly admonished, seeking death. As his words echoed, he suddenly unleashed the formidable aura that emanated from him, causing the foremost individuals to be hurled backward. The others were left bewildered. Had this young man not been motionless until now? Only 2 profound-level warriors gazed at Tang Tian in astonishment. An Earth-level powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Lin Yong was equally taken aback. What a jest! How could such a young lad possibly be an Earth-level expert? The 2 profound-level warriors beside Lin Yong were already considered formidable, yet at the moment Tang Tian released his aura, they nearly fell to their knees before him. It is crucial to understand that the rank of a warrior is intrinsically linked to their capabilities, with each level representing an insurmountable chasm. Even the combined strength of 10 profound-level warriors might not suffice to contend with a single Earth-level powerhouse. Tang Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Are we still going to fight? In truth, he had filled his heart with ridicule. Earth level? Who does he look down upon? Chapter 15. Alliance's Lin Yong was astute enough to recognize the situation, promptly approaching Tang Tian with a respectful gesture. Brother Tang Tian, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. It was all a miscommunication. Since you are a friend of my daughter, you are also my friend. How about we share a cup of tea and have a chat? Lin Yong extended the invitation with a smile. Lin Yong was indeed someone who swayed with the wind. Tang Tian scoffed. Weren't you brought here by someone to deal with me? Now you wish to befriend me? Aren't you afraid of displeasing those in higher places? What nonsense is that? Since you are a friend of my daughter, I certainly shall not make things difficult for you. Lin Yong's face was adorned with an obsequious grin. Moreover, you are a formidable Earth-level expert. That fool must be blind to dare oppose you. Who is that fool you speak of? Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, inquiring. He had only arrived in Jiangcheng the previous day and had not provoked anyone. Zhou Xiao, Zhou Wenlong, Lin Yong revealed without hesitation, disclosing the identity of the one behind the trouble. He had no particular ties with the Zhou family, but due to a previous matter, he owed them a favor and agreed to Zhou Wenlong's request to confront someone named Tang Tian. He never anticipated that Tang Tian would be involved with his daughter, and thus he merely regarded him as a petty trickster. Had he known that Tang Tian was an Earth-level expert, he would never have allowed his subordinates to engage with him. Was that not courting death? This name he had indeed never heard before. I do not know any Zhou Xiao. Tang Tian scratched his head, suppressing his murderous intent and restoring his previously innocent demeanor. Are you engaged to the young lady of the Chen family? Lin Yong observed Tang Tian and unfolded the matter. Zhou Xiao has been in contact with Chen Yingxue, and they were about to become engaged. Your sudden interference, of course, displeased him. So he was merely a rival in love? Tang Tian let out a scoff, pondering how these individuals were truly at a loss for meaningful pursuits. If they genuinely held affection, why not simply marry? An hour later, Tang Tian found himself seated on a sofa alongside Lin Yong. Father, at your advanced age, why do you meddle in such matters? Lin Qinghuan's tone was laced with discontent. I just informed you that Tang Tian is my friend, yet you still laid hands on him. Observing his daughter's pout, Lin Yong hastily reassured her, Dear daughter, I'm merely trying to repay a favor to the Zhou family. Besides, with Tang Tian being so young, you insist he is a miraculous doctor. I can't help but wonder if he might be a fraud. That is not the case. Tang Tian's medical skills are truly remarkable. I have witnessed them firsthand. Lin Qinghuan quickly countered. Though Lin Yong appeared to lack a commanding presence, he was, in fact, a prominent figure within Jiangxing's underbelly, a man few dared to oppose. Yet, he was a devoted father, having cherished Lin Qinghuan as his precious jewel since her youth. Any suitor approaching her would invariably find themselves driven away by Lin Yong's myriad tactics. The fact that he was now humbling himself to converse with Tang Tian was solely due to the latter's stature as a formidable individual. Should such a person be brought under his influence, conquering not just Jiangxing but even Jiang province would be well within reach. Uncle Lin, you are too kind.
Tang Tian répondait.
Tang Tian, out of respect, addressed Lin Yong as uncle. Tang Tian felt somewhat embarrassed and explained. My father has a rather irritable temperament, though he is generally quite good-natured. Since you are here, he has been complaining about heart pains lately. Could you possibly take a look at him? Lin Qinghuan inquired, blinking her eyes at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's lips twitched violently, realizing he was being treated as a personal physician. However, confronted by Lin Qinghuan's watery eyes, he found it difficult to refuse. Your heart is overburdened due to long-term alcohol consumption and an irregular lifestyle, but it is not a grave issue. A few medications will suffice. Without even checking the pulse, Tang Tian addressed Lin Yong. This is not a condition that can be remedied with just any medication. I will prescribe a treatment, and should you neglect to take it, you may not survive beyond 7 days, Tang Tian stated nonchalantly. The previously carefree Lin Yong's expression darkened instantly. Was this young man cursing him? Yet, recognizing Tang Tian's status as a formidable being, he swallowed the harsh words that almost escaped his lips. Aside from the chest pain, you must be experiencing other symptoms, particularly after drinking: fatigue, profuse sweating, throbbing at the temples, and an inability to engage in strenuous activities. Even a brief sprint leaves you breathless, does it not? Tang Tianshan casually picked up a pen and paper, composing a prescription while inquiring. This young man is truly remarkable. How does he possess such profound insight? Indeed, that must be the case. Tang Tian, while speaking, handed him the prescription. Prepare the medicine according to this prescription. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1, and take it 3 times a day. After half a month, you will be cured, but during this period, you must abstain from alcohol. Lin Yong, somewhat skeptical, accepted the prescription. How do you know this? Do traditional Chinese medicine practitioners no longer pulse diagnose? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, with observation being paramount. Your symptoms are plainly written on your face. If you doubt my words, you may undergo a cardiac ultrasound at the hospital, where the doctors will likely be of little help. It is only through encountering someone like me that these individuals remain vibrant and energetic. Lin Yong, still in doubt, tucked the prescription away, deciding to visit the hospital for an examination later. Dad, Tang Tian's medical skills are truly remarkable. I will send someone to fetch the medicine, and I will ensure you take it diligently. Lin Qinghuan interjected eagerly. Lin Yong had not summoned Tang Tian merely for medical matters.
Tang Tian,
How is it that you have achieved the status of a regional powerhouse at such a young age? Lin Yong inquired cautiously. Just fortunate, Tang Tian replied casually. Yet, Lin Yong understood well that attaining such strength was no mere stroke of luck. This young man was extraordinary. He must find a way to cultivate a relationship with him. In comparison to a regional powerhouse, the Zhou family was insignificant. Lin Qinghuan, observing the two with a furrowed brow, although not well versed in these matters, was aware of what it meant to be a regional powerhouse. She was astonished that Tang Tian not only possessed remarkable medical skills but also excelled in martial arts. Chapter 16. The betrothal gift. What are you currently doing in Jiangqing? Do you have a job? Lin Yong pressed on. No, I am just preparing for marriage. A single remark from Tang Tian caused Lin Qinghuan to sputter her tea. Are you getting married? How could the man she had just taken a liking to be on the verge of marriage? Observing his daughter's reaction, Lin Yong discerned her burgeoning feelings for Tang Tian. While it would be splendid for his daughter to be with someone of Tang Tian's caliber, the fact remained that this young man was indeed set to marry, and to none other than a young lady from the esteemed Qin family. Tang Tian, after all, was betrothed to a scion of Jiangqing's foremost family, yet the Lin family was not without its own merits. Clearing his throat, Lin Yong proclaimed, "If you are willing, I can arrange a grand wedding for you and Huan Huan." At this declaration, Lin Qinghuan was momentarily choked, coughing violently. Dad, what are you saying? Although she had developed a fondness for Tang Tian, they had only known each other for 2 days. Discussing marriage seemed exceedingly premature. Tang Tian is a clever individual and is naturally aware of Lin Yong's intentions. Mr. Lin, marrying Miss Chun is a directive from my master, Tang Tian elucidated. Since Tang Tiandu possesses such remarkable abilities, his master must be even more formidable. Lin Yong remarked with newfound enthusiasm. Who is your master? Oh, merely a barefoot doctor, Tang Tian replied casually. He chose not to mention Qi and again, realizing that his master's name was indeed quite useful. Yet it should not be disclosed to everyone to avoid potential troubles for both himself and his esteemed mentor. Understanding that this master was the one who taught him the art of medicine, Lin Yong did not press further. Instead, he looked at Tang Tian and said, "As it is the wish of an elder, it is only natural to comply. However, I hold you in high regard. Should you be interested, I would welcome you to join me in my endeavors. I assure you, your contributions will be duly rewarded," Lin Yong suggested with a hint of persuasion. Tang Tian cast a glance at Lin Qinghuan beside him. Lin Yong was certainly not one to spare any effort, likely even considering the prospect of marrying off his own daughter to him. This fellow was astute, well aware of his own worth. Apologies, but I am not accustomed to working for others. Tang Tian smiled and remarked, then swiftly shifted the conversation. We can consider ourselves friends now. If there arises any matter in the future, it is only natural for friends to lend a helping hand. With such a statement, he had already afforded himself ample dignity. Lin Yong felt quite pleased. Tang Tian's words were more than sufficient. He promptly presented a check for 50 million, saying, "I sincerely apologize for today's disturbances. Please accept this sum as a token of my goodwill." Tang Tian accepted the check without hesitation. As a newcomer, he indeed required a bit of money for his endeavors. In Jiang City, at the Chun residence, Song Jilan urged Chen Jinghui, "You must come up with a solution. We cannot allow our daughter's bright future to be ruined by this country bumpkin." Chen Jinghui, looking helpless, replied, "The old man has made his decision. What can I do? If I could persuade him, I would have done so already. Xiao Xue is our daughter. How can she listen to the old man's every whim?" Song Jilan was displeased. He is the head of the family, and the company belongs to him. If we do not heed his words, then whose should we follow? Chen Jinghui retorted coldly, "I do not know how that young man has managed to brainwash the old man. But after merely a few minutes of private conversation, this marriage has been settled. I refuse to allow Xiao Xue to marry that Tang Tian. Zhou Xiao is the right choice for her." As they spoke, Song Jilan hurried to the door. Upon opening it, her fierce expression transformed into a broad smile. "Zhou Xiao, what brings you here today?" Zhou Xiao had arrived. "Please, come in." Chen Jinghui quickly joined her at the door. It was well known that Zhou Wenlong was the sole heir of the Zhou family, and the prospect of a union between their families promised a prosperous future for Chen Yingxue. "Uncle and aunt," Zhou Wenlong announced as he entered, "I am here to make a formal proposal." He clapped his hands, and immediately, several individuals began to bring in large chests filled with treasures, antiques, and priceless artworks. The wealth contained within was staggering, likely unmatched in the entire Jiang province. "Zhou Xiao, this is far too much." Song Jilan beamed, though her heart raced with apprehension. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghui surveyed the room filled with opulence, resolutely deciding that he must not allow Xiao Xue to wed that Tang Tian. Zhou Xiao was undoubtedly the superior choice for her. Naturally, Zhou Wenlong replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Xue is the jewel of the Chen family and the acting president of the Chen group. Many men wish to marry her, so I must demonstrate my sincerity." His words conveyed his intentions and subtly urged the Chens to make the right choice. They were not foolish. They understood that Zhou Wenlong was well aware of Tang Tian's existence. "Zhou Xiao, we must temporarily postpone matters regarding Xiao Xue. There have been some issues at home. However, rest assured, Xiao Xue will eventually become yours." Chen Jinghui assured Zhou Wenlong, patting his chest confidently. "Father-in-law, I trust you." Zhou Wenlong nodded slightly. "If anyone wishes to compete with me, I would not mind, as long as they offer more than I do." He then handed them a check. "This is the betrothal gift, 88. 888. 888. Zhou Wenlong was indeed generous. Spending such an amount for a bride was a rarity, not just in Jiang City, but throughout the entire country. "What do you mean, Zhou Xiao? Xiao Xue and you are truly a match made in heaven. You need not worry. Once we resolve our family matters, we will personally discuss the wedding arrangements." Song Jilan's face radiated uncontainable joy. It was men like Zhou Wenlong who could proudly be their son-in-law, a source of great pride. Zhou Wenlong's visit was merely to inform the Chen family that Chen Yingxue was his intended. He surmised that the likes of Tang Tian could not possibly compete with such wealth. At that moment, having just exited from Lin Yong's place, Tang Tian sneezed violently, feeling as if someone was disparaging him from behind. After stepping outside, he instructed Lin Yong's people to take him directly to the 4S dealership. "Dad, let us hurry to the hospital for an examination. Then we can get the medication." Lin Qinghuan eagerly urged Lin Yong to leave. She had great faith in Tang Tian's medical skills. His words were undoubtedly correct. Thankfully, he had treated her father today. Otherwise, the old man could have been in serious danger. "There's no rush. It's not that serious. I know my own body," Lin Yong said, albeit reluctantly, as he was pulled along to the hospital for an examination. Upon exiting, he was drenched in cold sweat, astonished at how accurately Tang Tian had described his condition. "Dad, we must get the medication quickly. Tang Tian's prescription is infallible." Lin Qinghuan blushed as she ushered Lin Yong into the car. She had been so absorbed in her own pursuits that she had failed to notice her father's declining health. Thank goodness Tang Tian had discovered it in time. Otherwise, she might have faced the unbearable reality of losing her father. At the Jiang City 4S dealership, as soon as Tang Tian stepped inside, he was met with a chill that made him shiver, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Nearby, Several salespeople cast disdainful glances at his attire. Another one here to leech off the air conditioning. One scoffed. It's bad enough the older ones have no shame. Now the younger ones too? After some whispered discussions, a woman approached Tang Tian. I'm sorry, but we do not serve beggars here. Please leave. Seeing the contempt on her face, Tang Tian sneered inwardly at her arrogance. I'm here to buy a car. Buy a car? The woman burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. You? If you can afford one of our cars, I'll serve you for free tonight. Tang Tian glanced at the other person and remarked, TSK. TSK. I do not fancy worn-out shoes. Upon hearing this, the woman's face flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to slap Tang Tian across the face, exclaiming, Who are you insulting? Tang swiftly seized the wrist of his opponent, declaring, Whoever interjects is insulting themselves. Help! Someone's attacking me. The woman immediately shrieked, prompting Tang to furrow his brow and release his grip. The other salespeople hurried over, and onlookers in the showroom gathered to witness the commotion. You impertinent fool! Do you even realize where you are? How dare you strike someone here? Have you grown tired of life? The salespeople rallied against him.
Tang Scop.
Is this how you treat your customers? Customer? You? The room erupted in laughter. Tang's attire, barely worth 100 yuan, led them to believe he could never afford a vehicle from their establishment, to which they felt they could easily invert their names in the process of ridicule. At that moment, a rotund man in a suit entered, his voice serious as he inquired, What's going on here? Manager, this brat assaulted me. Qian was nearly struck by him. A man pointed at Tang, eager to cast the first stone. Which of your eyes witnessed me striking her? She insisted on serving me tonight, and when I expressed my disdain for loose women, she became enraged and attempted to attack me. Tang replied calmly, hands tucked in his pockets. Wu Qian's face flushed crimson as she stepped forward, grasping the manager's arm. Brother Wang, look at him. Wang Sun scrutinized Tang with a discerning gaze. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not fabricating anything. Just observe her. Despite the thick layer of makeup, one can still discern her loose skin. And those legs. She can hardly keep them together. She must have had quite a night, Tang remarked with an air of nonchalance. Tang Tian spoke with utmost seriousness, yet the surrounding crowd struggled to contain their laughter. Wang San, in particular, gritted his teeth in frustration, pondering the origin of this audacious young man. The crux of the matter was that he had been with Wu Qian the previous night. Where were the security guards? The manager promptly summoned the guards, and soon 7 or 8 burly men encircled Tang Tian. Tension crackled in the air, as both sides stood ready to clash, while onlookers merely observed without intervening. Just then, a voice emerged from the throng. Hold on! A woman in high heels gracefully strode into the center of the crowd. I witnessed the female salesperson humiliating this gentleman first. What's the matter? Are you car salespeople judging others based on appearances? With newfound confidence, Wu Qian spoke up, emboldened by the presence of support. Wang San, however, was captivated by the woman before him, her striking appearance causing him to momentarily lose focus. She wore a sleek black gown, the hemline elegantly revealing her long, fair legs, compelling one to swallow hard. Although modest in size, the form was just right for a hand to grasp, enticing further admiration. Her face was exquisitely flawless, and a mere touch of lipstick was enough to outshine all others. Excuse me, madam, are you here to purchase a vehicle? Wang San inquired with a smile. You see, this fellow just assaulted our employee, which is why assaulted. I distinctly saw this female salesperson strike the gentleman first. He merely defended himself by grasping her wrist. The woman interjected with a cold scoff, interrupting Wang. Senator, what? Are you all blind? As salespeople, how can you look down upon others? Do you not understand that the customer is king? Tang Tian stood aside, arms crossed, observing the woman before him with keen interest. Although her origins were unknown, she undeniably piqued his curiosity. Who do you think you are to question us? Wu Qian, feeling overshadowed by the woman's presence, immediately expressed her displeasure. I am here to inspect the car, the woman replied, her demeanor growing cold. I never expected to witness such a captivating scene. She then turned her gaze towards Wang San. Are you the person in charge here? Indeed. Wang San responded with a smile. Miss, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Upon hearing this, the woman's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, Wu Qian stepped forward and swung her hand towards the woman. Chapter 18. Card swipe. Fortunately, Tang Tian reacted swiftly, stepping forward to grasp her wrist. This time, he did not hold back, delivering a resounding slap to Wu Qian. The crowd, initially taken aback by Tang Tian's speed, soon erupted in anger. How could you strike a woman? They were outraged, condemning him for his actions. This fellow is utterly disgraceful. How could he resort to violence against a woman? This is outrageous. Teach him a lesson. Not a single person came to Tang Tian's defense amidst the chorus of reproach. Tang sneered coldly, turning to those who seemed to revel in the chaos. What's wrong with hitting a woman? If you keep yapping, I might just take you all down with her. The woman before him was momentarily taken aback. This young man certainly had a temper. Brother Wang, Wu Qian exclaimed, covering her face as she looked towards Wang San, whose expression had darkened significantly. I was initially willing to let you off the hook for the sake of this beautiful lady, but now everyone has witnessed it. This brat struck first. Are you blind or what? Tang Tian had grown weary of the incessant drivel spewing from those around him, and promptly directed his ire towards the ancestors of Wang San. Did you not witness that woman striking? Mind your language, young man. Do you think this is your domain? We shall not tolerate your unruliness here. A throng of individuals began to hurl insults at Tang Tian, yet their collective vitriol paled in comparison to his singular retorts. Perhaps you should first attend to your own ailments. And you, foolish creature, shrink back. Do you not fear the nightmares that await you? Exhausted from last night, I see. Your eyes are sunken. Ha! Should I delve deeper, things could become quite foul. As Tang Tian engaged in this verbal onslaught, the woman by his side nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. What on earth is this young man? How does he wield such a tongue? Enough! The woman's furious exclamation cut through the chaotic scene, and she bowed to the crowd. I sincerely apologize for this spectacle. Turning to Wang San and his companions, she declared, you lot are hereby dismissed. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are, to dismiss us at your whim? I am Zhang Lan. The mere utterance of her name rendered the room silent. Wang San stared incredulously at her. Which Zhang Lan are you? What? Is there more than one Zhang Lan in the Lanhua group? Suddenly, the minds of Wang San and his companions erupted in realization. Zhang. President Zhang? Ignoring their astonishment, Zhang Lan retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Arrive at the Nanjing branch within 10 minutes. After issuing this command, she hung up with an air of authority, her demeanor shifting dramatically. The crowd resumed their whispers. Goodness, is this truly the president of Lanhua Group? I never expected her to be so youthful. I heard that the head of the Zhang family has 2 daughters. The elder inherited the company, while the younger has become engaged to a foreign prince. TSK. No wonder she is so stunning, being one of the top beauties in the capital. Zhang Lan, the eldest daughter of the illustrious Zhang family, president of Lanhua Group, and sister to Zhang Yu, who recently became engaged to a prince abroad. With no male heirs, these 2 sisters upheld the Zhang family's legacy, becoming the object of desire for countless men. Tang Tian had never anticipated that in his pursuit of purchasing a vehicle, he would encounter such an exquisite beauty. Within mere minutes of making a phone call, a sharply dressed man hurriedly arrived. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? The man's face bore a sycophantic smile, as he seemed eager to bend at a 90-degree angle. If I hadn't come to check on things, our staff would have created quite an uproar. Have they not undergone employee training? Do they not understand that the customer is king? Zhang Lan's gaze turned frosty, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. This young man, typically rather frivolous, had now dared to offend Mr. Zhang. Was he courting disaster? Upon grasping the situation, the man quickly turned to Tang Tian and offered his apologies. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our oversight. Although he harbored doubts about Tang Tian's capacity to afford a vehicle, he knew that an apology was warranted in the presence of Zhang Lan. Considering your earnestness, I shall take that car. Tang Tian was quite unambiguous, casually gesturing towards a nearby black Maybach. The car appeared rather understated, yet its price was anything but modest. It could be deemed the most expensive vehicle in the establishment. Sir, the price of this car is somewhat steep. Perhaps you might reconsider. Before the man could finish his sentence, Zhang Lan interjected, my apologies, sir. It seems there has been a lapse in our service today. Regardless of which car you choose, we will offer you a 20% discount. The vehicle was priced at 12 million. With the discount, that meant a loss of over 2 million. This fellow, dressed as he was, surely could not afford such an extravagant car, even at a reduced rate. Indeed, what is the point of pretending to buy a car one cannot afford? How embarrassing, murmured the onlookers, who were all too eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. They regarded Tang Tian as merely someone seeking refuge from the heat of the day. All eyes were fixed upon him, anticipating his impending embarrassment. To their astonishment, however, Tang Tian remained composed as he produced his bank card and handed it to the man beside him, turning to Zhang Lan with a smile. Thank you, miss. I'll be paying by card. Wu Qian gasped in disbelief. What a joke! How could this fellow, dressed like that, possibly afford such an expensive luxury car? Zhang Lan furrowed her brow as she glanced at Tang Tian. She had already attempted to assist him by offering a discount, yet here he was, seemingly oblivious to her goodwill, moving forward with reckless abandon. If there were insufficient funds on that card, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with this vehicle? Zhang Lan could not help but voice her concern. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. This is precisely what I need. I will assist you immediately. Under Zhang Lan's subtle gaze, the man took the bank card Tang Tian offered with both hands, and promptly summoned a POS machine. With a chime signifying successful payment, everyone was momentarily taken aback.
What ist?
Dressed as he was, could this young man truly afford such an extravagant vehicle? The world had undoubtedly gone mad. Even Zhang Lan looked at him in astonishment, pondering how someone could possess such wealth. Could he be a wealthy heir feigning poverty? Chapter 19. An 8 million dowry. Please escort this gentleman to the VIP room, Zhang Lan instructed decisively. As a businesswoman, she understood the importance of prioritizing business matters. Regardless of Tang Tian's identity, individuals in Jiang City who could casually spend over 10 million on a car were a rarity. Although she had come merely to conduct business and oversee operations, meeting two intriguing individuals was a pleasant diversion. A few minutes later, Zhang Lan found herself seated in the lounge alongside Tang Tian. Mr. Tang, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. The individuals involved have been dismissed, and you will not encounter them in the industry again. Should you require transportation in the future, please feel free to visit our establishment, Zhang Lan stated with a smile. As she spoke, Tang Tian's gaze inadvertently wandered over her décolletage, a sight that was simply captivating. Sensing his lingering gaze, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Lan's eyes. Indeed, not a single man was devoid of ulterior motives. Mr. Tang, unless there is anything further, I shall take my leave. They will assist you in completing the necessary procedures, she remarked, rising to depart. However, she was halted by Tang Tian's voice. Miss Zhang, someone in your family is gravely ill, are they not? Their condition has reached a point where conventional remedies are futile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure. The news of her father's illness had already made headlines, and nearly everyone in the realm was aware. I do not follow the news, yet I understand that your father has little time left. However, should you be willing to part with some funds, I could assist in his recovery, Tang Tian declared, reclining on the sofa with his arms crossed, his tone unwavering. Zhang Lan furrowed her brow slightly, questioning whether this young man comprehended the gravity of his words. Did he truly believe he could save her father? Mr. Tang, as a valued customer of our establishment, I extend my respect to you, but I must decline your offer regarding my father's situation, Zhang Lan retorted coolly. I have received word that the disciple of Physician Qi has descended from the mountains. Once I locate him, my father will be saved. At this revelation, Tang Tian sputtered, coffee spewing forth as he processed her words. So, this woman had traveled all this way to seek him out? No need to search. I am he. Tang Tian calmly lifted his garment to wipe his mouth, a posture that hardly suggested he was a scion of a wealthy family. Jiang Lan scrutinized the individual before her, incredulous that this lad could possibly be a disciple of the renowned physician Qi. Mr. Tang, I have no time for jesting. I must attend to my affairs, she declared, turning to leave. Yet, Tang Tian called out to her once more. Are you certain you do not wish for my assistance in saving your father? Jiang Lan clenched her teeth slightly, pondering that if not for the fact this man was a client of hers, she would not tolerate his demeanor. No need, she retorted, and with that she departed. Tang Tian settled into the sofa, eyes closed, exuding an air of indifference. It would not be long before this woman would come seeking his help. Meanwhile, Song Jilan had taken to social media, posting pictures of the betrothal gifts and dowry she had received, accompanied by the caption, "To encounter a man who loves her so deeply, I believe my daughter will find happiness." Upon seeing this post, Tang Tian was initially taken aback, soon simmering with jealousy. However, a thought struck her. How could that rustic Tang Tian possess such wealth? In the family group chat, Tang Tian's mother, Shen Yushu, sent her congratulations. Goodness, sister-in-law, did all this come from Tang Tian? I had no idea he was so affluent. Following this, Chun Haoshuan mocked, impossible. If that bumpkin could muster such riches, I would take his surname. Sister-in-law, could it be that this was a gift from young Master Zhou? Chun Jingming inquired. Yet, wasn't the old man insisting that Xiaoxue marry that Tang Tian? What was he to be worthy of Xiaoxue? In my view, Xiaoxue is far better suited to young Master Zhou. An animated discussion ensued among the group, while Chun Yingxue remained oblivious, engrossed in her work. When the workday concluded, and Tang Tian appeared before her in a car, Chun Yingxue was momentarily taken aback. Where did you get this car? She stammered. I bought it, Tang Tian replied with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Chun Yingxue's eyes widened. The car was clearly not inexpensive, and she wondered where this youth had acquired such funds. Yet, she quickly rationalized that as a disciple of physician Qi, having some wealth was to be expected. Still, the luxury vehicle seemed incongruous with his attire. He hardly resembled a chauffeur. Once inside the vehicle, Chun Yingxue produced the documents they had agreed upon earlier in the day. Without a glance, Tang Tian signed them, for his master's wish was for him to marry this woman, and as long as that was accomplished, all would be well. Noticing Tang Tian's complete lack of vigilance, Chun Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief. The car soon halted at the entrance of the Qin family villa, and upon entering, they were greeted by a pile of boxes. Chun Yingxue could not help but inquire, "What is this?" "These are the betrothal gifts from young Master Zhou, along with a dowry of 88 million, Song Jilan replied, leisurely sipping tea while glancing at Tang Tian.
Tang Tian.
It is not that I do not wish to marry my daughter to you, but as you can see, only by being with young Master Zhou can Xiaoxue truly live the life she deserves. Tang Tian finally discerned that his mother-in-law was indeed making things difficult for him. Mother, my relationship with Tang Tian was arranged by Grandpa. How can you sell me to Zhou Wenlong for the sake of money? Chun Yingxue exclaimed anxiously. What do you mean by sell? This is all for your own good. Marrying young Master Zhou will ensure your financial security, while marrying this boy will yield you nothing. Song Jilan retorted with palpable disdain. Young man, don't say I haven't given you a chance. If you can present a bride price of 88 million, I would have no qualms about marrying my daughter to you. Song Jilan sneered at Tang Tian. Mother, how could he possibly have that much money? Chun Yingxue frowned, realizing that even if Tang Tian had some funds, it was unlikely he could amass such a substantial amount. Not a problem at all, to everyone's surprise. Tang Tian responded decisively, leaving Chun Yingxue taken aback. She quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Do you realize how much that is? If I present 88 million as the bride price, will you cease to obstruct my marriage with Xiaoxue? Tang Tian firmly held Chun Yingxue's hand, causing her to blush suddenly. Chapter 20. Can I repay with flesh? Hearing this, Chun Jingwei on the sofa scoffed. Do you even know what you're saying? Even if you devoted your entire life to treating patients, you wouldn't earn 80 million. In the face of Chun Jingwei's derision, Tang Tian remained unfazed. Indeed, an ordinary doctor might struggle to amass such wealth throughout their lifetime, but he was no ordinary physician. Besides, who said he was incapable of producing such a sum? Do you truly stand by your words? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Song Jilan stepped forward, pulling Chen Yingxue behind her. Before you present 80 million, keep your distance from my daughter. Furthermore, I must remind you that in a few days, Xiao Shui will be engaged to young Master Zhou. At that point, you will have no hope whatsoever. Tang Tian let out a light chuckle and directly said to Song Jilan, "Give me your account number." Upon hearing this, Chen Yingshue's eyes widened in astonishment. He has money? 8 million? Recalling the luxury car worth over 10 million parked outside, her brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps this fellow truly possessed such wealth. Song Jilan cast a wary glance at Tang Tian but ultimately provided him with her account number. Tang Tian swiftly took out his phone and, after a few deft maneuvers, within 5 minutes, Song Jilan received a notification of the transfer. Gazing at the staggering sum of 100 million, she feared her eyes were deceiving her and double-checked several times. Old Chen, come quickly." She was anxious about potentially miscounting and urgently called Chen Jinghui over. Once Chen Jinghui discerned the numbers on the screen, his astonishment grew as he turned to Tang Tian. "Where did you acquire such a vast amount of money? An ordinary doctor does not earn such sums." "I am not an ordinary doctor," Tang Tian replied, moving forward to take Chen Yingshue's hand as they ascended the stairs. "Darling, let's go." However, she abruptly pulled him into the room and shut the door behind them. "Where did you get so much money?" Chen Yingxue asked incredulously. "From my earnings," he replied. Tang Tian maintained a serene expression, remarking, "I encountered 2 patients over the past couple of days and casually provided them with treatment." Casually? Over just 2 days? Chen Yingshue's mind was in disarray. Did this young man truly comprehend the implications of his words? What kind of patients would possess the means to expend such substantial sums? Surely, these funds were not bestowed upon you by the esteemed physician Qi, were they? "Of course not," Tang Tian replied with an air of innocence. "My master hardly has any wealth." Chen Yingshue's lips twitched violently. Physician Qi's unparalleled medical skills had countless individuals in the Great Xia region willing to pay exorbitant amounts in hopes of his intervention. Even a casual treatment of 1 or 2 patients could yield an income in the hundreds of millions. Tang Tian is the disciple of Qi and his medical skills are commendable. It seems reasonable to say that this money was earned by him. Regardless of the origins of this money, I am sincerely grateful to you, and I will repay you in the future, Chen Yingxue said to Tang Tian with a serious expression. She had no desire to marry Zhou Wenlong, nor did she wish to have any marital relations with Tang Tian. "Repay?" Tang Tian's lips curled into a smile as he licked them and asked, "Can I pay in kind?" Chen Yingxue instinctively raised her hand upon hearing this, only to have him effortlessly grasp her wrist. "Just joking. You can take your time to repay the money. If you can't, we can discuss the alternative." With that, Tang Tian flung open the door and dashed out, leaving Chen Yingxue blushing in the room. Meanwhile, the 2 downstairs were still deliberating the authenticity of the bank message. "No, I must personally visit the bank tomorrow." Song Jilian was incredulous that such a country bumpkin could possibly possess such a large sum of money. It had to be a fraud. If this is true, what will happen to Zhou Xiao? Chen Jinghui pondered aloud. The bridal gifts have already been presented. We cannot refuse the Zhou family's face. What nonsense! Even if he has the money, I will never allow Xiao Xue to marry that country bumpkin, Song Jilian declared resolutely. Compared to Zhou Wenlong's status and identity, what was Tang Tian? She had no intention of offending the Zhou family for the sake of Tang Tian. After all, nothing had transpired between her daughter and that fool. He was merely a rural lad with no background. Hearing Song Jilian's words, a chill crept into Chen Jinghui's eyes. Under no circumstances could they permit this good-for-nothing to marry their daughter. In Jiangcheng at the Chen Group, Chen Yingxue was busy verifying a proposal when a knock echoed at the office door. "President Chen, Mr. Jiang from Lanyue Group is here," the secretary announced cautiously. Chen Yingxue momentarily failed to comprehend. "Who?" "Lanyue Group, the one from Kyoto," the secretary reminded her. Instantly, Chen Yingxue could no longer sit still. "Where is he?" Although she did not know Mr. Jiang personally, she was aware of Lanyue Group's prominence as one of the leading companies in Daxia. However, their company had never had any dealings with such a large corporation. How had Mr. Jiang found his way here? With no time to ponder, she quickly tidied her attire and headed to the reception room. Inside the reception room, Jiang Lan lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, holding a cup of coffee and frowning slightly after taking a sip. Mr. Jiang. Chen Yingxue hurried over, extending her hand. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I did not expect you to be so beautiful in person. Jiang Lan appraised the individual before her, believing she had no flaws in her appearance, yet felt there was something lacking compared to Chen Yingxue. You must be President Chen, Jiang Lan said with a warm smile. My apologies for the unannounced visit. For you to grace my humble company, it is hardly an imposition. Please, have a seat, Chen Yingxue urged, inviting her to sit once more. With a hint of apprehension, she finally spoke. Is there something specific that brings you here, Mr. Jiang? To be frank, I am not here on business, but rather for a personal matter.
Giang Lang sighed deeply.
My father is ill, and despite seeking numerous esteemed physicians, none have been able to provide a solution. I have heard that you have engaged a disciple of Qi, the renowned healer, and I wish to request your introduction. Jiang Lan smiled, adding, upon the successful resolution of this matter, I will place a substantial order with your company, and if the results prove satisfactory, we can assist in promoting your products. The enticing offer presented by her was enough to sway Chen Yingxue, leaving her with no reason to decline. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the origin of Tang Tian's finances. Individuals like Jiang Lan were certainly not lacking in wealth. If Tang Tian were to heal her father, he would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Faced with such a request, Chen Yingxue had no reason to refuse and promptly called Tang Tian. At that moment, Tang Tian had just updated the SIM card from his old phone into a newly purchased device. Without hesitation upon receiving the call, he made his way to Chen Yingxue's company. After parking in the lot, he approached the entrance, only to be halted by two security guards. You cannot enter. I am here to see Chen Yingxue. I am her husband. Tang Tian spoke with an air of calmness, while the two security guards, who had appeared stern moments before, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Kid, if you were Mr. Chen's husband, I would be Mr. Chen's father. Let me tell you, don't go looking for trouble. Just get lost. They scoffed, clearly dismissing him, as if he were unworthy of even glancing at their esteemed Mr. Chen. Unfazed by their derision, Tang Tian took out his phone and dialed Chen Yingxue. Wife, they want tea, let me in. After hanging up, the security guards erupted into even broader smiles. What's this? Calling Mr. Chen now? Stop pretending and get out of here. As one of the guards stepped forward to shove Tang Tian, his expression abruptly hardened, and he seized the guard's wrist with a firm grip. The other guard, witnessing this, brandished a baton and swung it towards Tang Tian. But before he could get close, he was sent flying. Just then, the secretary descended and, upon observing the scene, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Stop! Everyone, stop!" She then hurried over to Tang Tian and said, "You must be Mr. Tang, right? Mr. Chen sent me to escort you." Tang Tian finally released the security guard's hand and, casting a disdainful glance at the two, declared, "Open your eyes and remember my face." After uttering these words, he followed his secretary inside. The scene left the two security guards dumbfounded. What a joke! This fellow is actually the husband of President Chen? When did President Chen become so blind? Inside the elevator, it was the secretary's first encounter with this man. She had not anticipated that such an outstanding woman as Chen Yingxue, surrounded by countless equally remarkable men, would choose someone like him. Nevertheless, as the husband of President Chen, the secretary maintained a respectful demeanor towards him throughout the ride. In the reception room, when Jiang Lan saw that familiar face once more, she was utterly bewildered. How could it be you? Upon encountering Jiang Lan, Tang Tian immediately discerned the purpose of their meeting and proceeded to sit beside Chen Yingxue. Do you know each other? Chen Yingxue inquired, astonished. We met just yesterday, he replied. Tang Tian calmly gazed at the individual across from him. Miss Jiang, we meet again. You! Are you truly the disciple of Master Qi? Jiang Lan inquired incredulously, her eyes fixed on the person before her. Had it not been for the fact that this individual was located through Chen Yingxue, she would have doubted whether this was a scheme orchestrated by Tang Tian. Indeed, Tang Tian gazed at the person across from him with a bemused expression. Chen Yingxue quickly stepped in to ease the tension, exclaiming, "What a surprise to find a familiar face. This makes things easier. Tang Tian, Mr. Jiang is gravely ill. You should accompany Miss Jiang to Kyoto to treat her father. Hearing Chen Yingshue's authoritative tone, Tang Tian found it somewhat amusing. Did this woman truly consider him one of her subordinates? No need, he replied with a smile. Miss Jiang mentioned yesterday that my assistance was unnecessary. Jiang Lan's face flushed with indignation. She could hardly believe that the disciple of the esteemed physician Qi possessed such a demeanor. Her impression of Tang Tian had not been favorable the previous day, and had he not been a client of the company, she would have been less tolerant of him. To her astonishment, this man was indeed a disciple of physician Qi. The words of the renowned doctors she had previously consulted echoed in her mind. If physician Qi were here, this ailment would pose no challenge. Furthermore, Chen Yingxue had just mentioned that Tang Tian had miraculously cured her critically ill grandfather, indicating that his medical skills were genuinely impressive. If she were to miss this opportunity, her father might truly be beyond salvation. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lan lowered her tone, stating, "If you can heal my father, I will grant you anything you desire." "Anything, you say?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin gracing his lips as he looked at Zhang Lan. Chen Yingshue's expression darkened immediately. Although she had promised him freedom even in marriage, he ought to exhibit some restraint in her presence. Unaware of the nature of their relationship, Zhang Lan instinctively clenched her fists at Tang Tian's suggestive smile. However, she could not coerce him into providing medical assistance, so she conceded, "If you heal my father, I will offer you 10 billion. 10 billion. Chen Yingshue's heart raced at the thought. That amount could purchase half of the Chun group. Moreover, this was the Jiang family in Kyoto. Cultivating a relationship with them would undoubtedly benefit Tang Tian in the future. Any reasonable person would accept such an offer immediately, as hesitating even for a moment would be a sign of disrespect towards the Jiang family and their generosity. "What if I desire you instead of money?" Tang Tian inquired playfully, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lan. Chen Yingxue recalled how he had looked at her the first time they met, proclaiming that he wanted her hand in marriage without concern for financial gain. How infuriating! Zhang Lan had never anticipated that as the distinguished young lady of the Jiang family and president of Lanyue Group, she would be so humiliated by a man of such character. Enraged, she stood to leave, only to be halted by Tang Tian's voice. A friendly reminder. "No one but me can save your father."
Tang Tian.
Chen Yingxue admonished, unable to contain her frustration. "That's enough. Miss Jiang has traveled a great distance from Kyoto." As she spoke, Chen Yingxue shot Tang Tian a disapproving look, urging him to temper his demeanor. After all, this was the Jiang family. Tang Tian had already signed a marriage agreement with her, and offending the Jiang family could jeopardize their future together. "I merely require your assistance once, not your life." Why so agitated?
Tang Tian réplique nonchalant.
Zhang Lan's chest heaved with anger, and in the next moment, she collapsed. "Miss Jiang." Chen Yingxue was taken aback, and before she could react, Tang Tian had already laid her on the sofa and was reaching to adjust her clothing. "What are you doing? You rogue!" Chen Yingxue exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. "You must understand, she is from the Jiang family. If you offend her, I cannot marry you." She remembered Tang Tian mentioning that his master's wish was for him to marry her, which was the only leverage she could think of to prevent him from crossing a line with Zhang Lan. She hoped he would recognize the gravity of the situation. Chapter 22. Can you still predict? I am treating her. As he spoke, Tang Tian had already torn open Zhang Lan's clothing, revealing her smooth skin. Chen Yingxue, disregarding everything else, hurriedly drew the curtains and turned on the room's lights. Did this man even comprehend the implications of his actions? This was the Jiang family of Kyoto. Their slightest discontent could wreak havoc upon a small place like Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, Tang Tian had inserted 3 silver needles into Zhang Lan's chest, his palm hovering above them. As he channeled his internal energy, the needles began to tremble. In just a few minutes, a dark stream of blood trickled from Zhang Lan's mouth. Even a fool like Chen Yingxue recognized the abnormality of the blood's color and rushed to wipe it away. "Is she poisoned?" "Close enough," Tang Tian replied, withdrawing the needles and turning away. "Help her get dressed." As his words fell, Zhang Lan slowly opened her eyes, her first reaction being one of fury. Instinctively, she raised her hand, but upon recognizing the person before her, she lowered it. Miss Jiang, you're awake? Chun Yingxue helped her fasten her buttons and assisted her in sitting up. Jiang Lan exhaled deeply, suddenly realizing that her body felt different. Her breathing had become noticeably smoother. What has happened to me? Have you often felt breathless and occasionally experienced dizziness, only for the hospital to find nothing wrong? Tang Tian inquired, observing her intently. Jiang Lan looked at him in astonishment and nodded. Indeed. How did you know? Common sense. I am a doctor. Tang Tian's expression grew notably serious. You have been constitutionally cold since childhood, and the substance you have been consuming for an extended period contains a slight cold toxin, which has severely poisoned your body. My earlier provocation was intended to stimulate your blood circulation and assist in expelling the toxin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan regarded Tang Tian with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Could this rogue truly possess such benevolence? Was he genuinely not taking advantage of her vulnerability? However, upon noticing the tissue stained with dark blood in the trash bin, she was compelled to confront the harsh truth. Rinse your mouth. Chun Yingxue opportunely offered her a bottle of water. After rinsing, Jiang Lan turned to Tang Tian and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. You mentioned that the substance I've been consuming contains toxins. What is it? Curiosity laced her question. Is there something you must consume daily?
Tang Tian inquired.
Jiang Lan pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, I drink a bit of saffron every day. That must be it. Given your inherent cold constitution, saffron, being cold in nature, is something you ought to avoid. Tang Tian replied with a nonchalant tone. In that instant, Jiang Lan's perception of Tang Tian's medical expertise crystallized into something tangible. Divine physician, I implore you, save my father. At that moment, Jiang Lan completely relinquished her pride, addressing Tang Tian with a tone bordering on desperation. Tang, Miss Jiang is so earnest in her request. You should accompany her to Kyoto. Chun Yingxue nudged Tang Tian's arm, hoping he would not be ungrateful. Jiang Lan was taken aback, astonished by the exchange between the two. Wife, have they wed? Chun Yingxue gritted her teeth slightly, recalling how he had just spoken of another woman in her presence. I'll be waiting. Nevertheless, even in her frustration, she could only mutter softly. Jiang Lan composed herself, turning to Chun Yingxue with sincerity. Miss Chen, I truly appreciate your willingness to let Tang Tian accompany me to Kyoto. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Miss Jiang, it is indeed our fortune to have the opportunity to meet someone like you. Chun Yingxue replied with a smile. Despite the Chen family being the foremost clan in Jiangqing, the disparity between the Chun and Jiang families was immense. Thus, for Chun Yingxue, meeting someone of Jiang Lan's caliber was genuinely a stroke of luck. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Yingxue personally escorted them out of the company. Once in the car, Jiang Lan instructed the driver to head to the airport. Tang Tian leaned back in his chair and yawned. Miss Jiang, have you truly given no thought to what I proposed? Consider what? Jiang Lan momentarily found herself at a loss for words. I save your father, and in return, you become mine. This deal is far more advantageous than a billion.
Tang Tian took a mischievous. Jiang Lan,
who had just begun to view Tang Tian in a more favorable light, felt her admiration dissipate upon hearing his words. Yet, recognizing that this man was her father's sole hope for salvation, she maintained her composure and replied, once the deed is done, not a penny less than a billion will be yours. It was evident that this woman possessed considerable wealth. Tang Tian ceased to tease her further and inquired, has your father fallen gravely ill all of a sudden? Indeed, he was perfectly fine, and then one morning he unexpectedly suffered a stroke. Despite consulting numerous renowned physicians, none were able to restore his health. They assert that only Dr. Qi possesses the capability to remedy his condition. Coincidentally, I have heard that Dr. Qi's disciple has recently appeared in Jiangcheng, which is why I sought your assistance. Here are the details of his birth date and time. Tang Tian furrowed his brows, gazing at Jiang Lan with a serious expression. Do you really need to consider one's birth date and time for a diagnosis?
Jiang Lan inquired.
Astonished. Those engaged in business often harbor a certain level of wariness regarding such matters, particularly when it comes to divulging personal details like one's birth chart. Allow me to assess your father's situation. His illness is not so simple, Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly. You can predict fortunes as well? Zhang Lan was once more taken aback by Tang Tian's unexpected revelation. I possess a modicum of knowledge, Tang Tian replied.
Tang Tian chút cờ sốp ti.
For reasons unknown, Zhang Lan's intuition suggested that although this man appeared lecherous, he was not inherently malevolent. She took out a piece of paper and a pen, inscribing the birth details of her father, Zhang Haiyang, and handed it to him. Tang Tian merely glanced at it before commencing his calculations. Observing his exaggerated gestures, Zhang Lan felt a surge of anxiety. He seemed to be feigning seriousness. This is not an illness afflicting your father. He has been covertly harmed, he asserted. How can that be? How do you know?
Giang Lan question in Serdun.
You've never even met him. It was hard for her to fathom how Tang Tian could discern the nature of her father's ailment merely by moving his fingers. The moment I laid eyes on you, I noticed the dark cloud hovering over your brow, a sign of internal turmoil. Initially, I surmised that it stemmed from the cold poison within you. However, after cleansing your body, the darkness remained, indicating troubles within your family. As for the malevolent aura surrounding you, it signifies that your kin are in distress. At this moment, Tang Tian appeared almost like a charlatan, leaving Zhang Lan momentarily bewildered, struggling to discern the truth of his words. Is it true?
Giang Lan in quit skeptical.
It will be evident once I have healed your father, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. Zhang Lan regarded Tang Tian with a serious expression. If you truly uncover the individuals who have conspired against my family, I shall reward you with 500 million. Consider it done. Tang Tian responded with unwavering confidence. After all, who would refuse such an opportunity? After making this statement, he turned his gaze back towards Zhang Lan. To be candid, I find you far more intriguing than money, yet I am not one to coerce others. With that, Tang Tian looked out the window. Zhang Lan bit her lower lip, stealing a glance at him. This man did not seem as malevolent as she had initially presumed. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Zhang Lan led Tang Tian directly to a special passageway, and he expressed his excitement. I have never flown on an airplane before. In that moment, he reverted to the innocent demeanor of a country bumpkin, filled with curiosity about his surroundings. How could he not be curious? He had spent his formative years living in the countryside with his master, traversing various towns, occasionally visiting the city but never staying long. Thus, many things were entirely new to Tang Tian, evoking a sense of wonder in him. In Jiang City, the Chen family. Chen Jingwei looked at Chen Yuman cautiously. We cannot afford to offend the Zhou family. Hearing this, Chen Yuman's expression turned cold. Why did you not refuse their betrothal gifts when they were offered? Sensing the intensity of Chen Yuman's gaze, Chen Jingwei lowered his head in silence. Dad, what parents do not wish for their children to marry well? The difference between Zhou Xiao and that Tang Tian is vast. As parents, we simply hope for Xiaoxue to have a brighter future. Song Jilan, unconcerned by familial ties, interjected. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that marrying Tang Tian would doom Xiaoxue's future? Chen Yuman snorted derisively. Tang Tian is a disciple of the revered physician Qi. Do you comprehend the implications of that? And so what? Song Jilan retorted. Physician Qi has long since retreated from the public eye. Even if he once basked in glory, that is merely a memory now. Short-sighted. With a loud bang, Chen Yuman slammed his palm on the nearby table, causing the water in the teacup to tremble. Nevertheless, Song Jilan remained steadfast in her stance. Dad, no matter what you say today, I will not yield regarding Xiaoxue and Zhou Xiao. When did this family come to be governed by you? At those words, Chen Yuman was thoroughly enraged, his demeanor growing frigid. Furthermore, he cast a cold glance at Chen Jinghui. If Xiaoxue marries Tang Tian, I shall transfer the rights of succession of the company to her. Chen Jinghui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Chen Yingsu was a girl. The family still had him as the eldest son and Chen Jingming, not to mention grandson Chen Haoshuan. By all accounts, the family business should not be inherited by a granddaughter. It appeared that the old man was genuinely intent on this union, willing to stake the company as leverage. Song Jilan, standing nearby, was equally astonished. If that were the case, it was worth considering. Once they are married, I will transfer my shares to Xiaoxue. As for the Zhou family, I will handle it. Chen Yuman sighed heavily. The Zhou family was formidable, and withdrawing from the engagement was undoubtedly unwise. Yet, even if it meant sacrificing his reputation, he was determined to ensure Xiaoxue married Tang Tian. Given the gravity of the situation, Chun Jinghui and the others could not voice any further objections. In Kyoto, the Zhang family. What is the situation? Inside the hospital room, several experts donned in white coats examined Zhang Haiyang but failed to reach a consensus on a treatment plan. Beside them, Zhang Yu grew increasingly impatient, unable to restrain herself. Can you even do this? These individuals had been specially summoned from abroad, with the hope that they could cure her father's ailment. Next to Zhang Yu, a tall man with blue eyes cautiously placed his arm around her shoulder, attempting to comfort her in halting Mandarin. Do not fret. Let them conduct further examinations. Zhang Yu turned and collapsed into the man's embrace. I cannot lose my father. The man felt a pang of sorrow, his heart aching for her, and he quickly wrapped his arms around her, soothing her in English. At that moment, the doctors reached a conclusion and approached the pair. Mr. William, the patient's condition is quite complex. We have only a 10% chance of saving him, but we need to find a matching heart and kidney. As the doctor outlined the treatment plan, Zhang Yu's heart sank. Was this not tantamount to replacing all of her father's internal organs? Even if they could save him, the risk of rejection would be excruciating. The fact that they had spent so long researching only to arrive at a mere 10% chance was absurd. Why should she put her father through such an ordeal? You worthless fools. You are all useless. Zhang Yu could no longer contain her frustration, hurling insults at the doctors. The medical personnel could only bow their heads in silence, afraid to respond. William conferred with the doctors, and upon confirming there were no alternative options, he ushered them out. Yu? Just then, a familiar voice called from the doorway, and Zhang Yu turned to see Zhang Lan and Tang Tian standing there. Sister. Upon seeing her family, Zhang Yu's emotions spiraled out of control, and she rushed into Zhang Lan's arms, sobbing. They just said Dad is in critical condition, with only a 10% chance of recovery. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhang Lan's heart sank. After all, their father was still relatively young and had always been in good health. The notion that he could suddenly be in such dire straits, with all those expensive medications and machines failing to sustain him, was incomprehensible. How shall we proceed, sister? Zhang Yu cried, her tears cascading like rain, only to notice Tang Tian smiling at her, which ignited her irritation. Country bumpkin, what are you staring at? Sister, who is this person? Zhang Yu furrowed her brows, her disdain evident. This is a disciple of Physician Qi. I specifically brought him from Jiang City to treat our father, Zhang Lan explained. Initially, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, but after witnessing the multitude of specialists lacking confidence, her heart began to waver.
Tang Tian.
How can your master be persuaded to come out of retirement? Come out of retirement?
Tang Tian Scop.
My medical skills far surpass that of the old man. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's aversion towards him deepened. Sister, is this fellow truly a disciple of Physician Qi? How is it possible that? Though she left her words unspoken, Tang Tian could see the disdain reflected in her eyes. Rest assured, since I have promised to heal him, I shall not lead you to false hopes. As Tang Tian concluded his words, he approached the hospital bed, but William stepped forward to obstruct him. No, I cannot allow someone like you to treat him. Zhang Lan hastily intervened to mediate the situation. William, this is a doctor I specifically invited. Let him have a chance. Sister, how could someone like him possibly be a doctor? William inquired in the clumsy dialect of Daxia, casting a gaze toward Tang Tian that was laced with skepticism. Tang Tian, feeling helpless, remarked, Do you foreigners believe that a doctor must don a white coat? Someone like you is far too youthful. Your medical skills must be lacking. William asserted with conviction. Tang Tian scoffed, What does medical skill have to do with age? Sister, you cannot possibly intend to let such a person treat our father. Can you? Zhang Yu also voiced her doubts. This individual appears so carefree and indifferent. He hardly resembles a physician. Zhang Lan took a deep breath. Let him give it a try. One should not doubt those they employ, nor employ those they doubt. She had traveled a great distance to bring him here, after all, solely for the purpose of treating the old gentleman. Surely, the situation could not deteriorate further. It is better to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Tang Tian did not anticipate that Zhang Lan possessed such audacity. He bestowed upon her a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not let you down." He then patted William's arm, exclaiming, "Make way, my friend." Tang Tian was indifferent as he approached the bedside, lifting the old man's eyelids for a brief inspection. Subsequently, he tore away the hospital gown that enveloped him, extracting the tubes and various instruments that were affixed to the elderly figure. Tang Tian leisurely removed the needle from the old man's body, deftly inserting a silver needle into the back of his hand. Beside him, Zhang Lan felt her heart race as Tang Tian swiftly produced 3 more silver needles, which he promptly plunged into the old man's chest. Is this the practice of traditional Chinese medicine in Daxia? William, standing nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had never encountered Daxia's traditional medicine before, having only seen glimpses of it on his phone. "Kid, you better not pull any tricks. If you fail to heal my father, I will not let you off easily," Zhang Yu exclaimed through gritted teeth.
"You are."
Zhang Lan admonished her sharply, signaling her to refrain from speaking recklessly. Her intuition told her that Zhang Lan possessed the skill to restore her father's health. Tang Tian paid no heed to the individuals around him, his expression growing increasingly solemn. The dark aura coalescing at the center of Zhang Haiyang's brow had already amassed into a formidable mass. Had he not accompanied Zhang Lan today, a few more days of delay could have proven fatal. With a few silver needles deftly inserted, Tang Tian placed his palm upon them. Observing the needles quiver, Zhang Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the legendary technique of manipulating needles with one's qi? A hint of a smile graced Tang Tian's lips, surprised that this heiress possessed knowledge of such a skill. Zhang Lan involuntarily gasped. There was no doubt. This must be the direct disciple of physician Qi. She had previously overheard at a gathering with her father that the pinnacle of traditional Chinese acupuncture was indeed the mastery of needle manipulation through Qi, a technique long thought to be lost. It was said that physician Qi had risen to prominence in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine through this very ability. Thus, this young man must surely be his disciple. A flicker of hope ignited within Zhang Lan's heart. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and William, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's actions, murmured amongst themselves, threatening to teach him a lesson if he failed to heal the patient. However, within just a few minutes, Tang Tian withdrew his hands, effortlessly extracting the silver needles. He then produced a slightly thicker steel needle, driving it into the center of Zhang Haiyang's brow. Upon the insertion of this needle, a droplet of dark blood oozed from his forehead. Tang Tian casually grabbed a tissue to wipe away the dark blood, then swiftly drew a symbol in the air. With a flick of his wrist, the tissue ignited in an instant. William watched in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Was this truly the traditional medicine of the great Xia? Surely it could not be mere magic. Beside him, Zhang Yu stood transfixed, bewildered by how the paper had caught fire. What had this young man just done? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that Zhang Haiyang, who had been lying in bed for over half a month, finally began to slowly open his eyes. "Dad!" Upon witnessing this, the 2 women rushed forward, each grasping one of his hands. Zhang Haiyang exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of dizziness and a lingering warmth within him that brought an indescribable comfort. What happened to me? "Dad, you suffered a stroke and have been in a coma for more than half a month," Zhang Yu quickly informed him. Zhang Lan then inquired, "How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" "Much better." As he spoke, Zhang Haiyang attempted to prop himself up, and the 2 women hurriedly supported him. "Father-in-law, are you all right? William, what brings you here?" Earlier, as Tang Tian entered, he had noticed several guards stationed at the door, standing rigidly with bulging waists, clearly armed. Previously, he had vaguely heard that Zhang Lan's sister was engaged to a foreign prince, presumably this man before him. This legendary prince did not seem to possess much more than himself. However, the man appeared to be in good health, at least not suffering from any deficiencies. Chapter 25. The listening device. Who is this? Zhang Haiyang inquired, looking curiously at Tang Tian. "Dad, this is Dr. Qi's apprentice. He was the one who administered acupuncture and treated you," Zhang Lan explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiyang gazed at Tang Tian in disbelief. So young? Little doctor. Thank you. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Tang Tian, then turned to Zhang Lan. Lan, you must properly thank this young doctor. Zhang Lan stood up, retrieving a check she had prepared earlier and handed it to Tang Tian. This is what I promised you. 1 billion. Thank you for healing my father. 1 billion. This figure could easily frighten a stranger in another context. Yet in this hospital room, the amount seemed trivial to them. To William, it was merely a number. To the Zhang family, it was a fitting reward for Tang Tian, and they even felt it was somewhat insufficient. What I mentioned earlier. Before Tang Tian could finish his words, Zhang Lan silenced him with a glance, and he refrained from continuing. Father, it is a relief that you are well. I shall fetch a few doctors to examine you further. After saying this, Zhang Lan accompanied Tang Tian outside, where she finally spoke. As for what you mentioned regarding my father being secretly harmed, let us keep this matter discreet for the time being. Surely, you do not intend to be wary of your own sister? Tang Tian discerned Zhang Lan's intention and scoffed. Of course not. I have grown up alongside you, and our bond is strong. However, there may be ears lurking in the hospital. We shall discuss this later. Observing Zhang Lan's serious demeanor, Tang Tian could not help but feel a sense of admiration for her. Her vigilance and wariness were indeed formidable. Several doctors conducted a thorough examination of Zhang Haiyang, ensuring that no issues remained with his health. Goodness! How could this be? What has brought about this recovery? The doctors were astonished by Zhang Haiyang's condition, each one more shocked than the last, yet they dared not inquire further, for this was the Zhang family, and they could not afford to offend them. Once they had dismissed the doctors, Zhang Lan remarked, Father, it is a relief that you are well. Let us observe you in the hospital for 1 night. I will arrange your discharge tomorrow. I have already sent for some light meals for you. I will settle Tang Tian before returning to check on you. Sister, you go ahead and tend to matters. I will take care of the little miracle worker. Father is in good hands with me. Zhang Yu quickly interjected, her gaze towards Tang Tian now imbued with gratitude. Little miracle worker, thank you. Though she had previously spoken harshly to him, her current appreciation was heartfelt and sincere. Tang Tian could discern that Zhang Yu was not malevolent. She merely had a sharp tongue. Upon exiting the hospital, a fleet of vehicles belonging to the Zhang family awaited them downstairs. Not just one, but an entire line of cars. Beside them stood bodyguards clad in matching attire, each one robust, with several being martial artists. Passers-by dared not steal more than a fleeting glance, fearful of attracting unwarranted trouble. Zhang Lan ushered him into the central vehicle. Once inside, she spoke. I truly appreciate your help today. I will take you out for a meal and then see you to your hotel. I must trouble you with matters at home, so I hope you can remain in Kyoto for the next few days. Rest assured, once everything is settled, I will ensure you are adequately rewarded. Observing Zhang Lan's businesslike demeanor, Tang Tian chuckled wryly. Miss Zhang, shouldn't one utter a few kind words when seeking assistance? I shall not. Zhang Lan retorted defiantly, sensing that Tang Tian harbored ulterior motives. Tang Tian did not impose any difficulties upon her. He simply instructed her to head to the hotel and prepare some food for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan directed the driver straight to the hotel, Lanyu Hotel, a name that unmistakably indicated it was under the auspices of the Lanyu Group. Before they even exited the vehicle, hotel staff rushed out to greet them, their eagerness almost warranting a red carpet. Zhang Zong, why have you come at such a late hour? The hotel manager inquired cautiously, leading the group. I have a friend accompanying me for check-in. This is a distinguished guest of the Zhang family. Please arrange a presidential suite and ensure some exquisite delicacies are delivered to the room. Zhang Lan replied with a cold demeanor. The manager cast a brief glance at Tang Tian, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The young man's attire seemed incongruous for someone in Zhang Zong's company. Nevertheless, given Zhang Zong's explicit instructions, he dared not show any disrespect and promptly dispatched his staff to make the necessary arrangements. Once inside the room, Zhang Lan turned to Tang Tian and said, If you need anything, just call the front desk. They will cater to your every requirement. Everything? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting subtly. Zhang Lan could ascertain, even without verbal cues, the implications of his thoughts. However, Considering he had saved her father's life, she could only grit her teeth slightly and murmur, "If you desire, I can inform the front desk to procure a few suitable companions for you." "I refuse. My master has spoken. Such women are unclean," Tang Tian replied, a look of disdain etched on his face. Zhang Lan shot him a scornful glance, retorting, "If you wish, I can arrange for several maidens." At this, Tang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Such indulgences were indeed the playthings of the affluent. "Never mind. I prefer relationships built on emotional foundations." Sensing Tang Tian's gaze upon her, Zhang Lan feared that if she lingered any longer, he might consume her whole with his intense scrutiny. Tang Tian did not impose upon her. He genuinely disliked coercing others. After exiting the hotel, Zhang Lan let out a long sigh of relief. Moments ago, she had even informed the front desk to accommodate any special requests from Tang Tian, as he had become quite significant to her, and she was determined to ensure he felt well taken care of. Upon returning to the hospital, she found Zhang Haiyang had finished his meal and retired for the night. Once the coast was clear, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Within half an hour, a man entered carrying a suitcase. "President Zhang." Zhang Lan nodded and quietly instructed, "Please conduct a thorough inspection, especially around the bedside." "Understood," he replied, opening the suitcase to don a pair of specialized glasses and gloves before producing a rectangular detection device. Zhang Lan stood by, arms crossed, patiently awaiting the completion of his examination. In just over 10 minutes, he uncovered a black listening device beneath Zhang Haiyang's bed and placed it into a specially designed bag that could block signals. Zhang Lan exhaled in relief, her faith in Tang Tian's words reaffirmed. Indeed, someone was plotting against them. Chapter 26. No responsibility? Zhang Lan refrained from disturbing the person in bed and quietly inquired with the man as they exited. "Can we trace the source?" He shook his head. "It operates via signals. Once the party detects any anomaly and disconnects, tracking becomes impossible." Acknowledging this, Zhang Lan nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. I will transfer your payment shortly. Please ensure the evidence is disposed of properly." "Thank you, President Zhang," he said, leaving the hospital room with his suitcase. Zhang Lan took a seat in the waiting area, her expression growing more somber as she contemplated the situation. Who could be behind this? The Zhang family's standing in Kyoto was considerable. Although they appeared to have no enemies, it was plausible that someone harbored ill intentions in secret. It seemed Tang Tian was indeed extraordinary. After much reflection, Zhang Lan rose and made her way to the nurse's station, requesting them to keep a vigilant eye on her father's ward before departing the hospital. Once outside, she headed directly to the hotel where Tang Tian was staying. Upon her return, the front desk staff expressed surprise. "President Zhang, has Mr. Tang left?" "No, we didn't see him. We just cleared the dishes half an hour ago. And he hasn't called," the receptionist quickly replied, mindful of Zhang Lan's personal connection to the visitor. Zhang Lan nodded and proceeded straight to the elevator. The receptionist widened her eyes. It was already midnight, and President Zhang was heading to a man's room. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Lan stepped out, scanning the empty corridor before heading to Tang Tian's room. After ringing the doorbell, she waited several seconds before the door finally opened, revealing Tang Tian with his upper body bare, a towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water glistening on his skin. The beads slid down his well-defined abs, and Zhang Lan felt a jolt. Despite years of being single, she had encountered many men, yet Tang Tian's physique was unparalleled. The perfect inverted triangle of muscle was not intimidating but rather appealing, complemented by his fair skin. Her gaze traveled upward to his pronounced Adam's apple and chiseled jawline. "Is it appealing?" he asked. "I have something to discuss with you," Zhang Lan replied softly, suddenly feeling the awkwardness of her timing in this late hour. However, her earlier focus on having Tang Tian uncover the person threatening her family had overshadowed her awareness of the time. "Then come in and let's talk." Tang Tian generously opened the door, and Zhang Lan hurriedly stepped inside, feigning composure as she settled onto the sofa. "Put on your clothes first," she instructed. "Why bother? They'll just be taken off again shortly. What a hassle." As he spoke, Tang Tian approached Zhang Lan step by step. "I came to discuss serious matters." Zhang Lan's tone grew more solemn. "Mr. Tang, Please maintain your decorum. Miss Jiang, visiting late at night and salivating over my abs? Who is truly lacking in decorum here? Tang Tian's voice echoed from behind, causing Jiang Lan's body to tense. Considering she was likely a few years older than Tang Tian, it seemed that if anything were to transpire between them, she would not be the one at a disadvantage. As this thought darted through her mind, Jiang Lan felt her face flush. Hurry up and put your clothes on. The sofa quivered slightly as Tang Tian leaped to sit beside her, fully dressed. So, what is it you wish to discuss? As he spoke, Tang Tian casually crossed his legs and grabbed a cigarette from the coffee table, placing it between his lips. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Lan's eyes before she began. I just had someone search my father's hospital room and found a listening device. You may have been right. Perhaps someone is indeed trying to harm our family. I hope you can assist me in identifying this individual. Simple enough. Tang Tian, with a cigarette perched between his lips, reclined languidly on the sofa. But why should I assist you? He inquired. Once the task is accomplished, I will grant you another 10 billion. Truly, a wealthy individual. He uttered that sum as if it were a mere trifle. Miss Jiang, what would I do with such an immense fortune? The 10 billion you previously provided is more than sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. As he spoke, a glimmer of mockery danced in Tang Tian's eyes. Then what is it that you desire? Jiang Lan inquired softly, biting her lower lip. Her pristine teeth gently pressed against her rosy lips, complemented by a gaze tinged with innocence. An alluring invitation, an unabashed seduction. Tang Tian approached, resting one hand on the sofa, and lowered his gaze towards her. What do you think? The distance between them was less than 5 centimeters. Jiang Lan could not help but swallow hard as she inhaled the potent scent of male pheromones emanating from Tang Tian. But Tang Tian, you are a married man, and so what? We are all adults here, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Moreover, being married does not preclude me from taking responsibility for you. Jiang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was he thinking? How could he claim to be responsible just because he was married? Who needs your responsibility? Isn't that even better? Tang Tian chuckled, leaning in directly towards her lips. Jiang Lan felt her breath catch, her body stiffening momentarily, but soon she relaxed her grip on her bag. Noticing her lack of resistance, Tang Tian wasted no time. He extinguished his cigarette with one hand and launched his advance. As she sensed his expertise, Jiang Lan inwardly cursed. This guy, though seemingly young, was surprisingly skilled. However, before long, she found herself unable to resist, wrapping her arms around his neck as her clothing began to dishevel. In the room, their breaths quickened, and Tang Tian effortlessly lifted her, carrying her towards the bedroom. Jiang Lan simply leaned into his embrace, eyes closed, showing no intention of resistance. Once they reached the bed, Tang Tian turned off the light with a flick of his wrist. Some things were better suited for the darkness. After a passionate encounter, Jiang Lan succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Tian leaned against the headboard, igniting a cigarette with a sense of contentment, feeling an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body. He was afflicted by a peculiar condition, a discomfort that arose when he refrained from intimate relations with women. It could hardly be deemed an ailment. Rather, it was the pure yang energy he cultivated that required a harmonizing balance of yin and yang to be subdued. However, he adhered to a steadfast principle. Consent was paramount. If the other party was unwilling, Tang Tian would resolutely abstain from any engagement. During his previous travels through various villages, he had encountered numerous women akin to Yang Xiulan, yet today he discerned a clear distinction between the two experiences. One was akin to savoring celestial nectar, while the other resembled swigging low-grade liquor at a street barbecue stall. Chapter 27. The amulet. The following morning, when Jiang Lan opened her eyes, she wished fervently that she could have slept until death. What was she thinking? Hadn't she come to discuss serious matters with Tang Tian? How could she possibly face anyone after this? Moreover, that fellow appeared far from virtuous. What if he went about boasting of last night's events? Awake? At that moment, Tang Tian's voice resonated, sending a tremor through Jiang Lan's entire being. Tang Tian supported his body with one hand, gazing down at the person in his embrace, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sensing the changes in Tang Tian's demeanor, Jiang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief, Was this fellow even human? However, in the next moment, Tang Tian swiftly draped the blanket over both of their heads and resumed his playful assault on Zhang Lan. Within merely 3 seconds, Zhang Lan found herself unable to withstand his advances and melted into submission. After a playful struggle, Zhang Lan hastily pleaded for mercy, saying, "Enough already, dawn is breaking, and I must go to the hospital to pick up my father." Tang Tian finally relented. "Let us depart together, and perhaps we might find some clues at your residence." Gazing at the man before her, Zhang Lan felt a tumult of emotions. "You and Chan Yingxue have yet to wed, correct? Why? Do you wish to marry me?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. "I was merely asking, we are all adults here. As for last night, let us consider it as if it never transpired." As she spoke, Zhang Lan pulled the blanket over herself. "I need to get dressed. Please leave." "What about what transpired earlier?" In the midst of their exchange, Tang Tian leaned in once more, causing Zhang Lan to panic and quickly concede. "No. Please, don't be ridiculous. Rest assured, I have vowed to take responsibility, and I shall indeed uphold that promise." Tang Tian, with a stern expression, swiftly donned his clothes and exited the room. Once he departed, Zhang Lan exhaled a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on the crimson stain upon the sheets, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. After all, this was her first experience. Was it truly to be lost in such a bewildering manner? As the pair stepped out, Zhang Lan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The receptionist dared not lift her gaze, acutely aware that President Zhang had not left since her arrival the previous night. Having uncovered such a significant secret about Zhang Lan, she feared that a mere glance could cost her job. Fortunately, Zhang Lan paid her no mind and, upon exiting, led Tang Tian to her car, heading towards the hospital. "Sister, where did you go last night?" Upon seeing Zhang Lan and Tang Tian together, Zhang Yu could not suppress her curiosity. "I spent the night at a nearby hotel, just brought Dr. Tang over," Zhang Lan replied nonchalantly, concealing her true feelings. Zhang Haiyang had already changed into a sharp suit, appearing revitalized, a stark contrast to the frail figure he had been the previous day. If not for Tang Tian, he would still be languishing in bed. The group made their way to the Zhang residence, a villa modest in size yet adorned with furnishings that would be unattainable for the average person even after a lifetime of toil. Even the floor tiles were made of white jade, polished to a dazzling shine. "Congratulations on your discharge, sir." A multitude of housekeepers and cooks lined the entrance, welcoming him with great fanfare, a scene that Tang Tian had never witnessed before. Upon entering, he began to assess the feng shui of the Zhang household, scanning the surroundings without identifying any apparent issues. "Little divine doctor, I genuinely thank you. If it weren't for you, my life would surely have been forfeit." Zhang Haiyang expressed his profound gratitude to Tang Tian, adding, "Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Anything within my power, I shall accommodate. Mr. Zhang is too kind. Let us first address the issues concerning the Zhang family," Tang Tian suggested. "What problems does the Zhang family face?" Zhang Yu inquired with a furrowed brow. Tang Tian explained that her father's inexplicable illness was the result of someone malevolently targeting their family. Now within the safety of their home and devoid of outsiders, Zhang Lan felt no need for secrecy. What? Such a thing exists? Who is responsible? Upon hearing this, William leapt to his feet, indignant. As a person of status, he could not permit such occurrences to transpire. "Calm down," Tang Tian urged. Tang Tian gazed at Zhang Haiyang and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, before you fell ill, did you visit any particular places or have any significant encounters with special individuals?" "Ah, indeed. Old Wu gifted me a talisman, claiming it would ensure my safety." As he spoke, Zhang Haiyang produced a talisman from around his neck. Upon seeing it, Tang Tian's expression turned grave. "Let me examine it." Zhang Haiyang promptly removed the talisman and handed it to him with both hands. At first glance, there appeared to be no apparent issue, yet once Tang Tian held it, he felt a chilling aura emanating from it. "Do you not find it uncomfortable to wear?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "Feels a bit cold. No matter how I try to warm it, it remains chilly." Old Wu mentioned that it helps keep one's mind clear. Hearing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile ruefully. This is a malevolent object. How could it not be cold? Malevolent object? Zhang Lan tensed. What do you mean? The talisman seemed innocuous in appearance, but it concealed dark secrets within. Do you have scissors? Yes. Zhang Lan quickly summoned a servant to fetch scissors. With a swift cut, Tang Tian opened the talisman, revealing a small opening. He tore it apart, spilling out gray powder along with a note and several strands of hair. The sight of these items caused everyone present, except for William, to gasp in shock. Even those unfamiliar with such matters could discern that these were sinister objects. Upon unfolding the note, they discovered it contained Zhang Haiyang's birthdate. Your friend certainly is a loyal one. He seems determined to ensure your demise is anything but smooth, with ashes and hair included, Tang Tian remarked, clicking his tongue. What? No way. I've been friends with old Wu for decades. Zhang Lan, equally astonished, asked, Are you certain it was Uncle Wu? This note bears your father's birthdate, and the hair likely belongs to a deceased individual. As for whose ashes these are, I cannot say, but every item here is malevolent and could bring misfortune to your father. Furthermore, there must be other items in your home that he gifted you, correct? As he spoke, Tang Tian scanned the surroundings, wary of missing anything. After all, the target was the entire Zhang family, not just Zhang Haiyang. Zhang Yu and Zhang Lan were also affected. Indeed, there are, Zhang Haiyang exclaimed, snapping his fingers as he ascended the stairs. Sister, Uncle Wu has been close friends with our father since their school days, hasn't he? Zhang Yu inquired, frowning at Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan found it difficult to accept. This Uncle Wu, named Wu Yu, had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Zhang family. Precisely because of that camaraderie, it is easier to carry out such schemes, Tang Tian said slowly. Meanwhile, William leaned in and quietly asked Zhang Yu in English, What are you discussing? What is that object? It is a form of witchcraft from the Great Xia, Zhang Yu explained. In that instant, William regarded Tang Tian with newfound admiration. This man was truly remarkable, possessing not only medical knowledge but also expertise in the arcane arts. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Haiyang descended the stairs, cradling an exquisite box. Upon opening it, they found a flawless white jade porcelain bottle, which was clearly no ordinary item. However, to Tang Tian, this object exuded a pervasive aura of malevolence. This was also given to me by old Wu. He claimed to have acquired it at an auction, Zhang Haiyang said, offering the porcelain bottle to Tang Tian with both hands. Does this also pose a problem? Tang sneered coldly. This thing is fraught with problems. As he spoke, he forcefully smashed the bottle onto the floor, causing it to shatter instantly. Countless black insects immediately swarmed throughout the entire living room. Ah! Zhang Yu screamed in fright and dove into William's embrace, while Zhang Haiyang and Zhang Lan's expressions turned grim. Tang Tian directly drew a symbol in midair, then seized the scissors from the table and sliced open his palm, letting his blood spill onto the ground. Instantly, the insects on the floor became motionless. Oh my God! William exclaimed excitedly, repeatedly calling out to the divine. This is utterly astonishing. What is this? Zhang Haiyang quickly inquired, his gaze towards Tang Tian now imbued with a sense of reverence. It is the art of Gu. Tang Tian spoke calmly, yet Zhang Lan noticed that his hand was still bleeding. She hurriedly called for a servant to fetch the medicine box and instructed another to clean the floor. Why have these insects ceased their movement? What did you use to eliminate them? William blinked his blue eyes, filled with an insatiable curiosity. This is the sorcery of the Great Xia. Even if I told you, you would not comprehend, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. In truth, the method to dispel such sorcery was not as he described, yet Tang Tian's vigorous blood and yang energy could easily suppress ordinary insects. That old Wu. How could I have considered him a true brother, only for him to betray me like this? Zhang Haiyang fumed, his teeth clenched in rage, wishing he could flay the man alive. Father, have you offended Uncle Wu? Zhang Yu could not help but inquire. How could that be? We have been brothers for so many years. There is nothing we cannot discuss. Zhang Haiyang adamantly denied. Is that so? What if Uncle Wu is facing some trouble? Have you not inquired? Then he was deceived and borrowed money from me several times when the company was struggling. He claimed to have withdrawn. But it seems more complicated than that, Zhang Haiyang mused. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. What era is this? How can there still be those who believe in such tales of immortality? It must be him, they concluded. Tang Tian reclined on the sofa, while Zhang Lan meticulously bandaged his hand. Father, what do you intend to do about this matter? Humph. Zhang Haiyang snorted disdainfully. Having reached this point, I shall ensure he does not fare well. Lan, inform the subordinates to ensure he vanishes from the entire industry within 3 days. Father, that may not be wise. Are you not concerned he might act recklessly? Reckless? He must first possess the ability to leap. As he spoke, Zhang Haiyang retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Old Zhang, what are you busy with? I have something to discuss with you. Old son, do you wish for a promotion? Old Lu. In essence, Wu Yu's only significant connection was Zhang Haiyang, yet the Zhang family's network was beyond his imagination. To dare offend the Zhang family was to court certain doom. Observing Zhang Haiyang make 3 or 4 consecutive calls, Tang Tian gained insight into the art of strategy. Just these few calls were sufficient to bring about the downfall of Wu Yu's company, leading to his disgrace and imprisonment. Zhang Yu regarded Tang Tian with newfound admiration, while William approached him directly, whispering, Do you take disciples? I wish to learn the techniques from yesterday's needle and today's as well. Rest assured, money is not an issue. At that moment, William squatted beside Tang Tian, humbling himself and gazing up with eager anticipation. That is a secret of Daxia. It cannot be disseminated, Tang Tian replied solemnly. However, if you are willing to renounce your nationality, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, William's expression faltered. His status was unique, and he could not forsake his nationality. Yet he truly yearned to learn Tang Tian's skills. I will offer you 10 billion in gold. William gritted his teeth, declaring, this sum, even if squandered, would be more than sufficient for a lifetime. Tang Tian wiggled a finger, asserting, this is not a matter of money. A gentleman appreciates wealth, but acquires it through rightful means. Moreover, he is not particularly fond of riches. Had it not been for his descent from the mountain, where monetary resources became necessary, he would regard money as mere scraps of paper, a string of digits on a bank card. He recalled the time he accompanied the old man to the city and beheld the incomprehensible figures on his card. Master, please enlighten me. Witnessing William's demeanor, Zhang Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. Could this truly be the exalted Prince William she had come to know? Ahem. Tang Tian, I genuinely appreciate your assistance this time. After concluding the call, Zhang Haiyang exhaled deeply. My family, the Zhang clan, possesses some wealth. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to express it. I assure you whatever I, Zhang Haiyang, can provide shall be generously offered. Is that true? A mischievous glint appeared on Tang Tian's face, and for some reason, Zhang Lan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, a gentleman's word is as binding as a cart drawn by 4 horses. As he spoke, Zhang Haiyang lifted his teacup. May I marry your daughter? The tea Zhang Haiyang had just sipped was instantly spewed out. Chapter 29. Let us love together. No way. Zhang Yu was the first to react. Her sister was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and the president of Lanyue Group. Despite Tang Tian's life-saving grace towards the Zhang family, it was unacceptable for him to leverage that for personal gain. Judging by his attire, it was evident he lacked any significant status or background. How could her sister marry such a person? Moreover, the reason Zhang Lan remained unmarried to this day was that she had yet to find a suitable match. The Zhang family had no sons, and whoever Zhang Lan married would inherit the vast family fortune. How could such a considerable estate be entrusted to someone like Tang Tian? Zhang Lan was equally astonished. If she recalled correctly, Tang Tian was supposed to marry Chen Yingshu soon. Why was he making such declarations in front of her father? Meanwhile, William was quite pleased. Excellent. If that's the case, we shall be brothers. Zhang Haiyang's expression grew complicated as his mind raced. Setting aside other considerations, Tang Tian was a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Qi, and his extraordinary medical skills, coupled with his recent actions, indicated that he was no ordinary individual. He felt somewhat reassured about entrusting his daughter to someone like him, yet was it not a tad hasty for them to discuss marriage after just meeting?
Tang Tian.
This is Lanlin's personal matter. You must seek her opinion, Zhang Haiyang remarked with a smile. embodying the role of an open-minded father who had never wished to impose upon his daughter. Therefore, he allowed her to make her own decisions. Even Jiang Yu's relationship with William was a choice she had made independently, and all he could do was offer his blessings. Jiang Lan frowned as she looked at Tang Tian, perplexed by his intentions. Aren't you supposed to be getting married? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Jiang family darkened. Was this fellow merely teasing them? He was clearly on the brink of marriage, yet was now proclaiming his desire to wed Jiang Lan. So what if I am? Tang Tian maintained a calm demeanor. Who decreed that one can only marry one wife? It is stipulated by the laws of the Great Xia, William interjected promptly. Beside him, Jiang Yu slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Tang Tian, how can you be such a person? My sister is the president of Lanyue Group. How can she endure such indignity? Our family has shown you kindness, allowing you to make casual demands, but do not take it too far. Jiang Lan's expression also soured. Was Tang Tian's promise of responsibility merely a pretext for marrying two wives? Tang Tian, stop this nonsense, Jiang Lan whispered, suppressing her anger. Jiang Haiyang added coldly, I cannot agree to such a request. My daughter can only marry someone who wholeheartedly loves her. I will love her wholeheartedly, Tang Tian replied earnestly. Then what about the other wife? William inquired cautiously. We will love her together. Were it not for the innocent and serene expression on Tang Tian's face as he spoke, the Jiang family might have thought he was mocking them. Tang Tian, the laws of the Great Xia enforce monogamy. If you wish to marry my daughter, it must be with the understanding that she is the only woman in your life. Jiang Haiyang stated coldly, if you cannot uphold this, let us not discuss the matter further. After all, Tang Tian had just saved his life and resolved the Jiang family's troubles, making it difficult for him to express his anger. Had it been anyone else, Jiang Haiyang would have already broken their limbs and thrown them out for such audacious words. Mr. Jiang, consider this. My love for her will not be any less than that of anyone else. What others can provide, I can equally offer her, Tang Tian said with unwavering confidence.
Tang Tian,
Jiang Lan interrupted him, pulling him out directly. What are you doing? Once outside, Jiang Lan released his hand. Is this what you call taking responsibility? What else could it be? Tang Tian maintained a serious demeanor, stating, marrying you is the best form of responsibility I can offer. Jiang Lan furrowed her brows, replying, I do not require your sense of responsibility. We are all adults. Let's regard last night's events as if they never occurred. I am grateful for your assistance in saving my father, and I shall provide you with a sum of money shortly. Let us consider our acquaintance as null. She could not fathom the idea of a man being involved with two women, especially given her own status and the implications it entailed. What? Are you going to deny our connection after enjoying the benefits? Tang Tian teased with a smile. Despite Jiang Lan's typically good-natured temperament, his words ignited her fury, prompting her to raise her hand and deliver a slap to his face. Was he not the epitome of someone who takes advantage and then feigns innocence? Tang Tian effortlessly seized her wrist, declaring, what I have said must hold true. Whether you are willing or not is your own affair. In the future, should any matters arise in which I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. As for this meal, I shall forego it for the time being. By the way, do remain cautious of someone named Wu Yu. His ability to target your family suggests he is surrounded by formidable individuals. Having uttered these words, Tang Tian prepared to depart. Jiang Lan, observing his retreating figure, instinctively extended her hand, yearning to retain him, yet after a moment's hesitation, she refrained from calling out his name. After all, she was the president of Lanyue Group, and within this city, countless men aspired to marry her. Any one of them would treat her with utmost devotion. Why then, must it be Tang Tian? Once he departed from the Jiang residence, Tang Tian felt a pang of regret. The villa district where the Jiang family resided was situated over 10 kilometers from the city center, and notably, its inhabitants were either affluent or noble, each possessing their own private vehicles. He could not even hail a cab. Approaching a car, he peered through the window and beheld a woman reclining in the driver's seat. One hand pressed against her chest as she breathed rapidly, while the other hand grasped about erratically, as though reaching for something elusive. Tang Tian then noticed that the box beside him contained heart-saving pills. Goodness, this is for heart disease. How perfectly appropriate. He hurriedly tapped on the window, and the woman slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing someone, a spark of hope ignited within her, prompting her to quickly free her hand to press the button on the car door. Tang Tian forcefully yanked open the car door, and the woman, with an almost pleading tone, implored, "Save me." Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Tian forcefully pulled the woman from the vehicle and laid her flat upon the asphalt, using the car's frame to shield her body. He then reached to unfasten her clothing. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman's eyes widened in terror, and she summoned every ounce of strength to struggle, yet found herself utterly powerless, ultimately resigning to despair as she closed her eyes. Chapter 30. What do you want? Before losing consciousness, Mo Chiu bit her lip in determination, vowing that if she survived, she would ensure that this beast would not escape retribution. At that moment, Tang Tian had already torn her garments and utilized 3 silver needles to protect her heart meridian, commencing acupuncture on the spot. Within minutes, the woman felt a warm sensation permeating her chest, gradually prompting her to open her eyes, whereupon she beheld Tang Tian administering the acupuncture. Startled by the sight, she swiftly rose from the ground and swung her hand, aiming a slap at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, quick-witted and agile, seized her wrist firmly. "What are you doing? If it weren't for my timely intervention, you would have already met your demise. Scoundrel, taking advantage of my vulnerability to strip me of my clothing." As she spoke, the woman raised her other hand, aiming to strike Tang Tian. "How can you be so ungrateful?" Tang Tian quickly stepped back, and only then did the woman realize her upper body was bare, with several silver needles embedded in her chest. She was instantly filled with rage and embarrassment, her face turning completely red. "I can't pull them out." Just as she was about to remove the needles, Tang Tian stopped her, saying, "I haven't finished the treatment yet. You cannot hastily remove the needles, as it may worsen your condition." Hearing this, the woman cast a skeptical glance at Tang Tian, whose serious demeanor suggested he was not joking. "Are you a doctor?" she inquired, her tone laced with suspicion. Nevertheless, she could undeniably sense an improvement in her condition. The oppressive feeling in her chest seemed to have lifted, and she felt considerably more at ease. "Indeed, do you know who I am? I am Miss Mo, and if you dare to harbor ill intentions towards me, my father will not let you off lightly." Mo Chiu warned Tang Tian, her gaze fierce. "You had better not attempt any tricks." Tang Tian gazed at the individual lying on the ground and let out a resigned sigh. "If it weren't for my aversion to leaving someone half-saved, I would hardly concern myself with your fate. Yet this ground is unforgivingly hard and cold, which is quite uncomfortable. Can you truly cure my ailment? If you succeed, I assure you that I shall not treat you poorly." Mo Chiu, with her eyes closed, responded, "But if you fail to heal me and take advantage of my situation, my father will not spare you. What do you possess that I could possibly exploit?" Tang Tian muttered as he prepared the needles. Her cheeks flushed at his words, and she found herself perplexed. Having experienced delayed development since childhood, her condition had not improved significantly in adulthood. Fortunately, her family was affluent. Otherwise, she might have felt compelled to seek surgery abroad. At that moment, she silently vowed that this scoundrel better succeed in treating her, or she would ensure he faced dire consequences. Suddenly, warmth radiated from her chest once more, causing Mo Chiu to instinctively relax. She cautiously opened her eyes to observe Tang Tian, who was hovering his hand over the silver needle, his palm never touching it, yet the needle trembled gently. Mo Chiu was astonished by this spectacle. How was this possible? At that moment, Tang Tian withdrew the needle and looked at her. All done. With that, he turned away, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, displaying no intention of facing her. Mo Chiu hurriedly donned her clothes, acutely aware of her now noticeably smoother breathing. Good heavens, this man's medical skills are remarkable. Her congenital heart condition had persisted despite consulting numerous renowned doctors over the years. Yet today, a young man by the roadside had miraculously cured her. "Excuse me," Mo Chiu called out, having dressed and risen from the ground. "What is your name? Which hospital do you work at?" "I am Tang Tian, not from Kyoto, nor am I affiliated with any hospital," he replied, turning to face her. From this angle, Mo Chiu was struck once more by his striking appearance. This man. How can he be so handsome? What is it that you desire? At that moment, Mo Chio felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Miss, your condition has improved slightly. It would be wise to avoid excessive excitement, lest you faint again, Tang Tian kindly cautioned. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she summoned her inner confidence, channeling the demeanor of a wealthy lady from Kyoto. Would you consider becoming my personal physician? I am willing to pay any amount. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Are you truly so confident in my medical skills? Are you not afraid that I might inadvertently cause your demise? He continued, I am acutely aware of my own body. After you administered those few needles, I felt the pent-up energy within me dissipate instantaneously. Mo Chio gazed earnestly at Tang Tian. I genuinely wish for you to be my personal physician. That way, should I experience another episode, I would no longer fear for my life. Name your price. Impossible. Tang Tian interjected. The doctors have diagnosed me with congenital complex heart disease, which is deemed untreatable, and they have stated that I may only have 2 years left to live. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Mo Chio's eyes. Despite her resilient nature, she was still quite young, standing at the pinnacle of her life. If you remain unconvinced, we can go to the hospital for an examination after we descend the mountain, he suggested. I simply happened to see you while passing by. I require no compensation, just take me to the city. Tang Tian spoke earnestly, having initially intended to hitch a ride without any expectation of remuneration. Mo Chio's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. You truly cured me? Whatever I might say pales in comparison to the reality of a hospital examination. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, Get in the car. Without further hesitation, Mo Chio grasped his clothing and led him to the vehicle. Once inside, she started the engine and sped towards the hospital at the foot of the mountain. This was a private hospital, and upon entering, nearly everyone who laid eyes on Mo Chio greeted her with utmost deference, underscoring her esteemed status. It was evident that those who resided alongside Zhonglan were indeed individuals of considerable wealth. Within 5 minutes of her arrival, the hospital director personally came to greet her, swiftly escorting her for the examination upon learning of her presence. This entire hospital was a property of the Mo family, constructed with the sole purpose of safeguarding Mo Chio's well-being. From the moment of her birth, Mo Chio had struggled with her health, and the patriarch of the Mo family had showered her with affection, engaging numerous experts at great expense. These specialists were on standby around the clock, ensuring her safety, fully aware that should anything happen to her, their fates would likely be intertwined with hers. Consequently, as Mo Chio underwent her examination, those outside appeared even more anxious than she herself. Meanwhile, Tang Tian sat idly on a nearby chair, engrossed in his mobile device. He had initially expressed disinterest in accompanying her, yet she insisted he come along. What's the matter, Director Chen? Is something wrong with Chio? Just then, a man clad in a deep blue suit burst in, flanked by 2 bodyguards. This man, He Xiao, was one of Mo Chio's admirers, though his intentions were far from pure. The disparity between the He family and the Mo family was vast. To outsiders, it seemed that He Xiao was merely seeking to gain favor from the Mo family. Young Master He, do not worry. Miss is here of her own accord and is merely undergoing a routine examination, Director Chen quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, He Xiao felt a measure of relief. As long as Chio is fine, that is all that matters. If anything were to happen to her, how would I explain it to her father? The disdainful glances from several doctors towards him only heightened the tension. Although he feigned a deep affection for Mo Chio, his reputation was hardly that of a sincere individual. Rumor had it that during his academic years, he had been involved in numerous scandals, all of which were conveniently suppressed due to the wealth of the He family. Tang Tian completely ignored this individual, as it was of no concern to him. Shortly after, Mo Chio emerged from within. The doctors who conducted her examination wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Director, the young lady's condition has improved. Indeed, it is resolved. Chun Chong momentarily failed to grasp the situation, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the doctor. What did you say? Repeat that. I said the young lady's ailment has subsided. The recent tests revealed no issues. In an instant, the surrounding physicians erupted in excitement. Even He Xiao was taken aback. pondering how this could possibly be the case when her illness was deemed incurable. Cho, you are fine now? He Xiao approached to embrace Mo, only to be forcefully pushed away by her. What are you doing? Keep your distance. I was merely overwhelmed with joy. It's wonderful that you are well. Surely it must be divine intervention. He Xiao's eyes glistened with tears, yet to Mo, it merely appeared as a display of theatrics. Miss, have you experienced some fortuitous event? Chun Chong inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. However, Mo disregarded their inquiries, her gaze scanning the room until it landed on Tang Tian, who was still engrossed in a mobile game, entirely oblivious to the commotion. This was Tang Tian's first encounter with a smartphone, and he found it rather intriguing. Tang Tian. Mo sprinted toward him, exclaiming, "Thank you." He Xiao's initial reaction upon seeing Tang Tian was one of disdain. Who was this fellow? How could someone dressed like that be acquainted with Cho? Is everything all right? Tang Tian casually inquired, his gaze scarcely shifting from the screen. I will provide you with a prescription shortly. After a few more days of medication, you shall achieve a complete recovery. Miss, was it he who cured your ailment? How can that be? This fellow hardly resembles a physician. Is he a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Given the severity of the young lady's condition, how could it possibly be remedied solely through traditional Chinese medicine? Initially engrossed in his game, Tang Tian felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing these words. He put away his phone and directed his attention to the speaker. What is wrong with traditional Chinese medicine? It is a national treasure of Great Xia. If traditional Chinese medicine were ineffective, how could it ever endure? Endure? Who claims that traditional Chinese medicine has been rendered obsolete? Tang Tian scoffed. Do you have any idea how many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the Great Xia persist on this path? It's not solely Western medicine that can heal ailments. You merely replace certain parts of the human body and rely on instruments to diagnose conditions. What's there to be so arrogant about? Kid, what do you think you are? How dare you utter such reckless words here? He Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Tian, fuming. Silence. Mo glared at him and immediately stepped forward to link her arm with Tang Tian's. Indeed, he cured my illness, and it was through acupuncture, a method of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Impossible. He Xiao continued to point at Tang Tian. Cho, don't be deceived by this brat. He looks so young. How proficient could his medical skills possibly be? Good enough to know about your kidney deficiency? Even though you took aphrodisiac last night, you could only last 10 minutes. Tang Tian cast a charming smile at He Xiao, prompting him to widen his eyes in shock, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He gritted his teeth and glared at Tang Tian. Kid, I think you're just asking to be beaten. What are you two still standing there for? Properly deal with this brat. With He Xiao's command, 2 bodyguards approached Tang Tian. I dare anyone to lay a hand on him. Mo stood defiantly in front of Tang Tian, her expression unyielding. She had long been aware of He Xiao's unscrupulous nature and chose not to engage with him. However, Tang Tian was her savior, and today, regardless of who it was, if anyone dared to touch a single finger of Tang Tian's, she would ensure they faced the consequences. Cho, He Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. I'm doing this for your own good. This guy is definitely a fraud. Can't you see how he talks nonsense? His expression darkened further, fists clenched tightly. Kid, hiding behind a woman doesn't count as bravery. Why not challenge me to a duel? A duel? Tang Tian's interest peaked as he turned to Mo. Step aside. No. Mo firmly remained in front of Tang Tian. After all, He Xiao came from a martial arts family and had trained since childhood. If a fight ensued, wouldn't Tang Tian be sent flying with just one kick? What? Are you afraid? Coward. He Xiao spat on the ground, attempting to provoke Tang Tian. The latter smiled back at him. You brought this upon yourself. As he spoke, Tang Tian pushed past Mo. This was not trouble he sought. It was this kid who insisted on a fight. Chapter 32. Not afraid of a fight, He Xiao was taken aback that Tang Tian truly dared to step up for a challenge. His spirits lifted. He removed his suit jacket and handed it to a nearby bodyguard. Kid, bring it on. You can't defeat him. Don't stir up trouble, Mo urged, grabbing Tang Tian's arm. With me here, he wouldn't dare harm you. I have no habit of relying on women for protection. Tang Tian slightly moved his wrist, recognizing that He Xiao was indeed a practitioner, albeit one who had yet to step into the realm of true martial artists. He was simply not worth considering. Observing Tang Tian's insistence on demonstrating strength, Mo Chiu chose not to intervene, confident that he would soon learn his lesson. After all, with her presence, He Xiao would not dare to inflict any real harm. Meanwhile, Chun Chong and the others felt entirely out of place, hesitant to voice their opinions or step in to dissuade the confrontation, and thus they could only stand at a distance in silence. Mo Chiu clenched her fists, assuming a stance, and with a dismissive smile, she wiped her thumb across her nose, declaring, "You, young one, shall soon find yourself searching for your teeth." Tang Tian stood in place and yawned. "Are you going to make a move or not? How tedious." Provoked by Tang Tian's taunt, He Xiao leaped into action, launching a fist aimed at his temple, a proud smirk dancing at the corner of his lips. With this blow, he believed his adversary would surely fall. However, in the next moment, Tang Tian effortlessly seized his wrist, revealing a mocking grin. "Is that all you've got?" Before He Xiao could register what was happening, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. As he opened his mouth to curse, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Mo Chiu, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock, covering her mouth as two bodyguards rushed forward to assist. "Young master, are you all right?" If not for the excruciating pain rendering him speechless, he would have liked to berate the two fools. Did he look unscathed? Truly intolerable. Tang Tian remarked coolly, before turning to Mo Chiu, "All right, the examination is complete. I'll be on my way now. I'll send you the prescription shortly." Wait.
Montaki.
Oblivious to He Xiao's plight, was solely focused on expressing her gratitude to the man who had saved her. "You saved my life. How could you just leave? Allow me to treat you to a meal." Tang Tian initially intended to decline, yet Mo Kishin's enthusiasm proved irresistible, compelling him to acquiesce. "Chiu Chiu." He Xiao finally regained some composure, gritting his teeth to call out Mo Chiu's name. "This is utterly embarrassing. We are not that close. Do not address me in such an intimate manner." After uttering these words, Mo Chiu linked her arm with Tang Tian's and proceeded toward the exit. In that moment, he felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and check on me." He Xiao barked in anger. Only then did Chun Chong and the others react, swiftly bringing over a stretcher to lay He Xiao upon it. Chun Chong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. According to Mo Chiu's account, Tang Tian had saved her life and cured her heart condition. However, her heart disease was a complex congenital issue, and despite numerous specialists in their hospital spending years researching, they had yet to find a suitable treatment plan. How had this young man managed to remedy it so easily? This matter was indeed perplexing, but regardless, the news must be conveyed to Mo Wonsen at the earliest opportunity. Chun Chong pulled out his phone and called Mo Wonsen. "Mr. Mo, I have good news." "What good news?" Mo Wonsen's tone on the other end was flat, tinged with a hint of coldness. "The young lady's heart condition has been cured." Upon hearing this, Mo Wonsen could no longer remain seated. He immediately rose from his chair. "What? Is that true? When did this happen? How was it treated?" "It wasn't us who treated her. Please listen to me." Chun Chong recounted the events in brief, and upon finishing, Mo Wonsen could only feel incredulous. "What nonsense is this? After all these years of my daughter's heart condition being deemed terminal by doctors, she was cured by some unknown young man with just a few needles? Are you sure she has truly recovered?" Mo Wonsen inquired incredulously over the phone. "I am certain. I was present during the examination. I watched closely as they conducted several tests, and there are no issues whatsoever," Chun Chong affirmed confidently. Such a matter could not afford any mistakes, for a single word from Mo Wonsen could cost him his life. "Wonderful. Where is Chiu Chiu?" "Where is she?" "The young lady has gone out with that little divine doctor. She said she wanted to treat him to a meal." As soon as Chun Chong's words fell, Mo Wonsen hastily ended the call, excitement propelling him to dial Mo Chiu's number. "Chiu Chiu," Mo Wonsen exclaimed, nearly moved to tears on the other end of the line. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. "Someone, come here." Meanwhile, Mo Chiu and Tang Tian were already en route. What do you do? How is your medical skill so remarkable? Are you from a family of traditional Chinese medicine? What does your family do? Once in the vehicle, Mo Chiu began her inquisitive interrogation, filled with curiosity about the young man of similar age beside her. Tang Tian felt rather helpless. Miss Mo, why do you have so many questions? Aren't I just curious? Mo Chiu replied, blinking her eyes and gripping Tang Tian's arm tightly. Please tell me about your experiences practicing medicine in the countryside with your master. Tang Tian, with remarkable patience, recounted his experiences of treating patients alongside the old master in the countryside, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from Mo Chiu. The vehicle soon came to a halt in front of Mo Chiu's residence. Gazing upon the villa, reminiscent of a castle, Tang Tian couldn't help but marvel, pondering how the Mo family appeared to possess even greater wealth than the Jiang family. Come on, Mo Chiu urged, pulling Tang Tian toward the interior of the villa. Upon their entrance, the assembled guests greeted her with cheerful hellos. Miss, Mother. On the sofa sat a woman in her 30s, cradling a cup of coffee while conversing with a companion. Upon hearing the exuberant commotion, she initially thought she had misheard. Turning to see her daughter accompanied by a scruffily dressed individual, her expression darkened immediately. Chiu, who is this person? Just look at what he is wearing. Utterly filthy. Before Lin Qingyu could respond, the woman beside her expressed her disdain openly. This was Mo Chiu's second aunt, named Gong Yu. Beside Gong Yu sat her daughter, Mo Qin, who regarded Tang Tian with a mocking gaze. What are our standings? How could someone like him be worthy of entering our home? Mo Qin, much like her mother, was merciless with her words. However, Lin Qingyu stood up and approached the two, offering a gentle smile to Tang Tian before inquiring, Chiu, who is this person? Mother, this is the miraculous doctor I encountered outside. He cured my ailment, Mo Chiu exclaimed with excitement, then shot a glare at Mo Qin and her mother. Tang Tian is my savior, and it is not for you to speak ill of him. Savior? Mo Qin stood up incredulously. Sister, you can't be deceived by this fellow. Can you? He hardly looks like a doctor, and if he truly possessed such extraordinary skills, would he be dressed so poorly? In all fairness, Tang Tian had hurriedly arrived in Kyoto with Zhang Lan and had not thought to change his attire. Besides, he believed that clothing held little significance. He wore a simple tank top, baggy shorts, and slightly faded canvas shoes. Tang Tian lowered his gaze to the shadow cast upon the ground, seemingly out of place in this setting. Indeed, Chiu, we are all quite concerned about your health. Just a moment ago, I was discussing with your mother about seeking a better physician for you. Gong Yu feigned concern. Mo Chiu merely glanced at the two with a cold snort, declaring, there is no need for your assistance. My illness has been cured. Furthermore, I shall reiterate, Tang Tian is my savior. Should anyone treat him rudely, I will not be so gracious in return. Chiu, has he truly cured your illness? Lin Qingyu, noticing Mo Chiu's earnest expression, began to harbor doubts, grasping her hand and inquiring. She understood that, in comparison to Tang Tian, her mother would undoubtedly place greater trust in Director Chen's words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qingyu hastily retrieved her phone to call Chen Chong. Chiu, this is wonderful news. I thought I wouldn't be able to accompany you for many more years. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Qingyu's face. Ever since Mo Chiu's diagnosis, she had lived in constant trepidation, even with a private hospital at her service. The doctors had made it abundantly clear that there was no possibility of curing Mo Chiu's ailment. Each episode could potentially cost her life. Thus, Lin Qingyu had spent years in worry, fearing that her daughter could depart from her at any moment. But now, with the news of Mo Chiu's recovery, her fears had been alleviated. Gong Yu and Mo Qin looked at Tang Tian in astonishment. This young man possesses such remarkable skill? Mother, you need not worry any longer, Mo Chiu replied, her voice laced with emotion. Tang Tian, is it? Realizing she had lost her composure in front of others, Lin Qingyu wiped her tears and turned to Tang Tian with a warm smile. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please, take a seat. She promptly summoned the servants to brew the finest tea and ushered Tang Tian to sit down. Sister-in-law, do not be deceived by this young man. So many doctors have claimed Chiu's illness was incurable. How could he have resolved it in just one afternoon? Gong Yu cautioned, with Mo Qin adding her agreement. Indeed, he is likely a fraud. Lin Qingyu, a discerning individual, understood that Chen Chong would not dare to deceive her on such matters. He had been clear that Mo Chiu underwent examination at the hospital only after her recovery. Thus, it was Tang Tian, not the hospital physicians, who had cured her. If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Lin Qingyu coldly addressed the two. Why is it that, upon hearing of Chochio's recovery, you are not joyous? Both of you are here, casting doubt upon her savior? Hearing her words, the two fell silent, lowering their heads. Tang Tian was indifferent to the disdain he encountered. Since his arrival in the city, he had faced much scorn. The townsfolk seemed to judge a person's worth solely by their attire, as if those dressed modestly were inherently wicked. He found little desire to defend himself and merely turned to Mo Chiu, inquiring, once I finish my meal, may I take my leave? It is rather late. Perhaps I should rest here for the night? Indeed, Mo Chiu promptly replied. You saved Chochio's life. We owe you our deepest gratitude. Lin Qingyu echoed her sentiment. As a mother, she could easily discern the change in Mo Chiu's gaze towards Tang Tian. Over the years, many men had surrounded the young girl, and although her fate was grim, she still attracted numerous suitors due to her family's status. Yet, she regarded those men with disdain, and it was the first time Lin Qingyu had witnessed such fervent admiration in her eyes for a man. She was acutely aware of the young girl's hidden feelings. Is that appropriate? Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu had already summoned the housekeeper to prepare a room for him. She then proceeded to ask Tang Tian a few basic questions, but Mo Chiu answered them all on his behalf. Upon learning that Tang Tian was an orphan from Jiang City, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Poor child. Tang Tian nearly burst into laughter upon hearing those words. He certainly had no reason to feel sorry for himself. Over the years spent alongside the old man, he lacked neither clothing nor sustenance, and he was surrounded by a multitude of women eager to engage in intimate relations with him. Life was exceedingly pleasant. Yet, he pondered why the old man had suddenly summoned him to the city, insisting on his marriage to Chen Yingxue. The mere thought of her conjured vivid images in his mind. What might she be doing now? In Jiangcheng at the Chen Corporation, Chen Yingxue sneezed forcefully, suddenly realizing that dusk was approaching. She tidied her desk in preparation to leave work, and as she opened her office door, she unexpectedly encountered the figure of Zhou Wenlong. What brings you here? Chen Yingxue's tone was heavy with impatience. She had no desire to see this man. Zhou Wenlong detected her annoyance, gritting his teeth slightly as he clenched his fists, yet a smile remained plastered on his face. I was wrong to directly visit your home to propose, he said, leaving you in a difficult position. As he spoke, Zhou Wenlong extended a bouquet of lilies towards her. I know you are to be married soon. I came here today to invite you to dinner. Even if our potential alliance is no longer feasible, we could still be friends, couldn't we? For a moment, Chen Yingxue stood frozen in place, taken aback by Zhou Wenlong's sudden shift in demeanor. He was, after all, a member of the Zhou family from Longcheng, while her Chen family, despite being the wealthiest, was merely the richest in Jiangcheng. A little pressure from the Zhou family could easily suffocate the Chen Corporation. Yet, under such circumstances, Zhou Wenlong had chosen to reconcile with her. Chen Yingxue was no fool. She did not easily trust him, but she also did not wish to openly insult his pride. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Wenlong nodded with a smile. Once she entered her office, however, his expression instantly hardened, and his hands slipped into his pockets. He had not anticipated that the Chen family's patriarch would directly approach his father regarding the matter of Chen Yingxue. The two families shared some acquaintances, and his father did not wish to create a scene, agreeing instead to return the betrothal gifts and nullify the engagement. However, Zhou Wenlong was determined to pursue the woman he desired. Once back in her office, Chen Yingxue did not rush to leave. Instead, she sent a message to her close friend, Zhou Xiao, asking them to share their locations and agreeing that she would report her safety in a little while. If she failed to do so within half an hour, Zhou Xiao was to contact the authorities. Apologies for the wait. I was just handling some emails, Chen Yingxue said. No worries. Let us be on our way, Zhou Wenlong replied politely. As they made their way to the restaurant, Zhou Wenlong behaved impeccably, causing Chun Yingshua's guard to lower slightly. Yet, she was acutely aware that someone like Zhou Wenlong would not easily relinquish the matter of their potential union, so she remained vigilant. At the dining table, even the tea Zhou Wenlong poured for her was merely pretended to be consumed by Chan Yingxue. In Kyoto, at the Mo family's residence, Mo Wonsun burst through the door, calling out, "Where's my precious daughter? Dad!" Mo Chio sprang from the sofa and ran to embrace Mo Wonsun around the neck. "Darling, has your illness truly healed?" Mo Wonsun scrutinized her, noting the rosy glow on her face and the strength in her voice. She appeared to be genuinely well. "Dad, I am completely recovered." Upon hearing this, Mo Wonsun's eyes glistened with tears. "Wonderful, wonderful. And what about your savior? I must express my gratitude." Mo Wonsun led Mo Chio to the sofa, where he immediately spotted Tang Tian seated. Without hesitation, he approached Tang Tian and attempted to kneel before him. Tang Tian, quick to react, caught him just in time. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Younger man, thank you for saving my daughter. Please allow me to bow to you." Mo Wonsun insisted on kneeling before Tang Tian. Tang Tian firmly grasped his hand. "Uncle, please refrain from such actions. It could shorten your lifespan." After a bit of back and forth, Mo Wonsun settled onto the sofa and produced a check he had prepared earlier, presenting it to Tang Tian. "I am a mere mortal. Besides this monetary token, I possess little else to offer in gratitude. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." Mo Wonsun expressed with genuine gratitude. "Is this all you have to offer?" Tang Tian mused, finding the remark somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted the check, tucking it into his pocket. "Then I shall not refuse. If anyone in your family requires medical assistance in the future, please feel free to contact me." The statement felt somewhat odd. Nearby, Gong Yu scoffed. "Who wishes for others to fall ill?" "This lady," Tang Tian began, "I must say you should consider reducing your mahjong sessions. Your spine seems to be suffering, and your neck is not in good shape. At this rate, in a couple of years you may start to hunch." Tang Tian gazed at Gong Yu and spoke in a calm tone, which caused her expression to darken considerably. "What does my playing mahjong have to do with you?" she retorted. "It is of no concern, yet I merely offer a kind reminder. Prolonged sitting while playing mahjong can impede blood circulation, potentially leading to a cerebral hemorrhage." Although his words were framed as a caution, to Gong Yu, they sounded more like a curse. "What are you saying? You're the one who will have a cerebral hemorrhage, and your entire family too." Mo Qin rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Tian in indignation. Mo Wonsun cast her a disapproving glance. Qin, do not be impolite to our guest." "Uncle, this scoundrel has cursed my mother," she exclaimed. "He merely meant it as a friendly warning. How has it turned into a curse?" Mo Chio interjected, furrowing her brow. Tang Tian, feeling indifferent, rested his hands behind his head and casually inquired, "When will dinner be served?" "I am famished. Right now." Today's meal was hosted for Tang Tian. If they arrived on time, they would partake. If not, the housekeeper would prepare another meal for them. With that said, Mo Wonsun beamed at Tang Tian, saying, "Let us go, it is time to eat." Just then, a familiar figure entered through the main door. He Xiao, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Mr. Mo." Upon seeing Mo Wonsun, He Pengfei hurriedly approached with a smile. "Old He, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I presume you have not dined yet? Join us for a meal."
Montag, wenn Sie invited warmly.
"Uncle, we did not come to dine." He Xiao grimaced, clutching his abdomen in agony. "I am here to confront him." He pointed a finger accusingly at Tang Tian. "He Xiao, are you even a man?" Mo Chio stepped forward, her gaze turning icy. "Uncle, you must stand up for me. This rascal kicked me at the hospital and I am still in pain. The doctor said it nearly injured my internal organs." Upon hearing this, Mo Chio's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow had no shame, as it was he who instigated the trouble. "Dad, do not listen to his nonsense. He was the one who insisted on fighting Tang Tian and lost," Mo Chio clarified. He Pengfei furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Tang Tian. This youth bore no aura of a martial artist. How could he have inflicted such damage on his son? Moreover, it was said that he had only struck once. "Mr. Mo, I am not here to cause trouble today. I merely seek to avenge my son. As he spoke, He Pengfei rolled up his sleeves, directing a challenging gaze at Tang Tian. Boy, do you dare to engage in a one-on-one duel with me? Tang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Again, Chapter 35. A pair of hands for you. Mo Wonsen's expression grew increasingly grave. He Pengfei showed him no respect at all. Teaching a lesson to the savior of his daughter right in front of him was akin to rubbing his face in the dirt. Mo Wonsen's countenance darkened further. Old He, you're being a bit oppressive, aren't you? It is important to note that the He family is a lineage of martial arts, and He Pengfei is a peak Shen-level warrior, just a step away from becoming an Earth-level powerhouse. Such a being could easily extinguish an ordinary life with a single blow. Challenging Tang Tian was clearly an act of bullying. Mr. Mo, my son cannot suffer this beating in vain. Can he? He Pengfei snorted coldly. How about this? I will have this boy's hands. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of calm confidence. Tang Tian is the savior of my daughter. While I am here, no one shall lay a finger on him. Mo Wonsen retorted fiercely, refusing to yield an inch. Uncle, there's no need for such trouble. Tang Tian interjected with a smile, stepping through the crowd. I'll fight you. You've lost your mind, Mo Chio exclaimed, quickly grabbing him. Uncle, he is a Shen-level warrior. You cannot defeat him. Tang Tian was well aware that his opponent was a practitioner of the Shen level. However, he regarded such a mere Shen-level warrior with indifference. No worries. I know my limits, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. He then stepped forward to face He Pengfei, saying, let us agree on this. Once the fight concludes, regardless of the outcome, I hope you will refrain from troubling me further, as it would be quite bothersome. He Pengfei, witnessing Tang Tian's nonchalance, felt his anger intensify, and he clenched his fists behind him. Very well, he gritted through his teeth. If I lose, the He family will absolutely cease to pursue you. However, I must forewarn you, should I inadvertently cause you harm, I hope Mr. Mo will not hold it against me. He Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he thought, splendid. With his father personally taking action, this fellow would surely be left searching for his teeth. He could almost envision the scene of Tang Tian begging for mercy, and his frustrations began to dissipate. No problem, Tang Tian readily agreed. Beside him, Mo Wonsen cast a worried glance his way. Tang Tian, this is no trifling matter. Uncle Mo, you need not concern yourself with my safety. If possible, please have the kitchen prepare a large pork knuckle for me. I am quite famished, Tang Tian replied, smacking his lips. Still thinking about food, are you? You young rascal. After the fight, you might not even have the chance to eat. He Xiao declared arrogantly. Having lived in the capital for many years, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. Today, he was determined to exact his revenge, no matter the cost. Stop the idle chatter. Let us proceed swiftly. Tang Tian yawned and glanced at He Pengfei. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can eat. He Pengfei's face flushed a deep shade of liver red. This rascal truly disregarded his status as a peak-level practitioner. He immediately assumed a stance, declaring, I shall not bully you. I will merely stand here. If you can come within my reach, then you shall be deemed the victor. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, a hint of mockery dancing within their depths. This is what you claimed yourself. As the words fell, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing toward the person across from him. Before anyone could react, He Pengfei was already sent flying. The distance from the hall to the entrance spanned a good 7 or 8 meters. With a loud thud, He Pengfei's body crashed heavily to the ground, causing everyone in the room to shudder, shocked as they turned their gazes toward Tang Tian. This young man possesses such formidable strength? Mo Wonsen's expression reflected a newfound complexity as he regarded Tang Tian. This little divine doctor is truly extraordinary. Dad. Once he regained his composure, He Xiao rushed towards the fallen figure, hastily assisting him to sit up. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on He Pengfei's forehead as he stared incredulously at the young man before him. It is well known that the criteria for achieving mastery as a contemporary martial artist are exceedingly stringent. Among 10,000, perhaps only 1 or 2 may attain the yellow level, and among 1,000 yellow level practitioners, it is rare to find even one at the Shen level. As for Earth level masters, they are so few that one can count them on their fingers, while sky-level warriors exist almost solely in legend. Despite the existence of only 4 levels of martial artists, the disparities between each are vast and profound. A Xian-level warrior could effortlessly slay a Yellow-level practitioner with a mere slap, and the mere presence of an Earth-level master could instill fear in a Xian-level warrior. Yet, this young man emanates not a trace of martial energy. By what means does he possess such power? You. Who on earth are you? He Pengfei, supported upright, looked at Tang Tian with a mixture of reluctance and inquiry. His words tinged with disbelief as a trickle of crimson escaped the corner of his mouth. An ordinary person. Tang Tian smiled and then turned to the person beside him, asking, "Can we start the meal?" Mo Chio's gaze towards Tang Tian shifted subtly, revealing a hint of admiration. "Old he, I will not keep you for dinner," Mo Wonson coldly remarked to He Pengfei and his companion. "Let today's incident end here. If you continue to trouble him, do not blame me for being impolite." After delivering this statement, Mo Wonsan led Tang Tian towards the dining room. He Pengfei clutched his chest, his face flushed with anger. "Dad, we can't just let this go." With a sharp slap, He Pengfei turned and struck his son. "Are you not embarrassed enough? If my son is struck, I must intervene. Yet if I am struck, I must still rely on my father to step in. If this word gets out, how can the He family maintain its standing in the capital?" He Xiao covered his face, looking distressed. "So this matter is to be left unresolved? Now, not only does Mo Chio ignore me, but even Mo Wonson looks down on me." Just as He Xiao wallowed in his frustration, a familiar voice came from behind. "Old He? Xiao?" Mo Wonson's brother, Mo Wonlin, entered with 2 tall men, their similar appearances unmistakably identifying them as members of the Mo family. Eldest brother, second brother. Upon seeing the 2, He Xiao looked at them as if he had been wronged. Mo Xian frowned and took a step back, while Mo Shaoxin approached, asking, "What happened to your face? Who hit you?" "Second brother, it's..." Before He Xiao could finish, He Pengfei angrily interjected, greeting the newcomers hastily as he left with his companions. The 3 men exchanged glances, placed their belongings down, washed their hands, and proceeded to the dining room. Upon entering, Mo Wonlin noticed that the table was already filled with diners who had begun their meal without waiting for the 3 of them, causing him to feel somewhat displeased, though he said nothing. Chapter 36. Mo Chio's thoughts eldest brother. After greeting Mo Wonson, they finally dared to sit down. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Tang Tian, who has cured Chio's heart condition. From now on, he shall be our esteemed guest, and henceforth, Tang Tian's matters shall be of our Mo family's concern." Mo Wonson announced to the group, then lifted his glass. "Let us all raise a toast to Tang Tian." Hearing this, Mo Xian trembled, causing his chopsticks to fall from his hands. "Dad, what did you just say?" "Your sister's illness has been completely cured," Mo Wonson stated, his eyes reddening. The mere mention of the matter brought him close to tears. For years, the atmosphere in the family had been heavy due to Mo Chio's ailment, and now, they no longer had to endure such anxious days. "Uncle, you must be joking. We all know how serious Chio's condition was. How could it possibly be resolved so easily?"
Montag Oxoan Fraunet.
Mo Wenlin echoed. "Yes, eldest brother. Have you taken her for a checkup? She has been examined, and now there are no issues with Chio's health," he affirmed. Upon receiving this confirmation, the expressions of Mo Wenlin and the others toward Tang Tian transformed. Mo Xian raised his glass high, declaring, "Thank you, divine Dr. Tang." After saying this, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Though others remained skeptical, they all joined in the toast. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for such formality. Tang Tian smiled as he finished the wine in his cup and could not help but inquire, "Where is my large pork knuckle?" Mo Wonson quickly turned to urge the kitchen staff, "Bring it to him at once." Tang Tian's dining etiquette leaves much to be desired, yet he maintains a semblance of politeness, refraining from rummaging through the dishes. Throughout his meal, Mo Chio diligently poured wine and served him dishes, her gaze scarcely straying from him. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu subtly nudged Mo Wonson's arm, gesturing with her lips. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Wonson instantly grasped the underlying implication and shared a knowing smile with Lin Qingyu. In Jiangcheng, within a restaurant, Shi Wenlong persistently served Chen Yingxue, seemingly intent on merely sharing a meal with her. Even when Qian Yingxue expressed her reluctance to drink, Shi Wenlong did not press the matter. As the meal neared its conclusion, Qian Yingxue announced her intention to leave, and astonishingly, Shi Wenlong made no attempt to stop her. "Shall I see you off?" he inquired. "No, thank you. I haven't had any alcohol. I can drive myself," Qian Yingxue politely declined. Shi Wenlong simply smiled. "Very well. I shan't accompany you." Qian Yingxue nodded, casting a skeptical glance at the seemingly earnest Shi Wenlong before picking up her bag and exiting. However, as soon as she stepped outside, a dark figure lunged at her. Before she could react, an unfamiliar fragrance overwhelmed her senses, rendering her limbs numb and her consciousness fleeting. In the final moments before she succumbed, she could only hope that Zhou Xiao would notice her disappearance and promptly alert the authorities. In Kyoto, at the Mo residence, Mo Wonson personally poured a cup of tea for Tang Tian. "Mr. Mo, please feel free to speak candidly. There's no need for circumlocution." As he spoke, Tang Tian took out a cigarette, lighting it with nonchalance. Mo Wonson raised an eyebrow but continued to inquire. "Tang Tian, you saved my daughter, and I find myself at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Did you not compensate me?" Tang Tian replied, casually crossing his legs. He had not intended to charge a fee, but Mo Wonson's hospitality was hard to refuse. Moreover, the amount he received was wealth that would take an average person a lifetime to accumulate, which he deemed a sufficient token of thanks. "Money is but an external possession," Mo Wonson replied with a smile, refilling Tang Tian's cup before asking, "You are quite young, skilled in medicine, and also proficient in martial arts. May I inquire from whom you studied?" "My master? Yes, an old rogue," Tang Tian answered candidly about Qian, without a hint of hesitation. After all, that was his true impression of the man. Mo Wonson's lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of rogue could produce such a talent? "Might I ask your master's name?" he inquired cautiously. "Qian." Upon hearing this name, Mo Wonson's composure faltered. His hand trembled, causing scalding tea to spill without him noticing. "Are you referring to the legendary divine physician Qian of the Great Xia?" Mo Wonson asked incredulously. "That should be the case," Tang Tian replied. Had it not been for his recent visit to the city, he would not have realized how renowned the old man's name had become, even being labeled a divine physician. Nevertheless, he regarded the old man's abilities as rather ordinary. In that moment, Mo Wonson's gaze towards Tang Tian grew increasingly fervent. Good heavens! What extraordinary fortune had he stumbled upon? He was indeed a disciple of the divine physician Qi. If he could cultivate a good rapport with Tang Tian, the Mo family could flourish in the Great Xia. Of course, he would never voice such sentiments aloud. "Tang Tian, may I ask how old you are this year? I wonder if you are already married?" Mo Wonson inquired with a smile. Tang Tian observed that the young man was of a similar age to Mo Chio, and he could discern that the girl harbored a peculiar fondness for him. If he could facilitate a union between the two, it would indeed bring joy to all involved. Tang Tian held no reservations about this notion. Upon hearing his words, Mo Wonson let out a sigh, saying, "What a pity." "What do you mean by what a pity?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile, sensing the implication behind Mo Wonson's statement. "It's nothing." "Very well." Tang Tian rose and stepped outside, while Mo Chio stood by the railing not far away. Upon seeing Tang Tian emerge, she quickly turned her back, feigning busyness. "Miss Mo, which room is mine?"
Tang Tian in quick access stili.
"I shall escort you," Mo Chio exclaimed with delight, hurrying to his side and leading him upstairs. This scene did not go unnoticed by Lin Qingyu and others downstairs. Even Mo Zian could discern that his younger sister had intentionally awaited Tang Tian's arrival. "Mom, could it be that Chio is—" Mo Zian's words trailed off, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingyu. She nodded, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Beside them, Mo Shaoxian furrowed his brow. "And who exactly is this fellow? Has he genuinely cured Chio's ailment? We must remain vigilant. I will have someone investigate this lad's background to ascertain his origins and ensure Chio is not deceived." Surely not. Lin Qingyu initially believed in Tang Tian's integrity. Yet Mo Shaoxuan's words sowed seeds of doubt. Mo Chio evidently harbored feelings for Tang Tian, and when it concerns her daughter's lifelong happiness, caution is paramount. Chapter 37. Torn Garments. "Mom, I concur with Xiaoxian. We ought to conduct an inquiry, Mo Zian added. Let your father remain unaware, Lin Qingyu cautioned. They nodded in agreement, and Mo Zian exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaoxian, who then stepped out to make a call. At that moment Mo Qin interjected, elder brother, Aunt Cho Cho has entered the room with that young man. Her reminder jolted them into action, and they hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, within the room, Mo Cho was explaining to Tang Tian how to utilize the items in the bathroom. Thank you, Miss Mo. Tang Tian leaned against the door, gazing at her with a smile. Mo Cho turned her head and was met with his mischievous grin, instantly flushing and becoming tense. For some reason, she felt that this man was unlike anyone else. I will take you shopping for clothes tomorrow. For now, I'll lend you 2 sets of my brother's clothes to wear, Mo Cho said before dashing outside, only to be obstructed by Tang Tian. Observing Mo Cho's bashful demeanor, resembling a startled little rabbit, Tang Tian unconsciously swallowed hard. Did this woman realize she was enticing him? Is there something else? Mo Cho asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Nothing much, just a reminder. I've sent you the prescription. Please remember to have someone fetch the medicine tomorrow. A few days of taking it will be beneficial for your health. Tang Tian smiled and then shifted his legs, creating space for Mo Cho to exit. However, Mo Cho's foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance entirely, and he plummeted heavily towards the ground. Tang Tian, quick-witted and agile, seized her garment in a moment of urgency, only to discover that the fabric of Mo Cho's attire tore effortlessly. He hastily bent down to lift her up. Their eyes met, and Mo Cho felt a sudden chill against her chest, prompting her to hastily cover herself. At the entrance, Lin Qingyu and her son arrived, only to witness Mo Cho collapsed in Tang Tian's embrace, her clothing in tatters. You insolent brat, what are you doing? Mo Zian, unable to remain passive upon witnessing this scene, rushed forward and pulled Mo Cho into his arms, swiftly draping his jacket over her shoulders. His face bore a fierce expression as he glared at Tang Tian, torn between the desire to confront him and the realization that such an action might be excessive. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that his sister had been wronged. Fortunately, at that moment, Mo Cho took the initiative to clarify, brother, please do not misunderstand. I nearly fell just now, and Tang Tian, in an attempt to help, inadvertently tore my clothing. Upon uttering these words, her face flushed crimson. She resolved never to purchase such impractical garments again. Tang Tian wore an expression of innocence. I haven't done anything at all. Lin Qingyu hastily pulled him away, and once they were out of earshot, she turned to Tang Tian and said, I am truly grateful that you saved my sister. I can also see that she has feelings for you. However, if you dare to do anything to betray her trust, I will not let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything yet found himself warned in advance. Mo Zian turned and walked away, not even affording Tang Tian the chance to explain himself. Tang Tian could only shake his head helplessly. After all, who could blame him for being so exceptional? Loved by all. In a hotel in Jiangxing, 2 bodyguards stood at the door. Zhou Wenlong approached with his hands in his pockets. How are things? He inquired. Everything is arranged for you. Rest assured, we are here to guard. Not even a mosquito can get in. One bodyguard responded with an obsequious expression. A smile crept onto Zhou Wenlong's lips as he opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, his phone rang. Glancing at the flashing number, he pressed the answer key. What is it, Aunt? Young Master Zhou? Is everything progressing smoothly? The voice on the other end asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end felt relieved. All right, no problem. After hanging up, Zhou Wenlong tossed his phone onto the table and walked toward the bedroom. Upon opening the bedroom door, he found Chen Yingxue tied in a star shape on the bed, her face covered with a black cloth, and her mouth sealed. She was struggling and emitting muffled sounds. Hearing someone enter, she intensified her struggles. Zhou Wenlong sat beside her, removed the blindfold from her face, and tore off the tape from her mouth. Seeing Zhou Wenlong, Chen Yingxue was not at all surprised. Young Master Zhou, what does this mean? She gasped, her heart racing. Xiaoxue, I truly like you. As he spoke, Zhou Wenlong's fingers brushed across Chen Yingxue's face. Marry me. It would benefit both you and the Chen family. What is so special about Tang Tian? He is merely a rural bumpkin with no background. A flicker of resentment crossed Zhou Wenlong's eyes at the mention of Tang Tian. How could he allow himself to be outdone by such a waste? Rest assured, once I marry you, I will deal with him gradually. Young master, a forced marriage is never sweet. Chen Yingxue retorted stubbornly, fixing her gaze on him. Release me now and I will pretend this evening never happened. Though the Chen family may not compare to the Zhou family, my grandfather would never allow his granddaughter to be bullied. Don't try to intimidate me with your grandfather. The only reason I am here is due to your mother's guidance. Rest assured, once I consummate this marriage, it will be a done deal. Zhou Wenlong replied with a grin. At that moment, Chen Yingshua's mind went blank. Was this some sort of joke? Her mother was involved in this? She never anticipated that to secure her marriage into the Zhou family, Song Jilan would resort to such underhanded tactics. Young master, please stop this. I truly do not like you. I am about to marry Tang Tian. Chen Yingxue struggled to assert. And what of it? Zhou Wenlong lifted her chin with one hand. After tonight, you will belong to me. As he spoke, Zhou Wenlong licked his lips, a triumphant smile flashing in his eyes as he leaned in to kiss Chen Yingxue. She continuously dodged, but he grasped her chin. In a moment of desperation, she bit down hard on Zhou Wenlong's face. Ah! Zhou Wenlong let out a cry of agony and straightened up, slapping Chen Yingxue across the face, his eyes turning fierce. Chapter 38. Who gave you the courage? Vile wretch! How dare you? Zhou Wenlong pointed angrily at the woman on the bed. Do you have any idea how many women in Jiang province would vie for a place in my bed? If I were not disinterested in mere decorative objects, do you think you would stand a chance? Let me tell you, your parents have already agreed to this marriage. The moment I consummate it tonight, you will never escape. As he spoke, Zhou Wenlong lunged at her again. Chen Yingxue struggled with all her might. The ropes on her delicate wrists had begun to cut into her skin, yet she refused to yield. Bah! I would rather die than marry you. If you have the guts, kill me. My grandfather will never let you off. Chen Yingxue shouted, her eyes gleaming with defiance. But no matter how fiercely she fought, Zhou Wenlong had already torn open her clothing, exposing her fair skin. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Chen Yingxue seized the opportunity, crying out for help. Save me. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyao had arrived at the hotel entrance with a group. Open the door immediately. Chen Yumin commanded the hotel manager in an authoritative tone. Zhou Wenlong's two bodyguards were already incapacitated. The hotel manager, recognizing their identities, dared not say a word and hurriedly opened the door. Chen Yumin rushed inside. Xiaoxue. Hearing that familiar call, Chen Yingxue trembled. Why had her grandfather come? As the bedroom door swung open, Chen Yumin saw his granddaughter disheveled on the bed and Zhou Wenlong forcefully covering her mouth. He was filled with rage, shaking with fury as he raised his cane to strike Zhou Wenlong. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Chen family patriarch, Zhou Wenlong panicked and fled. Chen Xiaoyao quickly removed her coat and draped it over Chen Yingxue before untying her bonds and embracing her. Xiaoxue, am I too late? Her voice trembled, clearly frightened. She had called her grandfather the moment she lost contact with Chen Yingxue, tracking her down through her phone's location. Originally, she thought it was just a dinner outing, never expecting it to escalate to such severity. Had she arrived any later, it would have cast a shadow over Chen Yingxue's life. I'm fine. Hearing this, Chen Yingxue relaxed slightly. The Chen family's bodyguards stood at the door, hesitant to enter. Chen Xiaoyao quickly called out, Don't just stand there. Come in. Several bodyguards surged forward, swiftly restraining Zhou Wenlong. Chen Yumin, wielding his cane, glared fiercely at Zhou Wenlong, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Zhou Wenlong, who gave you the audacity? Though Zhou Wenlong was terrified, he mustered the courage to reply, Grandpa Chen, my marriage with Xiaoxue is already settled. The betrothal gift has been sent. You were the ones who went back on your word. Bah! Chen Yumin spat at him. I would never allow my granddaughter to marry a beast like you. He then trembled as he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Wenlong's father, Zhou Jie. Upon learning of his son's actions, Zhou Jie shook with fear. Old Chen, I sincerely apologize. I am on my way to Jiangcheng immediately. Please give me a chance to resolve this. Zhou Jie pleaded over the phone. His underlying message was clear. He wanted Chen Yumin to spare Zhou Wenlong's life. Fortunately, nothing irreparable had happened to Xiao Xue. Otherwise, he would have ensured Zhou Wenlong faced dire consequences. Xiao Xue, are you alright? After hanging up, Chen Yumin approached her, worry etched on his face. Grandpa. Upon seeing the concern on Chen Yumin's face, Chen Yingxue quickly reassured him. I'm fine. She glanced at Zhou Wenlong, now restrained by the bodyguards. After all, he was the young master of the Zhou family, and they couldn't afford to offend him. After speaking, Chen Yingxue softly added, after all, he is from the Zhou family, so please be cautious. Hearing these words, Chen Yumin felt a tremor in his heart. Why must his granddaughter be so perceptive? However, he understood that Chen Yingxue's intentions were solely for the good of the Chen family. Zhou Xiao took Chen Yingxue outside, and Chen Yumin, feeling uneasy, instructed 2 bodyguards to follow them. Once they had left, he summoned Zhou Wenlong into the hall. With the backing of the Zhou family, Zhou Wenlong felt emboldened and exclaimed, "Let go of me. I can walk on my own." As he spoke, he plopped down onto the sofa. Grandpa Chen, marry Xiao Xue to me, and you'll gain immensely, Zhou Wenlong declared, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it up. Within a year, I will double the market value of the Chen family. I assure you, her life with me will be far better than it is now. Chen Yumin gripped his cane tightly, quietly listening to his words, yet his gaze grew increasingly fierce. Had Zhou Wenlong displayed even a hint of remorse at that moment, Chen Yumin might not have been so enraged. Grandpa Chen, I'm merely stating the truth. I am the best choice for both the Chen family and Xiao Xue. Zhou Wenlong scoffed coldly. Break one of his legs. Chen Yumin commanded icily, and the bodyguards immediately moved in to seize Zhou Wenlong from both sides. Panic set in for Zhou Wenlong. Grandpa Chen, I'm speaking nothing but the truth. As he protested, one bodyguard grabbed his leg while another lifted a nearby stool. I am from the Zhou family. Old man, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? If you dare to harm me, my father will surely not spare the Chen family. The Zhou family can annihilate the Chen family as easily as crushing an ant. Don't be so ungrateful. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Wenlong resorted to foul language. Chen Yumin's eyes turned even colder, and without hesitation, the bodyguard raised the stool and brought it down forcefully onto Zhou Wenlong's legs. Ah! Zhou Wenlong screamed in agony, tears and mucus streaming down his face. His right leg had twisted grotesquely, and a yellowish fluid began seeping from beneath him, filling the air with a foul stench. Chapter 39. No going out. When one experiences sudden, intense pain, it is not uncommon to lose control of bodily functions. Chen Yumin pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his nose, coldly stating, since the Zhou family is so formidable, let them come and trouble me. After uttering these words, he rose and departed with several bodyguards. At the entrance, Zhou Wenlong's 2 bodyguards remained restrained, crouched on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing the scream, they realized their careers might be at an end. Chen Yumin glanced at the man on the floor and declared, inform Zhou Jie that his son's current predicament is self-inflicted. Should he seek revenge, he is welcome to find me any time. With that, Chen Yumin departed, determined not to allow anyone to bully his granddaughter. The place where she resided was a modest 2-story apartment, sufficient for the 2 of them. You must be frightened. Change your clothes. I'll prepare some tea, Zhou Xiao said as she entered the kitchen. Chen Yingxue skillfully opened her wardrobe, selecting an outfit that suited her before curling up on the sofa, her mind still replaying the moment when Zhou Wenlong lunged at her. Thankfully, nothing untoward had happened today. Otherwise, how would she face the future? The thought sent a shiver of dread through Chen Yingxue, especially recalling Zhou Wenlong's claim that her parents had tacitly approved of everything. Her heart plummeted into a cold abyss. Have some tea. It's fortunate nothing happened today, Zhou Xiao said, handing her a cup. Chen Yingxue finally relaxed her tense body. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. If it weren't for you, today might have ended tragically. Let us not speak formally. We've been friends for so many years. The 2 had been close friends since university. Zhou Xiao had always worked in finance, having struggled against her difficult upbringing to carve out her path in Jiangqing. I heard you're getting married? Who is he? Such a significant matter. Why isn't he here? Zhou Xiao asked with a serious expression. Speaking of this, Chen Yingxue thought of Tang Tian. She did not withhold any details, explaining the nature of her contractual marriage with him. So what does this make you two? A mutually beneficial arrangement? Zhou Xiao frowned as she questioned. What if he decides to cling to you afterward? It's fine. I never intended to spend my life with that man. Worst case, I'll just be financially supporting a freeloader besides. He doesn't seem to require my funds. Chen Yingxue remarked with a smile, recalling Tang Tian's generous offer of 100 million as a betrothal gift and Jiang Lan's 10 billion for his treatment in Kyoto. But what if you meet a man you genuinely like in the future? Zhou Xiao pressed, her expression grave. In Chen Yingxue's view, marriage seemed merely a transactional affair. Enough of that. I only wish to manage the company well and ease my grandfather's worries, she replied with a smile. Her thoughts had never dwelled on men. Even in that moment of peril, Tang Tian had not crossed her mind. Men were inherently unreliable beings. In Kyoto, at the Mo family residence, Mo Chiu became anxious. I'm going with you. Seeing his daughter's determination, Mo Wonson felt a pang in his heart. If it weren't for Tang Tian's impending marriage, he would have undoubtedly opposed her. Cho, Mo Wonson scolded. You're not fully recovered. Stay at home. Hearing this, Mo Chiu became displeased. Dad, I'm almost well again. Besides, being with Tang Tian, he can help me if anything happens. His medical skills are exceptional. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu and Mo Zian lowered their heads quietly. It was the first time they had seen Mo Chiu so enthusiastic about a man, clearly indicating her deep feelings for him. Chiu, you are a member of the Mo family, Mo Xiaoxian reminded discontentedly. The women of the Mo family should never pursue men. What would happen to their reputation if word got out? So what? I've been to Jiangsheng before. It's just a trip, Mo Chiu quickly responded, fearing that if Tang Tian left, she might never see him again, and their fates would be severed. Nonsense. Mo Wonson slammed the table angrily. You are not going. Upon hearing the word marriage, not only Mo Chiu but also Lin Qingyu and Mo Zian felt as though the world had collapsed. You have a fiancé? Mo Zian shot up in shock. Mo Chiu, who had been so excited moments earlier, now felt tears welling up, unsure of what to say. She never imagined that, after over 20 years of living, her first feelings for a man would be for someone else's fiancé. Mo Wonson sighed in relief. I'll have someone take you to the airport. Then it would trouble Mr. Mo. Tang Tian was not polite. In this desolate place, he could not even find a vehicle and had to rely on them for a ride. After Tang Tian departed, the Mo family exchanged glances, all realizing Mo Chiu's intentions, yet none anticipated such a blunder. In Jiangsheng, within the hospital, Zhou Jie, with a grave tone, inquired of the doctor, Is there truly no hope for my son's leg to recover? The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied candidly, Mr. Zhou, the injury to your son's leg is far too severe. Given the current medical standards, after several surgeries, we may be able to preserve the limb, but standing again is an impossibility. Zhou Jie's eyes reddened as he murmured, Thank you for your efforts. Turning his gaze towards the ward, he saw Zhou Wenlong lying in bed, still unconscious after last night's surgery. This was the only heir of the Zhou family, now unable to stand again. How could Qin Yumin have dared to harm his son? This vendetta must be avenged. Zhou Jie immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Launch a full-scale assault on the Chun family of Jiangsheng. Leverage all connections to ensure their downfall. A single sentence determined the fate of the Qin family. Such was the disparity. Chapter 40. Marriage certificate. He was determined to make Chun Yumin realize the grave error of his decision, to understand the consequences of offending the Zhou family. What was particularly infuriating was that all of this chaos began because of a woman. There were countless women in Jiang province eager to marry him. Why did he have to fixate on Chen Yingxue? Meanwhile, at the Chun group, Chun Yingxue sneezed violently, feeling as though someone was speaking ill of her behind her back. Her phone rang. Without glancing, she answered, Who is this? Xiaoxue, what happened last night? Why can't we reach Zhou Xiao? It was Song Jilan's concerned voice, instantly plunging Chan Yingxue's mood into despair. Mom, am I truly your biological daughter? Chun Yingxue scoffed into the phone. What do you mean by that? Of course, you are my daughter. Then why do you just stand by and watch as others bully me? Bullying? What do you mean? Song Jilan's tone wavered. After marrying Zhou Xiao, Your life will undoubtedly be far more comfortable than it is now. The Zhou family is the foremost in Longcheng. Once you wed. Chen Yingxue hung up the phone abruptly. A familiar figure entered the office. Who are you planning to marry? Tang Tian asked with a smile. He had just arrived at the Chen group, carrying a takeout box. I saw a pastry shop near the airport. It smelled delightful, so I brought you some. As he spoke, Tang Tian placed the box before Chen Yingxue and handed her a bank card, saying, the money on this card is all mine. Feel free to spend it as you wish. Chen Yingxue momentarily felt dazed. Could it be that this man was expressing his affection for her? The pastries emitted a sweet aroma, and the bank card appeared brand new, likely just issued. You are my wife. Is it not only natural for you to use my money? Tang Tian stated earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yingxue returned the card to him. I don't need your money. I have my own. Do you have your identification? Let us go get our marriage certificate right now. Though puzzled by Chen Yingxue's sudden urgency, Tang Tian did not refuse and followed her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In less than an hour they emerged, each holding a red booklet. Hearing her words, Chen Yingxue frowned slightly. I do not restrict your freedom nor require your money. You only need to fulfill the role of my husband. Do you dislike me so much? Tang Tian asked playfully, leaning closer. As she regarded him, she found that he was not as intolerable as she had thought. Just then, her phone rang insistently. After speaking, she got into her car and sped away, leaving Tang Tian standing there, bewildered. Had she just left him moments after their marriage? However, he was unconcerned and pulled out his phone to make a call. After a few rings, a sultry voice answered. Who is this? Auntie, it's Tang Tian. Could you visit my master for me? Tang Tian asked, a hint of eagerness in his tone. The old man did not use a mobile phone. Thus this was the only way to reach him. You little rascal. I thought you had forgotten about me. Yang Xilan's voice was tinged with disappointment. Alas, she had encountered many people, but Tang Tian was the one she found most agreeable. Auntie, I need to speak to my master. Tang Tian felt quite helpless. If it weren't for the proximity of their residences, he would not have contacted Yang Xilan at all. On the night you departed, Dr. Qi vanished without a trace, and it wasn't until the following day that we opened the door to discover he had left without a single remnant, completely untraceable. I initially thought he might have gone in search of you. Upon hearing Yang Xilan's words, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Had the old man fled? After exchanging a few trivial remarks with Yang Xilan, he finally ended the call. However, he promptly added her to his blacklist, fully aware that if he did not, she would likely inundate him with nightly calls. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's mind raced with thoughts. Where could the old man have gone? Since his early memories, the old man had taken him to various places to treat patients, often in remote villages, with no intent of financial gain. They would stay in one location for 10 days to a fortnight before moving on, never exceeding a month. The old man never used a mobile phone nor maintained contact with anyone. Now that he had departed, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for where to search. It dawned on him. His master had orchestrated this. He had intentionally lured him to Jiangqing so that he could make his escape. Tang Tian shook his head in resignation. It seemed that their next encounter would only occur when the elder wished to see him. Upon returning to the Chun residence, Tang Tian knocked on the door. The moment Song Jilan laid eyes on him, her face contorted with disdain. What is it? Useless fool. Who do you think you are to call me mother? Don't shout recklessly. As she spoke, Song Jilan hurriedly changed her shoes, as if she were anxious to leave. Mother, Xiaoxue and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. Please, do not complicate matters further. As he spoke, Tang Tian produced the freshly acquired red booklet. Upon seeing the gilded characters spelling out marriage certificate, Song Jilan nearly screamed in shock. In disbelief, she snatched it from him, and upon confirming that it indeed bore the photograph of Tang Tian and Chen Yingxue, her complexion turned ashen. It's over. It's too late for everything. However, the next moment, her spirit revived, and she forcefully hurled the marriage certificate at Tang Tian. Chapter 41. Corporate crisis. Tang Tian, with swift reflexes, deftly caught the marriage certificate and tucked it into his pocket, for such a document must not be damaged. You worthless fool! Who permitted you to wed my daughter? Song Jilan berated Tang Tian vehemently. Mother, this is your fault. Did you not say that as long as I provided the betrothal gifts, you would no longer meddle in my matters with Xiaoxue? I have indeed given you the betrothal gifts, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Song Jilan, seething with anger, commanded Tang Tian imperatively, you must go and divorce Xiaoxue this instant. My daughter cannot marry you. Why on earth can't she marry me? This union was sanctioned by my grandfather, and we have already registered our marriage. Kindly cease your fussing, Tang Tian retorted before hastily ascending the stairs, uninterested in further argument with Song Jilan. Clutching her chest in frustration, Song Jilan felt as though she might choke at any moment. After taking several deep breaths, she rushed out the door. Throughout her journey, she dialed Zhou Wenlong multiple times, but each call went unanswered. Surely, the matter between him and Xiaoxue should have been settled yesterday. Yet, with Chen Yingxue not returning home last night and now hastily obtaining a marriage certificate with Tang Tian, Song Jilan's heart was laden with unease. At last, the call was answered. Zhou Xiao, you finally picked up. What happened last night? Why is Xiaoxue marrying that good-for-nothing today? Zhou Xiao, speak up. If last night's affair was successful, I would go to find the old man right now. Moments later, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. Are you Chen Yingxue's mother? Taken aback by the voice, Song Jilan confirmed she had dialed the correct number before inquiring. Who are you? Where is Zhou Xiao? I am Zhou Jie, came the icy response. Was last night's incident arranged by you? Perplexed by his tone, Song Jilan forced a smile and said, Ah, so you are the in-law. Indeed, Zhou Xiao mentioned last night's matters to me, and I thought since the two children, however. She was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Jie's curt reply. Good, very good. At that moment, Song Jilan sensed something amiss in Zhou Jie's tone, but before she could inquire further, the call was disconnected. Bewildered, she pondered the situation for a moment before dialing Chen Yingxue. Xiaoxue, where are you? She asked cautiously over the phone. Engrossed in handling company affairs, Chen Yingxue paid her no mind and hung up. After being cut off twice in succession, Song Jilan's anxiety escalated, prompting her to call Chen Jinghui. It was then she learned that the company was in turmoil, likely due to the Zhou family's interference with the Chen group. How could this happen? Wasn't Zhou Xiao in good spirits yesterday? Song Jilan questioned in shock. The two families were on the brink of a union, so why would the Zhou family turn against the Chen family now? Chen Jinghui, in a hurry, ended the call and headed to the conference room, having heard that the old man was convening an emergency meeting. Upon entering the conference room, the company's executives were already assembled. Chen Yingxue followed closely behind her father, and once everyone was present, Chen Yumin began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chen Group is currently facing an unprecedented crisis, one that has arisen due to my actions, resulting in the Zhou family targeting our company. With a grave expression, Chen Yumin surveyed all present, declaring, all shareholders wishing to withdraw their investments will be compensated at the highest profit rate of previous years. Father, what is going on? Chen Jinghui asked, unable to contain himself. Why would the Zhou family target us? The others murmured in confusion, recalling how the Zhou and Chen families had maintained a cordial relationship. Moreover, Chen Yingxue was on the verge of marrying Zhou Wenlong. How could such a predicament arise? I heard that last night, the chairman's men incapacitated Zhou Xiao. A friend of mine working at the hospital mentioned he had a leg broken and may never walk again. What? How could such a grave situation occur? Didn't Chen Zong and Zhou Xiao go out together last night? Could something have happened then? Speculation abounded, and a sense of crisis surged within the Chen family. Offending the Zhou family could lead to dire consequences. This is due to personal matters that have upset the Zhou family. I prefer not to elaborate. Anyone wishing to withdraw their shares may do so now, Chen Yumin said nonchalantly. The Chen family held 65 of the shares in the Chen Group, leaving 35 in the hands of minority shareholders. Hearing Chen Yumin's words, some were immediately swayed. The Chen Group had prospered in recent years, and no one had considered withdrawing their investments. However, the threat posed by the Zhou family now left them with little choice but to safeguard their interests. Chairman, we are merely minor shareholders. Our families depend on this income. A man nearing retirement stood up. Given the circumstances, I will withdraw. Chairman Chen, We should stand by the company, but Chairman Chen, I too wish to withdraw one after another. The minority shareholders stood, demanding to withdraw their investments. With the gravity of the situation laid bare, the need for financial prudence outweighed any concern for appearances. Chen Yumin wasted no time, instructing the finance department to record the withdrawals and compensate everyone according to previous profit rates. As the room emptied, only the Chen family remained. Finally, the brothers, Chen Jinghui and Chen Haoshuan, could no longer contain their curiosity. Father, what on earth transpired? How did we offend the Zhou family? Indeed, Father, can we afford to offend them? Grandfather, you are not one to act impulsively. Did something occur? Chen Haoshuan directed his gaze toward the composed Chen Yingxue. Is this related to her? Everyone, please calm down. Chen Yumin gestured for silence, inviting them to take their seats before recounting the events of the previous night. Upon hearing the tale, Chen Jingwei's expression darkened considerably, realizing that last night's incident had summoned the old man's ire. If I had known, I would have intervened to stop Zhou Wenlong. We are family. I cannot stand idly by while my granddaughter is bullied, Chen Yumin declared resolutely. Beside him, Chen Jingming wore a troubled expression, turning to Chen Yingxue. But we cannot offend the Zhou family for her sake. Exactly, grandfather. Had you consented to her marriage with Zhou Xiao sooner, none of this would have transpired, Chen Haoshuan added, echoing the sentiment. Chen Tian's face was equally grim. Offending the Zhou family leaves us with no escape. What shall we do now? Although the Zhou family is formidable, I have cultivated a network over the years. I am willing to risk my reputation. Perhaps the Chen group can still be salvaged. In summary, it is time for everyone to unite their efforts. Chen Yumin, observing the serious expressions on the faces around him, addressed the group. At this juncture, I do not wish for any further issues to arise within our family. It would be best if you all maintained a low profile and diligently attended to the affairs of the company. Understood, Dad? The others nodded in agreement, while Chan Yingshu gazed at Chen Yumin's retreating figure, her heart brimming with emotion. Her grandfather was her strongest support in this family. As long as he was present, she felt a sense of security. Moreover, I have another matter to announce. Chen Yingshu, her demeanor serious, produced the marriage certificate concealed within her folder. I have wed Tang Tian. At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. Xiaoxue, how could you make such a significant decision without consulting your father? Chen Jinghui was immediately incensed. Marriage is a monumental event in one's life. How could she decide this unilaterally? Chen Haoshuan and Chen Tianqian exchanged glances, both incredulous at her apparent folly, especially with someone as promising as Zhou Wenlong available, yet she chose to marry the seemingly unambitious Tang Tian. Chen Jingming refrained from voicing his opinion, as it was not his daughter. However, if his own daughter were to wed a man of no merit, his reaction would likely be even more intense than Chen Jinghui's. Very well. Chan Yumin, however, was overjoyed, cradling the marriage certificate as if it were a treasured possession, examining it repeatedly. Dad, my marriage to Tang Tian has your father's approval, and we have only obtained the certificate. The wedding ceremony has yet to be arranged. Chen Yingshu stated calmly, her gaze towards Chen Jinghui tinged with disappointment. Chen Jinghui was aware of the events of the previous day. What competent father would stand idly by while another man acted inappropriately towards his daughter? Thus, she had chosen not to inform anyone prior to getting the certificate, knowing they would oppose it. Indeed, the marriage between Tang Tian and Xiaoxue was sanctioned by me. Does my word not carry more weight than yours? Chen Yumin interjected, coming to Chen Yingshu's defense. Chen Jinghui's frustration waned slightly. Dad, I merely thought. After all, she is my daughter. Should she not inform me? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoshuan and Chen Tianqian felt a flush of embarrassment, with Chen Tianqian playfully inquiring, Grandpa, will I also have such an opportunity when I marry in the future? Yes, everyone will have such a chance. Chen Yumin replied with a smile. Though he had always favored Chen Yingshu, he knew that favoritism must not be excessive. Chen Haoshuan then offered Chen Yingshu a congratulatory smile, his eyes glinting with delight. Now that Chen Yingshu was married, her responsibilities to the company should diminish, right? If the company could weather this storm, he, as the eldest grandson, would surely inherit it. With this thought, Chen Haoshuan's smile broadened, Indeed, this was fortuitous. Meanwhile, Tang Tian languished in his room, idly scrolling through his phone when he received a call from Chu Lianshan. "Miss Chu, is there something you need?" Tang Tian inquired. "Do you have a moment?" Chu Lianshan asked softly from the other end. "That depends on what it is," Tang Tian replied with a smile, her graceful figure unconsciously surfacing in his mind. Chu Lianshan continued, "I would like to invite you to dinner." "Well, I certainly have time. How could I refuse an invitation from a beautiful lady?" Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. After confirming the location, he changed into an outfit and set off, opting for a simple short-sleeve shirt and long pants, as he found the clothing Chen Yingshu had purchased for him, mostly suits, rather unappealing. Upon arriving at the venue, he spotted a familiar silhouette leaning against the counter, smoking. "You made it?" Upon seeing Tang Tian, Chu Lianshan casually offered him a cigarette. Noticing her troubled expression, Tang Tian accepted the cigarette, lit it, and inquired with a smile, "What seems to be the trouble?" "It's a long story. I genuinely require your assistance today." As she spoke, Chu Lianshan signaled a server to bring out the dishes from the kitchen. Afterwards, she led Tang Tian to an upstairs private room, where she poured him a cup of tea. "Miss Chu, we can consider ourselves to be acquaintances. Please feel free to express your needs without such formality," Tang Tian said generously. "It pertains to the matter from last time," Chu Lianshan sighed. Tang Tian cast a glance at Chu Lianshan and then remarked, "You appear to be in good spirits. It doesn't seem as though you have been poisoned again." "No, it's just that, after you cured my poison last time, I've encountered a bit of trouble. Could you assist me in creating a fade of poisoning?" Chu Lianshan asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian chuckled. "Many have sought my aid in curing poison, but you are the first to request that I administer it." It was evident that Chu Lianshan was not entirely at liberty, and there were underlying circumstances at play. "I have no choice in this matter," Chu Lianshan murmured. "Rest assured, once this is accomplished, I shall reward you with 10 million. "Miss Chu certainly is generous," Tang Tian replied with a smile, twirling his teacup as he inquired, "So, who exactly holds sway over you?" At this question, Chu Lianshan felt a chill run down her spine. This trivial matter is a mere trifle for him. Chapter 43. Pity me? Not a problem. Just tell me what you desire. Chu Lianshan hurriedly pulled out her phone to begin recording. Tang Tian rested his hand on the table. His fingers splayed as they gently tapped rhythmically, reciting a prescription at a leisurely pace. "Have you noted it down?" he inquired. Chu Lianshan nodded eagerly. "I have." "Excellent," she responded. After editing the message, she sent it out and turned to Tang Tian, asking, "Will this medicine produce symptoms similar to those I experienced during my previous poisoning?" "Quite likely," Tang Tian replied, taking a sip of tea. "Thank you," Chu Lianshan expressed sincerely, then took out a check, inscribing a figure before handing it to him. Tang Tian took the check, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "This money is too easy to earn." Chu Lianshan merely chuckled, recognizing Tang Tian's capabilities. Cultivating a good relationship with such a person could prove invaluable in the future. "Miss Chu, if you truly encounter any difficulties, it is essential to address the issue at its root. This method may conceal the problem once or twice, but it will eventually prove ineffective with repeated attempts," Tang Tian advised. At the mention of this, Chu Lianshan visibly grew agitated, lighting another cigarette. After taking a deep puff, she slowly exhaled a ring of smoke before stating, "I merely wish to survive." Tang Tian remained silent and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke swirled around him. It was amidst this haze that Chu Lianshan began to recount her story. She was not a native of Jiangcheng, but rather hailed from the capital, where the Chu family held considerable prestige and possessed unimaginable wealth. Yet, it is often such illustrious families that are rife with intrigue and rivalry. The poison coursing through Chu Lianshan's veins was administered by her half-brother. Although he was merely a bastard, he was the sole son of Chu Bilan and groomed from a young age as the heir. However, Chu Lianshan was also the daughter of Chu Bilan, who harbored deep sentiments for her mother, leading him to contemplate bequeathing half of his fortune to her. This decision, however, did not sit well with Chu Ming, who had been the architect of the poison that plagued Chu Lianshan. Over the years, she had endured considerable torment at the hands of Chu Bilan, And even after fleeing to Jiangcheng and expressing her desire to renounce her inheritance, she could not escape the clutches of Chu Ming. Given this, why not confide in your father? Tang Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. My father is quite traditional. He abhors conflict within the family. When I previously expressed my willingness to forfeit his wealth, he rejected it outright, she replied. So that scoundrel is intent on eliminating you? Is that his strategy to claim the entire inheritance? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Chu Lianshan let out a derisive laugh. He simply seeks to torment me. Why? Tang Tian mused, intrigued by this Chu Ming, who, despite being a mere illegitimate son, flaunted his status so boldly. Because his mother was my father's first love. He has always harbored resentment towards me, claiming that had it not been for my mother's presence, he would not have had to bear the stigma of being a bastard since childhood. Chu Lianshan responded with a wry smile. Tang Tian's lips twitched violently, exclaiming, Goodness, this situation is truly chaotic. Therefore, even if the poison within you is cured, you wish for him to remain oblivious, correct? Chu Lianshan nodded. If he discovers that I am not poisoned, he will resort to other means of tormenting me. I have truly had enough. Poor Chu Lianshan indeed. It was evident that she had endured considerable suffering over the years. Born into a family capable of producing a princess, she bore the weight of so many burdens. With him already perched atop your head, what will happen when your esteemed father is no longer around? Won't he torment you to death? Tang Tian inquired, gazing at Chu Lianshan. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan felt an even greater headache. Let us speak of future matters in due time. For now, I merely wish to live well temporarily. Once I find an opportunity, I shall certainly not let him escape. As she spoke, a glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. It seemed she harbored her own plans, merely awaiting the right moment to act. Tang Tian, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, accepted the check and addressed her, saying, Miss Chu, should you encounter any matters in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall accept this payment, but it will not be necessary thereafter. What does this imply? Chu Lianshan, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Tang Tian and inquired, Pity me? I see that your brother has left you with scant resources. Why not allow me to eliminate him? In time, you could inherit the Chu family alone, and at that point you could generously compensate me. Tang Tian replied with a smile. Eliminate him? Chu Lianshan harbored similar thoughts, yet he was a man who valued his life, always accompanied by a formidable warrior and a retinue of bodyguards, leaving no opportunity for a close approach. Even the assassins I hired were met with counterattacks. Chu Lianshan shook her head and remarked, He can employ poison, and so can we. Tang Tian snapped his fingers and said, I possess a kind of poison, colorless and tasteless. Once ingested, it mimics the symptoms of a heart attack, leaving even forensic experts unable to discern any trace of foul play. Would you care to test it? Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Lianshan's eyes. Is there truly such a poison in existence? If such a toxin were real, it could indeed facilitate a murder without leaving a trace. Yes, it exists, but... Do you dare? Tang Tian inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed upon her. Chu Lianshan took a deep breath. She certainly did not possess the courage, nor did she intend to resort to such measures to eliminate Chu Ming. Let it be, she declined Tang Tian's offer graciously. I wish to befriend you. In the future, should you encounter any troubles, perhaps I might be of assistance. Chu Lianshan replied with a smile. Tang Tian stifled a yawn, confident that he would encounter no trouble, yet the same could not be said for Chen Ningxue. Miss Chu, we are indeed friends, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. The door to the private room was knocked upon, prompting Chu Lianshan to allow the dishes to be served. After they had indulged in a hearty meal, Tang Tian utilized their kitchen, laboring for an extended period to concoct a small vial of pills. One pill induces poisoning, and another will serve as an antidote, he explained, handing the vial to Chu Lianshan. Surprised, she responded, Is there truly such a miraculous remedy? The depth of traditional Chinese medicine is profound. This is merely a matter of varying dosages yielding different effects. However, do remember, you must not consume more than 2 pills within 3 days, or it could result in life-threatening consequences. Tang Tian cautioned. Chu Lianshan nodded earnestly, carefully storing the vial, realizing that this could be her means of subterfuge. "Thank you," she said, looking at Tang Tian with a serious expression. He beamed at her. "No need for thanks. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Should you insist, I shall not hold back. I will certainly trouble you whenever I encounter an issue." As she spoke, she escorted him to the door. At that moment, 2 black vans came to a halt outside, from which emerged a dozen men clad in black, brandishing weapons. Chu Lianshan's demeanor shifted instantly to one of seriousness. "Who are you?" Having operated this establishment in Jiangcheng for quite some time, she was aware that few knew of her true identity, yet her close ties with Lin Qinghuan and frequent meals with Lin Yong generally deterred troublemakers, especially in consideration of the Lin family's reputation. "It has nothing to do with you." The leading man gestured towards Tang Tian. "We are here for this young man." Tang Tian, bewildered, pointed to himself. "Me?" He couldn't recall when he had offended these individuals. "Bro, do we have a grudge?" Yet, his adversaries were disinclined to engage in trivial banter. "Onward. Subdue this brat." Having witnessed her fair share of tumultuous scenes, Chu Lianshan remained composed. She promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Yong. Upon learning that someone was causing trouble for Tang Tian, Lin Yong wasted no time. He hung up and swiftly made his way to the club with his entourage. Outside, the cacophony of fighting and anguished cries echoed relentlessly, while the waitstaff within the establishment cowered in a corner. They were merely employees, lacking any obligation to assist Chu Lianshan in a confrontation. However, Chu Lianshan could not afford to dwell on their hesitations. She seized an ashtray from the table and marched toward the exit. The sheer curtain obscured her view of the scene outside, but once she stepped through, she beheld Tang Tian standing unscathed at the center of the tumult. The ruffians who had been taunting him moments earlier now lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. Tang Tian stood with one foot pressed upon the chest of the man leading the group, gazing down at him with a smile as he inquired, "Do we have a grudge, my friend?" The man's eyes were filled with dread. He truly did not anticipate that this individual possessed such formidable skills, having incapacitated all of them in less than 3 minutes. "We are from the Zhou family. You would do well not to act recklessly," he stammered, revealing his background. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan approached, looking down at the man on the ground and asking, "Which Zhou family?" "The Zhou family of Longcheng." The man gritted his teeth, glaring at the two. "If you harm us, the Zhou family will not let you get away with it." A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Tang Tian's eyes as he raised his leg and forcefully stamped down on the man's right arm. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, the sound of bones fracturing resonating clearly in Chu Lianshan's ears. She gazed at the person beside her in shock. Wasn't he a doctor? How could he possess such strength? It is known that the bones of a normal person are even harder than cement, so just how much force did Tang Tian exert to break the man's bones? After uttering these words, Tang Tian withdrew his foot and coldly addressed the man on the ground. "Get lost." At that moment, he was a far cry from the gentle demeanor he had shown moments before. The others, upon hearing this, ceased their pretense of unconsciousness and hurriedly scrambled to their feet, assisting the man as they rushed him into a vehicle. Just as they departed, Lin Yong arrived with a throng of people. A formidable convoy of over a dozen vehicles nearly surrounded the entrance of the club, creating an impenetrable barrier. "Who dares to lay a hand on Dr. Tang?" Lin Yong strode in, exuding an aura of menace. "Uncle Lin, they have already left," Chu Lianshan quickly interjected. "Left?" Lin Yong furrowed his brow, turning to Tang Tian and inquiring, "Young doctor, who has wronged you? Do not hesitate to speak." "The Zhou family from Longcheng," Chu Lianshan replied with a serious countenance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong's expression turned icy. "It must be that brat Zhou Wenlong again, right?" "Indeed, it seems so," Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the individual as inconsequential. "That Zhou Wenlong is still causing trouble even while lying in the hospital." Lin Yong snorted derisively. "He's in the hospital?" Tang Tian's interest was piqued. Was it due to his arrogance that he was beaten? "Are you not aware?" Lin Yong looked at Tang Tian in astonishment. Tang Tian hurriedly waved his hand, feigning innocence as he exclaimed, "It wasn't me. Of course, it wasn't you. It was the old master of the Chen family who instigated it, Lin Yong responded, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he glanced at Tang Tian, seemingly torn between whether to divulge more information. Please do continue. It's quite unsettling to leave a statement unfinished, Tang Tian urged. Let us discuss it inside, Lin Yong suggested, instructing his subordinates to stand guard outside while he accompanied them into the establishment. Once they found a secluded spot, he finally recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan looked at Tang Tian in astonishment, unable to believe that this young man was on the verge of marriage. She had assumed there was something brewing between him and Lin Qinghuan. Tang Tian's expression darkened. He was taken aback that such a significant matter had escaped his notice. Uncle Lin, thank you, Tang Tian said, looking at Lin Yong with a serious demeanor. Do you know which hospital Zhou Wenlong is currently in? What do you intend to do? Lin Yong quickly responded. The Zhou family is not to be trifled with. The Chen family has already offended them, so it would be unwise to stir the pot further. Since the offense has already been made, what is there to fear? Tang Tian replied with a cold smile. Zhou Wenlong certainly has some audacity, taking advantage of my absence to bully his wife. If I were present, this scoundrel would have already met his demise.
Tang Tian.
You should refrain from being too impulsive, Chu Lianshan interjected. Though I am not well acquainted with the Zhou family, I can leverage the Chu family's influence to make a connection and request that they spare the Chen family from further trouble. Although her position within the Chu family was not particularly strong, she could still wield their name effectively in a small place like Jiang province. There's no need for that. Just inform me of Zhou Wenlong's ward number, Tang Tian replied, his face still grim. I only know he is at the first hospital of Jiang City. Beyond that, I am not aware, Lin Yong said, noticing the flicker of menace in Tang Tian's eyes and choosing not to dissuade him further. Tang Tian was indeed a formidable figure of the earth level, and even if he were to confront someone directly, it was unlikely that he would suffer any losses. Lin Yong's primary concern was the potential repercussions if Tang Tian were to take further action against Zhou Wenlong. The Zhou family would undoubtedly be challenging to contend with. Chapter 45. The Revenge of Tang Tian. Thank you. Upon uttering these words, Tang Tian rose to leave, but Chu Lianshan grasped his arm firmly. Tang Tian, one must not act impulsively. The Zhou family is certainly already dealing with the Chen family. Your pursuit of trouble will only entangle the Chen family in a more precarious situation. I cannot offer much assistance. Were she to take charge of the Chu family and become its matriarch, these matters would pose no difficulty. However, she remained constrained by her circumstances, thus her capacity to help was limited. No need to trouble yourselves. I can manage just fine. With that declaration, Tang Tian strode confidently out of the room. At Jiangqing First Hospital, within a patient room, Zhou Wenlong erupted in outrage upon learning that his right leg was irrevocably damaged. He had expelled the nurses and bodyguards from the room, his hands gripping the blanket tightly, the site where the needle had been removed still oozing blood. His eyes, now bloodshot, were filled with hatred directed at the Chen family. He could hardly believe that the old man Chen Yuman had dared to lay hands on him. As the eldest son of the Zhou family, the doctor's pronouncement that he would never walk again was an immense blow to Zhou Wenlong. A cacophony of noise outside the room further exacerbated his agitation. What all this racket? Are you looking for death? He shouted towards the door, which instantly fell silent. Moments later, the door swung open, and an unfamiliar figure stepped inside, exuding an air of defiance that suggested he was not affiliated with the hospital. Who the hell are you? Zhou Wenlong demanded. Tang Xiao, the intruder replied casually as he locked the door behind him and pulled up a chair to sit down. You little brat. Where did you come from? Where are the bodyguards? Zhou Wenlong yelled towards the outside. Stop shouting, they're too busy to bother with you right now. Tang Tian placed his hands together beneath his chin. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Tian. Zhou Xiao should be familiar with me, yes? Upon hearing that familiar name, Zhou Wenlong's demeanor shifted. His teeth gritted as he glared at Tang Tian. So you are Tang Tian? In Zhou Wenlong's eyes, if not for Tang Tian's interference, his relationship with Chen Yingxue would not have faltered, and he would not have found himself in his current predicament. Thus, at the heart of it all, Tang Tian was the root cause of his troubles. Indeed, it is I. Tang Tian retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips before igniting it. Isn't Zhou Xiao the one who has persistently sought to trouble me? I must come to see you, he remarked as he rose and approached Zhou Wenlong. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his adversary, Zhou Wenlong felt a twinge of fear. Having lost a leg, he realized he was utterly defenseless should Tang Tian decide to act against him. Help! Zhou Wenlong managed to call out, but before he could utter another word, a glint of cold steel shot from Tang Tian's hand, piercing his throat. The shock rendered Zhou Wenlong completely paralyzed, unable to move or even produce a sound. Has Zhou Xiao succumbed to fear? Tang Tian smiled as he spoke. Then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a steel needle approximately 3 millimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters in length. Zhou Wenlong's eyes widened even further, his expression one of astonishment, as if silently questioning Tang Tian's intentions. Tang Tian leisurely extracted a steel needle, then lifted the blanket covering Zhou Wenlong, swiftly tearing apart his hospital gown. At that moment, Zhou Wenlong was left clad only in his undergarments, experiencing a sense of humiliation he had never encountered in his life. Without hesitation, Tang Tian plunged the steel needle into the side of Zhou Wenlong's waist. Zhou Wenlong shuddered in pain, yet no sound escaped his lips. Tears welled in his eyes, and his nose tinged with a bitter sensation. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. As he spoke, Tang Tian drove another steel needle into the opposite side of Zhou Wenlong's waist. Zhou Wenlong's entire body quivered once more, while Tang Tian maintained a smile, observing the beads of sweat forming on Zhou Wenlong's forehead. Tang Tian once again produced a steel needle, brandishing it ominously before Zhou Wenlong's chest. This time, Zhou Wenlong's fear intensified, his pupils constricting in terror. However, he found himself rendered mute, unable even to plead for mercy. The mere thought of such a thick needle piercing his heart sent waves of dread coursing through him, for surely it would spell his end. Yet, Tang Tian did not strike at his heart. Instead, he plunged the needle into the center of Zhou Wenlong's chest. A searing pain radiated through him, causing Zhou Wenlong to stiffen, a pool of liquid forming beneath him. The acrid scent of urine permeated the room, and Tang Tian cast a disdainful glance at him, scoffing, "With such scant courage, you dare to trouble my wife?" As he spoke, Tang Tian retrieved another steel needle. Zhou Wenlong now felt as though his very organs were ablaze. What had this fiend done to him? Despite the agony, he exhibited no inclination to succumb to unconsciousness. In fact, he found himself yearning for a moment of oblivion, if only to escape the relentless pain. This time, Tang Tian aimed the needle at the kneecap of his remaining good leg, and Zhou Wenlong trembled violently, an intense fear welling up from the depths of his being. Tang Tian placed the steel needle upon Zhou Wenlong's kneecap, and with a sudden force, the needle pierced through it. The agony was unlike anything he had previously endured, causing Zhou Wenlong to involuntarily lose control of his bladder, overwhelming him with despair. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, a cacophony of noise erupted. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, casually retrieving another steel needle, this time aiming it at Zhou Wenlong's most vulnerable point. Zhou Wenlong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, but he was powerless to stop Tang Tian. He watched helplessly as the steel needle plunged between his legs. The excruciating pain left him in a daze, yet he remained conscious. "Who's in there? I don't care who you are, but if you dare to harm my son, I will ensure you suffer." Outside, Zhou Jie's furious voice boomed. "What are you all standing around for? Break down the door. Smash it open." The sound of the door being battered echoed in Zhou Wenlong's mind, amplifying his torment. Tang Tian leisurely lit a cigarette just as the door to the ward was forcefully flung open. Several bodyguards rushed in, and Zhou Jie glared at Tang Tian, demanding, "Who are you?" At that moment, he remained oblivious to the condition of Zhou Wenlong, only aware that he was still lying comfortably on the bed. "You must be his father?" Tang Tian's voice turned icy. "The predicament he finds himself in today is half your doing. Brat, who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Zhou Jie gritted his teeth. He had rarely encountered anyone bold enough to address him in such a manner throughout his life in Jiang Province. "I am Tang Tian." Upon hearing that familiar name, Zhou Jie's expression darkened. Was this young man courting death? Chapter 46. How will you resolve this? Don't just stand there. Get him. Kill this brat. Zhou Jie shouted at the bodyguards beside him, his bloodshot eyes brimming with murderous intent. The bodyguards surged towards Tang Tian, but before they could close the distance, he effortlessly sent them sprawling to the ground. Zhou Jie instantly realized that this individual was far from ordinary, and a hint of wariness crept into his gaze. At that moment, he finally noticed that Zhou Wenlong lay motionless on the bed, an unsettling stillness enveloping the room. "What have you done to my son?" a stunned Zhou Wenlong asked, coming to his senses. "He bullied my wife. I merely administered a minor lesson." Tang Tian's gaze grew somber, emanating a formidable aura. "I advise you, if you wish to avoid death, swiftly take him and leave Jiangqing. Do not trouble the Chen family again." The palpable intent to kill radiating from Tang Tian made Zhou Jie shiver involuntarily, his body hair standing on end. Zhou Jie was no fool. He recognized this as a distinctive energy of a martial artist. Astonished, he looked at Tang Tian. "You are a martial artist?" "Indeed. The only reason you stand here conversing with me is due to my benevolence." After uttering these words, Tang Tian turned to leave. Zhou Jie called out to him, "Stop. Are you not aware that martial artists must not engage with ordinary people? And what of it? If you dare to lay a finger on my wife, I shall annihilate your entire Zhou family." With that, Tang Tian stepped outside. Zhou Jie felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, pain tightening within him. The pressure emanating from this man was overwhelming, and his previous words bore no hint of jest. "Young master, what has happened to you?" A bodyguard crawled to the bedside, only to discover Zhou Wenlong had been pierced with numerous steel needles, rendering him immobile. Zhou Jie hurriedly pressed the call button at the head of the bed, and chaos soon erupted in the ward. The moment each needle was extracted, Zhou Wenlong emitted a horrific scream before succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. The nearby doctor trembled at the sight, exclaiming, "What a vicious method! Doctor, what has that scoundrel done to my son?" This is a method from traditional Chinese medicine to block meridians. He has sealed several of young Master Zhou's pathways. His organs are now severely damaged, and one leg is rendered useless even his. Before the doctor could finish, Zhou Jie collapsed to the ground in despair. "Tang Tian, I will kill you." Meanwhile, Tang Tian had arrived at the foot of the Chun Group building, a bouquet of white roses in hand. This time, the security guards did not dare to stop him. Upon seeing him, they nodded and greeted him with deference. Tang Tian smoothly entered the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. Along the way, he encountered a few individuals who regarded him with curiosity. However, Tang Tian paid them no mind. He knocked on the office door, and soon, Chan Yingshua's voice resonated from within. "Come in." Tang Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Chan Yingxue engrossed in her work, completely oblivious to his presence. "Wife." The utterance startled her, almost causing her to leap from her chair. Upon noticing the flowers in Tang Tian's hand, a hint of suspicion crept into her expression. "What brings you here? After such a significant incident last night, why didn't you inform me?" Tang Tian replied, his demeanor grave. "After all, I am your husband." Chun Yingxue furrowed her brow and glanced at him. "Our relationship is merely a formality. We are nothing more than contractual spouses. You are under no obligation to assist me. Is that so? I have heard that grandfather has offended the Zhou family, and I suspect the company is not faring well either. Is it?" Tang Tian, while speaking, propped his hands on the table and sat down with a thud. Chun Yingxue shot him a disdainful glance but chose to remain silent. Since he was already aware, why was he still making sarcastic remarks? Was he merely offering hollow words of assistance? Initially, he claimed he would help her resolve this predicament, but now it seemed he believed she no longer required his aid. Tang Tian feigned a sigh and remarked, "How will you resolve it?" Upon hearing this, Chun Yingxue became intrigued. She was curious about how this fellow intended to assist her. "You need only call me husband." Tang Tian leaned in with a mischievous grin. Chun Yingshue's face instantly flushed red.
Tang Tian.
"Don't push your luck. What's wrong? Feeling shy?" Noticing her embarrassment, Tang Tian's smile broadened. "I thought it would cost more." Tang Tian casually pulled out a bank card and tossed it to her, saying, "There are probably around 2 to 3 billion in here. Go ahead and spend it." Upon hearing this, Chun Yingxue trembled slightly. "Where did you acquire such a vast sum of money?" "From treating patients in Kyoto." The wealth of these affluent individuals is rather easy to come by, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. The matter with the Zhou family is not as complicated as it seems. As long as you call me husband, I assure you they will no longer trouble the Chen family. Chen Yingxue furrowed her brow as she regarded Tang Tian. While she believed his claim of earning money from treating patients, she found it hard to accept that he could resolve the issue with the Zhou family. After all, Tang Tian had just come from the countryside and was not acquainted with anyone influential. Relying solely on his medical practice could not possibly eliminate the Zhou family's troubles. Tang Tian, this is not the time for jest. If you truly possess a means to resolve the Chen family's predicament, I would gladly call you husband 100 times. Chen Yingxue asserted with a serious expression. This is your promise. Tang Tian snapped his fingers and, after a moment's hesitation, dialed Mo Wonsen's number. Mo Wonsen was taken aback by Tang Tian's prompt initiative to reach out, especially considering the unpleasant situation with Mo Chiu, who had spent the entire day weeping in her chamber. Nevertheless, as Tang Tian was her savior, Mo Wonsen felt compelled to respond with utmost courtesy.
Tang Tian.
What brings you to call? He inquired. Mr. Mo, I shall be straightforward. I require your assistance. Tang Tian briefly recounted the affairs of the Zhou family to Mo Wonsen. After listening, Mo Wonsen readily assured him, rest easy. Is it not merely a small family in Longcheng? I shall assist you forthwith. By the way, what business does your wife's company engage in? Do they require orders? I can help with introductions. At the end, Mo Wonsen even inquired proactively. That won't be necessary for now, as I am not entirely sure myself. Upon hearing Tang Tian abruptly end the call, Chen Yingxue looked on with suspicion. Who had he called? Who was Mr. Mo? Was he truly effective? Well, that's settled. Tang Tian, do you consider yourself amusing? You think a single phone call can resolve such a substantial issue? Chen Yingxue scolded. This man seemed utterly frivolous, treating such a significant matter as if it were a jest. Chapter 47. A threat from Kyoto. Why don't you ask me who I called? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Who? Chen Yingxue asked with curiosity. In her recollection, there was no one by the surname Mo, so she was unclear about to whom Tang Tian had actually spoken. The Mo family from Kyoto, Mo Wonsen. This name was not familiar to Chen Yingxue, yet she had heard of the Mo family from Kyoto. No matter how formidable the Zhou family might be, they were merely a prominent family in Longcheng, hardly worth noting in the eyes of the Mo family. How do you know someone from the Mo family in Kyoto? They were willing to assist you? Chen Yingxue questioned Tang Tian with a hint of skepticism. Weren't you the one who went to treat the elder of the Jiang family? Chen Yingxue asked in astonishment. How did you end up involved with the Mo family? I ran into them on the way, Tang Tian casually replied, then turned to Chen Yingxue with a serious expression. Do you still stand by what you just said? What did I say? Chen Yingxue's face flushed slightly, seemingly aware of what he meant but deliberately feigning ignorance. The promise to call me husband 10 times. Tang Tian's demeanor turned solemn. This was your own declaration. It cannot be disregarded, can it? Let us discuss it once the matter is accomplished. Chen Yingxue said with a cold expression, though her heart inexplicably raced a bit faster. Rest assured it will be accomplished. Tang Tian spoke with an air of confidence. No matter how formidable the Zhou family may seem, they are merely a small clan in Longcheng, insignificant in the eyes of the Mo family. As soon as the Mo family applies a modicum of pressure, they will acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Chen Yingxue furrowed her brows and regarded him with a newfound scrutiny. She had always perceived this fellow as a simpleton with little understanding, yet his recent remarks revealed that he was far from the rustic fool she had imagined. He was, in fact, quite astute. Did you truly grow up in the countryside with your master? Chen Yingxue inquired, her expression serious. What else could it be? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, his demeanor relaxed. Even a fool can comprehend these truths. Chen Yingxue's expression shifted to one of greater gravity. If you truly assist the Chen family in resolving this crisis, I shall express my gratitude appropriately. And how would you express such gratitude? Tang Tian rubbed his hands together, revealing a mischievous grin, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Observing his demeanor, Chen Yingxue could not help but shoot him a disapproving glance. Is there nothing else in that mind of yours? She retorted. We are, after all, legally married, and I am a normal man. Is it not entirely natural to have such thoughts? Tang Tian replied, his voice brimming with conviction. Catching sight of the bank card on the table, a flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze. Indeed, the company was in dire need of funds at this moment. And for the sake of the business, she found herself unable to refuse. I shall take this money for now, but I promise I will repay you in the future. Tang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to exit the office. Meanwhile, within the hospital, several doctors clad in white coats stood around the bedside. Mr. Zhou, we have done all we could, one of them spoke solemnly. Both traditional and Western medicine had been employed, yet they could not prevent Zhou Wenlong from becoming incapacitated. Zhou Jie inhaled deeply, grasping the railing of the bed. What is my son's current condition? His legs are undoubtedly irreparably damaged. He will never stand again. His organs have also suffered severe harm. Even with the finest medicinal herbs, he has no more than 3 years to live. Furthermore, the Zhou family's lineage cannot continue, the nearby doctor lamented, casting a cautious glance at Zhou Jie. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jie felt his strength drain away, collapsing to the floor as despair clouded his eyes. What a tragedy! He cried out, while Zhou Wenlong on the bed sank deeper into hopelessness. Just days ago, he had been a healthy individual, but within 3 short days, he had become a complete invalid. Dad, I want revenge. I will make the Chun family suffer, and that Tang Tian, I will chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Zhou Wenlong shouted, his rage towards Tang Tian reaching a fever pitch. The doctors helped Zhou Jie back into a chair, trembling and vacant, utterly unsure of what course of action to take. The Zhou family had no other heirs. If Zhou Wenlong was rendered incapable, the family line would indeed be extinguished. Mr. Zhou, please take care of yourself. The doctors, wary of provoking him further, hastily took their leave. Dad, I will kill them. Zhou Wenlong raged from his bed. Zhou Jie opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, his phone rang urgently. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from someone at the company. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Mr. Zhou, there has been an incident. It seems to involve people from Kyoto. We have no further information yet. As he processed this, another call came in, displaying a Kyoto number. Zhou Jie's heart sank, and he quickly answered it. A languid voice came from the other end. Is this the Zhou family of Longqing? Yes. May I ask who this is?
Zhou Ye ignored cautiously.
The person on the line was likely someone who had taken action against their company, but he recalled no grievances with anyone from Kyoto. Why would they suddenly target his business? My name is Mo Wonsen, from the Mo family of Kyoto. Tang Tian is a distinguished guest of my family. Opposing him is tantamount to opposing the Mo family. Zhou Jie's mind reeled with shock, his heart plummeting. How could this be? He had investigated that young man's background and found him to be merely a poor country lad. How could he possibly be linked to a prominent family in Kyoto? If he remembered correctly, the Mo family was one of the 8 great clans of Kyoto, capable of easily obliterating the Zhou family with a mere flick of their fingers. Realizing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but gasp. This time, I am merely giving you a lesson. If you continue to trouble Tang Tian and the Qin family, do not blame me for being ruthless. Despite his desire to avenge his son, the Mo family was a formidable opponent. Even if he sacrificed everything, it would hardly suffice against them. Gazing at the enraged Zhou Wenlong on the bed, Zhou Jie fell into deep contemplation. In Longcheng, within a private club, Su Xiao, I entrust the Zhou family affairs to you, Chun Haoshuan said cautiously, lighting a cigarette and presenting a check. Su Yen did not even glance at it, exhaling a plume of smoke. No problem. I will speak to them. Given our family's relationship with the Zhou family, this small favor is manageable. Thank you, Su Xiao. Rest assured, when I take over the company, I will not forget your kindness. Chun Haoshuan replied with a sycophantic smile. Su Yen reached out, playfully ruffling his hair. With someone as astute as you, it would be illogical not to take over the family business. If I'm not mistaken, you're the only grandson of the Qin family, correct? Indeed. Chun Haoshuan nodded, his smile unwavering even as he was treated like a pet. Thus, the Chun family's fortune will inevitably belong to you. I extend my early congratulations, Chen Zong. I hope we can collaborate fruitfully in the future. Of course. It is an honor to gain your favor, Su Xiao, Chun Haoshuan replied eagerly. Just then, a woman in uniform entered, causing Su Yan's eyes to brighten. Chun Zong, shall we conclude for today? All right, please, continue your business. I will settle the bill, Chun Haoshuan replied, understandingly. However, once outside, his expression darkened as he spat disdainfully. What a pretentious individual, just relying on a slightly better background. Despite his words, he dutifully went downstairs to settle the account before departing. The Chun family was currently in a perilous situation. If he could resolve their troubles now, he believed his grandfather would recognize his merits and confidently hand over the company to him. During the competition for the position of company president against Chun Ingxue, he had been baffled that the elder had chosen a woman to lead the company, leading to ridicule from his peers for an extended period. Unbeknownst to him, inside the private room, Su Yan was indulging in special services, carelessly placing a lighter atop the check, entirely indifferent to Chan Haoshuan's affairs. The Su family and Zhou family shared a long-standing friendship. If it were merely a minor conflict, he could assist in smoothing things over for the sake of their mutual interests. However, with someone like Chun Haoshuan, he would only serve as a subordinate. What he truly desired was to engage with Chun Ingxue. This woman was formidable. Since her takeover, the Chun Group's sales had surged, nearly surpassing the Su family in several product lines. Who wouldn't he want a beautiful wife who could also contribute significantly to the business? During an intermission of his indulgence, Su Yan received a call from one of his subordinates. Young master, we gathered information. It's best we refrain from getting involved. Why? Is it that complicated? Su Yan inquired, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. The caller recounted the situation, and upon hearing it, Su Yan's jaw nearly dropped. Are you certain? Absolutely. He is currently in Jiangcheng First Hospital, bedridden and unable to move. It said he is now disabled and has no more than 3 years to live. At this revelation, Su Yan's hand trembled violently, cigarette nearly slipping from his grasp. He had only known that Zhou Wenlong had come to Jiangcheng to propose to the Qin family, leading to a conflict between the two families. Initially, he thought Zhou Wenlong was leveraging his position to coerce Chun Ingxue into marriage. Who could have anticipated the rapid turn of events? In just 2 to 3 days, Zhou Wenlong had become an invalid. Well, I can't get involved in this, he thought. After all, as the saying goes, when the clam and the heron fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. It was best for him to watch from the sidelines. Who would want to entangle themselves in such troublesome affairs? In the villa of Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was tense as Tang Tian called out to his parents-in-law that dinner was ready. In an effort to win their acceptance, he had taken on all household chores, yet Chun Jinghui and his wife still regarded him with disdain. You little brat. Don't think that washing a few clothes and cooking a couple of meals will earn you our approval as a son-in-law, Song Jilan remarked coldly, though her body betrayed her as she moved towards the dining table. Chun Jinghui, observing the situation, felt an inner conflict. Despite his distaste for this son-in-law, the old master had personally chosen Tang Tian, and now that he had married his daughter, even the risk of offending the Zhou family was a price the old man had been willing to pay. Thus, Chun Jinghui refrained from voicing his discontent in front of Tang Tian. At that moment, Chun Ingxue entered the room. The term wife startled her, causing her to glare at Tang Tian. Upon seeing the spread before her, she was taken aback. Did you make all this? She asked, somewhat surprised. I didn't know what you liked, so I just prepared a few things. If there's anything specific you want, let me know, and I'll make it just for you. Tang Tian replied amiably. Humph. Song Jilan scoffed, what delicacies hasn't my daughter tasted? She doesn't need a useless man like you to cook for her. Hearing her mother's disparaging words, Chun Ingxue's expression darkened. Mom, I'm married to Tang Tian now. You should speak to him with a bit more courtesy. Besides, you've already accepted $1 billion in betrothal gifts, haven't you? Tang Tian couldn't help but smile at Chun Ingxue's defense. What does $1 billion mean? If you had married Zhou Xiao honestly, he could have offered you much more. After all, he comes from a prominent family in Longqing. Before Song Jilan could finish her thought, Chun Ingxue interrupted, Mom, we've severed ties with the Zhou family. If you don't want Grandpa to be upset, it's best not to mention them in front of him. The mere mention of Zhou Wenlong made Chun Ingxue uneasy. Both her parents were fully aware of the events of the previous night, but had chosen to remain silent, even contemplating forcing her into a marriage with Zhou Wenlong. With tears brimming in her eyes, she coldly stated, "I have work to attend to." With that, she ascended the stairs, ignoring the others. "Useless. It's all your fault. If you hadn't meddled, our family wouldn't be in such turmoil." Song Jilan glared at Tang Tian angrily. "Enough. Let us not escalate this further." Chen Jinghui interjected sternly. "The situation is what it is. The two children are married now, and we must accept reality without provoking the old master." The next morning, when Chan Yingxue arrived at the company, she was greeted by an atmosphere of tranquility, filled with good news. After hosting clients all morning, she finally took a moment to call Chan Yumin to share her joy. Despite her connections, she hadn't expected matters to resolve so swiftly. Meanwhile, those shareholders who had pulled out just days prior were filled with regret, realizing they had lost billions. Had they remained with the Chun Group during its crisis, they would have shared in the profits of the newfound orders now flooding in. Upon hearing the news, Chun Yumin rushed to the company for a meeting. Unlike the serious demeanor he wore days earlier, he now sported a smile, appearing much more approachable. "Thank you for your concern these past few days. Fortunately, our company's crisis has passed," he addressed the family gathered. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then Chun Yumin continued, "I am getting older, and it is time to hand over the reins to the younger generation." This announcement brought a glimmer of excitement to the room. Chun Jingming beamed widely, yet he protested, "Dad, you're as vigorous as ever. We young ones still have much to learn from you." Chun Jinghui, however, scoffed inwardly, suspecting that the second son believed his newborn son would secure the position of president. He recalled the old master's words, stating that once Xiaoxue married Tang Tian, the company would be handed over to her. "Grandpa, this situation was salvaged thanks to Su Xiao. I made several trips to Longqing, and it was his good words that loosened the Zhou family's grip," Chun Haoxuan said, appearing to attribute the success to Su Xiao, while subtly ensuring everyone knew his contribution was vital. Chan Yingxue frowned, knowing the resolution had come about because Tang Tian had made a crucial phone call to Kyoto.
Su Xiao?
"Which Su Xiao?" Chun Yumin inquired, scrutinizing Chun Haoxuan. "The one from the Su family, Su Yan. Their family has always had a good relationship with the Zhou family, and Su Xiao has been quite helpful," Chun Haoxuan replied with a smile. Chun Yumin's brow furrowed further. He wasn't navi. No matter how cordial the relationship was, one could not simply overlook the fact that a leg had been broken. Yet, he refrained from dampening his grandson's spirits, recognizing that his intentions were for the company's benefit. "You did well. Thank you for your efforts," he said, prompting Chun Haoxuan to beam with pride. "It's all thanks to Grandpa's guidance," he replied. At that moment, Su Yan's call came through, and Chun Haoxuan's eyes lit up. The timing was impeccable, and he promptly switched to speaker mode.
Su Xiao.
Before he could finish his greeting, the voice on the other end erupted in a tirade. "Chun, are you out of your mind? You've left someone half paralyzed, and you expect me to mediate? Luckily, I had someone look into it beforehand. Otherwise, you would have led me into a trap." Hearing this, the expressions in the room turned grim. This was hardly assistance. It was a complete mess.
Su Xiao?
"Is there a mistake?" Chun Haoxuan asked cautiously. After his words, only the sound of a busy signal remained, and all eyes turned to Chun Haoxuan. 10 million. This figure was not insignificant for the company, but for Chun Haoxuan, it was a staggering amount. Having worked in the company for only 2 or 3 years, even with a higher salary as part of the management, he could not possibly have that much money. "What 10 million? Chun Yumin inquired, his face serious. At that moment, cold sweat beaded on Chun Haoxuan's forehead. "This is bad. This situation is troublesome. Where did you get 10 million? Did you steal your mother's bank card?" Chun Jingming scolded sharply. Chun Haoxuan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and quickly nodded. "I borrowed a bit from my mom." Observing his deceitful demeanor, Chun Yingshu did not expose him. Chapter 50. Taking over the company. Chun Yumin appeared puzzled, wondering how this matter was resolved. Just then, Chun Yingshu spoke up. The issue with the company was addressed by Tang Tian, who called the Mo family in Kyoto to apply pressure on the Zhou family. "Which Mo family?" Chun Jinghui asked in disbelief. Of course, the Mo family from one of the 8 great families. No one else would have the clout. After that, Chun Tian glanced suspiciously at Chen Yingshu. Sister, you needn't exaggerate your contributions to the situation. Everyone knows Tang Tian is just a poor boy from the countryside. How could he possibly know someone from the Mo family? He made the call in front of me. It cannot be false. A few days ago, Tang Tian saved the Mo family's young lady's life while in Kyoto, so they were willing to assist him. Chen Yingshu shot a cold glance at Chen Haoshuan. I initially intended not to mention this to avoid misunderstandings. At that moment, Chen Haoshuan's expression soured, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had thought this matter was resolved thanks to Su Yan, never expecting such a blunder. Xiaoxue, you mustn't speak of this carelessly, Chen Jingming said, his tone serious. Is Tang Tian really that capable? Everyone recognized Tang Tian's medical skills. It was not surprising that he had cultivated some connections through his talent. Moreover, he had also assisted with the company's troubles, providing Chen Haoshuan with a bank card to help fill several financial gaps. As Chen Haoshuan contemplated this, Chen Yingshu once more regarded him with scrutiny. She was well aware of the source of his funds, but since they were family, and given their grandfather's prior admonition to be lenient with relatives, the matter was delicate. All right. Chen Yumin unconditionally believed Chen Yingshu's words and laughed heartily. He is truly my wonderful son-in-law. Xiaoxue, call Tang Tian later and invite him to dinner at our house. While she did not expect Tang Tian to win her parents' favor, she was determined to ensure he held significance in her grandfather's eyes, as he was a potential ally. Although Chun Jinghui harbored disfavor towards Tang Tian, he still sided with him on this matter. I never expected this young man to achieve so much, Chun Jinghui remarked with a smile. Now that the company's issues are resolved, we can focus on managing it well without fearing retaliation from the Zhou family. The shares are now in your hands, but such a grand enterprise necessitates a responsible leader. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned once more to the old man. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of ancient emperors bestowing their throne upon their heirs, creating a palpable tension among them. Grandfather, rest assured, I will manage the company well. Chen Haoshuan stood up voluntarily. As the sole heir of the family legacy, he believed his grandfather would not be foolish enough to pass the family business to his uncle. After all, Chun Jinghui had only one daughter, Chun Yingshu. Giving the family business to him would amount to handing it over to an outsider. Thus, as the eldest grandson, he felt entitled to it. Please sit down, Chen Haoshuan waved his hand. You all have contributed significantly to the company over the years, and I have taken note of that. We are family. Regardless of who holds the chairman's position, it will not diminish your ability to shine in your respective roles. After all, this is the Chun family's enterprise. Hearing this, Chen Haoshuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was amiss. In this matter, Tang Tian deserves the most credit, and you all can see the changes in the company since Xiaoxue took charge over the past 2 years. I believe it would be most fitting for her to assume the chairmanship. Upon this declaration, Chen Jingming and the others felt as though the sky had collapsed. Chen Jinghui sighed in relief, at least knowing that his grandfather kept his word. Even though Chen Yingshu had not married into a wealthy family, at least the company would remain theirs, securing their future. In retrospect, it was not a loss. Dad, are you mistaken? Chen Jingming cautiously looked at Chen Yumin. Xiaoxue is a girl, and she's married now. Are you not handing over the Chen family's assets to someone else? Yes, grandfather. I still need to carry on the Chen family line. Chen Tian chimed in. Moreover, I have contributed significantly to the company over the years. Grandfather, your bias is rather excessive. Chen Tian expressed her dissatisfaction. Chen Yumin anticipated their reaction but remained unfazed. I understand that you all aspire to this position, yet there is only one, meant for the most capable individual. Jingming, why do you think you have not secured even the role of Deputy General Manager all these years? And you, Haoshuan, do you think I am unaware of your activities behind the scenes? Tian is honest, but she has not achieved anything significant at work. As for Jinghui, while your work abilities are commendable, you still lack leadership skills. The old man delivered a thorough critique of everyone, rendering them speechless. When all was said and done, regardless of the angle considered, Chen Yingshu was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the position. Grandfather, does this mean the Chen Group will have to be renamed the Tang Group in the future? Chen Haoshuan asked through gritted teeth. At the mention of this, Chen Yuman's face was etched with wrinkles, and he could not suppress a smile. After so many years of hard work, he was finally able to entrust these matters to the younger generation and enjoy a well-deserved rest for a couple of years. Dad, Chen Jingming attempted to express more, yet was abruptly interrupted by the elder. This matter is settled. Chen Haoshuan gazed at Chen Yingsheng in disbelief. How could this mere girl have any claim? For years, he had tread carefully in front of the elder, striving to meet expectations. Was it not sufficient? Why could grandfather only recognize Chen Yingsheng's brilliance? Why? Chapter 51. Extortion. Chen Haoshuan suddenly rose from his chair, drawing the attention of everyone present. Mr. Chen, I am unwell and wish to take a leave. He gritted through clenched teeth. It was inappropriate to lose his temper in front of the elder, yet he could not remain in this place for another moment. Go ahead. I'll grant you a month of leave. It's a perfect opportunity for some rest. Chen Yingsheng replied with a smile. As he observed the smile on her face, Chen Haoshuan clenched his fists. She was undeniably doing this on purpose. However, he could not dwell on that now. He merely sought a place to vent his frustrations. Father, you are being unreasonable. With that, Chen Jingming rose and exited, closely followed by Chen Tian. The office was left with only the three of them, Chen Jinghui and his sons. Chen Jinghui turned to Chen Yuman and sincerely expressed, Father, thank you. This was my promise to you. As long as Xiaoxue and Tang Tian live well together, the company will be hers in the future. Chen Yuman replied thoughtfully. Chen Jinghui regarded Chen Yuman and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, You, too, should not underestimate Tang Tian. Were it not for his assistance, we would still be under the Zhou family's oppression. Indeed, before the elder, Chen Jinghui always donned a dutiful demeanor. Yet, inside, he struggled to accept that his son-in-law was a mere country bumpkin. Moreover, Xiaoxue is now an adult. You should refrain from meddling in her affairs too much. As he spoke, Chen Yuman's tone carried a hint of warning. Chen Jinghui realized that the elder was aware of the previous incident involving him and Song Zhilan, and thus lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Xiaoxue, your grandfather has a villa in Longhu Bay. Consider it a wedding gift for you and Tang Tian. In a few days I will transfer the title to you, and you both should move in together. Chen Yuman said, grasping Chen Yingsheng's hand. Young people should have their own space. Thank you, grandfather. Overwhelmed by Chen Yuman's affectionate gaze, Chen Yingsheng's eyes glistened with tears, and she could not help but embrace him. Good granddaughter. Chen Yuman beamed with joy. Observing this scene, Chen Jinghui felt a sense of relief. Raising the children under the elder's care had indeed been beneficial. Tang Tian readily agreed and even mentioned that he would pick her up after work, to which Chen Yingxue did not decline. Meanwhile, Tang Tian was driving around outside. The days devoid of treating patients were exceedingly dull, and he soon found himself parked in front of Su Xianlu. After securing his vehicle, Tang Tian entered the establishment and immediately noticed a crowd gathered together. Tang Tian also squeezed in to join the commotion and beheld a woman seated upon the ground, clutching several sheets of paper and wailing. Cursed be it! My husband perished because of your medicine. You must compensate me today, she cried. Indeed, you must hasten to provide compensation. My brother cannot have died in vain. If you refuse to pay, we shall ensure your medical establishment can no longer operate. In the center of the throng lay a corpse, while several individuals stood nearby, all dressed in rather ordinary attire, suggesting they were not of affluent background. Yet their capacity for disturbance was considerable. The elderly shopkeeper, perspiring profusely, found himself at a loss to persuade these individuals. How could matters be so straightforward? It was evident that the family was attempting to extort money. Should a life truly have been lost, they ought to have contacted the authorities. The individuals behind Shushan Tower were not to be trifled with, and it appeared this family had indeed provoked the wrong people. These individuals appeared to hail from rural origins, likely lacking the audacity to act independently, perhaps being manipulated by others. With the situation escalating to such a degree, the family had yet to involve the police. It was clear they were not seeking justice but were merely intent on acquiring money. Tang Tian cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips, before he boldly approached. Who are you? What are you doing? As he neared the corpse, those around him tensed, hastily positioning themselves in front of Tang Tian. I am also a physician. I believe this individual still has a chance. Allow me to attempt a revival, Tang Tian declared with a smile. The proprietor of the nearby clinic, upon hearing this, brightened with recognition, staring intently at Tang Tian. It's you. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the young man who had previously argued with him over a prescription. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother passed away early this morning. The body has already stiffened, bellowed a burly man beside him. I suspect you have been hired to stir trouble. Indeed, even in such a state, you wish to torment him further. How dare you? The woman on the ground joined in, wailing. Young man, do not cause a scene here, or we shall not hold back. As they spoke, several men rolled up their sleeves. The proprietor swiftly stepped in front of Tang Tian, interposing himself between them, and said to the agitated relatives, What are you doing? Do you intend to resort to violence? Proprietor, in that case, let us just call the authorities. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. Call the authorities. The mere mention of the words darkened the expressions of the group. Clearly, they feared making such a call. I assert that the patient can still be saved, yet you refuse to let me assist. Now that I suggest involving the authorities, you still deter me. What is this? A scheme to extort money? Tang Tian scoffed at them. Exactly. This is clearly a ploy for financial gain. I was wondering why you hadn't called the police until now. It turns out you were too frightened. These individuals were evidently taking advantage of the elderly proprietor, arriving solely to cause a ruckus. The surrounding onlookers began to echo their sentiments, with some pulling out their phones, ready to alert the authorities. The man who claimed to be the brother stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Tian. You just claimed my brother can be saved? Indeed, he is not beyond salvation. I can bring him back, Tang Tian replied with a cheerful demeanor. Young man, you must be held accountable for such statements. If you truly succeed in reviving my brother, I shall not only forego any payment but will also present you with a banner of honor. However, should you fail, you will owe us 500,000, the man declared with an air of arrogance. The proprietor furrowed his brow slightly. 500,000 was no trifling sum. A clinic of their size could presumably manage such a sum, yet this transcended mere financial concerns. Your brother's demise is not our responsibility. Our remedies are sourced from the finest herbs collected from the countryside. There is no possibility of error, the old proprietor insisted. Tang Tian patted him on the shoulder, saying, Do not be anxious. Shortly, I shall restore this person to health, and they will be grateful to you. The man opposite him regarded Tang Tian with skepticism. This fellow spoke with such conviction. Could it be that he truly possessed the means to effect a cure? Chapter 52, Rebirth from Death. Young man, this is quite inappropriate. The old shopkeeper grasped Tang Tian's arm, exclaiming, This individual is in such a state. How could he possibly be healed? He then lowered his voice, adding, I have examined him. His pulse and heartbeat have ceased, and rigor mortis has set in. This is evidently a corpse. Even if Tang Tian were endowed with extraordinary skills, he could not revive the dead. Moreover, he must not be implicated in matters concerning my clinic. Rest assured, if I claim I can heal him, I shall indeed do so. Should I fail, I will cover the 5 million. Tang Tian declared with great generosity. The man across from him scrutinized him from head to toe, responding, You young lad, you truly speak without consideration. Do you possess the means to produce 5 million? Tang Tian took out the car key from his hand and pressed it, prompting the person at the door to swiftly move aside, revealing the vehicle parked at the entrance. This car, recently purchased for over 10 million, is yours if I cannot heal you. Oh, splendid. The man felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. A car worth over 10 million, and so new, would fetch no less than 5 million even as a second-hand sale. Subsequently, at his gesture, the crowd made way for Tang Tian. Tang Tian reached out and touched the man's arm, which indeed felt rigid. He then placed his hand on the man's abdomen. Although his body had become stiff, the abdomen remained soft. What a pity, still so young, Tang Tian remarked softly. Indeed, my husband was barely in his 30s when he fell victim to that unscrupulous medical establishment. They sold me counterfeit medicine. Otherwise, my husband would not be in this state. Seizing the opportunity, the woman burst into tears, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly unable to rise. Dear lady, do not be afraid. I shall revive your husband at once. By the way, what ailment did your husband seek treatment for at the clinic?
Tang Tian inquired.
He merely had leg pain and came to get some rheumatism medication. Tang Tian's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Rest assured, I will certainly restore him to life. I guarantee he will be just as he was before. After uttering these words, Tang Tian, as if performing a magic trick, produced several silver needles, startling the owner of the nearby clinic. Could this young man truly be a doctor? The last time Tang Tian had visited, the owner had assumed he was merely an amateur, unable to comprehend even the simplest prescriptions. It was only after the master provided some guidance that he began to harbor a flicker of belief. To his astonishment, this young man was indeed a genuine physician. Tang Tian tore open the man's shirt and plunged a silver needle into his chest. He then lifted the man's trouser leg and inserted several silver needles into his thigh. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the crowd, for someone had noticed the man's eyebrows twitching slightly. Don't be absurd. How could a corpse move? Shouted a bystander. Just as the words left his lips, the man on the ground let out a horrifying scream and sat up abruptly. This scene left everyone present in shock, causing them to flee in panic, exclaiming, "He has risen from the dead." Only the man's relatives remained, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The woman, reacting first, rushed forward and embraced the man, exclaiming, "You rascal! How did you come back to life, brother?" Others cautiously approached, while the innkeeper stood bewildered. What is happening? How can a dead man come back to life? My leg feels like it's breaking. The man, disregarding everything else, desperately reached for his legs, the pain radiating from his bones bringing tears to his eyes. "What have you done to my brother?" demanded the man, seizing Tang Tian by the collar. "I have saved his life. Should you not be grateful?" Tang Tian replied with a playful smile. "Did you not say he had rheumatism? Perhaps it has merely flared up," he stated calmly. At that moment, the onlookers who had just fled began to comprehend that the man had never died. From start to finish, it had all been a ruse. How could rheumatism be this severe? The man on the ground cried out, "I have done well to preserve your life. What is this? Not only do you not thank me, but you also turn to blame me?" Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the man reluctantly released his grip, forcing a smile as he said, "Thank you, divine healer." The man on the ground wailed, "There is no rheumatism that hurts this much. Brother, help me, brother. My leg is breaking." Others looked on, unsure of how to respond, casting glances at the man. "We had agreed that once I revived him, you would send a banner of gratitude," he reminded them. The man's expression darkened. He was certain this young man was doing this on purpose. However, he could not voice his thoughts, as that would imply they had come to extort. "Thank you, divine healer. We shall bring the banner another day." "Brother, no brother. I am in pain," the man cried, tears streaming down his face, sitting on the ground in agony. Divine healer, please save me." Tang Tian cast a glance at the man on the ground and remarked, "Did you not already suffer from rheumatism? Surviving this ordeal is fortunate enough. Endure the pain, it does not threaten your life. However, I must caution you, your condition appears to be rather severe, and it is likely that the latter part of your life will be spent confined to your bed. Furthermore, this pain is inescapable, unless you resort to amputation." Upon hearing these words, the old shopkeeper regarded Tang Tian with newfound respect, acknowledging his ruthlessness. "My husband did not have such severe rheumatism," the woman cried out. "Hasn't this exacerbated his condition?" Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. The man, drenched in sweat from the agony, felt as if he wished for death. "I do not have rheumatism," he exclaimed in despair. "Your wife claims otherwise, stating you came here to procure medicine for your rheumatism, which has led to your current state, has she not?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. The man beside him grew anxious, quickly interjecting, "My brother is simply confused from the pain. Brother, I shall take you to see a doctor immediately." The man hastily called for others to help carry him away in a hurry. Once they departed, the surrounding onlookers erupted in applause. "A miraculous doctor! A miraculous doctor! Young man, though you are not of great age, your medical skills are impressive." They believed these individuals had come merely to cause trouble, and the young doctor had deliberately treated them thus. The crowd buzzed with admiration, all giving Tang Tian a thumbs up. At that moment, a fleeting figure clad in white passed by on the second floor. Chapter 53. I shall accept the benefits. First, Tang Tian caught sight of the figure, recognizing it as the young man who had previously examined his prescription. For reasons unknown, this individual emanated an indescribable aura that piqued Tang Tian's curiosity. He must have been present earlier but chose to remain hidden, waiting for Tang Tian to take action. "All right, everyone disperse." The old shopkeeper hurriedly urged the onlookers to leave before approaching Tang Tian with a respectful gesture, saying, "Young brother, thank you for today's assistance. What medicinal herbs do you require? I shall provide them to you free of charge." Had Tang Tian not intervened, this farce might have persisted indefinitely. "You are too kind. I feel quite embarrassed," Tang Tian replied graciously. Tang Tian chuckled softly, then produced a prepared prescription and handed it over, saying, "Would you kindly prepare the medicine according to this formula?" "No problem. Please have a seat while I brew you a cup of tea," the old shopkeeper replied after glancing at the prescription, before turning to prepare tea for Tang Tian. Tang Tian sat idly in the chair at the counter, engaging the old shopkeeper in conversation. "Good sir, who is the person upstairs?" Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper paused his actions momentarily before responding, "I am not the proprietor. The individual above is the owner of Su Xian Lu." "I see. What is his occupation? Is he also a physician?" Tang Tian continued to inquire, offering a cigarette to the old shopkeeper as he spoke. "Indeed," the old shopkeeper replied, placing a cup of tea before Tang Tian, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. "Please enjoy your tea. I shall prepare your medicine." This time, Tang Tian found the prescription perplexing, yet his curiosity had diminished. The master had praised this person's exceptional medical skills, and the earlier incident had also demonstrated that this practitioner was truly remarkable. Tang Tian's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the upper floor, igniting a deeper curiosity about the enigmatic figure. The old shopkeeper's hands moved with remarkable dexterity, swiftly placing 2 packets of medicinal herbs before Tang Tian. These were not particularly valuable herbs, and their absence would not cause any detriment. Today, having alleviated the shopkeeper's troubles, he graciously presented Tang Tian with a notably fine, approximately 20-year-old ginseng root, which could fetch hundreds of thousands if sold to customers. "My young friend, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Consider this a token of my gratitude. You must accept it," the old shopkeeper said with a warm smile. Although Tang Tian had no immediate use for the ginseng, he thought it might serve well as a delightful tea for his elder, so he accepted it without hesitation. Then, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "Do you have any pots for brewing medicine?" Indeed, the old shopkeeper was generous, providing Tang Tian with a complete set of tools for concocting medicinal brews. "Thank you very much." Tang Tianla could hardly contain his smile, yet his gaze instinctively drifted towards the upper floor. He left behind his contact information, saying, "Shopkeeper, those individuals are likely to return in the next few days. Just give me a call when they do." The old shopkeeper, without hesitation, reciprocated by providing his own number. Although the upstairs resident could certainly handle these matters, it was preferable for someone of that caliber to remain in the shadows. Just as Tang was about to depart, a figure descended from the upper floor. "Little divine doctor, please wait." Tang Tian felt a surge of joy. This fellow had finally decided to relent. As he turned, burdened with a pile of items, he once again beheld the man's handsome visage. There was indeed an air of distinctiveness about him that instinctively inspired a degree of trust in Tang Tian. "Go to the warehouse and select a fine wild ginseng," the man instructed the old shopkeeper. A flicker of astonishment crossed the shopkeeper's eyes, yet he hurried off towards the back of the warehouse. The man then turned to Tang Tian, offering a warm smile. "Young brother, I appreciate your kindness today. No need for such formality. Tang Tian replied. Tang Tian scrutinized the man before him, his gaze unadorned and devoid of any pretense. You don't resemble a human. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled. What does not resembling a human imply? Like. Tang Tian furrowed his brows, leaving the latter part of his thought unspoken. It simply did not resemble a human. If you say it does not resemble, then so be it. The man, seemingly unperturbed, replied amiably, My name is Su Xian. In the future, should you encounter any troublesome matters, feel free to seek my assistance. All Su Xian Lu establishments across the Great Xia can connect you to me. So, Su Xian Lu is a nationwide chain? Tang Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Such a grand establishment with but one proprietor. If it weren't for this crowd gathered to watch the spectacle, there would hardly be anyone here to procure medicine. Can this really be profitable? More or less, but not every location has one, Su Xian responded with a smile. All right, I shall not be courteous then. Should I truly find myself in need, I will indeed seek you out.
Tang Tian remarked cheerfully.
By the way, is it possible to borrow some money? Of course. Su Xian maintained his smile. Then it's settled. As Tang Tian pondered the man's straightforwardness, he wondered if he might be a fool. At that moment, the old proprietor emerged, cradling an exquisite brocade box in his arms, presenting it to Tang Tian with both hands. This contains an aged wild ginseng, renowned for its potency. As a capable physician, I trust you will harness its full potential. Su Xian informed him. The box measured nearly half a meter, prompting Tang Tian to hastily place his belongings aside and open it. Inside lay a fully formed ginseng, its crown marked by hundreds of wrinkles, indicative of its age spanning several centuries. Good heavens! Such a massive wild ginseng. Even Tang Tian, who had seen his fair share of wonders, could not help but gasp in awe. This specimen was larger than any he had previously encountered. Everyone knows that ginseng can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Such a grand specimen could surely extend his grandfather's life by a decade if brewed into tea. To auction such a ginseng would fetch at least 100 million. Su Xian's generosity was truly remarkable. No reward without effort, yet I shall accept this boon for now. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me, Tang Tian said earnestly to Su Xian. Good. After sending Tang Tian off, the old proprietor wore a pained expression. It was evident that the 20-year-old ginseng had merely sent Tang Tian on his way. So why part with such a valuable aged ginseng? Perhaps we should hire a few assistants soon. Don't fret over expenses, Su Xian remarked as he ascended the stairs, muttering, Do not skimp on my behalf. I truly do not lack. The old proprietor's mouth twitched in exasperation. Even without financial need, one should not squander. These were hard-earned resources. Chapter 54. A gift upon exiting, Tang Tian joyfully loaded his belongings into the car and headed towards the Chun group. It was nearly time for Chun Yingxue to finish work, and he would arrive just in time. Meanwhile, at the Chun residence, grandfather is being exceedingly biased. Chun Haoshuan still could not comprehend why the old man insisted on entrusting the company to a woman. He, the eldest son of the Qin family, had always been regarded as the stable heir to the conglomerate, with everyone admiring his fortunate lineage that promised him wealth and status. Now, with this turn of events, how could he possibly maintain his standing in Jiangqing? Surely, the other wealthy heirs would mock him. Exactly. Who knows what grandfather is thinking? What merits does that Tang Tian possess to deserve Chun Yingshue's hand? Chun Tianqian added, equally dissatisfied. If she were to marry young Master Zhou, not only could my brother inherit the family business, but he would also bask in the Zhou family's fortune. Shin Yushu clenched her teeth slightly. No, I must confront the old man. With that declaration, she stood from the sofa, only to be restrained by Chun Jingming. Sit down. What business is it of yours to meddle in such matters? Chun Jingming took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a swirl of smoke as he frowned at Chun Haoshuan. The old man is shrewd. He is aware of all we've been up to over the years. His actions are calculated. Chun Yingxue does possess some competence. Even if we were to confront him now, it would be futile. Are we simply to let it go? Shin Yushu glared at Chun Jingming. Haoshuan is your son. He is the eldest grandson of the Chun family. And so what? The old man simply favors Xiaoxue. Blame yourself. I suggested letting the old man raise Haoshuan, but you insisted on raising him yourself. Now, the old man's favoritism stems from Xiaoxue having been by his side since childhood. That is also because you indulged him too much. While the couple quarreled, Chun Haoshuan glanced at them both, grabbed his jacket, and exited, weary of their bickering. At the Chun residence in Jiangqing, the family remained under the old man's governance. The assets under his name were not necessarily less valuable than the company. Thus, until the old man's passing, the family could only acquiesce to his wishes. Father, we brought you some tea leaves. Chun Jinghui and Song Jilan entered, both wearing smiles. The expressions of Chun Jingming and the others on the sofa darkened, for they had only brought 2 bottles of wine, which the old man had gifted them previously. Seeing Chun Jinghui and his wife, Shen Yushu felt a twinge of frustration. She had contributed significantly to this family over the years. While her elder brother may have contributed to the company, he had done little beyond indulging in leisure with friends. As for her sister-in-law, she spent her days at the card table, which only explained why Xiaoxue had remained close to the old man. Yet, these two had given birth to a promising daughter, reaping the benefits of her success. Ah, you've arrived? The group exchanged polite greetings, though the atmosphere felt noticeably more strained than before. Where is Haoshuan? Why isn't he here? Song Jilan inquired with a smile. He'll be here shortly, Shun Yushu replied, furrowing her brows as she glanced at her. Congratulations to my elder brother and sister-in-law. Xiaoxue has taken over the company, so you shall enjoy the fruits of her labor. Haoshuan and Tian are executives at the company too. And with the annual dividends, the difference between our families isn't substantial, Song Jilan replied with a smile. Shen Yushu internally scoffed but chose not to voice her thoughts. As they conversed, Chun Haoshuan entered. Grandfather, this is a fine wine I had procured for you. One that money cannot easily buy. Please have a taste. Despite harboring countless grievances against the old man, Chan Haoshuan dared not display his ire, fearing that everything would eventually belong to Chan Yingxue, leaving him with nothing. Good. Excellent. My dear grandson, you are truly considerate. Seeing Chan Haoshuan's thoughtfulness, Chun Yumin felt somewhat reassured, patting his shoulder. Do not resent your grandfather. Work diligently at the company. The vice president and president roles are akin. I understand, grandfather, Chun Haoshuan nodded. Meanwhile, Chun Yingxue and Tang Tian's car also came to a halt at the entrance. It seems that everyone else has arrived. Please fetch 2 boxes of tea from the trunk, Chun Yingxue urged. Where is there any tea in the trunk?
Tang Tian rip-lip.
Bewildered, Chun Yingxue smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling that she was in Tang Tian's car and had not brought her own. Oh no, I completely forgot. I usually keep some gifts in my trunk for social occasions, but today I am in your vehicle. We cannot visit Grandpa empty-handed. Let us wait in the car for a moment. I will have my secretary bring it over. As she spoke, Chun Yingxue took out her phone to make a call, but Tang Tian stopped her. No need. I have brought a gift for Grandpa. What kind of gift? Chun Yingxue inquired with curiosity. Tang Tian seized the box from the back seat. Ginseng. Where did it come from? Such a large ginseng? Chun Yingxue expressed some skepticism, fearing that perhaps it was merely the size of the box that was impressive. Tang Tian opened the box and was taken aback upon seeing the ginseng inside. Where did this come from? Why is it so large? I once saw a smaller one at an auction that sold for over 80 million. A ginseng of this size must be worth over 100 million. Chun Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment. Let the old man brew it in water for longevity.
Tang Tian rip-lip Yendusun.
Chun Yingxue could not help but glance at him twice. How could this man appear so unlike someone who was merely a facade for a marriage? In a mere few days, he had already spent billions on her, while she remained ever vigilant against him, viewing him solely as a tool for marriage, never having shared a bed with him. As this thought crossed her mind, a twinge of guilt surfaced within her. My grandfather gifted me a house in Longhu Bay. How about we move in there this weekend? Chun Yingxue proposed eagerly. At these words, Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Moving out with Chun Yingxue would imply they could. Chapter 55. Valued at 500 million. Just live together for now. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. If you dare to force me, I assure you, you will not have it easy. Chun Yingxue warned sternly, seeing through Tang Tian's intentions. Rest assured, I would never coerce you, Tang Tian said with a smile, raising 3 fingers in assurance. The two then exited the vehicle and made their way to the front door. Upon entering, Tang Tian presented the ginseng to the old man, saying, "Grandfather, I brought you an aged mountain ginseng. Chop it up and brew it for tea. It can enhance longevity." "Excellent. Wonderful." Chun Yumin beamed, but his excitement turned to shock as he opened the box. "Such a large wild ginseng? Wingma, bring me my magnifying glass." At his call, others gathered around, incredulous. What a joke! How could there possibly be such a large wild ginseng? This must be hundreds of years old. Such things have long been extinct. Chun Tian scoffed. "Brother-in-law, you didn't happen to buy a counterfeit to fool grandfather, did you?" "Exactly. I saw a ginseng half this size sell for several tens of millions at an auction. Where did you acquire such wealth?" Chun Haoshuan sneered. Unable to confront Chun Yingxue, he redirected his disdain toward Tang Tian. Not only was the Chun family skeptical, but even Song Jilan expressed doubt. "Tang Tian, this is not a joke. Medicinal herbs should not be taken lightly. What if something were to happen to the old man?" "Mom," Chun Yingxue frowned at Song Jilan. "How could Tang Tian possibly harm grandfather?" "I'm not suggesting he has ill intentions. I just worry that he might have been deceived as well," Song Jilan clarified. Tang Tian, now a member of their family, felt compelled to refrain from uttering too many disparaging remarks. At that moment, the doorbell rang once more. Indeed, the skills of that young divine physician were nothing short of extraordinary. As someone deeply engrossed in the study of medicine, how could one not be intrigued? "Dr. Zhang? What brings you here?" Although he had not succeeded in curing the elder's ailment, Zhang Qinghao's contributions to the Chun family over the years had been significant, so the family treated him with utmost respect. "Ah, old Zhang, your timing is impeccable." Chun Yumin eagerly approached with a ginseng root in hand, exclaiming, "Look, this is a treasure gifted to me by my granddaughter's husband." With regards to the item presented by Tang Tian, Chun Yumin held no doubts whatsoever. He merely wished to flaunt it and simultaneously enlist Zhang Qinghao's expertise to silence any potential naysayers. "Young man, Dr. Zhang is the foremost physician in Jiangcheng. He can discern the authenticity of that ginseng at a glance." Chun Haoshuan interjected from the side, arms crossed, wearing an expression of amusement. "If it turns out to be a fake, you might as well confess now to avoid the embarrassment of being exposed later."
Tang Tian scoffed.
"You consider yourself a divine physician? How dare you question the authenticity of what I have brought? Since this fellow is neither my father-in-law nor my mother-in-law, there is no need for me to show him any courtesy." "You!" Chun Haoshuan gritted his teeth in anger but refrained from expressing his frustration in front of the elder. "Ah, it is you, little divine physician," Zhang Qinghao exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing Tang Tian. He had not anticipated the opportunity to meet him again, especially since Chun Yumin had just mentioned that this was a gift from his granddaughter's husband. Realizing this, his eyes widened. Chun Yumin was indeed a clever individual. "Let us examine the ginseng," Chun Yumin urged, grasping Zhang Qinghao's sleeve. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Qinghao took the magnifying glass and began his investigation. Remarkable, truly remarkable. As he gazed at the ginseng before him, Zhang Qinghao could not help but exclaim in awe, "In my lifetime, I have never encountered such an extraordinary specimen." Suddenly, he remembered something and hastily lifted the lid of the box containing the ginseng, discovering a serial number in the lower right corner. "It truly is," Zhang Qinghao gasped. "This is the ginseng that was auctioned 2 years ago in Huhai. It is over 300 years old, a rarity beyond compare. I recall its final price was 530 million. At this revelation, the entire room turned in astonishment toward the ginseng in the elder's hands. They understood that if this was genuine, it would indeed be immensely valuable, but they had not anticipated such a staggering worth. "Chun Lao, you have chosen an exceptional grandson-in-law. In critical moments, a single root of ginseng can sustain life and promote longevity." Zhang Qinghao spoke with envy evident on his face. "Ha ha ha. The fortune teller did mention that I would enjoy blessings in my later years. Who would have thought they would manifest in this manner?" Chun Yumin chuckled. Chun Haoshuan could scarcely believe it. How could this fellow possess 500 million? Moreover, such ginseng was typically part of private collections. How had he acquired it? Dr. Zhang, are you certain of your assessment? Chun Haoshuan asked, unwilling to concede. Young Chun, are you questioning me? This is a specialized box from the largest auction house in Huhai. Each box carries a serial number, and items of such high value have distinct identifiers. If you doubt me, feel free to verify. Zhang Qinghao retorted with a dismissive snort, clearly displeased. Haoshuan, how can you speak to Dr. Zhang in such a manner? Chun Yumin admonished. Though reluctant, Chun Haoshuan shot a resentful glance at Tang Tian before apologizing to Zhang Qinghao. I beg your pardon, Dr. Zhang. At this moment, all of Zhang Qinghao's attention was focused on Tang Tian. As he stepped forward and grasped his hand, might I inquire if you accept disciples? Upon hearing Zhang Qinghao express his desire to be Tang Tian's apprentice, the onlookers' gazes toward Tang Tian shifted dramatically. For the first time, Song Jilan felt that this son-in-law might not be so inept after all. I apologize, but I do not take on disciples. Tang Tian smiled as he spoke, however. If you have any medical questions, we can certainly discuss them together. Although he had declined the other party's request, he still left him some dignity. Zhang Qinghao, with shamelessness, requested his contact information and was pulled by Chun Yumin to sit down and dine with the Chun family. The atmosphere at the dining table was relatively pleasant. In front of outsiders, the Chun family was naturally polite and respectful. However, Tang Tian could distinctly sense that Chun Haoshuan across from him seemed to be aiming daggers at him with his gaze. He simply raised his wine glass and offered a provocative smile in return. Chun Yingxue, sitting beside him, did not intervene upon witnessing this scene. Growing up as a young master, Chun Haoshuan had always looked down on others. Yet, she was surprised at the astonishing value of this ginseng. After calculating, she realized she owed Tang Tian nearly $1 billion. How long would it take her to repay such an enormous sum? At that moment, Chun Yingxue recalled Tang Tian's earlier mention of compensation in kind. Chapter 56. You will always be my wife. Where did this fellow procure such a precious ginseng? Inside the car, Song Jilan wondered aloud. The old man mentioned that his master was no ordinary person. Perhaps it was a gift from him. Chun Jinghui, gripping the steering wheel, pondered for a moment before replying. This kid may not be on par with young Master Zhou, but he is still quite commendable. What do you mean by commendable? He's merely a country bumpkin. Song Jilan expressed her disdain, saying, I feel embarrassed every time I go out with him. When have you ever gone out with him? That was just a figure of speech. Song Jilan's brows furrowed deeper. You aren't being swayed by the old man, are you? Why have you suddenly accepted this fellow? I must remind you, my daughter is destined to marry into a prestigious family. Enough of this nonsense. Since Xiaoxue married Tang Tian, the old man has already passed the company to her. What more do you want? Chun Jinghui's expression turned serious. Song Jilan still felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she could not pinpoint any faults in Tang Tian, her son-in-law simply did not sit well with her. Acquiring the company was due to Xiaoxue's capabilities. What does that have to do with him? The old man told me that if Xiaoxue married Tang Tian, the rights to the company would be hers. Do you really think the old man is senile? He wouldn't hand the company over to Haoshuan, would he? Chun Jinghui was well aware. Tang Tian undoubtedly played a significant role in Chun Yingxue's ability to take over the company. As for their matters, just turn a blind eye. What are you saying? I firmly oppose that good-for-nothing being with our Xiaoxue. Song Jilan stood her ground. How can someone of his background be worthy of our Xiaoxue? In the back seat, the two remained silent, while Tang Tian occasionally glanced at Chun Yingxue, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Drive properly. Why are you staring at me? Chun Yingxue felt uneasy under his gaze and finally spoke up. You are simply captivating, Tang Tian replied unabashedly. Chun Yingxue frowned slightly. I am not a naive girl easily swayed by flattery. I will repay the money you lent me, and as for today's ginseng, consider it my purchase. Before she could finish, Tang Tian interrupted. Why delineate between yours and mine? Since my master has instructed me to marry you, you will forever be my wife. At these words, Chun Yingxue felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She had no objections to living with Tang Tian. After all, it was merely a guise. However, upon hearing the term for a lifetime, she momentarily felt disoriented. Just then, Tang Tian unexpectedly grasped her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. With a screech, the car abruptly stopped, releasing a cloud of white smoke in the middle of the road. Chen Yingxue collided forcefully with Tang Tian's chest. Although the impact was significant, at least she was uninjured. What are you doing? Chen Yingxue was bewildered. The car had been driving smoothly. Why did he suddenly slam on the brakes? As she lifted her head, she noticed several men in black standing in front of the vehicle, neatly aligned, brandishing knives. What do they want? What is happening? Chen Yingxue was instantly terrified. She had never witnessed such a scene before. Yet, Tang Tian remained remarkably calm. Don't be afraid. They are likely here to cause trouble. Stay in the car while I deal with them. Don't be ridiculous. There are so many of them and they have knives. We need to leave quickly. Chen Yingxue urgently grabbed Tang Tian's arm. At this hour, only a few cars pass by, and there are hardly any people around. These individuals clearly set up an ambush. They are all martial artists. Calling the police would be futile. Just stay in the car and don't worry. Tang Tian's expression turned grave as he grasped her wrist in a gesture of reassurance, before opening the car door and stepping out. Before him stood 5 individuals, each emanating a formidable aura, with the most powerful among them exuding the presence of a formidable earth-level warrior. What brings you here? He inquired. Are you here to take my life? Tang Tian leaned against the hood of the car, igniting a cigarette with an air of extreme arrogance. Inside the vehicle, Chen Yingxue widened her eyes, bewildered by his actions. What on earth was he doing at such a critical moment? He seemed to be showing off. Doubting Tang Tian's reliability, Chen Yingxue took out her phone and dialed the police. Hey, are you Tang Tian? Shouted the leader of the group across from him, brandishing a knife menacingly. Did you really think we'd wait here for you without knowing who you are? As he spoke, Tang Tian slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. I recall that in Daxia, there are regulations prohibiting martial artists from engaging in conflicts with ordinary people. What is this? Are you attempting to intimidate me? You little brat. Aren't you a martial artist yourself? What is there to flaunt? Another man in the crowd retorted arrogantly. Let me make it clear. We're here today to teach you a lesson. There were 5 individuals in total. 2 young men, 2 middle-aged men, and an elderly gentleman who appeared slightly older. The aura of a ground-level powerhouse emanated from the old man, who seemed more composed than the younger ones. Are you truly a martial artist? The old man questioned Tang Tian with skepticism. The essence of a martial artist differs from that of an ordinary individual. Typically, a martial artist can sense the presence of another martial artist, and if the opponent is of a higher rank, they may even feel a sense of oppression. However, Tang Tian exhibited no martial artist aura whatsoever, leaving the old man perplexed. It was crucial to remember that they had someone overseeing them. If a martial artist were to engage in conflict with an ordinary person, it would be considered a grave offense.
Guet, Tang Tian Riplik and Mimatisa. Tang Tian,
Nonchalantly puffing on a cigarette, gazed indifferently at the individuals across from him, seemingly dismissing them entirely. Chen Yingxue, having concluded her phone call, could no longer tolerate this scene and swiftly opened the car door to step out. Everyone, I am the president of the Chen Group. Is there truly no way we can discuss matters amicably? Must we resort to violence? Chen Yingxue, an ordinary person, fretted over the possibility of being harmed should a brawl ensue. Silence, she admonished in a hushed tone, turning her attention back to her adversaries. I am unaware of who you are or what you were paid. However, I can offer you more. Indeed, as a president, she was adept at resolving issues with financial incentives. Yet, it seemed this matter transcended mere monetary concerns. The elderly gentleman across from her scoffed dismissively, regarding Chen Yingxue with contempt. What is a mere corporation from Jiangqing capable of? He retorted. We are all here for compensation. Why must this be unpleasant? How much are they offering you? I will pay you double. Chen Yingxue exuded an air of authority, attempting to temporarily stall these individuals with her wealth. The rules among martial artists were stringent, yet there were always those willing to accept money to assist ordinary folk. She merely needed to delay them until the police arrived. Once they did, her adversaries would surely hesitate to act further. Kid, are you truly so feeble as to rely on a woman for protection? A young man across the way sneered. Tang Tian cast a glance, dismissing the mere Shen-level martial artist before him as audacious. He found no merit in exchanging words with such individuals. Swiftly, he plunged a silver needle into Chun Yingshua's nape, causing her to collapse instantly. He then hoisted her in his arms. Once I have settled my wife, we shall address matters at hand. With that declaration, Tang Tian made his way to the vehicle, while the men across observed with varied expressions. Master, what if this fellow truly is an ordinary person? One queried. Fear not, should it come to that, we shall allow him to strike first. After all, we are entitled to justifiable defense. A middle-aged man replied with a dismissive snort. Indeed, that makes sense. As the conversation unfolded, Tang Tian had already closed the car door and was advancing towards them. Since you insist on this course of action, I shall not hold back. Let us not waste any more time. Come at me together. Tang Tian approached the 5 individuals with his hands tucked into his pockets, wearing an expression of utter indifference, devoid of any trace of fear. How reckless of you to seek death, exclaimed a young man, evidently incensed by Tang Tian's words. This fellow truly regarded them with disdain, daring to challenge them all at once. However, one of his companions restrained him, saying, Hold on, let this kid make the first move. Their voices were low, yet Tang Tian heard them distinctly. In essence, they were apprehensive of their own lack of martial prowess, fearing the consequences should they take action. Tang Tian was not one to be trifled with. He casually flicked out several silver needles. The martial artists across from him reacted swiftly, immediately raising their blades in defense. However, to their astonishment, a mere silver needle nearly overcame their defenses, with 2 of them even witnessing cracks appear in their weapons. The elder stared in shock at Tang Tian, unable to comprehend the impossibility of it all. Even he dared not claim such prowess in his finger strength. Before he could fully grasp the situation, 2 young warriors beside him had already charged forward. Kid, take this. One of them leapt into the air, soaring 2 to 3 meters high, and swung his blade down with tremendous force. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. With a mere turn, he evaded the attack. Another assailant thrust a knife towards him, but Tang Tian swiftly seized his wrist. With a slight exertion of force, the man's expression changed dramatically, and the knife clattered to the ground. The onlookers were left astounded, questioning the origins of this remarkable youth. Observing this, the elderly gentleman no longer hesitated and urgently urged the others. Let us attack together. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, delivering a swift kick that sent another young man flying to the side, as he charged towards a middle-aged man. Before the latter could react, he felt his body lighten, and in an instant he was sent sprawling to the ground, where a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. The old man swung his knife towards Tang Tian with a fierce wind, but Tang Tian merely smirked with a hint of wicked charm, extending 2 fingers to effortlessly pinch the blade mid-swing. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the old man's eyes. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw the knife, yet no matter how hard he struggled, the blade remained firmly lodged between Tang Tian's fingers. Immovable, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? This old man was a formidable Earth-level warrior. Who on earth was this young man? As Tang Tian exerted a slight pressure, the knife in the old man's hand astonishingly snapped into 2 pieces. In that fleeting moment, the old man sensed the martial aura emanating from Tang Tian, though it was but a brief encounter. Who are you? The old man stammered, swallowing hard, gazing incredulously at the young man before him, holding the broken blade. I'm merely an ordinary person, Tang Tian replied with an innocent expression. But you, as a martial artist, should not trouble an ordinary person. Had the old man not just witnessed Tang Tian's terrifying prowess, he might have genuinely believed the young man was just an average individual. Are you also an Earth-level warrior? The old man asked, incredulity lacing his voice. He had devoted himself to martial arts since childhood and consumed countless rare herbs to refine his body, barely reaching the Earth level. Yet here stood this youth, scarcely in his 20s. How could he have achieved such a feat? Even with some talent, it was implausible for someone so young to have attained the Earth level. Who sent you here? Tang Tian, weary of unnecessary banter, inquired coldly. If he were to associate with any martial artist, it could only be the He family from the capital. Is it the He family from the capital?
Tang Tian squinted.
His aura suddenly erupting. A fierce wind surged around, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. This This presence is even more terrifying than that of a terrestrial-level expert. Even the elderly man across from him involuntarily shuddered, a twinge of fear taking root within him towards Tang Tian. It is the He family. A young man beside him hastily replied. It is the young master of the He family who sent us, instructing us to teach you a lesson, promising us 100 million each. 100 million each. TSK. How generous of He Xiao. Where is the money? Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man. If the matter has not been resolved, where would the money come from? The young man trembled as he replied. If He Xiao had mentioned how formidable this fellow was, he would never have dared to come. The He family truly exhibits a petty demeanor, relying on their martial lineage to provoke him, and upon suffering defeat, secretly seeking vengeance through others. Tang Tian, feeling disinclined to argue with these individuals, waved his hand dismissively and said, Enough, be gone. Upon hearing this, the group hastily assisted one another to rise from the ground. Just as they were about to depart, Tang Tian called out to them, As for tonight's events, let us consider them as if they had never transpired. I trust you will do the same. The group immediately grasped Tang Tian's intent, nodding in agreement, aware that he wished to conceal his identity. Chapter 58. Could it be a heartfelt stirring? As the vehicle came to a halt, Chun Yingxue woke. Who are you? Tang Tian gazed at her with an innocent expression. You got into the car and mentioned you were too tired and needed a nap, and you've slumbered until now. Upon hearing this, Chun Yingxue cast a dubious glance at Tang Tian, perplexed by the situation. How could this be? It shouldn't be. She distinctly recalled encountering trouble on the way, that she had called the police, and then, yes, the police. Chun Yingxue seized her phone, only to find no record of a police report. This left her engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that she was merely dreaming? We have arrived home. Let us go. Tang Tian courteously opened the car door for her, and Chun Yingxue followed him out. Upon returning home, Chun Jinghui and his partner merely greeted Tang Tian with indifference, surprisingly refraining from making things difficult for him. Ascending the stairs, Chun Yingxue, as was her custom, entered the bathroom, but upon emerging, she received a call from the police. Miss Chun, are you certain that you were at? At that moment, Chun Yingxue suddenly realized that all of this was likely not a dream. Tang Tian must have resolved the situation. The police informed her that they had discovered some bloodstains and a fragment of a blade at the scene. Thus, it was Tang Tian who had deleted her report, assuring her that nothing had transpired. Chun Yingxue furrowed her brow slightly. That scoundrel was probably just trying to spare her from fear, which was rather considerate of him. The following morning, as Chun Yingxue descended the stairs, Tang Tian had already prepared breakfast. It was the weekend, and there was no obligation to go to the office. Mom and Dad, Grandpa has given me the villa at Longhu Bay and wants me to move out with Tang Tian. Absolutely not, exclaimed Song Jilan, the first to object. What kind of joke is this? If you move out with Tang Tian, how will you ensure our daughter's safety? Mom, those are Grandpa's exact words. Besides, we are married now. It's inappropriate for us to continue living together. Chun Yingxue sighed, feeling helpless. She had anticipated Song Jilan's resistance. Yet, as the president of the group, it was indeed unsuitable for her to reside with her parents. Mom and Dad, please rest assured. I will take good care of Xiao Shui's daily life. Tang Tian promised, looking at the couple earnestly. Incompetent fool. My daughter doesn't need your care. Song Jilan was infuriated by his words. Mom, Tang Tian and I are legally married. You should ease up, Chun Yingxue asserted, grasping Tang Tian's arm and heading for the door. As they stepped outside, Song Jilan felt a sense of impending loss, as if her prized daughter were about to be squandered by a mere swine. You must intervene, Song Jilan urged Chun Jinghui anxiously. This is beyond my control. They are a legal couple, and the house was a gift from the old man. If they don't move, it might not sit well with him, Chun Jinghui remarked nonchalantly, sipping his tea. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually leaning toward Tang Tian's side. Once outside, Chun Yingxue followed Tang Tian into the car. Where are we headed? Tang Tian inquired, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. First to Longhu Bay to see what the house needs. Then we'll find a mall to shop, Chun Yingxue replied coldly. Why are you so upset? Are you so eager to cohabit with me? Tang Tian teased with a grin. Chen Yingxue shot him a glance. This is all Grandpa's arrangement. I just feel my mother is being overly controlling. Speaking of cohabitation. Chen Yingxue felt a twinge of anxiety. The car journeyed swiftly to Longhu Bay. This was the most prestigious villa district in Jiangqing. When it was first developed, the elder had purchased a villa here, and now it had unexpectedly been bequeathed to her. Upon entering, Tang Tian could distinctly sense that this place differed from the villa where Chen Jinghui and his family resided. Each villa was allocated its own designated area, with different numbers situated within distinct zones. Their villa, number 88, perched on a hillside, with prices escalating as one ascended. The pinnacle, Longhu Mountain Villa, was exorbitantly priced and reportedly acquired by an overseas merchant. Chen Yingxue had already arranged for cleaning. The villa was fully equipped with appliances and furniture, ready for immediate occupancy. I have contacted a housekeeping service. The maid will come every 3 days to tidy up. You needn't concern yourself with these tasks. If you wish, I can arrange for you to work at a hospital, Chen Yingxue stated coolly, though she was already considering Tang Tian's needs. No need for that. I would prefer to open a small clinic myself. Tang Tian declined her kind offer. He had no desire to work, being subjected to the oversight of others all day long. It was far more preferable to be his own boss. Do as you wish, he thought, for Tang Tian possessed wealth and could pursue whatever he desired. I am indifferent to your escapades with other women outside, but do remember to keep them away from home, Chen Yingxue admonished. Tang Tian turned around, resting one hand on the liquor cabinet behind her, enveloping her in his embrace. Gazing at his face, which was merely inches away, Chen Yingxue instinctively attempted to push him away, only to have her wrist captured by him. So, does that mean I can be reckless with you at home? Tang Tian's magnetic voice resonated above, causing Chen Yingxue's heart to quicken. Could this be the flutter of affection?
No.
It must be nerves.
Tang Tian.
You promised you would not act recklessly. Chen Yingxue replied with a stern expression. If you dare to act impulsively, I will immediately file for divorce. Tang Tian's song released Chen Yingxue's hand and let out a sigh. Alas, given Grandpa's advanced age, he must yearn to hold a grandchild. Do you think he would be displeased if he were to find out?
Tang Tian.
Chen Yingxue bit her lips slightly. If you dare to tell Grandpa, I will also seek a divorce. In her eyes, divorce was the most effective means to threaten Tang Tian. Tang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Though this woman appeared formidable on the outside, she possessed a delicate and tender heart within. Sooner or later, he would win her over. After inspecting the items within the villa, the two set off towards the shopping mall. There was nothing urgent, but they needed to purchase some bedding. Typically, Chen Yingxue would delegate such matters to her assistant. Yet today, inexplicably, she felt an irresistible urge to accompany Tang Tian for a leisurely outing. However, upon entering the mall, Chen Yingxue immediately regretted her decision. This fellow, having seen little of the world, was filled with curiosity, questioning her about everything along the way. Chapter 59. Don't save me, dear. This before Tang Tian could satiate his curiosity, he was interrupted by Chen Yingxue. Why do you have so many questions? Are you growing impatient with me? Tang Tian blinked at her, inquiring. Chen Yingxue felt a jolt of discomfort. How could a man exhibit such effeminacy? Speak properly. She glared at him. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Xiaoxue? Zhou Xiao turned her gaze towards the man beside her, asking, Who is this? Tang Tian was adorned in the attire purchased by Chen Yingxue during their last outing, exuding an aura of sunny charm and handsomeness, albeit with a hint of naivety reflected in his expression. Overall, he embodied the essence of a strikingly handsome gentleman. Hello, I am her husband, Tang Tian introduced himself, extending his hand. Husband? Zhou Xiao furrowed her brow, turning to Chen Yingxue. You two are married? Chen Yingxue nodded. We haven't held the wedding ceremony yet, hence I didn't inform you. How could you? Such a significant matter and you didn't even give me a heads up. Clearly, you don't consider me a close friend. Zhou Xiao exclaimed, extending her hand to shake Tang Tian's. Hello, I am Zhou Xiao, a close friend of Xiaoxue. Miss Zhou. Tang Tian responded with a radiant smile, revealing a perfect set of 8 white teeth. Since fate has brought us together today, I must partake in this meal. Pray tell, what do you wish to treat me to? Zhou Xiao inquired, linking her arm with Chen Yingshue's. The two women had been good friends for many years. Just a few days prior, Zhou Xiao had saved Chen Yingshue's life, and she had yet to express her gratitude properly. Anything is fine, Chen Yingxue generously replied. The pair walked arm in arm ahead, while Tang Tian comfortably trailed behind them. Indeed, a beauty's friend is also a beauty, in terms of both figure and appearance. Zhou Xiao was not inferior to Chen Yingxue. Tang Tian found himself eager to satiate his curiosity about Zhou Xiao, yet felt it inappropriate to inquire in Tang Tian's presence. Shall we explore that store over there? The two women, naturally inclined to shop together in a mall, decided to peruse the offerings. Just then, a cacophony erupted from a short distance away. Tang Tian raised his head and beheld a woman anxiously dialing an emergency number on her mobile phone. Beside her, a middle-aged man lay unconscious in a wheelchair. A crowd of onlookers began to gather, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, yet he still put away his phone and walked over. As his mentor had said, those who study medicine must not turn a blind eye to suffering. A doctor? Were there any doctors around? The woman, having finished her call, began to seek help from those nearby. However, even if there were doctors present, they would likely hesitate to intervene. What if something were to happen to the elderly gentleman? Wouldn't they risk being blamed? I am a doctor. At this critical moment, Tang Tian stepped forward without hesitation. The woman, dressed in professional attire, momentarily displayed a look of skepticism on her alluring face. How could this young man possibly be a competent physician? Tang Tian merely glanced at the situation and quickly comprehended the circumstances of the other party. He promptly took out his silver needles, ready to administer aid, but was halted by the woman, who insisted, there is no need. I have already called for emergency assistance. By the time they arrive, he will no longer have a life. Tang Tian spoke coldly, then proceeded to tug at the middle-aged man's clothing. The woman quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. I warn you, we are not individuals you can afford to offend." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but find it amusing. Did you not come in search of a doctor? The woman cast him a disdainful glance, replying, "What I seek is a professional physician, not a medical student." Tang Tian, appearing to be in his 20s, strikes one as someone who has yet to complete his university education. How proficient could a physician of such a demeanor be? Is he perhaps afflicted with heart disease, or even lung cancer? Furthermore, it seems that his legs are gravely affected by rheumatism, rendering him unable to walk. Is that not so? Tang Tian, disinterested in idle chatter, straightforwardly enumerated the man's ailments. The woman widened her eyes in astonishment and gazed at Tang Tian, exclaiming, "How did you know?" He replied, "I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I can discern it at a glance." Tang Tian cast a glance at her, realizing the perilous state he was in. If timely intervention was not administered, there would be no hope by the time the emergency responders arrived. Upon hearing this, a flicker of conflict crossed the woman's eyes, leaving her to ponder whether she should place her trust in this young man. Just then, the individual in the wheelchair suddenly convulsed, blood gushing from his mouth. Witnessing this, Tang Tian hesitated no longer. He swiftly tore open the man's shirt and deftly inserted 2 silver needles to safeguard his vital points. Around them, spectators urged caution. "Young man, you mustn't act recklessly. If anything were to happen to him, you'd be in serious trouble. Indeed, perhaps we should await the arrival of the paramedics?" They murmured, criticizing the youth for his impulsiveness. At that moment, the woman found herself with no alternative but to trust Tang Tian, albeit reluctantly. "If you can save him, I will grant you 100 million. But should anything happen to him, I will ensure you pay dearly," she declared through gritted teeth, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Tian. "Why must you speak in such a manner?" Others chimed in. "He is attempting to help your father. How can you say such things? Young man, perhaps you should reconsider." They insisted, voicing their disapproval of her reaction. The woman, however, paid no heed to the crowd, her eyes unwaveringly locked onto Tang Tian. At that moment, Tang Tian was preoccupied with saving lives, entirely focused on administering acupuncture, oblivious to the conversations happening around him. Not far away, Chen Yingxue and Zhou Xiaojiang emerged from the shop and quickly noticed the absence of Tang Tian amidst a gathering of onlookers. Let us go take a look. Tang Tian must be over there. I wonder what has transpired, Zhou Xiao remarked as he pulled Chen along. As they squeezed into the crowd, they caught sight of Tang Tian skillfully administering needles to a man in a wheelchair, revealing his propensity for meddling in others' affairs. Zhou Xiao had previously heard that Tang Tian was a miraculous physician, having cured the ailments of the Qin family patriarch, yet he had never witnessed his medical prowess firsthand. Observing the adeptness with which Tang Tian performed the acupuncture, it was evident that his skills were indeed exceptional. Just then, the emergency responders arrived on the scene.
Tang Tian,
Disinterested in the unfolding situation, remarked to the bystanders, "Do not remove the needle before transferring him to the hospital." One individual promptly produced a mobile phone to snap a photograph of Tang Tian, inquiring, "What is your name? Which hospital do you represent?" The interrogative tone elicited dissatisfaction among those nearby. After all, he was attempting to save a life, yet it seemed as if he were the one responsible for the man's condition. Chapter 60. I will remember you. Tang Tian. The woman's gaze remained fixed on him. If my husband is unharmed, I shall certainly express my gratitude in person. However, should anything happen to him, her words trailed off, but the threat in her expression was unmistakable. How can you be so unreasonable? Chen Yingxue stepped forward, casting a cold glance at the woman. If it weren't for him, your husband would likely be dead. It's none of your business, the woman shot back, her irritation palpable. I am his wife. Chen Yingxue declared firmly. I am Chen Yingxue of the Chen Group. If anything happens to him, you may come to me. Her words resonated with authority. At this proclamation, the crowd murmured in astonishment. It appeared that this young doctor was indeed the partner of a wealthy heiress. I will remember this. With that, the group hurriedly departed the scene, taking the injured man with them. Observers whispered among themselves about Chen Yingxue and Tang Tian. Although Tang Tian was undeniably handsome, he seemed rather young and lacked apparent wealth, leading many to conclude that he was merely a gold digger. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's thoughts were consumed by Chen Yingxue's earlier declaration. I am his wife. Thank you, my dear wife, he said with a smile, the term wife laden with intimacy. Chen Yingxue frowned at him. I only said that to help you out. Don't read too much into it. The crowd gradually dispersed and Zhou Xiao approached, suggesting, all right, let us be on our way. In this world, good deeds do not always receive rewards. Xue, I thought I had made a mistake, but it truly is you. Zhou Xiao's expression shifted subtly. He was Chen Yingxue's university classmate and her former boyfriend. No need for pleasantries. We are not that familiar. Chen Yingxue replied with a stern expression. Are you married? The man scrutinized Tang Tian before hesitatingly asking. Yes, we have obtained our marriage certificate. As she spoke, Chen Yingxue linked her arm with Tang Tian's. Su Kai, unless there is something important, we must take our leave. We were once friends. It has been years since we last met. Why not share a meal together? Su Kai pressed, though discomfort gnawed at him as he witnessed the scene. That one tea be necessary. Chen Yingxue's refusal was resolute, and Zhou Xiao added, Su Kai, our Snow has already married. Given how you left so decisively back then, I trust you won't pursue this. The mention of pursue stirred mixed emotions within Su Kai. Years ago, his family had faced upheaval, leading to their relocation abroad. Watching the trio depart, he silently vowed to reclaim this woman. In Jiangqing, within the hospital, Doctor, how is he? The woman, previously at the mall, questioned anxiously as the doctor emerged from the emergency room. Bodyguards lined the corridor, underscoring the patient's distinguished status. Mr. Song is no longer in critical condition. Fortunately, he received timely medical assistance. Otherwise, he might not have survived, the doctor stated, removing his mask, visibly shaken. Hearing this, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that young man had some skill. Surely, she would find a way to thank him. What is his current health status? She pressed eagerly. Given the present condition, he has approximately 6 months to live. Miss Song, it appears you have encountered a remarkable individual. If we can find the person who treated him, Mr. Song might have a chance, the doctor advised earnestly. 6 months? Are you certain? Song Yuqing could hardly believe her ears. She remembered the last doctor stating his prognosis was less than 2 months. How could it have changed? Indeed, it seems that the silver needles used by this skilled practitioner have positively impacted his condition, the doctor confirmed. Miss Song, I urge you to seek this individual. If he is willing to assist, Mr. Song's chances of survival will significantly increase. Listening to the doctor's words, Song Yuqing clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. As the man was wheeled out, she called over a nearby bodyguard. Quickly, locate the man named Tang Tian. He is Chun Yingshue's husband. Investigate who this Chun Yingxue is. Miss Song, Chun Yingxue is the daughter of the Chun family, the president of the Chun Group, Jiangqing's wealthiest corporation. The bodyguard promptly replied. In Jiangqing, who does not know the name Chun Yingxue? The wealthiest in Jiangqing? A hint of derision flickered in Song Yuqing's eyes. She had thought that young man was formidable, yet he was merely a kept man. If that were the case, it would be easy to manage. Obtain Tang Tian's contact information without alerting the Chun family, Song Yuqing instructed. Since he is merely a gold digger, a monetary incentive should suffice. Understood. The bodyguard acknowledged before departing. After a satisfying meal, Zhou Xiao suggested they visit a nearby lounge for a drink, a place she often frequented with Chun Yingxue, albeit this time accompanied by Tang Tian. The lounge was relatively quiet, yet the crowd was unusually lively that evening. The entrance of 2 stunning women immediately drew attention, with many men staring unabashedly. Unfazed by the blatant gazes, the women were accustomed to such scrutiny. Given Chun Yingshue's status, these men dared not approach them. As the trio settled at a table, a group of men swaggered over. 2 beautiful ladies. May we introduce ourselves? One of the men, sporting yellow hair, gestured to his companion. This is young Master Xiao Shiming from the Xiao family, eager to befriend you. At that moment, Xiao Shiming had his arms around a woman whose beauty was undeniable, though her attire was decidedly provocative, indicating a questionable background. The woman seemed unperturbed by Xiao Shiming's flirtations in her presence. Chapter 61. The relationship between the two was evident. In Xiao Shiming's eyes, she was merely a toy. Ladies, would you care to join me for an evening of fun? Xiao Shiming proffered his drink, already slightly inebriated. If you serve me well, I guarantee your future will be worry-free. Such advances were not new to Chen Yingxue and her companion, but before they could dismiss him, Tang Tian had already risen. With a resounding crash, a bottle flew from his hand, striking Xiao Shiming squarely on the forehead, blood instantly oozing from the wound. Xiao Shiming's entourage stood in shock. They had never anticipated this young man would dare to act so boldly. Wiping the blood from his brow, Xiao Shiming glared at Tang Tian, then bellowed at his companions. What are you waiting for? Tak, if you kill this brat, it's on me. Make sure to teach him a lesson. Zhou Xiao was taken aback by Tang Tian's sudden aggression and hurriedly pulled Chun Yingxue aside, fearing they might be inadvertently harmed. At that moment, a dark figure obstructed their path. Before the two could react, Tang Tian had already sent one assailant flying with a kick and felled another with a swift slap, all within a span of 10 seconds. Soon, the members of Xiao Shiming's group lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The other patrons in the bar, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene, astonished by Tang Tian's formidable prowess. Xiao Shiming stared in disbelief at the individual before him, pointing a finger and exclaiming, "You! I am a member of the Xiao family." Tang Tian was unceremonious, seizing his finger and swiftly snapping it. The sharp crack of the bone fracture, accompanied by Xiao Shiming's anguished cry, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Zhou Xiao, trembling in fear, could hardly comprehend. Was he not a doctor? Aren't doctors typically genteel individuals? How could this man be so formidable? Chen Yingxue couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. He must be concealing something from her. You brat. No one in Jiangqing dares to lay a hand on me. Just wait. You shall reap what you have sown. Despite losing a finger, Xiao Shiming remained defiant, continuing to provoke Tang Tian. If you ever entertain any improper thoughts about my wife again, I will kill you. Tang Tian's voice was calm, yet the underlying intent to kill was palpable to Chen Yingxue and Zhou Xiao, who stood behind him. Zhou Xiao widened her eyes and looked towards Chen Yingxue, seemingly inquiring, "What kind of person is this?" Chen Yingxue simply shook her head in response, indicating, "I have no idea either." Tang Tian released his grip, and Xiao Shiming along with his companions hurriedly fled the scene. It was then that the bar owner approached, saying, "My dear guests, I sincerely apologize. It seems these patrons may have indulged a bit too much. However, that was Xiao Xiao you just encountered, someone beyond your means to provoke. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. Allow me to cover your tab for the evening. I will compensate for any losses incurred tonight. Please tidy up the place and bring us some more drinks." Tang Tian confidently produced a bank card and handed it over. The boss, seeing the money, nodded eagerly in agreement. "Darling, I hope you weren't frightened just now?" At that moment, as he turned, Tang Tian's expression shifted back to his usual innocent demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Though perplexed, Chen Yingxue refrained from questioning further in front of Zhou Xiao. The three resumed their drinking, dismissing the insignificant Xiao family from their minds. "Dad, it's him." Xiao Shiming scanned the area and was incensed to find Tang Tian and his companions still lingering. "What audacity! They're still here." Xiao Fong approached with a dozen bodyguards, and upon drawing near, he recognized a familiar figure, his heart sinking. "Mr. Chen?" he tentatively called out. Chen Yingxue cast a disinterested glance at him. "Mr. Xiao, I must say it's surprising. The Xiao family appears quite imposing from the outside, yet your son just claimed that if I served him well, my later years would be worry-free." Hearing this, Xiao Fong broke into a cold sweat. He never anticipated that this reckless brat had entangled himself with the president of the Chun Corporation. Was he seeking his own demise? "Dad, it's this vile woman. She's the cause of all this." Xiao Shiming, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yingxue. The derogatory term sparked a fierce intensity in Tang Tian's gaze. Before he could react, Xiao Fong kicked him to the ground. "You little brat. Is drinking a few beers enough to cause trouble? Do you even know who this is? This is Mr. Chun of the Chun Corporation." As he spoke, Xiao Fong's face turned red with anger. The Chun Corporation was a significant partner of theirs. The Xiao family's current standing was due to their association with Chun. If Xiao Shiming's antics led to a severance of ties, it would spell disaster for the Xiao family. Xiao Shiming had not foreseen that his casual pursuit of a woman would lead him to the president of the Chun Corporation. This was akin to courting disaster. "You reckless brat. I'll teach you a lesson," Xiao Fong yelled, ruthlessly kicking the one on the ground, as if he were not his own son. In the face of financial matters, familial bonds mattered little. Calmly sipping her drink, Chen Yingxue watched the ruckus unfold, while Tang Tian smoked nearby, observing the chaos. Clearly, the name of the Chun Corporation held considerable weight. When his mentor had urged him to marry into the Chen family, he had mentioned that they were the foremost family in Jiangqing. The old man had evidently orchestrated this all along, arranging for him to marry into the Chun family to ensure his future stability. How cunning of him! As the battered figure on the ground lay incapacitated, Chen Yingxue finally spoke up. "Mr. Xiao, a couple of lessons are sufficient. Don't injure Xiao Xiao too severely." On the ground, Xiao Shiming trembled, cursing inwardly. Was this woman deliberately provoking him? Why didn't she say this earlier? Now that he was nearly beaten to death, she decided to intervene. Xiao Fong, perceptive enough to understand Chen Yingxue's disinterest in prolonging the matter, quickly led his men away. Meanwhile, outside the darkened glass window, a pair of eyes watched them intently. Chapter 62. The Hall of Infinite. Following the commotion, the group lost their desire to continue drinking. "Haven't you been drinking too?" Zhou Xiao suggested. "Why not call a designated driver? I'll just take a taxi. It's just a bit of alcohol." "I'm far from intoxicated," Tang Tian replied smugly. Chen Yingxue shot him a disapproving look. "Surely you know that one shouldn't drive after drinking?" "I didn't know." Tang Tian feigned innocence, as no one had ever informed him of such. After sending Zhou Xiao away, Chen Yingxue took out her phone to call a designated driver. However, during the wait, Tang Tian suddenly sensed a dangerous presence nearby. "I'm stepping out for a moment to buy cigarettes," he announced, his instincts warning him that the threat was directed at him. After exiting the vehicle, he headed straight for a nearby alley. After walking a short distance, he felt someone trailing behind him. He turned around to find a shadowy figure standing close. The individual exuded a palpable martial aura, suggesting he was a formidable opponent, likely a practitioner of advanced martial arts. What is this? Are you also sent by the He family? Tang Tian asked coolly, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette. The He family was becoming quite bothersome, sending one troublemaker after another, none of whom could match him in strength. Kid, as a martial artist, you should be aware of our rules, right? The man said coldly, I've been watching you for several days. Who gave you the audacity to recklessly attack ordinary people? Do you not regard the Hall of Infinite? The Hall of Infinite? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What is that? You've never heard of the Hall of Infinite? The man's tone was laced with incredulity. Is there a martial artist in this world who does not know of the Hall of Infinite? You must be deliberately provoking me. Never mind, you will soon find out. Tang Tian effortlessly seized the man with a swift motion, subsequently yanking him with such force that the man stumbled. His body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he managed to regain his balance just in time. Before he could react, Tang Tian had already delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at the man's face. The blow was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and arrived with such rapidity that evasion was utterly impossible. The man felt a pang of despair as beads of sweat began to seep from his hair. Yet, at that moment, Tang Tian abruptly halted his assault. I bear you no grudge and harbor no desire for enmity. Since you are merely a hired hand addressing someone else's grievances, I shall not hold it against you. What family are you affiliated with? I am a member of the Wuji Hall. Wuji Hall? Upon hearing the trace of confusion in Tang Tian's tone, the man realized that this individual might genuinely be oblivious to the existence of the Wuji Hall. The Wuji Hall governs all martial artists in the Great Xia, maintaining a registry of every martial artist's information and imposing regulations to prevent them from recklessly engaging with ordinary people. The Wuji Hall has been established for several centuries in Great Xia. There is no martial artist who is unaware of it. Are you truly a citizen of Great Xia? The man inquired with suspicion as he scrutinized Tang Tian. I must admit I have never heard of this Wuji Hall. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The key point was that the old man had never mentioned anything to him. Having come from the countryside, he was oblivious to many things. Upon hearing this, the man's lips twitched in frustration. Yet he looked at Tang Tian and advised, the Wuji Hall is filled with experts. With your abilities, you could easily secure a position there. If you are willing, I can introduce you. However, you must refrain from recklessly engaging with ordinary people in the future. The man cautioned, visibly concerned. In response, Tang Tian scoffed, I have no interest in this Wuji Hall, nor do you have the right to dictate my actions. With that, he turned to leave. The man, recognizing he could not contend with him, refrained from pursuing, helplessly watching him walk away. No wonder he could not find any information about Tang Tian. It turned out this fellow was completely unaware of the Wuji Hall's existence. Upon returning to the vehicle, the designated driver had arrived. The car headed towards Longhu Bay, marking Tang Tian's first day of living alone with Chen Yingxue. His heart brimmed with excitement. Was this not an opportunity? Chen Yingxue seemed to see through his thoughts, and upon entering, she said to Tang Tian, I will stay on the second floor, and you will occupy the third. My dear, we are married. While separate rooms might be acceptable, isn't it a bit excessive to sleep on different floors?
Tang Tian inquired.
His eyes pleading. Then you can stay in the guest room inside. Chen Yingxue replied, biting her lip, unwilling to grant him any opportunity for closeness. Why don't we share a room? This house is vast. Would you not feel lonely alone? Moreover, it's quite secluded here. What if some ill-intentioned person breaks in at night? Staying with me would ensure your safety. Tang Tian earnestly stated. Chen Yingxue, fully aware of his intentions, took a deep breath and replied, Tang Tian, I genuinely cannot accept this right now. Please give me some time, all right? Seeing her resolute rejection, Tang Tian chose not to press further and silently opted for the guest room, which was separated by just one room from hers. Once Tang Tian entered the guest room, Chen Yingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. After locking the door behind her, she leaned against it, feeling her heart race. For some reason, she sensed that there were certain inevitabilities between her and Tang Tian, things that were destined to happen sooner or later. In Jiangcheng, at Chun Jinghui's residence. He set off for the company early in the morning. Song Jillian had dressed up, intending to go out for mahjong, but before she could leave, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a familiar figure. The man across from her spoke first. "Auntie, long time no see. Do you remember me? You are
Su Sao?
Song Jillian recognized him immediately. He was Chun Yingshua's college boyfriend and the son-in-law she had once hoped for. The Su family and the Qin family had previously held comparable status and wealth in Jiangcheng, with the Su family even slightly prevailing. However, they had relocated due to certain circumstances, and she had not seen Su Kai since. Chapter 63. Is this your attitude when seeking help? You just show up, bringing something along? Song Jillian warmly prepared tea for Su Kai and engaged in friendly conversation. "Auntie, actually, I came today to inquire about Xiaoshua's marriage," Su Kai said sincerely. "Aside from Xiaoshua, I have never considered marrying another woman. The Su family has been doing well abroad. I am now the president of my company with assets exceeding 10 billion, so I wish to pursue Xiaoshua again." 10 billion? Song Jillian frowned slightly, thinking it a meager amount compared to when the Su family was in Jiangcheng. "Indeed, I meant 10 billion in U.S. dollars. Upon hearing this, Song Jillian's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 billion U.S. dollars amounted to hundreds of billions. How fortunate! Just as one promising candidate left, another appeared. It seemed fate insisted she have a golden son-in-law. Actually, regarding Xiaoshua's marriage to Tang Tian, faced with a man whose circumstances were hundreds of times superior to Tang Tian's, Song Jillian had no intention of rejecting him. She eagerly divulged all the details about their impending marriage, making it clear that this was entirely her father-in-law's decision, with no bearing on her own desires. In Jiangcheng, at Longhu Bay, Chun Yingshua's assistant picked her up early in the morning. Tang Tian slept until well past noon. As he finally opened his eyes, a phone call came in. A strange number flashed on the screen. Yet he answered, "Hello? Who is this? Is this Tang Tian? We met yesterday at the mall. You saved my father, and I wish to repay you. Please come to the first hospital to meet me," the woman on the other end declared imperiously, lacking any hint of gratitude. Tang Tian let out a cold laugh and directly exposed the other party. "What? The patient has emerged from danger? A doctor informed you of my commendable medical skills, suggesting you seek my assistance in treating him?" Upon hearing these words, Song Yuqing on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. Did this young man possess such quick wit? Nevertheless, she responded firmly, "Indeed, so come over now. I assure you, you will not be treated unfairly." Maintaining her authoritative tone, Tang Tian abruptly hung up the call. However, a moment later, the phone rang again. This time, he did not bother with pleasantries. He answered and stated, "If you wish for me to save a life, come to Longhu Bay, number 88, with sincerity." After delivering this message, he hung up once more and promptly added her number to his blacklist. While he had no qualms about healing the sick, he could not extend his help to someone so arrogant. Meanwhile, within the hospital, Song Yuqing trembled with rage after ending the call. How dare he show such disrespect, even going so far as to blacklist her? "Sir," she addressed the man lying on the bed with utmost respect. "Have you managed to contact him?" "I have, but that young man insists I personally invite him." Song Yuqing's frustration was palpable as she recounted the conversation. "That is reasonable," replied the man on the bed, who appeared refined and cultured, his tone remarkably calm. "After all, we are in need of his expertise. It is worth your effort to convey to him that if he can cure my ailment, financial matters will not pose a problem." "Yes, sir." Song Yuqing nodded in agreement. The man before her was her adoptive father, yet he had never publicly acknowledged her as such nor allowed her to call him father. Song Yuqing understood well that this was Mr. Song's way of guarding against her. He was an exceedingly cautious man, inscrutable even to his daughter whom he had raised for over 20 years. Accompanied by several bodyguards, Song Yuqing set off for Longhu Bay. The vehicle soon came to a halt in front of villa number 88, where the bodyguards approached the door and rang the bell. Tang Tian quickly opened the door. Leaning against the frame, he lit a cigarette upon seeing who stood before him. "I have arrived. Let us proceed," Song Yuqing said coldly. suppressing her fury as she regarded Tang Tian. Hearing this, Tang Tian let out a cold laugh. Is this your attitude when seeking help? Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Song Yuqing trembled with anger, gritting her teeth as she looked at Tang Tian. Do you know who I am? Do you know who Mr. Song is? Let me tell you, if you cure him, you will have endless wealth for the rest of your life. This is your opportunity, and I advise you. Before Song Yuqing could finish her statement, Tang Tian turned and entered, firmly closing the door behind him. With a resounding thud, the door's closure struck Song Yuqing like a bolt of lightning. Throughout her life, aside from Mr. Song, she had never encountered such a rejection. The bodyguard pressed the doorbell once more, yet the door remained shut. From the balcony on the second floor, Tang Tian looked down upon them, smoke drifting from his cigarette. If you wish for my assistance, then show me your sincerity. Young man, I have come in person. Is that not sufficient sincerity? Song Yuqing shouted back. Mr. Song possesses hundreds of billions abroad, and even in Jiangcheng, he has assets worth over 100 billion. If you manage to heal him, you will certainly be well rewarded. With her head raised defiantly, Song Yuqing continued her plea. If your father never taught you how to show respect, then there is no need for you to seek me out. With that, Tang Tian turned away, disregarding the people outside. Regardless of how much the bodyguard pressed the doorbell, he remained unresponsive. Struggling to suppress her urge to burst in and drag him out, Song Yuqing finally shouted up after more than an hour of entreaty. Please, divine doctor, save my father. After several calls, the door finally creaked open once again. It was fortunate that this place lacked neighbors. Otherwise, they would surely be disturbed by the commotion. Divine doctor, I admit I was wrong earlier. Song Yuqing managed to restrain her anger and addressed Tang Tian. I beg you to go to the first hospital to treat my father. If you can heal him, we will ensure you are generously rewarded. Tang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze drifting towards Song Yuqing's chest, laced with a hint of mockery. Song Yuqing felt a rush of heat to her cheeks, wishing she could slap him. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Song Yuqing finally exhaled, and together they boarded the car, heading towards the hospital. Chapter 64. Trust in employing others. Let this young man revel in his arrogance for a while. Should he fail to cure my husband, we can always seek retribution later. The two swiftly entered Song Shi's hospital room. At only 43 years of age, Song Shi appeared considerably older due to the ravages of illness. Yet, this did not detract from his imposing presence or the piercing gaze of his hawk-like eyes, which were now scrutinizing Tang Tian. Though the young man bore an air of nonchalance, he radiated an extraordinary aura. Song Shi had expected a seasoned traditional Chinese physician to save him, but was taken aback by Tang Tian's youth. However, he did not underestimate him due to his age. Instead, he greeted him warmly. Little divine doctor, thank you for saving my life yesterday. Our encounter is fated. Meeting me signifies that your life is not yet at its end. Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly, for others, this may be an incurable affliction. For me, it is merely a trifling task. Then I must have encountered a benefactor. Song Shi replied with a smile, gesturing for someone nearby to offer Tang Tian a chair. Little divine doctor, my health has never been robust. Today, I fear I must trouble you. However, rest assured, regardless of whether you can cure me, I shall certainly reward you handsomely, Song Shi said with a grin. Observing Song Shi's demeanor, Tang Tian's expression softened somewhat. It is treatable. The esteemed physician appeared youthful, yet his medical skills were undeniably impressive. Just yesterday, a few acupuncture needles had extended his life by several months. However, this ailment may cause some discomfort during treatment. If you trust me, please have everyone leave and lie down. Undressed, Tang Tian stated calmly. I trust you. Song Shi responded without hesitation. Sir, protested Song Yuqing, when has there ever been a shortage of company around you? Given Song Shi's affluent status, he was always accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, even to the restroom, where two would stand guard outside. The thought of leaving him alone with a stranger made Song Yuqing uneasy. Ching, Song Shi said sternly, if you suspect someone, do not employ them. If you employ someone, do not suspect them. Escort them out. Upon hearing Song Shi's command, Song Yuqing dared not voice further objections and led the bodyguards outside, casting a lingering glance at Tang Tian before departing. Yet, she harbored the intention of donating her inheritance after his demise, making her reluctant to let him perish before securing her claim. She had spent these days attending to Song Shi's every need for the sake of his wealth. Thus, leaving the two alone in the hospital room filled her with trepidation. Meanwhile, Song Shi, under Tang Tian's guidance, had already disrobed and lay upon the bed. "Mr. Song, do not be anxious. I have no taste for such preferences." Tang Tian smiled as he spoke, then, almost as if performing a magic trick, produced several steel needles, each a daunting millimeter in thickness. Song Shi could not help but gasp in shock, comprehending why Tang Tian had mentioned a slight pain. Nevertheless, having chosen to place his trust in Tang Tian, he harbored no doubts regarding his medical skills. With his eyes closed and a resolute expression that conveyed a readiness to face death, Song Shi declared, "Little divine doctor, proceed." Tang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile as he first inserted a silver needle into the man's chest, followed by a steel needle as he sought out acupoints on his knee. As the steel needle pierced his skin, Song Shi shuddered momentarily from the pain, but it was fleeting. He suffered from severe rheumatism, rendering his legs unable to stand for years, living each day engulfed in agony. However, after Tang Tian's needlework, the pain in his legs noticeably diminished, leaving Song Shi to wonder if it was merely a figment of his imagination. After inserting over a dozen silver needles and several steel needles into Song Shi, Tang Tian closed his eyes and held his hands suspended above the needles. Before long, Song Shi felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, a soothing comfort that gradually allowed him to relax. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Tang Tian with closed eyes, and the silver needles quivering gently on his body. This sight startled Song Shi. Could this be the legendary technique of controlling needles with qi? Indeed, it was. Controlling needles with qi is the pinnacle of acupuncture. During his time abroad, he had read about it in books, marveling at the possibility of encountering such a miraculous healer. Yet, the texts clearly stated that this technique had been lost to time. To his astonishment, he had indeed encountered it, a true stroke of fortune. The entire process lasted no more than half an hour. With the last steel needle removed, Song Shi felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. Though he remained slightly fatigued, the previous sensations of chest tightness and pain had vanished entirely. Such remarkable medical skills. "May I inquire about your master? How is it that you can employ the technique of controlling needles with qi?" Song Shi eagerly asked. "I have no master," Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, casually draping a blanket over Song Shi. During the procedure, he had effectively expelled most of the toxins from Song Shi's body, leaving him drenched in sweat and quite weakened. Tang Tian opened the door to the hospital room, and Song Yuqing appeared visibly anxious. "How is the person?" she inquired. "No longer in serious condition," came the reply. Upon hearing those 4 words, Song Yuqing was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Is he cured?" Tang Tian stepped aside to allow the crowd to enter the hospital room, beckoning several bodyguards to assist Song Shi in taking a bath and changing into fresh attire. Throughout the process, Song Yuqing's countenance remained rather grim. While her condition had improved, she still lacked strength. "You are exceedingly frail. You must nourish yourself. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. If you adhere to it diligently for a few days, you will soon feel well again." As soon as Tang Tian's voice fell, a person beside him promptly handed over paper and pen. He swiftly penned a prescription and passed it over. "Thank you, little divine doctor, for curing my ailment. I possess some modest assets in the Great Xia. While not substantial, I am willing to offer them all to you in gratitude," Song Shi generously declared. Upon hearing this, Song Yuqing's expression soured. How generous this old man was towards others. It is worth noting that when he first learned of his impending demise, he promptly executed a property notarization, declaring that upon his death, all his assets would be donated unconditionally, leaving her, his adopted daughter, with merely a property in the United States. Yet now, faced with the outsider Tang Tian, he nonchalantly offered to bestow a fortune of billions. Chapter 65. Olive branch, how could I possibly accept such generosity? Tang Tian replied with a smile. "This is rightfully yours. Coincidentally, I also possess a villa in Longhu Bay, which I shall include as well. This way, you can retreat there whenever you find yourself in need of leisure. The space is rather spacious, Song Shi said, his face adorned with a smile. Since that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony, Tang Tian responded.
Tang Tian Yendusun remarked.
Who would ever complain about having too much money? However, in the coming days, I would appreciate it if the little divine doctor could keep a close watch on me and occasionally check in, Song Shi expressed to Tang Tian. He was genuinely concerned about his physical condition. Although he could clearly sense an improvement, he remained apprehensive about any unforeseen complications. Thus, until he fully recovered, he hoped that Tang Tian would keep a vigilant eye on him. No problem, Tang Tian readily agreed, his intuition suggesting that Song Shi's request for him to visit was not merely due to concerns over his medical skills, but rather stemmed from deeper worries. As soon as he exited the hospital, Tang Tian received a call from the old manager of Suxian Tower, who informed him that the individuals from that day had returned, crying out in search of him. Tang Tian was not one to hesitate. After receiving such a generous gift, it was only fitting that he should assist in some manner. Upon arriving at his destination, he entered to find the man from that day seated in a wheelchair, utterly transformed by the torment he had endured over the past few days. His face was a portrait of suffering, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes, and his lips were chapped and cracked. Divine healer, please, help me. The moment he saw Tang Tian, the man lunged towards him but lost his balance and tumbled from his wheelchair. A nearby woman rushed to help him up, while Tang Tian observed the scene, shaking his head. TSK, TSK, tisk, evil deeds beget evil consequences. Hearing this, both individuals flushed with embarrassment, and the woman quickly interjected, Divine healer, we understand our mistakes now. We shall never dare to do so again. Dare to do what?
Tang Tian inquit non challenge.
It was my elder brother. He coerced us into this. He accepted money from someone, claiming he would create trouble for Suxian Loft, which forced me to feign death. The man, tormented by pain in his legs for several days, recounted the entire affair to Tang Tian without reservation. Shopkeeper, you have heard this, correct? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at the old shopkeeper nearby. You have crossed someone you shouldn't have. The shopkeeper could only shake his head in resignation. Young healer, you may not be aware, but Suxian Loft has offended many peers due to their cheap medicinal herbs. Indeed, that's exactly what they said. Claiming you have driven them to desperation, the woman chimed in, then sank to her knees. Young healer, please save my man. We truly realize our errors. Divine healer, I was wrong. I beg you, just give me a couple more needles. What do you mean by that? Have I not already saved your life? Tang Tian asked with a smile. My legs. My legs. The man cried as he rolled up his pant leg, revealing pronounced swelling in his calves. He had been confined to the wheelchair for days, feeling as if needles were pricking his legs with every passing moment. His agony had reached its peak, compelling him to seek Tang Tian's aid. Were not your legs already afflicted? Divine healer, I am not ill. I was merely pretending. We have never purchased medicine here. The man, truly remorseful, sobbed uncontrollably. Though these people were despicable, they were merely pawns, accepting money to carry out another's bidding. Tang Tian did not overly trouble the man, skillfully administering just a few needles to mend him. Once the two expressed their profound gratitude and departed, Tang Tian turned to the old shopkeeper and inquired, with such low prices for your medicinal herbs, do you not fear inciting jealousy? Such occurrences are likely to become frequent. Perhaps it would be wise to raise the prices. Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper sighed. These prices are dictated by the proprietor. He has expressed a desire for a world free of suffering, even if it means allowing the herbs to gather dust upon the shelves. In that moment, Tang Tian felt as though something within him had been profoundly shaken. Leading his gaze to the second floor, a figure clad in white emerged. Young divine doctor, we meet again. Sir, the old shopkeeper greeted with utmost respect. Su Xian inclined his head slightly before addressing Tang Tian. Would the young divine doctor care to join me for a cup of tea? Certainly. Tang Tian readily agreed and ascended the stairs with a few brisk steps. Upon entering a room with Su Xian, he noticed 2 cups of steaming tea already prepared on the table, as if it had been anticipated that he would arrive. Who exactly are you?
Tang Tian inquired.
Filled with curiosity towards the man before him. Just an ordinary person, if I must elaborate. I am the proprietor of this Suxian building. Suxian replied with a smile, gesturing for Tang Tian to enjoy the tea.
Excelente.
Tang Tian could not help but exclaim, I am glad you enjoy it. Suxian responded with a grin. What are you currently engaged in? Would you be interested in joining us at Suxian building? Faced with this olive branch, Tang Tian curiously asked, with such a sizable establishment, how is it that the old steward manages it all alone? Moreover, I notice there aren't many customers seeking medicine. What is the reason for this? Because there are no doctors in this building, the old steward possesses only a rudimentary understanding. Thus, even if patients were to come, he could not treat them and could only dispense medicine according to prescriptions. If you are willing, I could entrust this place to you, Suxian said earnestly. Wait, what do you mean by entrusting this place to me? Tang Tian asked in astonishment. I mean to make you the owner here, and this card contains funds to serve as your medical fees. You may spend it as you wish, but do not raise prices, and if you encounter patients without money, do not charge them, Suxian stated while pushing a bank card towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian curiously scrutinized the man before him and inquired, what compels you to act in this manner? Nowadays, individuals running a clinic would eagerly sell a dose of typhoid remedy for over 1,000 yuan. Aren't you concerned about incurring substantial losses? I possess sufficient wealth to absorb the losses, the man replied with an air of generosity. Tang Tian's lips twitched violently for a moment, suddenly grasping the essence of ostentation. However, such individuals have become exceedingly rare these days. Coincidentally, he also harbored the desire to establish his own clinic. Given this circumstance, the task was indeed feasible. Ultimately, as long as he practiced medicine and offered assistance to others, it would suffice. Very well. I shall proceed. Tang Tian gazed at the man and inquired, do you have any additional demands? Am I required to heed anyone's counsel? Is there a fixed working schedule? He was not fond of being controlled. If he were to become the boss, where all decisions rested upon his shoulders, he might indeed consider it. Chapter 66. Old matters should not be mentioned again, rest assured. You are the boss here. There is no need to listen to anyone.
Susuan replied Yendusun.
Does that mean I need not heed your words either? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked.
Susuan chuka sopti.
The fact that you have chosen to work here brings me great satisfaction. There is no obligation to follow my directives. Simply inform me when funds are low. Ah, this boss is indeed quite generous. Tang Tian did not hesitate to accept the bank card he was given. Upon descending the stairs, Suxian formally introduced him to the old shopkeeper, Lu Qiyuan, who, despite his title, was more akin to Suxian's servant, attending to his daily needs. Most of the time, he sat idly in the shop, only dispensing medicine to those who came seeking it, without any other obligations. From now on, Tang Tian will be your boss, Suxian declared. All right. Lu Qiyuan nodded repeatedly. The young divine doctor possesses remarkable skills and will undoubtedly meet the expectations of the master. Suxian smiled and added, in matters of healing, you may oversee as you see fit. I will not remain here for long. Should anything arise, have the old shopkeeper contact me. Suxian was quite enigmatic, yet Tang Tian refrained from inquiring further about him. Once outside the clinic, Tang Tian suddenly found the situation intriguing. At the very least, it seemed he had some responsibilities ahead. Meanwhile, within the Chun group, Chun Haoshuan grimaced as he confronted his father. Dad, are we truly going to swallow this? Will you willingly follow in her wake? Chun Haoshuan clenched his teeth. Chun Jingming sighed, this is your grandfather's decision. I have no recourse. Moreover, you know how biased he has always been. At this revelation, a fierce glint flashed in Chun Haoshuan's eyes. If the company encountered difficulties, her position as president would surely falter. Chun Yingshu had only recently assumed her role, and many beneath her were far from satisfied. Perhaps if he could rally them against her, he might stir up some trouble. Haoshuan, Chun Jingming admonished. Do not forget this is our family business. Regardless of your disdain for the old man handing the company to Chun Yingshu, you must behave yourself. We still possess shares in the group, and each year we rely on those dividends for our livelihood. Listening to his father's warning, Chun Haoshuan regained some composure. Indeed, This was their family enterprise, and any profit would ultimately benefit them all. Yet, it baffled him that his grandfather had inexplicably granted her his shares. Dad, understood. I want to stir up trouble within the company, Chan Haoshuan replied, taking a deep breath to suppress his earlier thoughts. However, what about outside the office? Meanwhile, in her office, Chun Yingshu sneezed forcefully. Almost simultaneously, a knock echoed on her door. Come in, she called out. President Chun, someone is here to see you. Who is it? I do not recognize them. They claim to be Su Kai, a friend of yours, and they wish to invite you to lunch. Hearing that familiar name, Chun Yingshu furrowed her brow. Just as she prepared to decline, her phone rang. It was a call from Song Jilan. I thought you two hadn't seen each other in a while, so I let him come to the office to find you. Perhaps you could have lunch together? Song Jilan's tone was gentle. Chun Yingshu's frown deepened. She was all too aware of her mother's intentions. Yet, she also recognized that declining would only lead to further complications. I understand, she replied, hanging up and instructing her secretary. Have him wait downstairs. I will join him shortly. Once the secretary departed, Chun Yingshu returned to her work. An hour passed before she emerged from the elevator to find Su Kai seated on a sofa in the lobby. His eyes frequently darted toward the elevator, and upon spotting Chun Yingshu, he quickly stood, flowers in hand. Xiaoxue, your mother sent me to take you to lunch. As he spoke, Su Kai extended the flowers to her. Chun Yingshu took them and handed them to the receptionist. Please put these away. Su Kai said nothing further as he followed her out the door. The driver opened the door for them to enter. President Chun, where are we headed? Just find a random restaurant. Xiaoxue, after so many years apart, you're treating me so casually?
Dukita said.
Yet, it was clear that his primary motive was not merely to dine. Chen Yingshu replied without looking up. Regardless, Su Xiao, your intentions are evident. Su Kai's expression soured slightly. It felt as though, in the years that had passed, Chen Yingshu had transformed entirely. She seemed to exude a chilliness, as if she had become increasingly devoid of emotion. He recalled their past relationship, which had once brimmed with affection. Had his abrupt departure left her harboring resentment? Xiaoxue, the past was beyond my control. I never intended to leave you. Circumstances at home forced my hand. Su Kai began to explain, but Chen Yingshu merely gazed out the window, offering no response. Once he finished speaking, she turned her face towards him. Su Xiao, what transpired between us is long in the past, and I am now married. Let us not revisit it. Her words further confirmed Su Kai's suspicion. She must still harbor some ill feelings toward him. Without love, could there truly be hatred? This thought ignited a flicker of hope within Su Kai. The vehicle soon halted in front of a private dining establishment, and upon entering, Chun Yingshu requested a private room. Seated at the table, she observed the scenery outside and initiated the conversation. Su Kai, today's lunch was arranged by my mother. I am unaware of what you discussed with her, but let's not dwell on our past. After this meal, we can remain friends. After a moment's consideration, she added, although I do not harbor any fondness for you, there is no need to make our relationship overly strained. Xiaoxue, I was in the wrong. I should have stayed in the country with you. Su Kai suddenly grasped Chun Yingshu's hand. Speaking earnestly, I realize my mistakes. Can you grant me another chance? I have heard from your mother that you do not care for that Tang Tian. He is merely a country bumpkin. In the years since, my family's business abroad has prospered. My assets now exceed 100 billion. If only you. Before he could finish, Chun Yingshu withdrew her hand, her eyes now laced with coldness. Su Xiao, please conduct yourself with dignity. Chun Yingshu's statement left Su Kai perplexed. Did she truly feel nothing for him? How can you be so certain I do not care for him? At that moment, Tang Tian's image involuntarily flashed through her mind. She had always experienced an inexplicable sensation regarding Tang Tian. Truthfully, she was wholly invested in her work. If possible, she would prefer to remain without a man by her side. Yet, if that man were Tang Tian, she found herself oddly unopposed. What do you find appealing in him? I can offer you what he never could.
Duki asserted confidently.
Not necessarily, Chun Yingshu retorted, her lips unconsciously curving upward at the mere mention of Tang Tian. This only deepened Su Kai's discomfort. Su Xiao, if you are willing, let us quietly finish this meal. If not, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Chen Yingshue's words, Su Kai refrained from speaking further and quietly accompanied her through the meal. He was curious to discern what charm this Tang Tian possessed. After all, he was merely a poor lad from the countryside. How could he possibly compare? Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, Tang Tian's car arrived punctually at the company entrance. Upon seeing the familiar vehicle, Chen Yingxue couldn't help but have Tang Tian's image flash through her mind. After dismissing the driver, she made her way towards the car. Tang Tian alighted from the vehicle and gracefully opened the door for her, an act that appeared utterly natural. Not far away, within the confines of another car, Su Kai's countenance darkened as he witnessed the scene. Bah! A leech! He scoffed. The car was evidently expensive, and how could a country bumpkin possibly afford such a luxury? Surely it was all funded by Xiaoshua's wealth. Su Kai promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Dad, I recall you have a few acquaintances in Jiangcheng? Chen Yingxue nodded, wearied after a long day's toil. There's a banquet tomorrow evening. When you come to pick me up, please change into appropriate attire to accompany me. What kind of banquet?
Tang Tian in quýt ca xua.
A business affair. I am inviting you to avoid complications. Do not embarrass me, Chen Yingxue instructed firmly. She was not particularly keen on attending such frivolous gatherings, yet sometimes socializing was unavoidable. Thus, each time she found herself at these events, she felt a pang of dread. However, with Tang Tian by her side, he could serve as her shield. I recall I purchased several suits for you. Wear one tomorrow, and perhaps get a new hairstyle as well. I will send you the contact information for a salon shortly. All right, I'll heed your advice, Tang Tian replied, his tone imbued with a hint of indulgence, causing Chen Yingxue to raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Tang Tian, what exactly do you seek from me? Taken aback by her sudden query, Tang Tian paused momentarily, his large eyes gazing into hers. You are beautiful, he finally replied. What transpired last night? How did you resolve it? At this, Tang Tian fell into a brief silence, aware that he could not conceal the truth from Chen Yingxue. He offered her a reassuring smile. Wife, rest assured, with me around, I will not allow anyone to harm you. As for the rest, perhaps it is best not to delve into too much detail. Everyone has their own secrets. I won tea pry, but one thing is certain. You must not create any significant trouble for me, Chen Yingxue cautioned. Not a problem, Tang Tian agreed readily. After all, even if trouble did arise, he believed he could handle it himself. Barely had the two of them arrived home when Tang Tian received a call from Lin Qinghuan. Tang Tian cast a glance at Chen Yingxue, who merely remarked, Don't mind me, just remember to change your clothes tomorrow. After saying this, she ascended the stairs. Tang Tian readily acquiesced, relishing the delightful company of two beautiful women over drinks. What a splendid affair! Upon exiting, he proceeded towards the agreed-upon location. Meanwhile, Chen Yingxue watched the vehicle drive away, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Yet she swiftly suppressed it, recalling the clear stipulation she had penned in the agreement. Mutual non-interference between them. In Jiangcheng, at the Nightshade Bar, Lin Qinghuan skillfully swayed her body on the dance floor, her top exposing her navel. Although she lacked defined abdominal muscles, her slender waist was sufficiently alluring to captivate numerous men. Even while dancing, she was encircled by a throng of admirers. Unbeknownst to these men, however, dark-clad bodyguards stood vigil in every corner of the bar, their eyes fixed intently on the figure in the dance floor. This little darling insisted on frequenting such places, and while they, as her protectors, could not prevent it, they could only ensure her safety. Tang Tian scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the figure of Chu Lianshan in the distance, prompting him to approach her with an air of familiarity. The cacophony of music within the bar was overwhelming, so he settled himself beside her, leaning close to her ear and exclaiming, I thought you had already departed. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she had yet to consume the medication Tang Tian had provided. Chu Lianshan casually handed him a glass of liquor, her cheeks already tinged with a rosy hue. The array of empty bottles on the table bore witness to her indulgence, and before long, she leaned against Tang Tian's shoulder. Was this not an invitation for him to transgress? Tang Tian held her tightly with one arm, while his other hand instinctively reached towards her chest. Chu Lianshan widened her eyes in shock and seized his hand. However, the look of terror lasted only a fleeting moment before she grasped Tang Tian and led him towards one side of the bar. Tang Tian was pulled through the crowd by her and soon found himself in the restroom. As the stall door closed, Chu Lianshan entwined her arms around his neck. At that moment, Tang Tian felt as if his nose might bleed from the overwhelming surprise. He never anticipated such boldness from Chu Lianshan. Could it be the alcohol? However, her next words left no room for doubt. Chapter 68. Call me anytime if you don't take the initiative. I might reconsider. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Chu Lianshan was not inebriated. Yet, how could they engage in such activities in a restroom? Without hesitation, he lifted her effortlessly, whispering in her ear, "Let South find another place." Chu Lianshan quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his chest. With the constant ebb and flow of patrons in the bar, encountering even a couple of acquaintances would be mortifying for her. Nevertheless, Tang Tian was discreet, guiding her through the back exit rather than the front, and soon they found themselves in a hotel room. As they emerged from the bar in their intimate embrace, the receptionist instantly grasped the nature of their relationship and promptly allocated them a room with a king-sized bed. "Where's Sister Shan? What about Tang Tian? I just saw them here inside the dimly lit room." Tang Tian wasted no time. Their garments gradually slipped to the floor. At that moment, Chu Lianshan felt as if her mind were enveloped in a thick fog, leaving her somewhat disoriented. She couldn't quite comprehend why she was engaging in such behavior, yet she desired it. Even knowing that Tang Tian was married did not deter her. After all, they were adults, and come morning, they could simply act as if nothing had transpired. For many years, no man had ever stirred such thoughts within her. Tang Tian had not given much thought to his situation. After all, he found city life less satisfying than his rural existence, feeling as if he were suffocating. It was essential for him to balance his excessive yang energy with a touch of yin. Spending his days in the company of Chun Yingxue left him feeling unfulfilled, but today he finally had the chance to relax. The following morning, as Chu Lianshan opened her eyes, a wave of despair washed over her. Why had she acted so impulsively the night before? Sensing that Tang Tian was still asleep, she quietly slipped out from under the covers and cautiously reached for her clothes scattered on the floor. Surely, her sister wasn't contemplating an escape, was she? Chu Lianshan instinctively bit her lower lip. "Are you pretending to be asleep? Just waking up?" Tang Tian calmly lifted the blanket, prompting her to quickly turn away. Observing her bashful demeanor, a broader smile crept across Tang Tian's lips. "What's the matter? Did we not see each other last night? Let us just pretend last night never happened." Chu Lianshan retorted through clenched teeth, hastily gathering her scattered clothes from the floor before retreating to the bathroom. Tang Tian rose from his bed, donned his attire, and by the time Chu Lianshan emerged, he was already impeccably dressed. He retrieved his phone and called the driver to arrange for a pickup. "I was well aware of the situation." Chu Lianshan spoke somewhat awkwardly, acknowledging that Tang Tian possessed more knowledge than Lin Qinghuan. "Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me," he said, shaking his phone gently, allowing Chu Lianshan to depart without hindrance. Upon unlocking his phone, he noticed 3 missed calls from Lin Qinghuan, accompanied by a message inquiring about his whereabouts. It seemed the young lady had realized something and refrained from further calls. Nevertheless, Tang Tian dismissed it, for his descent from the mountain was not a return to hardship. He intended to revel in his freedom. Driving to Suxianlu, he soon discovered that Suxian had already taken his leave, while the old proprietor dozed behind the counter. Tang Tian promptly displayed a sign for complimentary consultations, reasoning that since he had little to do, it would be more beneficial to attend to a few patients, thereby accumulating virtue through benevolence. Once the sign was unveiled, a man clad in camouflage attire, his body covered in dust, limped into the room. The stranger's face bore a hint of caution, and he frequently glanced down as he walked, presumably to avoid soiling the floor. "Is it true that you offer free medical consultations here?" the man inquired cautiously. However, his question was directed not at Tang Tian, who was lazily reclining in a chair engrossed in a video game, but rather at Lu Qiyuan, who was standing nearby. "Please have a seat."
Tang Tian spoke softly,
and Lu Qiyuan promptly offered him a stool. Only then did the man cautiously take a seat and roll up his pant leg. "Doctor, a few days ago I was pricked by a nail at the construction site, and it has been oozing pus ever since. I bought some medicine, but it hasn't improved." On the man's calf was a rather deep wound, measuring about 4 to 5 centimeters in length, swollen significantly and covered in dark yellow pus and blood. The injury lay exposed without any bandaging. Tang Tian merely cast a glance at the patient's wound before speaking. Lu Qiyuan hastily produced paper and pen to begin noting down the prescription. Hearing the unfamiliar names of herbal medicines spill from Tang Tian's lips, the man was taken aback. "No, I don't want any medicine. Just show me how to treat it. Rest assured, it won't cost anything." As he spoke, Tang Tian closed his mobile game, rising to stand before the man. "Can you really do this?" the man asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. This individual appeared far too young, hardly resembling a reliable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Were it not for the sign outside offering free consultations, he would never have entered. "Do not move," Tang Tian instructed, deftly producing several silver needles that he swiftly inserted into the man's calf. The moment the needles penetrated, the man felt a tingling numbness in his leg, alleviating the pain. Then he watched in horror as Tang Tian brandished a dagger, drawing it toward his own leg, prompting the man to leap up from his chair in alarm. Tang Tian firmly grasped the man's ankle, rendering him immobile. "Do not move. The pus must be expelled more swiftly." As he spoke, Tang Tian deftly wielded the knife and incised the man's skin, allowing the yellowish-white pus to cascade forth. Once the pus transformed into a crimson hue, Tang Tian executed a rapid series of motions, skillfully excising the necrotic flesh from the man's wound. This enabled Lu Qiyuan to grind the previously mentioned herbs into a fine powder. The man, still harboring doubts regarding Tang Tian's medical expertise, was astonished to find he felt no pain throughout the procedure. After all, his life was of little value. He had previously sought treatment at a large hospital, where they quoted exorbitant fees for tetanus shots and various other treatments, amounting to several thousand yuan. With a sick mother and school-aged children to support at home, he had no means to afford such expenses. Thus, he had chosen to endure the suffering. Tang Tian sprinkled the powder onto the wound and skillfully bandaged it. Chapter 69. Seeking trouble is equivalent to seeking death. Observing Tang Tian's actions, the man realized that he was undoubtedly a professional doctor. Thank you. Tang Tian instructed Lu Qiyuan to pack the remaining powder along with some gauze and disinfectant for the man. "Change it every 3 days, and after 3 changes, it will suffice." The man gazed at the items in Tang Tian's hand with a hint of hesitation, cautiously retrieving a tightly wrapped plastic bag from his pocket. "How much does it cost?" he inquired. "There is no charge," came the reply. Tang Tian placed the item in the man's hand. The man gazed at the young individual before him in disbelief, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. Thank you, young doctor." At that moment, he sensed a soothing coolness on his wound, and the pain had significantly diminished. His admiration for Tang Tian deepened, especially since the young man required no payment. The man was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of how to express his gratitude, almost compelled to kneel before Tang Tian. As he departed, showering thanks, Lu Qiyuan, standing nearby, wore a troubled expression. "What troubles you, old shopkeeper?" "Alas!" Lu Qiyuan glanced at Tang Tian but ultimately remained silent, merely sighing. Originally, Su Xian had already been quite extravagant. Now, with the arrival of someone even more lavish, he feared the cost of that packet of medicinal powder, which amounted to several hundred, comprised largely of precious herbs, might lead to the ruin of Su Xianlu if this continued. Tang Tian seemed to perceive his thoughts and smiled as he said, "Do not concern yourself with such matters. Regardless of any losses, your salary will always be disbursed. It is not that I am overly worried about incurring significant losses. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that engaging in business in this manner may attract trouble from competitors. I recall a time when Su Xianlu was bustling with patrons, yet it drew the ire of its peers. The establishment of Su Xianlu nearly unified the entire traditional Chinese medicine community in the Great Xia. It was merely due to Su Xian's lack of ambition, compounded by the multitude of individuals who conspired against him, that led to Su Xianlu's current state of desolation. Do not fret so much. Simply add a stipulation to the sign stating that only 10 patients will be seen each day, and that should suffice. Tang Tian spoke, and upon hearing this, Lu Qiuan promptly stepped outside to impose a quota limit on the sign and noted the remaining slots. Throughout the morning, Tang Tian remained at the clinic, attended by 6 patients in total. Consultations were free, yet for those who appeared affluent, the usual fees for medications applied. Those who seemed somewhat distressed received discounts, while the truly pitiable were treated without charge. However, to his surprise, troublemakers arrived before the morning had concluded. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire entered the premises, accompanied by 2 young men. The old man clutched 2 iron walnuts in his hand, his expression unyielding, yet he emanated a faint scent of herbal medicine. "Boss Wu, what brings you here?" Lu Qiuan hastened to greet him, yet the elder dismissed him with a cold snort. "Boss Lu, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean?" Lu Qiuan feigned ignorance. "You have a sign outside proclaiming free consultations. How are we supposed to conduct business?" One of the younger men, standing behind Wu Fei, interjected. "Rest assured, we only see 10 patients a day," Lu Qiuan quickly clarified, cautious in his demeanor. It was evident that this was not their first encounter with such grievances. "What? Are you unable to comprehend human speech?" Wu Fei retorted, squeezing the iron walnuts in his grasp until they creaked ominously. "Initially, we agreed that if you conducted your consultations properly, we would not interfere. However, your actions are disrupting the market and are quite inappropriate, wouldn't you say? Those who practice medicine should possess a compassionate heart, wishing for a world free of suffering, even if it means letting the medicine gather dust on the shelves." Tang Tian rose slowly from his seat and approached Wu Fei, inquiring, "What is the matter? Do you practice medicine solely for profit? You, a mere child, dare to speak to my master?" As he drew near, Tang Tian discerned an undeniable aura of a martial artist emanating from Wu Fei. It was not just him, but also the 2 individuals behind him. "If you hadn't spoken, I might have assumed you were running a martial arts school," Tang Tian scoffed. No wonder Lu Qiuan appeared so subservient in Wu Fei's presence. He was evidently intimidated by the martial prowess that Wu Fei exuded. "You, where did you emerge from?" Wu Fei squinted as he regarded Tang Tian. "I am Tang Tian. You may refer to me as Tang the Divine Physician, or perhaps even Father," Tang Tian retorted defiantly. "Seeking death." As he spoke, Wu Fei abruptly crushed the walnut in his hand, transforming it into an amorphous shape, and hurled it towards Tang Tian's head. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the ground with his left foot, and smoothly evading the strike with a glide of his right foot. With his hands clasped behind him, he cast a cold gaze upon Wu Fei. "If I recall correctly, martial artists should refrain from engaging with ordinary individuals, correct? Are you not afraid that the Wujidian will come after you?" A young man behind Wu Fei declared with an air of arrogance, "My master is from the Wujidian."
"Ah, no wonder."
Tang Tian replied, "You too are a martial artist, are you not?" Although Wu Fei could not detect the aura of a martial artist emanating from Tang Tian, the latter's ability to evade his earlier attack indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Even if he was not an exceptionally skilled martial artist, he must have some foundational training. Thus, it could not be construed as him bullying an ordinary person. Wu Fei extended the iron walnut in his hand toward his companions. "How about a little practice, young man? Fighting is permissible. However, should you lose, you are henceforth prohibited from causing any more disturbances at Shushin Tower. Should you dare to return, I shall ensure that your clinic will no longer be able to operate."
Tang Tian riplit coldly,
asserting that such troubles should indeed be resolved in a singular manner. "Kid, have you lost your mind? My master is a practitioner of the middle profound level. Do you truly believe you can challenge him?" Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, I advise you to kneel before my master and offer a few respectful bows. Perhaps, if he is in a good mood, he might just spare you." Laughter erupted among the group, completely disregarding Tang Tian's presence. Lu Qiuan stepped forward to offer his counsel, saying, "Little divine physician, this individual is a martial artist. You are no match for him. Do not engage in confrontation. We can simply treat him as usual, but without offering our services for free." The old shopkeeper interjected, "This is not your concern." Tang Tian calmly pushed the person away, gazing at Wu Fei as he inquired, Will you dare to proceed as I just proposed? What is there to fear? Wu Fei's expression darkened with severity. You fool! You are courting death. Do not blame me for the consequences. Having uttered these words, Wu Fei launched himself toward Tang Tian, aiming a devastating punch that could leave Tang either dead or severely incapacitated. He was eager to witness how this young man would continue his practice after such an encounter. With a resounding crash, all present witnessed a dark figure being propelled out of the hall, yet no one could discern the identity of the individual. Wu Fei's two disciples turned with pride, ready to extol their master's prowess, only to be astonished to find that it was Tang Tian who stood unscathed in his original position. Chapter 70. I can antidote this poison. No, this is impossible. Master. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two rushed outside, while Lu Qiyuan stood nearby, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly losing his wits. How is it that this young miracle doctor possesses such formidable strength? Tang Tian calmly approached the doorway, gazing at Wu Fei, who clutched his chest and coughed up blood. He warned, if you dare to cause trouble again, it will not be a matter to be taken lightly. As he spoke, Tang Tian unleashed the aura of a martial artist, causing Wu Fei, who lay on the ground, to tremble. Why, you are a realm-level strongman? He could hardly believe that he had provoked such a formidable opponent. Engaging a realm-level expert while being merely at the intermediate level was akin to courting death. Tang Tian moderated his strength with that kick. Had he unleashed his full power, the outcome would have been fatal. Let us go. Hurry! Watching Wu Fei and his two disciples flee in a panic, Lu Qiyuan could barely restrain his applause. Old shopkeeper, in the future, should anyone cause such a ruckus, simply call me. With that, Tang Tian stepped outside. Little divine doctor, where are you headed? Just feeling a bit bored. Going out for a stroll. As soon as he started the engine, Tang Tian received a call from Lin Qinghuan. Tang Tian, are you free right now? I just rescued a little dog, and it's on the verge of death. Hearing the urgency in Lin Qinghuan's voice, Tang Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily. After all, he was a person who saved lives worth billions, yet Lin Qinghuan seemed to be preoccupied with rescuing stray animals. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. After clarifying the location, he drove over. Before long, he spotted the Lin family's vehicles parked by the roadside. The sight was hard to miss, with 7 or 8 identical Land Rovers lined up, each accompanied by bodyguards. Inside one of the cars, Lin Qinghuan cradled a small dog in her arms. The poor creature was barely clinging to life. Tang Tian parked the car and walked over. The members of the Lin family recognized him and did not obstruct his passage. Tang Tian, you have finally arrived. Please, save it. Lin Qinghuan implored, extending her hands to present the small dog cradled in her embrace. With merely a glance, Tang Tian produced a silver needle and swiftly pierced it into the little creature. Observing the feeble puppy, within a mere few minutes under Tang Tian's care, it was able to stand on its own. Lin Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands in admiration. How are you so skilled? Merely average. The best in the daxia, Tang Tian replied with unabashed confidence. Before Lin Qinghuan could reach out, a nearby bodyguard had already taken the dog, assuring, Miss, do not worry. I will ensure its well-being. Perfect. Shall we go eat? My father is waiting for you. Lin Qinghuan invited eagerly, and Tang Tian accepted without hesitation. However, Lin Yong's approach suggested he likely had business to discuss. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt before the grand entrance of a place called Phoenix Tower, adorned with ancient architecture. The parked cars were evidently luxurious, and several bodyguards stood by, indicating that those dining here were of considerable stature. Tang Tian followed Lin Qinghuan's lead as they entered, greeting the individuals they encountered along the way. Young miss, said one, this restaurant is owned by my father. It's quite reputable in Jiangqing. I'll get you a membership card shortly, allowing you to dine here with friends anytime, free for life. Lin Qinghuan remarked, linking her arm with Tang Tian's. Miss Lin, one should not accept favors without merit. How can you claim to have no contribution?
Tang Tian responded.
If it weren't for you earlier, that little dog would have perished. Lin Qinghuan replied with a serious expression, adding, moreover, I will undoubtedly trouble you in the future. Hearing this, Tang Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily, as he foresaw Lin Qinghuan frequently calling upon him to rescue various animals. Once they entered the elevator, they ascended directly to the top floor. The doors opened to reveal several bodyguards stationed, creating an imposing atmosphere. Upon entering a private room, they found not only Lin Yong but also an elderly gentleman clad in a white Tang suit. The aura emanating from the elder indicated he was no ordinary person. Yet Tang Tian's gaze was drawn to the darkened area between his eyebrows. "Tang Tian, you have finally arrived," Lin Yong exclaimed, rising with a smile. "Let me introduce you. This is Elder Feng Diching."
Hello, Tang Tian greet politely.
Lin Qinghuan's eyes widened in surprise. Surely he must be aware of who Feng Diching was. Elder Feng scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes seeming to penetrate deeply. Though his expression was benevolent, his gaze was filled with vigilance. "Mr. Lin, let us not beat around the bush. You summoned me today to treat him, correct?" Tang Tian stated directly. "Nothing escapes your insight," Lin Yong replied, pouring a cup of tea for Tang Tian in a deferential manner. "Elder Feng has been kind to me, but he has recently encountered some troubles, which I believe you can resolve." "Just poisoning, a simple matter," Tang Tian assured confidently. Tang Tian cast a glance at Feng Diching before revealing his condition. Feng Diching looked at him in astonishment. He had not even disclosed his poisoning to Lin Yong, merely stating he was feeling unwell. It was only when Lin Yong mentioned knowing a miraculous doctor who had cured his daughter's congenital heart disease that he decided to come, adopting a tentative attitude. To his surprise, this young man, despite his youth, seemed to possess genuine skill, able to discern his poisoning at a mere glance. "How did you know?" Feng Diching could not help but inquire. "I not only see that you are poisoned, but I am also aware of a handprint on your chest," Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. Upon hearing this, Feng Diching's expression grew even more astonished, and he promptly said to Lin Yong, "Xiao Yong, I wish to speak with this young man privately." "Of course." Lin Yong quickly led Lin Qinghuan outside, casting a friendly glance back at Tang Tian before leaving. "Young man, who did you learn your medical skills from?" Feng Diching asked cautiously. "You need not concern yourself with that. I am capable of alleviating your poison," Tang Tian assured him. Tang Tian gazed at Feng Diching and said, "However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Feng Diching inquired hastily. "Tell me, who inflicted the injury upon you that caused you to succumb to such a poison?" Tang Tian leaned forward, his hands pressed against the table, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Feng Diching, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed the killing intent radiating from Tang Tian. "Do you know this person?" "I do not, for if I did, I would not be asking you," Tang Tian replied. This poison was all too familiar to him. Since he could remember, the old man had borne such poison within him, accompanied by a dark handprint on his chest that had lingered for many years. It was not until Tang Tian turned 12 that he discovered the antidote to this poison, thereby eliminating the latent threat it posed. That year marked a turning point, as his medical skills had surpassed those of his mentor. Once, he had inquired with Qi-An about the origin of this poison, but Qi-An was reticent, refusing to divulge any information no matter how persistently Tang Tian pressed. Yet, Tang Tian was not naive. He had witnessed many peculiar behaviors from the old man. There had been an occasion when he had overheard the old man mention the origin of that handprint on his chest, claiming it resulted from an injury sustained while rescuing a child. It was likely that his parents had met a tragic end at the hands of the creator of that handprint. Thus he felt compelled to uncover the identity of this individual. His motivations were twofold: to avenge his parents and the old man, and to ascertain the true identities of his parents. Over the years, Tang Tian had posed these inquiries countless times, only to be skillfully sidestepped by the old man, who would sometimes even make him practice stances in the courtyard for an entire day in frustration. With time, Tang Tian had grown wary of asking further questions. Little did he know that encountering this poison again today was fate presenting him with an opportunity. "I do not know who the assailant was. They were masked when they attacked me, but they are undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. It is highly probable that they belong to that realm." As he spoke of this person, a flicker of fear crossed Feng Diching's face. Tang Tian was acutely aware that the realm referred to by his interlocutor pertained to the celestial-level warriors, yet such formidable beings had long ceased to exist in the Great Xia. Legends spoke of celestial-level warriors having ascended to a realm where immortality could be attained, while others contended that such warriors could never truly reach that tier, for they could not endure the passage of time. However, a prevailing belief suggested that once a warrior dared to tread into that exalted domain, they would inevitably succumb to the catastrophic rupture of their meridians, resulting in a swift demise. In essence, the myriad rumors surrounding celestial-level warriors were abundant, yet none bore the weight of truth. Where did you encounter him? Why did he engage you in combat? Tang Tian inquired further. Listening to his tone, which echoed that of an inquisitor, Feng Diqing felt a surge of displeasure. You, young man, do not seem to regard me with any measure of respect. Your life rests firmly within my grasp. A mere remark from Tang Tian rendered Feng Diqing compliant. The fact that this young man could articulate his ailment with such clarity indicated that he genuinely possessed the ability to heal himself. I can only divulge that this individual hails from an enigmatic organization known as the White Snake. This organization is shrouded in mystery. Unless they seek you out, you will remain oblivious to their existence. With narrowed eyes and an intensified gaze, Feng Diqing continued. Once they approach you, it signifies a threat to your very life. The White Snake leaves no survivors. And you? How did you escape their clutches? Tang Tian inquired, squinting at Feng Diqing. Their target was not me, Feng Diqing sighed. It seems you are unaware of my identity. Are you renowned? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. With a resigned glance, Feng Diqing replied, Are you familiar with the Wuji Hall? I am one of the 4 Grand Masters of Wuji Hall. This title indeed resonated with grandeur, yet Tang Tian was entirely oblivious. He had only recently heard of Wuji Hall, and the old man had failed to impart any knowledge regarding such matters. Nevertheless, Tang Tian surmised that the old man wished to shield him from entanglements of this nature, hence arranging his marriage to Chen Yingxue, allowing him to lead a mundane yet stable life. I must admit, I do not know you, and I only learned about Wuji Hall a couple of days ago. Upon hearing this, Feng Diqing's lips twitched in disbelief. It was indeed rare for a martial artist of the Great Xia to be unfamiliar with him. Yet, rather than reacting with anger, he commenced recounting the history of Wuji Hall and its 4 Grand Masters. The 4 Grand Masters govern the martial artists of the 4 cardinal directions, with Feng Diqing overseeing the southern warriors. Above the 4 Grand Masters resides the Hall Master, who oversees their activities. Remarkably, even the Grand Masters have never laid eyes on the Hall Master, receiving all communications through the Hall Master's aides, unaware of whether the Hall Master is male or female. Beneath them are the leaders of various divisions, each with their own captains, and some regions even establish their own branches within Wuji Hall, creating a hierarchy of different positions. In essence, every martial artist in Great Xia is catalogued within Wuji Hall. So, you aren't listed, are you? Feng Diqing scrutinized the young man before him. That seems likely, Tang Tian replied. And what, pray tell, is this White Snake organization? The White Snake is the adversary of Wuji Hall. Some martial artists, either hunted by Wuji Hall or discontented with its governance, choose to join White Snake. Many within this organization are fugitives, stained with bloodshed, or are assassins seeking profit through their affiliation with White Snake. Upon mentioning this organization, Feng Diqing's face contorted with evident disdain. However, in recent years, White Snake's activities have been limited, and they vanish swiftly after each appearance. We have been diligently pursuing their whereabouts. Feng Diqing's expression grew grave. Having shared so much, he then posed a question. Now, how do I remedy this poison afflicting me? Tang Tian directed his gaze at Feng Diqing's chest. Undress. Without hesitation, Feng Diqing swiftly unfastened his buttons, revealing a stark black handprint emblazoned across his chest. How have you managed to survive this long? Tang Tian frowned, observing him closely. Logically, such a potent toxin would typically prove fatal immediately. Yet, Feng Diqing remained unscathed. In truth, as one of the 4 Grand Masters, the Hall Master provided each of us with a life-preserving pill. In moments of peril, consuming it ensures our survival. Feng Diqing elucidated. The Hall Master of Wuji Hall possesses quite the resourcefulness. The old man also relied on such a pill to prolong his life, Tang Tian mused. Tang Tian unconsciously associated Qi and with the master of the Wujidian, pondering whether they might be acquainted, or if the old man himself was the master. As he spoke, Tang Tian had already taken out his phone to compose a message. Feng Diqing cast a dubious glance at him, questioning if a mere bath could indeed remedy the situation. Is it really that simple? Feng Diqing asked, his disbelief evident. This is merely the first step. The detoxification process is rather intricate. After a month, I will administer acupuncture. Only then can you take the medicine to expel the toxins completely. It will require at least 3 months. Tang Tian replied with a serious demeanor. Time is not an issue, but I cannot remain in Jiangcheng indefinitely, Feng Diqing stated gravely. Young man, I do not have the luxury of staying in Jiangcheng for long. Are you willing to accompany me? Feng Diqing, recognizing the glimmer of lethal intent that had emanated from Tang Tian, surmised that this young man was undoubtedly a martial artist. Regardless of his level, with such medical skills, he would surely fare well within the Wujidian. I too have limited time. The acupuncture requires only 1 session. So after your bath, you may come to Jiangcheng to find me, Tang Tian responded. Feng Diqing's lips twitched in agitation. In all his years, it was the first time a younger person had spoken to him in such a manner. Yet, considering that Tang Tian was poised to become his savior, Feng Diqing refrained from contesting the matter and retrieved his phone to add Tang Tian's contact information. The medicinal ingredients listed were not particularly rare. They could all be purchased with money, which relieved Feng Diqing, as he preferred to avoid any complications. Brother Tang Tian, I must express my gratitude in advance, Feng Diqing said, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. You are too kind, Tang Tian replied. Tang Tian spoke lightly, bringing the teacup to his lips. Yet his gaze drifted into a state of distraction, his mind racing. Could it be that the individuals responsible for the death of his parents were affiliated with the White Snake? The old man had vanished, leaving him unaware of his whereabouts. If only he could find him, he would undoubtedly have a few pressing questions to ask. Tang Tian, with your abilities, if you could join the Wujidian, I have no interest. Tang Tian firmly rejected Feng Diqing's proposal before it could even take shape. Very well, I shall say no more. Feel free to seek me out whenever you find yourself interested, Feng Diqing generously replied. Now, let us have our meal. At the dining table, Lin Yong sighed in relief upon witnessing Feng Diqing's respectful demeanor towards Tang Tian. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, at the Chun group, a sudden torrential downpour began outside. Qian Yingxue furrowed her brow, gazing out the window, her thoughts unbiddenly drifting to Tang Tian. Just then, a familiar vehicle came into view, causing her heart to skip a beat. Through the pouring rain, she watched as Tang Tian's car parked below, yet he did not emerge. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, wanting to call Tang Tian, but then restrained herself. Surely, in such heavy rain he wouldn't come, would he? However, in the next moment, her phone rang. Tang Tian was calling. Wife, have you finished work? I bought you some warm roasted sweet potatoes. If you're still at work, I'll bring them up. Hearing his sincere voice on the other end, Qian Yingxue felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. This man was so genuine. What was she doubting? I'm coming down. After hanging up, she hurriedly made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the company, she spotted Tang Tian standing there, holding an umbrella. He had indeed changed into a suit, and had it not been for the roasted sweet potatoes he held, she might not have recognized him. At that moment, Tang Tian bore no trace of his former rustic self. His hair was styled neatly, and the tailored suit elevated his presence significantly. Coupled with his nearly flawless face, anyone who laid eyes on him would instinctively assume he belonged to a wealthy family. Wife, spotting Qian Yingxue, Tang Tian rushed over. Shall we go? Aren't we supposed to attend a banquet? As he spoke, he opened the umbrella to shield her from the rain. Noticing his damp hair tips, Qian Yingxue momentarily lost her train of thought. Where are we going? She asked, and Tang Tian smiled as he fastened her seatbelt. She provided him with an address, and as they drove, he reminded her to enjoy the sweet potatoes while they were hot. Despite her curiosity regarding Tang Tian's actions the previous night, Qian Yingxue ultimately refrained from asking. They soon arrived at a mountain villa, a venue designed for the affluent. Once inside, Qian Yingxue changed into a long black dress before linking arms with Tang Tian and heading towards the event. As they entered, they immediately became the center of attention, a sight Qian Yingxue had long grown accustomed to. Is this Ms. Chen? She seems even more beautiful than the rumors suggest. If I could marry such a stunning woman, my life would be worth it. Who is that beside her? Is it Zhou Xiao? Haven't you heard? Zhou Xiao was crippled. I heard this is Ms. Chen's husband, and they just got married. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Tang Tian's background. Nearby, upon hearing their comments, Chen Tian's expression darkened. What wealthy young master. He is merely a poor country bumpkin. Her words drew attention, as she was Chen Yingshue's cousin, lending her statement credibility. Is that true, Chen Tian? Isn't that just another way of saying he is living off her? Exactly. I thought he must be from a wealthy family, dressed so well. To their surprise, Chen Yingxue had married such a man. Before long, a group of affluent young men gathered around Chen Tian, inquiring about Tang Tian's identity. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. A gigolo. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood beside Chen Yingxue, forcing a smile as he greeted the guests, his expression becoming increasingly strained. Ms. Chen, is this your newlywed husband? A derisive voice chimed in. Chen Yingxue frowned and turned to see a man clad in a suit, flanked by several peers of similar age. This was Geng Junhui, whose family was only second in power to the Chen and Lin families in Jiangqing. He had previously pursued Chen Yingxue but was bluntly rejected. Now, upon hearing that she had chosen a country boy, he seized the opportunity to mock her. Allow me to introduce, this is my husband, Tang Tian, Chen Yingxue stated confidently, taking Tang Tian's arm in front of everyone. What business does your brother's family engage in? Is he from Longcheng or Jiangqing? I've never heard of him before, Geng Junhui queried, raising his glass towards Tang Tian. I run a clinic. I have no family, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Chen Yingxue frowned slightly. When had he opened a clinic? Hadn't he just mentioned wanting to start one, without any work commenced? A clinic? That's splendid. If I need to buy supplements for my grandfather, I'll come to you. But I wonder, do you have any decades-old wild ginseng? Geng Junhui sneered. While decades-old wild ginseng might not seem significant, it was exceedingly valuable in the current market, beyond the means of a typical clinic. The price for a wild ginseng over 10 years old could reach hundreds of thousands, and the older the ginseng, the higher the price. Some of them are centuries old.
Tang Tian replied nonchalant.
Geng, Tang Tian's clinic is newly opened and may not be well stocked. If you're looking to purchase something, it's best to seek out acquaintances. Chen Yingxue interjected, concerned that Tang Tian's boast might be exposed. Ms. Chen, are you overly protective of your husband? Geng Junhui mocked. I was merely having a friendly chat with him. Surely, you aren't worried I'm bullying him? Rest assured. Even if he is just a country bumpkin living off you, I wouldn't look down on him. This statement prompted laughter from Geng Junhui's entourage. Where did you hear that? Chen Yingxue glared at the group, recognizing their intention to ridicule Tang Tian. Ms. Chen, I'm simply curious. With so many men pursuing you, why did you choose such a boy? Geng Junhui's jealousy seeped through his words, as he yearned to know what made Tang Tian more appealing than himself. Because I like him. As she spoke, Chen Yingxue affectionately linked her arm with Tang Tian's, her smile radiant. What does he have that you find preferable? Ms. Chen, if your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should consume more lutein. Ultimately, Geng Junhui uttered a final remark before turning away. Darling, what is it that you like about me? Tang Tian's voice resonated in her ears, prompting Chen Yingxue to silently pinch the flesh of his arm, twisting it fiercely. Be quiet, Tang Tian. A voice of confusion emanated from behind. The two turned to see Lin Qinghuan, adorned in a delicate blue gown. Upon recognizing Tang Tian, her eyes widened with astonishment. It truly is you. Had she not heard his name moments ago, she would have struggled to identify him. The fellow had appeared entirely different at lunch. Yet a mere change of attire transformed him into someone unrecognizable. Miss Lin, Chen Yingxue greeted her with politeness. Lin Qinghuan was the sole daughter of Lin Yong, a family of notable standing, which rendered their interactions with the Chen family rather scarce. Nevertheless, Chen Yingxue had encountered Lin Qinghuan a few times. Each appearance was typically accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, as Lin Yong cherished her like a precious gem, fearing any slight misfortune would befall her, a sentiment that had persisted over the years. Previously, Tang Tian had mentioned that he had cured Lin Qinghuan's ailment, and Chen Yingxue had refrained from probing further. Observing their familiarity confirmed the truth of his words. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Tang Tian, the Lin family of Jiangqing, the Jiang family of Kyoto, and the Mo family. Remarkably, he had only recently arrived in the city from the countryside, yet had already acquainted himself with such prominent figures. I never imagined you could look so dashing in a suit, Lin Qinghuan remarked sincerely as she assessed him. It's not bad, I suppose. My wife bought it. Upon hearing the term wife, Lin Qinghuan's gaze towards Chen Yingxue was tinged with a hint of envy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the venue, Chen Haoshuan leaned over Su Kai's shoulder, gesturing towards the distance where Tang Tian stood. Do you see that good-for-nothing? If you have the ability to eliminate him, then Chen Yingxue will be yours. Rest assured. A ruthless glint flickered in Su Kai's eyes. I've already hired a professional assassin. He will soon meet his demise. Upon hearing this, a smirk played at the corners of Chen Haoshuan's mouth. While he could not harbor ulterior motives regarding the company's affairs, could he not entertain thoughts about Chen Yingxue? Once she married another man, the old man would naturally hand over the company to him. The crux of the matter now lay in dealing with Tang Tian, a rather cumbersome task for him due to financial constraints. However, for Su Kai, it was merely a matter of spending a few coins. The banquet progressed smoothly until 11 o'clock that evening, when the final dance concluded, and the guests began to disperse. In previous years, during this final segment, various men would approach Chen Yingxue, inviting her to dance, often placing secret bets on whom she would select. Yet this year, with Tang Tian by her side, much of the excitement had dissipated. Tang Tian understood that the primary reason Chen Yingxue hesitated to spend the night outside was her reluctance to share a room with him, so he did not press the matter. Are you capable of driving after consuming alcohol? Chen Yingxue inquired, her brow furrowed. If it were not so late and the location so remote, making it difficult to find a designated driver, she would certainly not allow Tang Tian to drive under the influence. Rest assured. Tang Tian smiled and remarked that such a modest amount of alcohol was of no consequence to him. The vehicle made its way towards Longhu Bay, a journey not far, merely a matter of descending from this point and ascending the adjacent mountain. However, the heavy rain outside obscured the route. For safety's sake, Tang Tian refrained from accelerating. Suddenly, Chen Yingxue exclaimed, "Wait, is there someone ahead?" Just as they ascended the mountain, she spotted a shadowy figure ahead. Under the glare of the high beams, a man stood in the middle of the road, exuding an air of reckless defiance, as if he were seeking oblivion. Yet, just as the car was about to approach him, it jolted violently and sank abruptly. Chapter 74. What else are you concealing from me? With a screech, accompanied by the jarring sound of brakes, Tang Tian struggled to bring the vehicle to a halt. The shadowy figure remained before the car, making a provocative gesture towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's gaze grew increasingly frosty as he addressed the person beside him. Do not be afraid. We have a flat tire. I shall step out to investigate. Isn't he coming towards us? Chen Yingxue, not one to be easily fooled, firmly grasped Tang Tian's arm. Should we not call the police? You make the call. I will handle him first. Tang Tian confidently declared as he opened the car door and stepped out. Amidst the torrential rain, the man across from him opened his mouth as if to speak, but Tang Tian could not discern his words. In the next instant, the man charged towards him, leaping into the air when he was merely 2 or 3 meters away, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his hand. Chen Yingxue, who was on the phone inside the car, gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she screamed. Yet, Tang Tian remained composed. As the man drew closer, Tang Tian suddenly struck out, delivering a punch that sent the man flying. This man was a practitioner of the upper Shen level, more than capable of handling ordinary individuals and even other practitioners. However, in Tang Tian's eyes, he was still insufficient. After being struck, the man landed and rolled, barely managing to regain his balance. His gaze fixed in disbelief upon Tang Tian. How could this young man be so formidable? They were of similar ages, and to attain the upper Shen level at such a young age was already an extraordinary feat. Yet this young man's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Could it be that he is a practitioner of the earth level? Realizing this, the man's astonished eyes turned towards Tang Tian. Are you an earth level practitioner? Tang Tian disregarded the situation, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes, and suddenly accelerated towards his opponent. The man sensed the murderous intent emanating from Tang Tian and trembled in fear, yet he hastily rose to confront him. In an instant, as the man stood, Tang Tian's fingers pierced through his heart. The man looked down in disbelief at the bloodied hand on his chest, and with a gasp, he expelled a torrent of blood. Before he could utter his final words, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Inside the car, Chen Yingxue could not clearly see the scene. She only noticed the figure fall and immediately exhaled in relief, leaning out to shout at Tang Tian. "Get in the car! I've called the police! Why isn't he moving?" As she observed the distant figure lying still, anxiety began to grip her. "Yes, dead." When she uttered those words, Tang Tian's expression remained nonchalant, as if the loss of life were no more significant than that of an ant. "Dead?" Chen Yingxue gazed at Tang Tian in shock. "Are you not aware that murder is a crime?" She did not doubt his prowess but was acutely aware that killing in Xia was a grave offense, potentially punishable by death. "He sought to kill me. I acted in self-defense. Besides, he was a martial artist." As he spoke, Tang Tian produced a cigarette, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. "Do not fear, I shall handle any repercussions that arise." In that moment, Chen Yingshue's perception of the man before her shifted subtly. Initially, she had regarded Tang Tian as a simple country bumpkin, but upon discovering his medical skills, she now learned he was also a martial artist capable of taking a life without a flicker of hesitation. At that moment, Chen Yingxue felt she knew nothing of this husband of hers. "Tang Tian, what else are you concealing from me?" she asked sternly. "My dear wife, what do you mean by that?" Tang Tian replied playfully, "As long as you ask, I shall reveal everything." As he spoke, his demeanor reverted to its previous carefree nature. Is this man suffering from a split personality? Chen Yingxue bit her lips slightly. "Tang Tian, who exactly are you? Are you truly just a country boy?" "Indeed. I have lived in the countryside with my master all these years. You must believe me." Tang Tian blinked, his expression earnest as he spoke. Chen Yingxue pondered for a moment, then asked, "What about your family?"
"I am sorry."
Chen Yingxue looked at him in surprise, taken aback by the sorrowful circumstances of Tang Tian's background. "Tang Tian, regardless of who you are or what you do outside, if it impacts the Chen family, I will unhesitatingly sever ties with you," Chen Yingxue stated emphatically, each word deliberate and resolute. Tang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. "Rest assured, my dear wife, I will not affect you." For reasons unknown, as she observed Tang Tian's playful demeanor, Chen Yingxue felt a chill run down her spine. Raising her gaze, she spotted the motionless black silhouette on the road. A few moments prior it had been a living person. The police car swiftly arrived at the scene, and upon sighting the corpse, several officers promptly aimed their weapons at Tang Tian's vehicle. "People inside the car. You are surrounded. Step out immediately." Chen Yingxue calmly lowered the window. "I am Chen Yingxue of Chen Corporation. Just now, this individual attempted to block the road and rob us, and my husband accidentally killed him in self-defense." Upon realizing Chen Yingshue's identity, the officers displayed hesitation. A middle-aged man in uniform approached. "Is it truly you, Miss Chen?" "Yes. Here is my identification. You may verify it." The vehicle is equipped with a dashcam, and it was the other party who initiated the attack. "We acted solely in self-defense," Chen Yingxue replied, unhurriedly handing over her ID. This was the power of the Chen family in Zhongqing. While it might not absolve her of guilt, it certainly warranted respectful dialogue. "By the way, he is a martial artist. This pertains to a conflict among martial artists, and you have no jurisdiction over it."
Tang Tian interject.
"You are also a martial artist?" an officer inquired, regarding Tang Tian with suspicion. Indeed, upon hearing this, he immediately addressed Chen Yingxue. "Ms. Chen, if this is a dispute among martial artists, we indeed cannot handle this matter. I will contact the people from Wuji Hall. Your husband may need to accompany us for their investigation." As a young woman, Chen Yingxue could be readily cleared of any suspicion of murder, especially considering the Chen family was the wealthiest in Zhongqing. Why should she sully her hands with blood when she could have matters resolved through connections? Chen Yingxue glanced at Tang Tian, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately declared, I will go with you. As Tang Tian's wife, she had no reason to abandon him, particularly fearing that he might not cooperate and lead to further complications. Chapter 75. The assassin organization Tang Tian unconsciously cast a few more glances at Chen Yingxue. Though she spoke harshly, was she not concerned for him? The two followed the police car to the precinct, where they were met by two individuals from the Wuji Hall. Both were practitioners of the Shen level, exuding an aura far stronger than that of ordinary people, prompting the officers to treat them with utmost respect. How could they not? In the presence of such martial artists, their firearms might as well be mere scrap metal, easily bent by a flick of the wrist. One of the taller men approached Tang Tian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and inquired, "Did you commit murder?" "Indeed, it was I," he replied. "What is your name?" The other asked, producing a mobile phone, presumably to look up Tang Tian's information. Tang Tian, disinterested, gazed at the two individuals and inquired, "May I make a phone call?" The two furrowed their brows, glanced at Tang Tian, and then replied, "Yes, but it must be on speaker mode." Tang Tian took out his phone and dialed Feng Diqing. After several rings, Feng Diqing finally answered, "It's quite late." "What is the matter?" Upon hearing his voice, both of them were momentarily stunned. It indeed sounded like Feng Diqing. "Master Feng, I have killed a martial artist, and there were people from the Wujidian present, but I do not wish to cause any trouble," Tang Tian stated bluntly. On the other end, Feng Diqing clicked his tongue, then seemingly sat up in bed and asked, "Why did you kill him?" "In self-defense." "All right, I understand." With that, Feng Diqing hung up, leaving the two in front of him in a daze. "Brother, do you know Master Feng?" Chen Yingxue was equally surprised that Tang Tian had such connections. Although she was not a martial artist, she had some knowledge of their affairs and had certainly heard of the four great masters. "Isn't it obvious?" Tang Tian shrugged and asked. The individuals before him exchanged suspicious glances, seemingly torn over whether to believe him. However, in a moment, one of their phones rang. "Boss? All right, I understand. Good." During the call, the man kept glancing at Tang Tian. After hanging up, his demeanor towards Tang Tian transformed into one of respect. "Brother, I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. We will make a copy of the dashcam footage as evidence to prevent any future issues with the deceased's family." "No problem." Tang Tian readily agreed and then inquired, "Can we leave now?" Indeed, being Chen's man, even the Wujidian members treated him with utmost respect. At that moment, they had underestimated Tang Tian, believing him merely to be someone living off a woman. Chen Yingxue did not anticipate that matters would unfold so smoothly. She had prepared to resolve the situation with money. Upon returning to Longhu Bay, Tang Tian urged Chen Yingxue to take a shower and change clothes.
Tang Tian,
"Is there anything about you that I do not know?" Chen Yingxue asked seriously, looking intently at him. Tang Tian hesitated for a moment. "If I must say something, I have recently taken over a medical clinic, and additionally, someone intends to gift me a villa. I am in Kyoto." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yingxue interrupted him. "Tang Tian, if you do not wish to share, you need not fabricate excuses. There is no need to deceive me." With that, Chen Yingxue turned and ascended the stairs. What of taking over a medical clinic? Who would simply give away a villa? Was she to be treated as a fool? Was money from others merely a breeze that could be summoned at will? Observing her retreating figure, Tang Tian shook his head in resignation. It seemed this woman truly understood him not at all. In Jiangcheng, within a private club, Sukai slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, noting that dawn was approaching. Yet, there were no notifications of incoming calls, which puzzled him. Had he not instructed someone to deal with that young man? Regardless of the outcome, a response was expected. Sukai pondered for a moment, then looked at the person beside him still lost in slumber before accessing a particular website. This was a dark web for assassins known as White Snake. These individuals were known for their reliability. As long as the payment was secured, there was no target they could not eliminate. He located the assassin assigned to his contract and sent a message, only to be met with a red exclamation mark indicating failure. Sukai was taken aback. How could this be? Was it not said that there was no one beyond the reach of White Snake? That young man was merely a useless parasite. How had he managed to escape his fate? Unfortunately, such inquiries were beyond his means to investigate. According to the rules of the site, if a target was not eliminated on the first attempt, the cost for the subsequent contract would double. Without hesitation, Su Kai issued a new assassination request. Soon, an assassin accepted the job with a fee of 2 million. This time, the assassin was a woman. He provided the basic information he had gathered on Tang Tian, and upon receipt, she simply sent an OK emoji before logging off. He hoped this endeavor would proceed more smoothly, allowing him to resolve this annoyance swiftly and marry Chen Yingxue without delay. In Jiangcheng, Longhu Villa was well maintained, with caretakers ensuring the surroundings remained pristine. Tang Tian followed a bodyguard to a magnificent building. Upon entering, he spotted Song Shi, seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by Song Yuqing. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Song Shi's condition to have improved over the past few days. Yet Tang Tian couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared not only unchanged but perhaps even worse. "Little divine doctor, what do you think of my villa? Do you like it?" Song Shi inquired with a smile. "It is quite immaculate." Tang Tian nodded in response, then turned to Song Shi with a grave expression. "Mr. Song, may I take your pulse?" "Of course," Song Shi replied, directing his gaze toward Song Yuqing. "Qing'er, please prepare a pot of tea for the little divine doctor. Your tea is the finest." Song Yuqing furrowed her brow slightly but acquiesced, turning to head inside. Once she had departed, Song Shi seized Tang Tian's garment. "Divine doctor, I have been feeling quite unwell these past few days. I implore you to examine me thoroughly." Tang Tian crouched down to assess his condition, then looked at Song Shi with a serious expression and asked, "Have you taken the medicine I prescribed?" "I take it daily," replied Song Shi. "Who purchased the medicine?"
Qing'er.
As he spoke, Song Shi's gaze towards Tang Tian was laden with meaning. He seemed to grasp something profound and murmured, "Mr. Song, if you wish to avoid danger, you should have someone else procure your medicine." In that moment, Song Shi felt a jolt in his heart. What had begun as mere suspicion was now nearly confirmed. Song Yuqing was indeed problematic. Chapter 76. "A fortune of billions, sir. Little divine doctor, why do you not come in?" At that moment, Song Yuqing emerged, having prepared tea. Tang Tian then urged Song Shi to walk inside. Realizing why Song Shi had asked the woman to leave earlier, he had sensed something amiss. Indeed, this woman was no ordinary person. "Little divine doctor, there is another matter today, regarding the compensation I promised you last time. Since we have some time today, let us finalize the contract," Song Shi said with a smile. "All right," Tang Tian readily agreed. After all, without his intervention, Song Shi's life would have been in jeopardy. A mere monetary exchange was insignificant. "Sir, are you in such a hurry?" interjected Song Yuqing, frowning. "I am not quite prepared yet." "No worries, I have already arranged for everything. It will be delivered shortly," Song Shi replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Song Yuqing's expression changed dramatically. As the closest person to Song Shi, she wondered when he had been discreetly conducting such dealings right under her nose. Even if she were oblivious, it was evident that Song Shi was wary of her. "It is my oversight. I will trouble you to find someone else," she said hastily, her words tinged with humility. "No need for that. You've been busy taking care of me lately, so it's understandable that you lack time and energy," Song Shi chuckled. "Little divine doctor, please have a taste of this tea," he gestured invitingly. The two engaged in a light-hearted discussion about tea culture, while Song Yuqing's expression grew increasingly troubled. Song Shi's growing wariness towards her seemed to indicate that, in his eyes, she, as his adopted daughter, was less trusted than a stranger. As they conversed, two men hurriedly entered, carrying briefcases. "Mr. Song, you arrived just in time. Please take a seat." They were invited to sit by Song Shi. "Mr. Song, I have prepared the documents you requested. All we need is your signature for the transfer," one of them announced, laying out a stack of papers on the table. The other man turned to Tang Tian and inquired, "Is this the little divine doctor you mentioned, Mr. Song?" "Indeed, that is him," Song Shi confirmed, proceeding with the introductions. "This is Wang Shuo, the general manager of Fumin Group, and this is my lawyer, Chun Hui." Hearing this, Song Yuqing's expression darkened further. When had he arranged for a lawyer without her knowledge? "Once you sign this contract and affix your fingerprint, the company and this estate will belong to you." Song Shi indicated the documents before Tang Tian. I am not equipped to manage a company. Tang Tian replied hastily. Rest assured, Wang Shuo will handle everything. You need only collect the profits, Song Shi assured him with a smile. Then I shall not be modest. With that, Tang Tian signed his name on the contract. As he glanced over it, he noted Fumin Group with assets in the billions. How audacious of Song Shi! From this moment forward, Tang Tian would assume the role of the company's chairman. Should any issues arise in the future, he was to report directly to Wang Shuo, Song Shi instructed. Understood, Mr. Song. Wang Shuo nodded politely at Tang Tian, fully aware that Tang Tian had saved Song Shi's life, and thus he dared not offend him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Shi dismissed them and turned to Tang Tian, asking, Little Divine Doctor, is there anything else you desire? Anything I possess can be yours. Mr. Song, you have already given me so much, Tang Tian replied, instinctively glancing at Song Yuqing behind him, wary of inciting her displeasure. Ha ha ha, the little divine doctor saved my life. Such gifts are nothing. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Song Shi declared generously. Song Yuqing echoed, Indeed, as long as Mr. Song is well, money can always be earned again. What medicine do you need? I can procure it. There is no need to trouble the little divine doctor. My own concoction is beneficial for Mr. Song's health. It is not available elsewhere. Hearing this, Song Yuqing had no choice but to relent. Little divine doctor, allow me to accompany you, she offered, following Tang Tian outside. Once they reached a secluded area away from the villa, she halted him and said, Tang Tian, what is it, Miss Song? Tang Tian asked innocently. You have already received enough. Her voice carried a note of warning. Tang Tian gazed at her with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Miss Song, what does this mean? Song Yuqing's tone now bore a hint of warning, stripped of the previous respect she had shown him. In her eyes, Tang Tian was merely a doctor. As long as he did not wish to court death, he ought not to seek trouble for himself. Miss Song, as a physician, I naturally have a duty to my patients. As for other matters, what man does, heaven observes, Tang Tian replied with a cheerful demeanor. Song Yuqing's expression turned icy. Tang Tian, I advise you not to be ungrateful. After uttering these words, Tang Tian turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with this foolish woman. Surely, Song Shi had witnessed her actions. How could she dare to threaten him so brazenly? What was she truly thinking? Watching Tang Tian's retreating figure, Song Yuqing's eyes hardened. No, she could not postpone any longer. Sir, she said, her voice laced with frost, have I faltered in any way during these years by your side? You have performed admirably. You are a most competent assistant, Song Shi replied, lifting his gaze, squinting at her. Then why do you act this way? Song Yuqing questioned, bewildered. He would rather relinquish his immense fortune to a stranger than leave her, his adopted daughter. Anything. This is your doing. Song Shi's eyes glinted with a chilling light. I have given you enough. I am your daughter, your sole heir. Song Yuqing suddenly shouted at him. Even if you dislike me, you cannot possibly donate all your assets and refuse to bequeath anything to me. So what do you intend to do? Song Shi queried, each word imbued with a gravity that made Song Yuqing involuntarily shiver. Sir has always been this way. A mere glance from you can instill fear. I apologize, sir, but you have forced my hand. As she spoke, Song Yuqing retrieved her phone, dialing a number and commanding, let them in. In mere moments, a dozen bodyguards clad in black and several elegantly dressed men and women entered. Song Yuqing shed her usual submissiveness, adopting a posture of superiority as she took the documents handed to her and presented them to Song Shi. If you wish to survive, you must sign here. This was a property transfer agreement, clearly stating that Song Shi was to transfer all his assets to Song Yuqing. Song Shi glanced at the document. Cannot wait any longer. Can you? Wait. If I continue waiting, I shall end up with nothing. Song Yuqing scoffed. Sir, you taught me that one must strive in life. You do recall the lessons I imparted. Song Shi chuckled softly. If I refuse to sign, will you resort to killing me? Of course not, sir. You are still my father. I must ensure you are cared for in your old age. Song Yuqing narrowed her eyes, her demeanor becoming more menacing. Song Shi had already established a will. Upon his death, all his assets would be donated without compensation, Thus he could not afford to die. She merely wished for this man to suffer, living out the remainder of his days as a mere shadow of himself in a wheelchair. Once you sign this agreement, I will procure the finest caregivers to attend to your needs, ensuring your twilight years are peaceful. Song Yuqing approached him, no longer submissive but looking down upon the man in the wheelchair. Sir, do not blame me. You have forced my hand. How dare you? Song Shi chuckled softly, his head bowed. What did you say? Song Yuqing leaned in, straining to hear. Song Shi seized her hair, his eyes turning fierce, a bloodthirsty glint igniting within his crimson gaze. In an astonishing moment, he stood from his wheelchair, demanding, I ask you, how dare you? The surrounding bodyguards drew their weapons, aiming them at Song Shi. Release her. Surveying the room, Song Shi coldly declared, Are you certain you wish to accompany her to death? Song Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Had he not been in a state of frailty? Where had this strength come from? Song Shi, I implore you not to struggle foolishly. Should I command them to kill you, I could still acquire your wealth. Song Yuqing shouted, her confidence bolstered by years of imitating his handwriting. Is that so? Immediately, dozens of shadowy figures descended from the second floor, encircling those below, while a group of armed bodyguards surged through the entrance. Put down your weapons and leave. This does not concern you. Song Shi addressed the guards brought by Song Yuqing with a steely gaze. These bodyguards were not fools. They were mercenaries, not willing to sacrifice their lives. Old Song, your daughter is quite the disappointment. A figure descended from above. To betray her own, thinking to kill you, tut, tut. You should never have adopted her. Do not speak so lightly. Song Shi sighed in resignation before releasing Song Yuqing. She stumbled, her hair a disheveled mess as she fell to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. Do you doubt me? She asked incredulously, the man before her now harboring more than mere wariness. This was overt distrust. Otherwise, why would he have arranged for such a multitude of guards? He had anticipated everything. Should I not? Song Shi met her gaze with cold indifference. The prescription from the little divine doctor was ostensibly flawless, yet after consumption my condition deteriorated. I had someone investigate, you have hidden it well. At his words, Song Yuqing felt a pang of guilt. She knew Song Shi was a suspicious man. Thus, when purchasing medicine, she had refrained from tampering with it, merely adding 2 different herbs while concocting the remedy. Sir, please spare me, Song Yuqing pleaded, throwing herself at his legs. I was merely momentarily bewitched. Song Shi looked down at the woman on the ground. Had it not been for Tang Tian discreetly administering 2 injections earlier, he feared he would lack the strength to stand. This woman's malice was truly insidious. One must pay the price for their actions. This is a lesson I have taught you, Song Shi said, looking down upon her. Song Yuqing sobbed, clinging to his leg. Sir, I shall not dare again. I promise to serve you faithfully from now on. A man approached and kicked her aside, his eyes filled with disdain. Old Song, you cannot still harbor feelings for this woman, can you? Hearing this, Song Shi gazed deeply into Song Yuqing's eyes. After all these years, their bond had not been entirely severed, and she had indeed cared for him diligently. Take her away, leave her a life, but I do not wish to see her again, Song Shi commanded with a wave of his hand. The nearby bodyguards swiftly seized Song Yuqing by the arms, dragging her out. Sir, please sir, I do not wish to go to jail. Regardless of her desperate cries, Song Shi's eyes remained impassive. Once she was gone, he turned to the man beside him. Old Su, thank you. We have been friends for so many years. It is only right, came the reply. Su Shengqiang urged him to take a seat. I have investigated the divine healer you mentioned. Although his background appears unblemished, he is not someone to be trifled with. Just last night, he eliminated one of our profound-level warriors. What? Upon hearing this, Song Shi's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. What nonsense is this? The young healer seems so unassuming and gentle. How could he possibly have killed a profound-level warrior? Would I deceive you about such a matter? Su Shengqiang narrowed his eyes. This young healer is quite formidable. At this revelation, Song Shi's expression grew considerably more serious. The fact that the healer had slain one of their own was tantamount to incurring the wrath of the white snake. Chapter 78. You've caused trouble. The White Snake organization is home to numerous assassins, and they seldom fail in their missions. If someone dares to retaliate against one of their assassins, they will soon find themselves pursued relentlessly by a tide of assassins. This is the unwritten law of the White Snake, and it accounts for their flawless success rate. Old Su, my life was saved by the divine healer. Could we possibly overlook this incident for my sake? Old Song, this is not merely a matter of money, Su Shengqiang replied, patting his shoulder. However, I value talent highly. If this lad proves himself worthy, I might consider granting him a reprieve. But if he refuses to show gratitude, I shall have no choice but to adhere to the rules. This matter pertained to the very dignity of the White Snake. It could not be treated lightly. They could not let Tang Tian off simply because of Song Shi's words, for failing to do so would surely render the White Snake a laughingstock in the future. Song Shi hesitated. The implications of this situation could be vast, depending on Tang Tian's choices. Old Song, you are about to leave Jiang City. It would be wise to refrain from getting involved in this matter, Su Shengqiang advised, giving Song Shi's shoulder another reassuring pat. Song Shi contemplated the situation. Should he become entangled, it might lead to even greater complications. At that moment, a call from Feng Diqing interrupted his thoughts. Kid, you've stirred up trouble. Feng Diqing's tone was grave on the other end of the line. What trouble? Tang Tian asked, bewildered. Do you have any idea whom you killed last night? No. I believe it was an assassin sent by the He family from Kyoto, Tang Tian replied, narrowing his eyes at the memory. He had previously warned the He family to refrain from provoking him, which explained why he had shown no mercy the night before. These individuals had courted their own demise. What He family? You killed a member of the White Snake. Feng Diqing stated sternly from the other end of the line. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the proverbial narrow road of enemies? Was it not a rather fortuitous circumstance? He let out a cold snort, a hint of frost glimmering in his gaze. Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? On the other end of the line, Feng Diqing's tone grew serious. The members of the White Serpent are particularly troublesome. You have slain one of their assassins, and they will dispatch countless others to eliminate you, ensuring the completion of their mission. What is there to fear? I am more than capable of handling them, Tang Tian replied with an air of calm, dismissing the threat entirely. Feng Diqing's lips twitched in exasperation. Truly, this young lad was like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger, utterly oblivious to the enormity of the trouble he had stirred. Listen, I am presenting you with an opportunity. Join the Wujidian, and the White Serpent will no longer dare to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian leaned back on the sofa, cigarette in mouth, and scoffed. Old Feng, is this the purpose of your call today? Feng Diqing's face flushed. Indeed, he held a deep admiration for Tang Tian and hoped he would join the Wujidian. The incident with the White Serpent presented a chance. For those who crossed paths with them rarely met a favorable end. He wished to use this opportunity to help Tang Tian recognize the perilous situation. Only the Wujidian could ensure his safety. Young man, this is your best option, Feng Diqing insisted from across the line. Are you implying that if I refuse to join the Wujidian, you will cease to protect my safety?
Tang Tian counter.
Upon hearing this, Feng Diqing's expression darkened. Tang Tian could not afford to perish, at least not before he had healed himself. We will provide protection, but we cannot guarantee it will be constant. Old Feng, spare me the pretense. I have no interest in joining the Wujidian, Tang Tian stated flatly. If the White Serpent seeks to create trouble, then so be it. I look forward to an encounter with them. Had he known the man he killed last night was from the White Serpent, he would not have acted so hastily. Perhaps he could have extracted some useful information from him. Young man, why do you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Feng Diqing lamented. Old Feng, I truly have no interest in the Wujidian. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Tang Tian cut off the conversation, leaving Feng Diqing in a state of utter frustration. In the vast realm of the Xia dynasty, every warrior yearned to join the Wujidian. Who among them did not vie desperately for admission? Why then was this young man so disinterested? Tang Tian squinted his eyes. So, was this White Serpent also summoned by the He family? Upon this realization, he dialed Mr. Mo Wonson's number. Mr. Mo, I would like to trouble you with a request, he said. What is it? Please go ahead.
Montag, Wensen replied generously.
I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to the He family. Should they continue to send individuals to trouble me, I shall ensure that the He family vanishes from this world forever. Mo Wonson paused momentarily, slightly taken aback. The He family has been causing you trouble? Tang Tian recounted the situation to Mo Wonson, who, upon hearing the details, erupted in anger. It must be that brat He Xiao's doing. His father is a sensible man and wouldn't engage in such antics. Tang Tian, I sincerely apologize for the trouble my daughter has caused you. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved. I will go speak with the He family patriarch shortly. Without waiting for Tang Tian's response, Mo Wonson hung up and immediately dialed He Taichu, the elder of the He family, requesting a visit. Naturally, He Taichu was delighted to oblige. Although he was one of the 4 great masters, the He family lacked the economic clout to be considered among the 8 great families. Thus, he was eager to cultivate a good relationship with the Mo family, which might benefit their business ventures. After ending the call, He Taichu hastily instructed his staff to prepare food and drinks. In the He family martial arts hall, one could see numerous martial artists practicing their skills. At that moment, He Xiao displayed remarkable agility, sending a yellow-level martial artist flying with a single kick. Young master is truly impressive. He has improved again, cheered a group of followers, eliciting a proud smirk from He Xiao. What are you all doing? He Taichu approached, his expression darkening. Grandfather, we were just sparring, He Xiao quickly replied. Sparring? He Taichu glanced at the yellow-level martial artist, who was being supported by others, clutching his chest in pain, clearly affected by He Xiao's formidable kick. However, He Taichu was no fool. He knew that He Xiao's skills were rudimentary and could hardly scratch the surface of a yellow-level warrior's abilities. Do you truly believe you are so formidable? He Taichu scolded, directing his ire towards He Xiao. He then turned to the gathered disciples. You all have spoiled him. Instantly, everyone lowered their heads. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to treating He Xiao, the grandson of their master, with leniency, feigning defeat during sparring sessions to bolster his confidence. After all, as the He family's young master, he rarely needed to dirty his hands when trouble arose, so it was unlikely he would recognize his own inadequacies. Now, exposed before so many, He Xiao felt utterly humiliated. Follow me, He Taichu exclaimed, his disappointment palpable. He Xiao trailed behind him, dejected. Adjacent to the martial arts hall was the He family's ancestral home, and as they sat down, Mo Wonson arrived, bearing gifts. Upon seeing Mo Wonson, He Xiao instantly brightened. Uncle Mo. Despite his lingering displeasure over previous events, it did not deter him from pursuing Mo Chio. Had she not been largely absent these past few days, he would have been far more preoccupied. Mo Wonson merely nodded politely, noticeably cooler than usual, before approaching He Taichu. He slightly bowed, addressing him, Old He, please have a seat. We're familiar enough that there's no need for formality. What brings you here? He Taichu inquired with a smile, casually lifting his teacup. Today I have come regarding Xiao, Mo Wonson stated. Upon hearing this, He Xiao leaped from his chair in excitement, wondering if Mo Wonson was there to propose on behalf of Mo Chio. Uncle Mo, how could you come personally for a marriage proposal? I will accompany my father to formally present our intentions. There will be no shortage of pomp, He Xiao declared, his face flushed with anticipation. While it is indeed a good thing for the 2 children to be fond of each other, traditionally, it is the male's responsibility to initiate the proposal. We have failed in our duties. I will ensure they come personally to propose, and they must demonstrate sincerity, He Taichu replied with a smile. Mo Wonson's expression soured. Prior to this incident, he had held some regard for He Xiao, but now he was resolute in refusing to marry his daughter to such a man. I apologize, but the matter I wish to discuss today is of a different nature. Mo Wonson disregarded the elder and the youth's pleasantries, revealing the altercation between He Xiao and Tang Tian, as well as the assassination attempt on him. Upon hearing this, He Taichu's face shifted between shades of anger and embarrassment, feeling as though he could no longer bear the weight of his dignity. You little wretch, was it you who instigated this? He Taichu glared at He Xiao, his voice laced with fury. He Xiao trembled, biting his lip. What prowess did Tang Tian possess to escalate the situation to Mo Wunsen? I have come today to convey a message from the young divine physician to the He family. Should you continue to provoke him, he will bring about the demise of the entire He clan. Mo Wunsen transmitted Tang Tian's warning verbatim. He Taichu's expression darkened further. Although He Xiao's actions were indeed inappropriate, who was this young divine physician to threaten the He family? Old He, this incident stemmed from mere youthful exuberance among the children. Xiao acted rashly. A bit of guidance would suffice, Mo Wunsen advised. The young divine physician is my daughter's savior, and his abilities are unfathomable. I believe it would be wise for the He family to avoid antagonizing him. This statement was clear. Regardless of the circumstances, he would side with Tang Tian. He Taichu was not oblivious. What could have been a minor issue did not warrant a rash response. Thank you for your visit today. Please relay to the young divine physician that the He family acknowledges its misstep. Should he come to Kyoto in the future, he is welcome to dine at my home. He Taichu declared, his demeanor still stern. Certainly, Mo Wunsen replied promptly before taking his leave. Once he departed, He Taichu turned to face He Xiao. You little wretch, is this how I have raised you? A true man should be honorable. If you lose, do not resort to troublemaking. How can you face anyone? He Taichu seethed. He Xiao looked at him with pleading eyes. Grandfather, this concerns our family's honor. It is not only I, even my father lost to him, and the assassins I sent failed to eliminate this brat. He Xiao protested, indignation etched on his face. If you could personally intervene. Enough nonsense, He Taichu bellowed. As a distinguished master, how could he stoop to confront an unknown youth? The thought alone was laughable. This matter ends here. If you dare to trouble that young divine physician again, I will cast you out of the family. Upon hearing this, He Xiao fell silent. His future lay in inheriting the family business, and although his grandfather favored him, he was not one to be trifled with. Surely, he would not jeopardize his promising future over a mere boy. Tang Tian emerged from the 4S shop, driving his recently repaired vehicle, and made his way to the clinic. Although he arrived rather late, several patients were already waiting. These individuals were referrals from previous patients who had experienced miraculous recoveries under Tang Tian's treatment, prompting them to recommend their relatives and friends. Little divine doctor, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Tang Tian, Lu Qiyuan appeared as if he had encountered a savior. These patients have all come to wait for you. I have only retained 10, while the rest have been asked to come back tomorrow. Tang Tian was unhesitating in his approach, promptly beginning to attend to the patients as soon as he took a seat. Initially, the patients were somewhat skeptical due to his youthful appearance. However, their doubts dissipated when they witnessed him skillfully remedy a middle-aged woman's lipoma in mere moments. Consequently, they eagerly vied for his attention, imploring him to treat their ailments. In no time, he had attended to 10 patients, garnering barely 1,000 yuan in earnings. Meanwhile, Lu Qiyuan watched with a furrowed brow, anxious that Tang Tian might one day squander the family fortune of Su Xian. Tang Tian was not particularly concerned. Although Su Xian Lu appeared to be unprofitable, Su Xian surely had alternative means of generating income. Otherwise, how could he manage such a vast chain of medical establishments? Chapter 80. Your life is in my hands. After treating the patient's ailments, Tang Tian began preparing medicine specifically for Song Shi, whose frail constitution required substantial nourishment. Once completed, Tang Tian, feeling rather indolent, opted not to deliver the medicine himself, instead calling Song Shi to have someone come collect it. During this waiting period, a man in his 30s staggered into the room. With a mix of alcohol, gauze, and hemostatic powder, he slapped several hundred yuan bills onto the table and addressed Lu Qiyuan without uttering a single superfluous word. Tang Tian, who had been engrossed in a game, lifted his head and noticed the man's pallid complexion, his hand trembling slightly as it rested on the counter. This injury is not merely external. You also have severe internal injuries. This meager supply will not suffice to remedy your condition, Tang Tian cautioned. The man gazed at him intently, asking, "Are you a doctor?" "Indeed, I can provide you with treatment," Tang Tian affirmed. Tang Tian put away his phone and proactively spoke, acknowledging that although he only received 10 patients a day, such serendipitous visits could be considered a form of fate. Moreover, this individual was a martial artist, specifically one at the upper Shen level, tantalizingly close to the realm of Earth-level powerhouses. Such a person would hold a position of authority even within the Wuji Hall. However, if he were affiliated with the White Serpent organization, the situation would become even more intriguing. The man regarded Tang Tian with a scrutinizing gaze, evidently skeptical of his medical skills. There is no need to be so tense. I assure you I am indeed a physician, and a competent one at that. Care to give it a try? If I fail to cure you, there will be no charge, Tang Tian said with a smile. Just as the man was about to respond, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Little divine doctor, this. Lu Qiyuan exclaimed in panic, realizing the gravity of the situation. If this resulted in a fatality, it would spell trouble. Stay calm, Tang Tian instructed with composure. Boil a pot of hot water and fetch a towel. I will prepare a prescription shortly. You need to gather the ingredients and grind them into powder for me. As he spoke, he had already lifted the man and carried him upstairs. Upstairs, there were several empty rooms furnished with beds, one of which contained some basic surgical equipment. After placing the man on the bed, Tang Tian proceeded to undress him. On the man's chest lay a ghastly knife scar. The wound had not only failed to heal but had also become infected and suppurated, with maggots writhing within. Remarkable resilience, to venture out for medicine in such a condition, Tang Tian mused. He also noticed a tattoo of the letters on the man's arm, which instinctively linked him to the White Serpent organization. However, he realized he had forgotten to inquire earlier with Feng Deqing about how to ascertain if these individuals were indeed affiliated with that group. Adhering to the compassionate ethos of a healer, Tang Tian first prepared a prescription for Lu Qiyuan, then began to cleanse the man's wound. After a simple disinfection, he used a surgical knife to excise the necrotic tissue. It was only when the man awoke in agony that Tang Tian remembered. Damn, I forgot to administer anesthesia. My apologies, I neglected to provide anesthesia, he said hurriedly, swiftly inserting 2 silver needles into the man's neck and chest. The man immediately felt electrified, and soon lost consciousness. Tang Tian, with an unwavering demeanor, skillfully treated the man's wound, while Lu Qiyuan brought over the medicinal powder. As he evenly sprinkled the powder onto the injury, the wound began to scab at a visibly rapid pace. This spectacle astonished Lu Qiyuan. Possessing some knowledge of herbal remedies, he had personally gathered and ground those common herbs, yet he could hardly fathom how they could yield such remarkable results. Little divine doctor, this. I have never encountered such an extraordinary wound remedy, Lu Qiyuan exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. If we were to sell this medicine, we could certainly amass a considerable fortune. The thought of profit ignited a spark in his eyes. Then you should take charge of sales. After all, I've provided you with the formula. Remember to share the earnings with me, Tang Tian replied with a playful wink. Lu Qiyuan, taken aback by Tang Tian's unexpected trust in him, quickly responded, absolutely, and hurriedly made his way out. Tang Tian removed the needles from the man's body, and he soon regained consciousness, his eyes snapping open as he cautiously regarded Tang Tian. Do not be alarmed. I have just rescued you, Tang Tian said, raising his hands and taking a step back. The man then looked down to see the scabbed wounds on his body, astonished as he inquired, how long was I unconscious? Not more than half an hour, came the reply. The man, somewhat skeptical, pondered how his wounds could have scabbed over in such a brief span of time. Yet, he understood that the individual before him was his savior and awkwardly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You are welcome, Tang Tian replied. Tang Tian revealed a radiant smile towards the other party and directly inquired, are you affiliated with the White Serpent? Upon hearing these words, the man's gaze underwent a subtle transformation, and the aura surrounding him intensified. Who exactly are you? Your life is in my hands. At these words, the man abruptly leaped from the bed, instantly positioning himself before Tang Tian. However, before he could draw near, a powerful gust of energy repelled him, leaving him astonished as he regarded Tang Tian. Who are you, truly? The young man, who claimed to be a doctor, exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating the essence of a terrestrial-level powerhouse. His assertion held truth. The man's life indeed rested within Tang Tian's grasp. It is now my turn to inquire. Are you a member of the White Serpent? Tang Tian asked with a smile, his head bowed as he gazed at the man. Yet, the smile upon his face instilled dread in the man, who sat frozen on the ground. I am. The man gritted his teeth slightly, casting furtive glances towards the doorway, seeking an opportunity to escape. Yet, Tang Tian would not grant him such a chance, fixating his gaze upon the man as he pressed. Who is the leader of the White Serpent? I do not know. I am merely a lowly minion, the man replied honestly, appearing earnest and devoid of deceit. Tang Tian is not a senseless killer. He seeks vengeance, yet he must ascertain the true identity of his adversary. Are you familiar with Qian? Tang Tian raised his brow and inquired further. The man continued to shake his head, a hint of terror etched upon his face. Tang Tian let out a helpless sigh, initially believing that this individual with such a high martial artist rank would be a formidable character within the White Serpent organization. However, upon inquiry, he found the man woefully uninformed. It seemed that the White Serpent was far more powerful than he had anticipated, with upper Shen-level martial artists merely being pawns in their vast scheme. Chapter 81. A public confession. Who is your superior? How many Earth-level experts exist within the White Serpent? I am merely a killer under the White Serpent's banner. The questions you pose can only be answered by core members of the organization. What qualifies someone as a core member? Is the tattoo on your arm the emblem of the White Serpent organization? Indeed, members of the White Serpent bear tattoos related to serpents. The letters symbolize a snake, while others may tattoo a snake's head or the entire creature. However, those with snake totems have white ink. Faced with the overwhelming power of Earth-level experts, the man did not withhold information, divulging all he knew to Tang Tian. The White Serpent was an extraordinarily large assassination organization, spanning the globe, yet its core was an entity known as the White Serpent Mansion. Only a few hundred individuals belonged to this elite circle. The core members of the White Serpent Mansion were all above the upper Shen level, and their identities were anything but ordinary, often concealed within various industries, rarely revealing their martial artist status. As for the leader of the White Serpent Mansion, she was said to be an exceptionally formidable woman, described as ghostly and elusive, rumored to possess extraordinary capabilities. However, no one had seen her, nor could anyone corroborate this tale. Only a select few at the highest echelons of the White Serpent Mansion had encountered her, and it was said that she never revealed her true visage, even meeting them behind a curtain, leaving no one to ascertain her true identity. After listening to the man's account, Tang Tian unconsciously furrowed his brow. The situation appeared far more intricate than he had imagined. He turned to the man on the ground, who swallowed hard and said, I have told you everything I know. How did you sustain your injuries? Tang Tian inquired with curiosity. To injure a Shen-level martial artist was no trivial feat. It was the work of the Wuji Hall. They have been relentlessly pursuing individuals associated with the White Serpent, mercilessly beating those they capture. I narrowly escaped, but not without injury. As he spoke, a glimmer of wariness flickered in the man's eyes. Could this young man also be affiliated with the Wuji Hall? If he were, Tang Tian would have no choice but to fight for his life. Leave, Tang Tian said unexpectedly, choosing to let him go with surprising ease. The man gazed at him in shock. Are you truly letting me go? Tang Tian nodded slightly and said, We have no animosity between us. I do not wish to court trouble for myself. You may leave. Upon hearing these words, the man hesitated no longer, swiftly seizing his clothes and rushing out, fearing that any delay might prompt Tang Tian to change his mind. Watching the man dash away in haste, Lu Qiyuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, Tang Tian descended from the upper floor, prompting Lu Qiyuan to speak hastily. Little divine physician, I have just consulted with the proprietor. We are permitted to sell this medicine, and it can also be distributed in the pharmacies of the various Su Xian Lu establishments. The profits will require only a 10% share for the pharmacy, while the remainder will be yours. That sounds splendid. Proceed with the sales as you see fit. Tang Tian smiled as he learned that the people from Songshi had already taken the medicine. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Qiyuan, he stepped outside, not giving the matter much thought. Once outside, he headed towards Chun Yingshua's company and, from a distance, noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance.
Tang Tian Curiosity Project
only to witness a man half-kneeling in the center of the crowd and Chan Yingxue, who stood with a cold expression, arms crossed. "Duke, I have told you countless times that I am already married." Chen Yingxue firmly rejected him. Yet, the man on the ground persisted. "Xiaoxue, I was wrong back then. But you cannot just marry any man indiscriminately." Listening to Su Kai's passionate declaration, Tang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He had encountered this man once before in a shopping mall, and at that time, Chen Yingxue had not mentioned his identity. Now, it was evident that their relationship was far from ordinary. "Su Kai, stop deluding yourself. There has never been any affection between us. It has always been you who clings to me, both in the past and present." Chan Yingshue's words struck Su Kai like a sharp blade, piercing deep into his heart. He had expected that, in front of so many people, Chen Yingxue might grant him some dignity, but her outright rejection left him utterly humiliated. Just then, a burst of laughter from the crowd intensified Su Kai's anger. Turning around, he caught sight of Chan Yingshue's new husband, Tang Tian, which only fueled his rage further. "What are you laughing at?" Su Kai exclaimed, angrily throwing the flowers he held to the ground and glaring at Tang Tian. Tang Tian circled around to stand before Chan Yingxue, seamlessly taking her hand in his. "What is this? Someone openly professes their love for my wife, and I'm not even allowed a smile? Don't you find yourself rather amusing?" Upon hearing these words, Su Kai's face turned a deep shade of purple. Chen Yingxue had not anticipated that Tang Tian would witness this scene. She initially intended to offer an explanation, but after a moment's reflection, she suppressed her thoughts and gently tugged at Tang Tian's hand, saying, "Let us go." "Xiaoxue," Su Kai called out urgently, "what makes me any less than this bumpkin?" Aside from the banquet that night, Tang Tian typically dressed quite casually, giving no impression of affluence. Chen Yingxue, however, was indifferent to such appearances. She turned to Su Kai and replied, "He surpasses you in every way." With that, she took Tang Tian's hand and headed towards the car. Tang Tian's lips stretched almost to the back of his ears. "Really, my dear? Do you truly think so highly of me?" Upon reaching the car, Chen Yingxue immediately released Tang Tian's hand. Once inside, Tang Tian continued to inquire, and Chen Yingxue shot him a glance. "It's a lie. Can't you see I'm just a shield? Is that so?" Tang Tian chuckled, leaning closer, his hand propped against the seat beside her, his eyes mere centimeters from her own. Under his intense gaze, Chen Yingxue felt her heart race uncontrollably, memories of their shared moments flooding her mind. She recalled how this man had shielded her during perilous times and the moment he had placed his bank card on her desk. It left her questioning whether she truly felt no spark for him at all. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, her phone buzzed in her bag, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Chapter 82. "I don't mind, hello," Chen Yingxue said as she pushed Tang Tian away and retrieved her phone. It was a call from Song Jilan. On the other end, Song Jilan admonished, "By the way, don't bring Tang Tian." Although she sounded somewhat displeased, she ultimately relented. "Fine, bring him along." Of course, Tang Tian responded with alacrity, turning his attention back to driving. Chen Yingxue hesitated before speaking up. "That's Su Kai. He was my ex-boyfriend. But we have long since lost contact, so please don't overthink it." After uttering those words, she quickly lowered her head, unsure why she felt compelled to clarify this to Tang Tian but sensing it was necessary. "It's all right. Didn't we agree before our marriage? You do your thing, and I'll do mine," Tang Tian replied with a slight smirk, seemingly unconcerned by her revelation. Observing his nonchalance, Chen Yingxue felt as if her explanation had been in vain. Was this truly his perspective? What a scoundrel! Before long, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the Chen family villa. In addition to Chen Jinghui's vehicle, another familiar car was parked nearby. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yingxue as she contemplated whether to leave with Tang Tian. Suddenly, the gate swung open, and Song Jilan rushed forward to grab her. "Hurry inside. Xiao Kai is waiting for you." In that instant, Chen Yingshue's heart plummeted as she realized why Song Jilan had insisted she not bring Tang Tian. She had invited Su Kai, a fact that was glaringly obvious. "Mom, what are you trying to achieve?" Chen Yingxue exclaimed, shaking off Song Jilan's grip. Turning to Tang Tian, Song Jilan asked, "Tang Tian, you don't mind, do you?" "I don't mind," he replied, taking Chun Yingshua's hand and leading her inside. Since Su Kai is determined to humiliate himself, let us oblige him. Upon entering, the two spotted Su Kai comfortably chatting with Chun Jingwei on the sofa. A disarming smile plastered on his face, as if he had not been the one kneeling at the company entrance with flowers. He appeared utterly unperturbed. Chun Jingwei warmly invited them to sit down. Although he had come to accept Tang Tian's presence, he still favored Su Kai over him. After all, these two had grown up together, and Su Kai's esteemed family background aligned more closely with the Chun family's status.
Tang Tian.
Apart from being the benefactor of the elder, it seems he possesses no other identity. Father. Chun Yingxue mustered her courage to greet him, furrowing her brow as she glanced at Su Kai. In such a situation, it would be inappropriate for her to publicly embarrass Chun Jingwei. No need, mother. I am getting along quite well with Tang Tian. As she spoke, Chun Yingxue pretended to be affectionate, linking her arm with Tang Tian's. Su Kai, seated across on the sofa, was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, yet a smile remained plastered on his face. Upon hearing this, Song Jilan dropped the teacup she was holding, momentarily dazed. How much did he just say? 10 billion rice gold? That's over 100 billion. Xiao Kai, you are not joking with Auntie, are you? Song Jilan asked, her voice trembling. Beside her, Chun Jingwei swallowed hard. 10 billion rice gold. That was enough to purchase the entire Qin family. Who would have imagined Su Kai would be so generous? He was not merely a golden son-in-law. He was clearly a deity of wealth. Xiao Shui, did you hear that? Song Jilan immediately turned to Chun Yingxue, questioning how Tang Tian's contribution could possibly compare to this 10 billion rice gold. Chun Yingxue was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Kai would make such a statement for her sake. Although she was unsure of the Su family's current standing, it was undoubtedly not at a level where one could casually produce 10 billion rice gold. Are you giving it now? Chun Yingxue placed her hands on her knees, coldly gazing at Su Kai as she inquired. His response left Su Kai momentarily at a loss, and he could only muster the courage to say, as long as you are willing to marry me, once we arrive in the United States, I will immediately convert this 10 billion rice gold into company shares for you. Shares? Chun Yingxue scoffed. After we marry, wouldn't those shares be considered joint property? In other words, they would also belong to you, correct? What does that have to do with me? Upon hearing this, Su Kai's complexion turned more ghastly than if he had swallowed a fly, yet he still addressed Chun Yingxue. As long as you come with me to the United States, I can regard this as a premarital asset gifted to you without charge. Song Jilan's interest waned slightly. To her, tangible cash was more substantial. However, compared to Tang Tian, Su Kai indeed appeared to be the more reliable choice. Throughout this exchange, Tang Tian merely sat on the sofa, smiling as he observed Su Kai. Feeling Tang Tian's gaze upon him, Su Kai swallowed awkwardly. Xiao Shui, I speak only the truth, Su Kai declared earnestly to Chun Yingxue. Yet, his so-called sincerity held no value for her. From the outset, she had never contemplated marriage. Her life plan had always been to take over and manage the family business. If it were not for Tang Tian's presence, she would certainly not be entangled with any man, even devising ways to shake off Zhou Wenlong. Even Tang Tian was merely a shield for her. Chapter 83, Fair Competition. Xiao Shui. Just as Song Jilan was about to speak, Tang Tian interjected. Dude, are you attempting to court my wife before my very eyes, as if I do not exist? Useless. What business is it of yours? Song Jilan shot Tang Tian a fierce glare. Mother, I recall you explicitly agreeing that as long as I provided the betrothal gifts, you would no longer interfere with my relationship with Xiao Shui. How is it that just a few days have passed, and you have completely forgotten? Tang Tian's voice bore a hint of coldness as he turned to Su Kai. As for you, if you seek a confrontation, feel free to inform me directly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Su Kai, taken aback by the frosty gaze of Tang Tian, had not anticipated that this individual would survive the events of the previous night. Today's encounter had been meticulously orchestrated by him since yesterday. Yet, who could have predicted that this man would emerge alive to face him? Nevertheless, since he had arrived, he would not harbor any fear.
Tang Tian.
I am engaging in fair competition with you. Who Chun Yingxue chooses to be with is entirely my own decision, and it concerns no one else. Chun Yingxue interrupted him, firmly grasping Tang Tian's hand. In this lifetime, aside from Tang Tian, I shall not marry anyone else. For heaven's sake, you ought to relinquish this hope. As she uttered these words, Chun Yingxue's eyes brimmed with tears. It became evident to her that throughout it all, Song Jilan had merely been scheming to sell her for a handsome price. Chun Yingxue had already afforded Song Jilan ample respect today. It was her own choice to reject it. Tang Tian turned his head and cast a cold glance at Su Kai, who instantly felt as though he were being watched by a venomous snake, involuntarily shivering. After the person had left, Song Jilan turned to Su Kai apologetically and said, "Xiao Kai, I truly am sorry. This child has grown beyond control." "It's all right, Auntie," Su Kai replied, though a murderous aura emanated from him, palpable to both Song Jilan and Chun Jinghui. The two exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. Chun Jinghui looked at his wife in shock, questioning whether she was aware of what she was implying. The Su family is affluent. Although they reside in America, hiring a few assassins back home would not be an issue. Regardless, Tang Tian is the old man's savior. If Su Kai were to indeed harm him, it would be an act of ingratitude. "Thank you, Auntie." Su Kai's smile returned. "I will visit again soon." As they watched Su Kai's departing figure, Chun Jinghui admonished Song Jilan. "Have you lost your mind? What if Su Kai truly does something to Tang Tian? Let him do as he pleases." Song Jilan's eyes were almost frenzied. "It's all this good-for-nothing's fault. He has jeopardized Xiaoshua's future. You've gone mad. You are utterly insane. Shall I treat you to something delicious?" Tang Tian suggested, casually handing Chun Yingxue a tissue. She took it to wipe her soon-to-fall tears, her voice thick with nasality. "I apologize for today. I never anticipated my mother would be so extreme. Xiaoshue, I lack parents and thus find it challenging to comprehend the bond you share, but I believe a mother ought to respect her child's choices," Tang Tian remarked. At the mention of this, Chun Yingxue inhaled deeply, contemplating her words. "So, when you said you would only marry me, was that true?" Tang Tian asked with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. "False," Chun Yingxue replied through clenched teeth. It was perplexing. This man did not seem foolish, yet he always wore a smile, even when faced with the prospect of losing his own wife to another. "If Su Kai comes looking for you again, I will not hold back," Tang Tian stated nonchalantly. His simple words brought to Chan Yingshu's mind the image of him killing without a sound the previous night, prompting a shiver to run down her spine. This man was far more complex than he appeared, and she dared not speculate further. "Tang Tian, I know you are a martial artist, and it would be effortless for you to kill Su Kai, but Daxia is a society governed by law, and Su Kai is not an ordinary individual. Please do not invite trouble upon yourself." "Rest assured, I shall not cause you any trouble," Tang Tian assured her. Chun Yingshu regarded him with suspicion, pondering what he meant by that. "Let us go. I shall take you to savor something delicious." Tang Tian deftly shifted the topic. They drove towards the riverbank and eventually halted in front of a bustling street vendor. Chan Yingshu frowned slightly at the noisy surroundings. "Is this truly the delectable fare you mentioned? Even celestial beings should indulge in earthly delights occasionally," Tang Tian replied, leading her inside to a corner table, beckoning the owner for their order. Though she had indulged in such delicacies during her school days, it had indeed been years since she had last enjoyed them. The enticing aroma wafting through the air rekindled her appetite. This was Tang Tian's favorite pastime. Whenever he visited the city with the old man, they would always seek out a street vendor for a hearty meal. The pairing of beer with skewered barbecue was simply divine. However, Chun Yingshu's attire and the extravagant luxury car they had parked outside drew unwarranted attention. Patrons could not help but glance at the two, and the lecherous gazes from men were unabashedly intrusive, as if they wished to undress her with their eyes. A few ruffians even whistled at her, but Tang Tian remained unfazed, offering her a skewer of lamb. "My master said, ignore them, and they will not disturb you. As long as they do not seek their own demise, I have no issues with them. But should they choose to provoke me, it would be a different story." Just then, a ruffian placed a hand on Tang Tian's shoulder, and others gathered around, sitting at their table. Chun Yingshu's expression turned icy. It seemed that, in such places, it was wise to bring along some bodyguards to deter these bothersome characters. "Hey buddy, your girl is quite a catch. Let her entertain us for a bit," the man said, and as he finished speaking, Tang Tian turned to him, revealing a peculiar smile. Chapter 84. Bounty Pursuit with a swift motion. A wooden skewer pierced through the man's palm, blood erupting forth as he let out a scream of agony. The gruesome scene instantly extinguished Chun Yingshu's appetite, yet she maintained her composure and addressed Tang Tian. "Let us leave. What are you all standing around for? Don't let them escape," the ruffian shouted at his companions, who finally reacted by grabbing nearby stools to hurl at Tang Tian. In mere seconds, the ruffians lay sprawled on the ground. Tang Tian had shown them mercy. Had they been martial artists, they would likely be far worse off now. Chun Yingshu boldly pulled out her phone and transferred funds to the owner. "All damages are on me. Any excess will cover their medical expenses." Having said that, she followed Tang Tian out of the scene. The ruffians realized they had provoked someone they should not have and dared not utter another word. Back in the car, Tang Tian smiled at Chun Yingshu, who found his expression perplexing. "What are you laughing at? Do I have something on my face?" "No." Tang Tian restrained his smile somewhat, pondering why his wife exuded such an impressive aura. Chun Yingshu possessed a distinctive quality that set her apart from ordinary individuals. No matter the circumstances, she handled everything with remarkable composure, a fortitude not commonly found in most. However, given that she was nurtured under the guidance of the old master, it was only natural to comprehend her exceptional demeanor. Tang Tian drove towards Longhu Bay, and midway through the journey, Chun Yingshu had drifted into slumber. Quietly, Tang Tian adjusted the air conditioning and draped his jacket over her. In mere seconds, an unexpected visitor appeared ahead. This time, however, he was confronted by a woman. Clad in a form-fitting outfit, she exuded a chilling aura, her age around 30, and astonishingly on the verge of achieving Earth-level cultivation. "Ah, so you are also from the White Serpent?" Tang Tian inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. "You know of the White Serpent, do you?" The woman retorted with disdain. "Since you are aware of who we are, you must also understand my purpose here. Feel free to share any last words. I advise you to choose wisely and not seek your own demise." As she spoke, Tang Tian calmly extracted a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Observing his demeanor, the woman felt a twinge of apprehension. It was said that the previous assassin had met his end at the hands of this young man, and in a single, fatal blow, 2 fingers had claimed the man's life. Yet, she could only perceive an ordinary individual before her, devoid of any martial presence. How could he have accomplished such a feat? "Did you kill the last assassin?" the woman asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. "Why not give it a try and find out?" he replied. Tang Tian's lips curled into a faint arc, which only served to heighten the woman's sense of unease. This young man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. How could a commonplace person maintain such composure in the presence of an assassin? The woman swallowed hard, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Tian, not daring to show even the slightest hint of laxity. "Then I shall not hold back." As she spoke, the woman transformed into a gust of wind, hurtling towards Tang Tian, and as she drew near, several glimmers of cold light erupted from her hand. "Well, is there still someone in this era who employs hidden weapons?" Tang Tian suddenly leaped from his position, evading the opponent's concealed weapon, and delivered a powerful kick towards the woman's chest. The woman, having anticipated this move, swiftly sidestepped, producing a dagger that she aimed at Tang Tian's ankle. A loud thud echoed as she fell to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. How had this young man managed to kick her while suspended in midair? Where had he found the leverage? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Tian, like a phantom, advanced towards her. The woman widened her eyes in alarm, her pupils constricting as she quickly retrieved an iron ball from her pocket and slammed it onto the ground. A cloud of white smoke erupted, obscuring Tang Tian's vision and filling the air with a pungent odor that stung his eyes.
Fortunately, Tang Tian whistled swiftly,
shutting his eyes and holding his breath as he retreated. The smoke appeared suddenly and dissipated even more rapidly, but by the time it cleared, the woman had vanished without a trace. Intriguing. Tang Tian gazed at the iron shavings on the ground, chuckling as he remarked, "In this day and age, there are few who can craft such hidden weapons." The White Snake organization had become increasingly intriguing. If these ordinary assassins were unable to eliminate him, might the next arrivals be core members of White Snake? The thought ignited a flicker of anticipation within Tang Tian. Returning to the car, Chen Yingxue was still fast asleep, presumably exhausted from the day's work, as the earlier commotion had not disturbed her slumber. Meanwhile, at a club in Jiangqing, Chen Haoxuan could no longer contain his frustration as he addressed Su Kai. "What kind of assassins are you hiring? They can't even deal with a single failure." Initially, he had believed Su Kai possessed the skills to handle the situation, yet days had passed, and Tang Tian remained unscathed. "What do you mean by that?" Su Kai's gaze turned icy. "Are you implying that I am also inept?" "That's not what I meant," Chen Haoxuan quickly clarified, realizing his misstep. Du Kui, a wealthy magnate with assets in the billions, was not someone to offend. Even though the Su family resided in the United States, Chen Haoxuan understood that in this society, wealth equated to power. "Su Xiao, what I meant was we could hire more assassins to deal with him. Once he is gone, Chen Yingxue will be yours," Chen Haoxuan suggested cautiously. Listening to Chen Haoxuan, Su Kai found some merit in his words. Chen Haoxuan paused. "Weren't you going to ask me for a massage? Do you still have time for that?" Su Kai shot a glare at Chen Haoxuan, who promptly fell silent. After dismissing the man, Su Kai logged back onto the website. Fixating on the serpent emblem at the top of the page, Su Kai reaffirmed his resolve, locating the task he had posted earlier, and increased the reward amount. He placed a bounty of 10 million for anyone who could eliminate Tang Tian. As soon as the bounty was issued, numerous individuals accepted the challenge. This marked a competition within the site. Whoever could kill Tang Tian and provide photographic evidence would claim the reward. Now, all Su Kai needed to do was await promising news from these hired killers, hoping they would not disappoint him again. The events of the previous night had hardened his demeanor. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door.
"Come in," Du Kui commanded coldly.
A man clad in a vest entered, accompanied by a woman of innocent appearance. "Su Xiao, the person you requested," the man announced. Upon seeing the woman, Su Kai nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for her to approach. "Su Xiao, you've been here for over half a month." Regarding the bill, the man cautiously reminded him. Su Kai cast an impatient glance at him and tossed a bank card. The man hurriedly picked it up and produced a POS machine. After completing the transaction, the bank's information quickly appeared on Su Kai's phone. Noticing the displayed balance, he realized he needed to expedite his plans. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Zhang Lan stared absently out the window, her thoughts drifting to Tang Tian. As he had stated, he had not contacted her since. That scoundrel. Does he truly think he can walk away without any responsibility? The thought gnawed at her, and she hesitated several times before ultimately deciding against calling Tang Tian. Finally, she dialed her assistant. "I have a business trip to Jiangchang tomorrow. Please arrange the itinerary and cancel the rest of my appointments." After hanging up, Zhang Lan felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Yet, she found herself compelled to send a brief message to Tang Tian, simply informing him of her arrival in Jiangqing the following day. It felt as though the events of that day had never transpired. This man had indeed mastered the art of understanding a woman's heart. Clenching her teeth, she sent him her flight details. The next morning, after dropping Chen Yingxue off at her company, Tang Tian headed toward the airport. As he parked the car, he spotted the woman emerging from the exit. Zhang Lan had come alone, without an assistant or bodyguard. Tang Tian waved at her, stepping forward to assist her with her luggage, effortlessly opening the car door for her. His actions were so seamless that they bore no trace of pretense, leaving Zhang Lan feeling somewhat awkward. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Tang Tian was to marry Chen Yingxue. Her visit felt almost like an illicit affair. "Where are we headed?" Zhang Lan inquired awkwardly once they were inside the vehicle. "Shouldn't I be asking you? What brings you to Jiang City?" Zhang Lan clenched her teeth slightly, pondering how this man managed to maintain such composure. She couldn't possibly confess that she had come specifically to seek him out. After a moment's contemplation, she replied to Tang Tian, "I am here to discuss a collaboration with President Chen. Please take me to her company." Since he appeared to be all business, She decided to treat this as merely repaying a favor. All right. Tang Tian responded with remarkable alacrity, displaying no hesitation whatsoever, seemingly unconcerned that Chen Yingxue might discern the nature of their relationship. Alternatively, it could be that, in Tang Tian's view, there existed no inappropriate connection between them. Zhang Lan furrowed her brow slightly, unable to restrain her inquiry. Have you married Chen? We have already obtained the marriage certificate. I shall inform you when we hold the wedding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's breath caught in her throat. Stop the car. What is the matter?
Tang Tian, so me wak purple.
Inquired. I told you to stop. Zhang Lan's tone was laced with anger. Though confused, Tang Tian nonetheless pulled over to the side of the road. Zhang Lan flung open the car door, ready to exit, but Tang Tian grasped her wrist firmly. Why are you afraid now that you've come all this way?
Tang Tian.
What do you mean by that? What do I mean? A faint smile curled at the corners of Tang Tian's lips as he regarded Zhang Lan earnestly. You came to Jiangqing. Did you not come to find me? That scoundrel. He clearly knew everything yet pretended to be oblivious. You are already married to Chen Yingxue. Zhang Lan bit her lip, straining to free her hand from his grasp. Tang Tian's expression was particularly grave. So what? Did I not mention it? As long as you desire, I can take responsibility for you at any moment. Responsibility? How will you fulfill that? What will you offer? The Great Xia enforces a monogamous system. Aside from not being able to obtain a marriage certificate with you, I can provide you with everything else. As Zhang Lan spoke these words, there was not a trace of jest upon Tang Tian's face. Could he truly intend to marry both her and Chen Yingxue? Leaving aside her own willingness, would Chen Yingxue even consent? Moreover, where in the world does such a fortunate circumstance exist? Let today be as if I never came. Do you not miss me? With a swift motion of his wrist, Tang Tian drew Zhang Lan into his embrace, asking playfully, Did you come all this way just to miss me? Since his teenage years, he had encountered numerous women and was well versed in their sentiments.
Tang Tian.
Let me go. Zhang Lan protested, struggling against him, unable to bear the notion of being a third party in someone else's relationship. I assure you, I am ready to take responsibility for you at any moment. I am not jesting, Tang Tian replied earnestly. And how do you intend to take responsibility? Zhang Lan retorted through clenched teeth. With money and anything else you desire I can provide, he responded. Zhang Lan's lips twitched in irritation. As the chairwoman of the Lanyue group, did she truly lack for finances? Tang Tian pressed the accelerator, and the car swiftly came to a halt at the entrance of a hotel. Zhang Lan found herself inexplicably compelled to follow him inside. Within the confines of the room, words were unnecessary. They embraced and kissed as if they were long-separated lovers. A singular thought reverberated in Zhang Lan's mind. She must be out of her mind. Yet, that notion was quickly dispelled. Time slipped away, and before long, Zhang Lan lay exhausted in Tang Tian's arms, pondering aloud, does this count as an affair? No. Zhang Lan firmly rejected the idea, unwilling to tarnish her reputation. She would rather engage in clandestine romance than face public scorn. Yet, her heart was a tempest of emotions. With so many suitors vying for her affection, why had she chosen this particular man? Meanwhile, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to a parched land finally receiving rain. Chapter 86. Will you not kill me? Alas, his body was such that it required a balance of yin and yang. Otherwise, he would perish. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, from the moment he departed from the Chun group, he had become the target of someone else's gaze. A knock resounded from outside, and Tang Tian furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing impending danger. He opened the bedroom door and stepped out, the knocking persisting, polite yet insistent. Good day, room service. Tang Tian was no fool. It was broad daylight, and they had only just checked in. Who would provide room service under such circumstances? He placed his hand on the doorknob and, with a gentle twist, a powerful gust of wind surged from the doorway as he swiftly kicked it open. Fortunately, Tang Tian reacted quickly and released his grip, just in time to see a burly man swinging a fist aimed directly at his face. This man, robust and imposing, surprisingly still managed to emit a youthful tone moments ago. It was evident that he was another assassin from the White Snake organization. In the man's eyes, Tang Tian was nothing less than a walking fortune of 10 million. Tang Tian did not afford his opponent any opportunity, delivering a powerful punch directly towards the other's fist. With a resounding clash, the expressions on the large man's face contorted unmistakably. Pain. Excruciating pain. He could even distinctly hear the sound of his own bones fracturing, while the disbelief in his gaze towards Tang Tian deepened. Tang Tian did not hesitate, delivering a powerful kick to the belly of the burly man, sending him sprawling across the ground. He then approached the man step by step. The brute, gritting his teeth, glared at Tang Tian and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face twisted in resentment. "Who exactly are you?" he demanded. "A good person," Tang Tian replied coolly. The man took a deep breath. "You won't kill me? Killing you would only bring me unnecessary trouble," Tang Tian retorted icily. The man hastily scrambled to his feet. "You have guts. Kid. Someone like you deserves to be on a red wanted list." "Then hurry up and put me on it," Tang Tian said with a sardonic smile. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of a red wanted list, he knew it would attract significant figures from the White Snake organization. "Is the matter with Wu Yu resolved?" Tang Tian shifted the conversation. "My father has dealt with that individual, but it seems the situation is not so simple. I have been feeling uneasy lately, as if someone is watching me from the shadows. Moreover, my father nearly had a car accident a few days ago," the woman replied. Hearing this, Tang Tian frowned slightly. "Since Wu Yu is your friend, it seems unlikely he would randomly target your family. It is highly probable that he is being manipulated by someone else. If I were you, I would conduct a thorough investigation." Zhang Lan shook her head. "There's no way to trace it. After Uncle Wu's demise, all his family members mysteriously disappeared, and there has been no word from them since. Have you considered that there might be other instigators behind this?" Tang Tian inquired, lighting a cigarette. "My father is still investigating, but there are no leads at the moment. The matter is quite intricate. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Once again, she heard those words, and Zhang Lan sighed in resignation as she gazed at the man before her. "Tang Tian, what do I truly mean to you?"
Yang Lan.
A wise woman would not pose such questions. Tang Tian winked at her. Zhang Lan tightened her grip on the cup, her expression growing cold. Here she was, the esteemed chairperson of the Lanhua group, reduced to this for a man. Yet it seemed she had not lost much. As Tang Tian said, they were all adults. What commotion was that outside just now? Zhang Lan suddenly remembered to ask. "Nothing of concern. You can rest easy here. If you miss me, feel free to call." Tang Tian replied as he grabbed his coat. Is this man truly one to abandon his connection so easily? Was he leaving already? "Where are you going?" "I haven't visited the clinic today. Patients are waiting." "When did you open a clinic?" Zhang Lan asked, surprised, realizing she had not heard of Tang Tian having his own practice during her previous visits. "Just recently." Zhang Lan looked at him nervously. "May I come and see it?" "Of course." Tang Tian, with an air of nonchalance, spoke as he stepped out with Zhang Lan. The bloodstains at the entrance had yet to be cleared away, leaving Zhang Lan somewhat puzzled. Where did this blood come from? Perhaps some unfortunate soul had a nosebleed, Tang Tian remarked casually. Zhang Lan did not dwell on it for long and followed Tang Tian toward the clinic. Upon their arrival, it was customary to find patients already waiting. As they alighted from the carriage and beheld the clinic sign, Zhang Lan was taken aback. "Is this the clinic you mentioned? How do you find it? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Tang Tian smiled as he spoke, oblivious to the astonishment on Zhang Lan's face. The patients within the room, upon seeing Tang Tian's arrival, promptly rose to greet him, their tones imbued with respect. They had heard of Tang Tian's remarkable skills before their arrival, aware of his youth yet recognizing his exceptional medical prowess, which rendered them hesitant to show anything but reverence. "Please let us form a line here," he urged. Upon taking his seat, Tang Tian commenced his consultation with the patients. For him, attending to 10 patients was a matter of less than half an hour. Ailments deemed perplexing and insurmountable by others were mere trifles in Tang Tian's capable hands. "Doctor, can my rheumatic affliction be cured? It has plagued me for decades," inquired an elderly lady, supported by a young man as she settled into her seat. "Indeed it can." Tang Tian spoke with unwavering confidence. subsequently instructing the elderly lady to roll up her pant leg. After a brief exploration of several key points, he began to administer acupuncture. With just a few needles inserted, the expression on the elderly lady's face transformed. She grasped her son's hand tightly, exclaiming, "It's miraculous. Truly miraculous. So warm." Witnessing this, the others grew anxious, astonished by the small physician's remarkable prowess, as immediate results unfolded with just a few needles. Meanwhile, Zhanglan was preoccupied with examining the medical clinic. The Suxian building certainly held significant prestige. Who exactly was Tang Tian? How could he possibly take the helm of the Suxian building? This establishment is the largest chain of medical clinics in the Great Xia, and those who gain entry are no ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the rules of the Suxian building are rather peculiar. In the capital, there exists a similar Suxian building, where several renowned doctors she knows hold consultations. Chapter 87. The Legend of Suxian Building in the Capital. The Suxian building is perpetually bustling, with many needing to schedule appointments a month in advance. The consultation fees for the doctors there start in the millions. Why then does the Suxian building in Jiang City appear so desolate? Tang Tian's medical skills are exceptionally remarkable, so it is not surprising that he was able to enter the Suxian Tower. However, he previously mentioned that this was his clinic. In less than half an hour, Tang Tian had treated all the patients, and Lu Qiyuan brought over a cup of tea, saying, "Little divine doctor, you have worked hard. Please enjoy some tea." Tang Tian lifted the lid of the teacup, brushing aside the remnants of tea leaves, before turning to Zhanglan and inquiring, "You've been staring for quite some time. Do you have any questions? How did you come to be the proprietor of Suxian Lu?" With a hint of curiosity, Zhanglan replied, "You are acquainted with Suxian Lu?" Raising an eyebrow, Tang Tian asked, "What do you know of it?" Zhanglan nodded, "I know a bit. It is the largest chain of medical establishments in the country. Only the finest physicians are permitted to practice at Suxian Lu, and it is said that the enigmatic figure behind it possesses exceptional skills. Rumor has it that this individual's medical prowess surpasses even that of your master, capable of reviving the deceased and mending shattered bones. Quite extraordinary indeed. However, it is said that this person seldom makes an appearance in the world, and even when they do, they refrain from intervening to heal. There are whispers suggesting that the owner of Suxian Lu may not even possess medical knowledge at all. The exact truth eludes me, but it is evident that Suxian Lu is no ordinary establishment." Coughing slightly, Lu Qiyuan interjected, "Little divine doctor, your friend seems to be quite the conversationalist." Tang Tian cast a glance at Lu Qiyuan. To be frank, he harbored a certain curiosity about Suxian. However, he was disinclined to delve into matters the other party was reluctant to disclose. "I am unaware of those details, yet the Suxian building is under my purview now, and I am responsible for the patients here," Tang Tian interjected. Zhanglan furrowed her brow and turned her gaze toward Lu Qiyuan, who had turned away to approach the medicine cabinet, leaving her with only his silhouette. Her intuition suggested that this old shopkeeper was far from ordinary. Yet, in the presence of others, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing that there were indeed some rumors surrounding the Suxian building. "Having seen to the patients, it happens to be mealtime. Shall we go for a meal?" Tang Tian proposed with enthusiasm. Zhanglan, naturally, would not decline and followed him out the door. Once they were in the car, she finally spoke up, "Are you familiar with the Wuji Hall?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his knowledge. Although Zhanglan was not a martial artist, it was not uncommon for individuals of her social standing to possess insights beyond the grasp of ordinary people. It was said that Suxian Tower served as a branch of the Wujidian in various locations, and that the owner of Suxian Tower was the master of the Wujidian, Zhanglan whispered. Tang Tian was somewhat taken aback. This shouldn't be the case, right? The Wuji Hall oversees martial artists, while the Suxian Tower is dedicated to healing. There seems to be no inherent connection between the two. I have only heard rumors, mere whispers from the Jianghu, Zhanglan replied with a smile. Such matters are best taken lightly. Tang Tian responded nonchalantly, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. As he observed the person beside him, Zhanglan felt an unusual sensation arise within her. This man seemed like a treasure, growing increasingly valuable the more one delved into him. "Do you often bring President Chen here?" Zhanglan cautiously inquired after settling down. "No. This is a place owned by a friend of mine. She has never been here, Tang Tian replied, casting a half-smile in her direction. Why do you appear so anxious about her discovering you? Zhang Lan bit her lips slightly. How could she not be anxious? Wasn't her current relationship with Tang Tian akin to an affair? Yet, this fellow seemed oblivious to that fact, and she felt no inclination to clarify. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the Chu residence, Chu Lianshan was curled up, gritting her teeth, her entire being drenched in cold sweat. Tang Tian's medicine proved to be remarkably effective. She truly felt no different from the time she had been poisoned. Just then, the door swung open, revealing none other than her dear brother, the man responsible for her current plight, Chu Ming. What brings you here, my dear sister? He inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he languidly licked them, his eyes glinting with a deeper mirth. Chu Lianshan could only feel the throbbing pain, even the sound of his voice enveloped in a surreal haze, as she watched the man inch closer. What do you intend to do? The words spilled from her lips with great difficulty. What do I intend to do? Chu Ming scoffed, a cold laugh escaping him. You truly ask a profound question. I desire to see you suffer. Cannot you perceive that? If it weren't for your wretched mother, my own would not have perished, and I would not have borne the stigma of being an illegitimate child for so many years. Chu Lianshan took deep breaths, attempting to alleviate her anguish, and amidst her inhalations, she queried, What does this have to do with me? After uttering those words, Chu Ming turned and exited. Watching him retreat, Chu Lianshan clenched her fists. She could no longer delay. This man had grown increasingly deranged, and if this continued, the danger would extend beyond herself alone. That evening, at Chu Balan's birthday banquet, the attendees were prominent figures from Kyoto. Although the crowd lavished superficial compliments upon Chu Ming, their gazes towards Chu Lianshan bore more sincerity. After all, everyone was aware of the family's dynamics. Chu Lianshan was the legitimate daughter of Chu Balan, while Chu Ming was merely a powerful illegitimate son. Were Chu Lianshan a man, Chu Ming would have no place here. Standing beside Chu Ming, Chu Lianshan felt an overwhelming pressure. My dear sister, it seems everyone still prefers you, he remarked, his voice laced with an unsettling chill. After all, I am but a woman, she retorted. Chu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes reflecting a growing frostiness. At the dinner table, Chu Balan remained oblivious to the tension between them, simply appreciating the rare opportunity for family harmony. When he spoke, It is not easy for our family to share a meal together. Chu Lianshan nearly dropped her chopsticks in fright. Father, I do not wish to remain in Kyoto. She cautiously glanced at Chu Ming before continuing. Before Chu Balan, Chu Ming maintained an impeccable facade, embodying the image of the doting older brother. For years, Chu Balan had failed to notice any abnormalities, believing the siblings to share a warm bond. Father, I actually have a boyfriend, Chu Lianshan fabricated an excuse. Is that so? What does he do? Is he from Jiangqing? Hearing this, Chu Balan's interest was piqued, and he put down his chopsticks. The first image that flashed in Chu Lianshan's mind was that of Tang Tian, and she replied casually, He is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Traditional medicine is commendable, a true bearer of cultural heritage. Chu Balan exclaimed with a smile. I do not seek wealth for your marriage, only that he treats you sincerely. A pang of foreboding coursed through Chu Lianshan. She realized he was deliberately prodding her. Perhaps another time. He has been quite busy lately, she hastily replied. It would be absurd to conjure a boyfriend out of thin air, let alone actually summon Tang Tian. Nothing is more important than your marital prospects. Have him come. I shall send someone to fetch him. If there are work-related issues, I will resolve them. Chu Ming declared generously, as if he were the most caring brother. The others, witnessing the exchange, began to extol the bond between the siblings. Young Master Chu is truly kind to Miss Chu. Indeed, young Master Chu has always spoken fondly of Shanshan. Mr. Chu is fortunate to have such understanding children. Certainly, with such a fine young lady like Miss Chu, it is time for her to consider marriage. Originally, Chu Lianshan found herself in a precarious situation, and now, with everyone pressuring her, she felt utterly cornered, forced to acquiesce. Yet, the moment she agreed, regret washed over her. Where would she find the so-called boyfriend? Time was of the essence, and finding someone to impersonate him seemed implausible. Chu Ming was a man of terrifying insight, easily capable of detecting any ruse. Was it possible she would truly have to call Tang Tian? Jiangqing, Longhu Bay Villa. Tang Tian sneezed forcefully, casting a suspicious glance around him, feeling as though someone were speaking about him. Darling, I've prepared some noodles for you. Pushing open the door to the study, Chen Yingxue cautiously closed her laptop, frowning as she looked at him. Did I not mention that I am not hungry? A person is made of iron, and a meal is as essential as steel. One can hardly endure the pangs of hunger from skipping a meal. Tang Tian, with a serious expression, paid no heed to Chen Yingxue's actions as he placed a bowl of noodles before her. Though she had not felt hungry moments ago, the enticing aroma of the noodles suddenly awakened her appetite. Yet, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Tang Tian, why are you so kind to me? Because you are my wife. It is my duty to do so.
Tang Tian replied austerely.
Chen Yingxue's gaze drifted to the space between his legs, and she warned, you better not have any ulterior motives. As he leaned closer, resting one hand on the back of her chair, he provocatively responded, and if I did have other intentions, what would you do about it? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Chen Yingxue's heart raced whenever this man drew near. To claim she did not harbor feelings for Tang Tian felt almost implausible. Why you should keep your distance? She stammered in her flustered state, but Tang Tian merely smiled at her. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Instinctively biting her lip, she was interrupted by the sudden ringing of the phone on the table. Tang Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. Why was it that crucial moments were always interrupted by a phone call? Chen Yingxue quickly answered the call, and on the other end, she heard the voice of Chen Jingwei. Xiaoxue, swiftly take Tang Tian to the hospital. Your grandfather has fallen at home and is currently receiving emergency treatment. We are on our way. In an instant, Chen Yingxue sprang to her feet. Grandfather has fallen. Come. We must hurry to the hospital. Tang Tian did not hesitate, swiftly leading Chen Yingxue downstairs. Once in the car, he reminded her to fasten her seatbelt before accelerating with fervor. Chen Yingxue felt as though her back would detach from the seat, prompting her to urgently exclaim, Tang Tian, slow down. The scenery outside the windows whizzed by at an alarming pace, instilling a sense of fear within her. A glance at the speedometer revealed that they had reached maximum velocity. Fear not, my driving skills are exceptional, Tang Tian assured her confidently, showing no intention of decelerating. Chen Yingxue's face turned pale as she observed Tang Tian's hands deftly maneuvering the steering wheel with remarkable speed. At this moment, Tang Tian was wholly engrossed in driving, his thoughts consumed by the safety of the elderly gentleman. It is well known that the elderly are particularly fragile. A single fall could very well prove fatal. Hence, time was of the essence. If he could arrive in time, he might enhance the old man's chances of survival. Chen Yingxue, having descended into utter despair, closed her eyes and chose to place her faith in Tang Tian. Fortunately, their journey thus far had been free of mishaps, but shortly after descending the mountain, several police cars began to trail behind them. However, it was evident that they were unable to catch up. Ahead, a few patrol cars attempted to block their path, but Tang Tian skillfully evaded them. He was now driving at breakneck speed, far exceeding the limit. In less than 20 minutes, he covered what would typically take an hour, bringing the car to a halt at the hospital entrance. Grabbing the still-dazed Chen Yingxue, he rushed inside. Upon locating the emergency room where the elderly man was being treated, they found the Chen family already assembled outside. Inside, the resuscitation efforts were ongoing, and the situation remained unclear. I don't know. I just heard a loud thud, and when I went outside, the old gentleman was lying on the staircase. The nurse appeared visibly shaken. The Chen family had paid a substantial sum for her to care for the old man's daily needs. Should anything untoward happen to him, she would bear the brunt of the blame. Just then, the door to the emergency room swung open, prompting the Chen family to converge eagerly. Doctor, what is the situation? The physician shook his head solemnly. I am sorry, but we... Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past, rushing into the room. As if a jest could be made, how could the old gentleman succumb with Tang Tian present? Chapter 89. Resuscitation from the brink of death. Family members are not permitted inside. A young nurse attempted to halt him at the entrance, but Tang Tian, like a wraith, glided past her in an instant. Before the nurse could comprehend the swift movement, Tang Tian was already at the elderly man's side. They had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Many patients, overwhelmed by distress, would even lash out at them in desperation. Without hesitation, Tang Tian tore open the elderly man's clothing and swiftly inserted 2 silver needles into him. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in the room in a state of shock. Are you a family member of the patient? What are you doing? Are you aware that this is a profound disrespect to the deceased? As the words were spoken, 2 doctors rushed forward to restrain Tang Tian. But the moment the silver needles were inserted, the 2 men found themselves immobilized. I am not only a relative of the patient, but also a physician, Tang Tian calmly declared. I can save him. Do not disturb me. At that moment, the Chun family burst in, with Chen Haoshuan pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Tian, exclaiming, You worthless fool! What are you doing?
Tang Tian.
Cease this at once. Chun Jinghui joined in the reprimand. The old man was already deceased. How could they allow Tang Tian to tamper with his remains? I can bring him back to life, Tang Tian asserted with conviction. You young fool! Do you truly consider yourself a deity? This man is dead. How can you possibly save him? Chun Jingming retorted angrily. This is sheer nonsense. Utterly absurd. Chun Jinghui, as the head of the family, felt compelled to intervene at such a critical juncture, questioning, Tang Tian, can you truly revive the old man? Tang Tian skillfully inserted silver needles into the old man's acupoints while conversing with the Chun family. I can save him. His confident tone instilled a greater sense of trust in Chun Jinghui. After all, when they first met, Tang Tian had demonstrated his extraordinary medical skills by swiftly curing the old man of a terminal illness. Thus, Chun Jinghui held a firm belief in his abilities. Everyone, quiet, let him save him, Chun Jinghui declared decisively. Chun Yingshu anxiously glanced at Tang Tian, her eyes brimming with tears. When she heard the doctor say they had done all they could, she nearly collapsed to the ground. In this family, her grandfather shared the closest bond with her, and the thought of losing him would devastate her. Aware of this, Tang Tian felt compelled to save him. After Chun Jinghui nodded in agreement, the crowd ceased their objections. You worthless fool! If you cannot save my grandfather, I will make you pay. Chen Haoshuan roared, his body trembling with rage, his eyes turning crimson, and his breathing growing increasingly rapid. Beside him, Chun Jingming was curious. When had this young man grown so attached to the old man? In his memory, Chen Haoshuan had always believed that the old man favored others, leading to a distant relationship. So why was he now displaying such anxiety? Tang Tianping held his breath, concentrating intently, as he meticulously used silver needles to inscribe a 9-square grid upon the elderly gentleman's chest. The doctors nearby were utterly bewildered, questioning the nature of this life-saving technique. Although they were practitioners of Western medicine, they possessed a modicum of understanding regarding traditional Chinese medicine. However, they had never encountered such an acupuncture method before. Tang Tian produced an exquisitely slender golden needle, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. The fate of the old master now rested upon this single needle. Young man, this technique is extraordinary. It must not be revealed except in dire circumstances, lest it invite peril upon yourself. Do you understand? Master, just how remarkable is this technique? Remarkable? This is the most formidable needle technique in existence, capable of resurrecting the deceased. In his mind, the conversation with Qi and echoed once more. Tang Tian gradually closed his eyes, murmuring in his mind, Master, this is indeed a moment of urgency. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and plunged the golden needle into the center of the old gentleman's chest. With a hum, as the needle pierced through, the other silver needles embedded in the old man's chest began to quiver in response. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, slender red threads began to extend from the old man's chest. What kind of acupuncture technique is this? A nearby doctor exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Although he was not a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he could clearly see that with this single needle, the capillaries within the old gentleman's body were becoming visible. Goodness, after years of practicing medicine, he had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a technique. Tang Tian turned to the doctor beside him, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly reined in that malevolence. His master had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing this acupuncture technique unless absolutely necessary, warning it could bring dire consequences. Yet, having already employed the technique, he could not simply eliminate everyone present. Could he? At that moment, the instruments nearby suddenly emitted a series of beeps, and the nurse's eyes widened in astonishment. The patient has a heartbeat. Blood pressure is beginning to stabilize. They are alive. Truly alive. My goodness! Is this the marvel of medical science? Could this be the extraordinary prowess of our great Xia's traditional Chinese medicine? Excitement surged throughout the resuscitation room, as none had ever witnessed such remarkable medical skill. A person who had just been declared unequivocally dead had miraculously returned to life within mere minutes, a phenomenon that would provide ample fodder for boasting in front of others for the rest of their lives. Who among them had ever witnessed the resurrection of the deceased? Tang Tian let out a long sigh before removing the needles from the old man's body, only to begin inserting them into his head. The old man, advanced in age, suffered from vascular embolism, making him susceptible to accidents from a simple fall. A few Western doctors observed with keen interest. Prior to this, they had held a firm belief that Western medicine was superior. However, Tang Tian's performance today completely shattered their perception of traditional Chinese medicine. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly as he cautioned while administering acupuncture. I hope you all pretend not to have seen what transpired today. In that moment, Chun Jinghui seemed to suddenly comprehend the old gentleman's profound regard for Tang Tian. This young man represented, in a sense, a piece of resurrection armor for the Qin family. Chapter 90. Doubt instantaneously, Chun Jinghui found himself compelled to reevaluate his son-in-law. Although he was unaware of why Tang Tian preferred to keep his illustrious deeds under wraps, Chun Yingxue nonetheless cast a warning glance at the doctor beside her. The doctor instantly grasped her meaning. After all, this was Chairman Chun of the Chun Group, a figure he could not afford to provoke. Since they wished to keep today's events confidential, it would be prudent for the witnesses present to act as though they had seen nothing. Otherwise, should word of this incident leak, it would not be difficult to trace back to them. The Chun Group wielded tremendous influence in Jiangqing, a power far beyond the reach of mere individuals like themselves. As Tang Tian administered a few needles, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather! Upon seeing him awaken, Chun Yingxue was the first to rush forward. However, Chen Haoshuan instinctively took a step back, a reaction that struck Qin Jingming as peculiar. Just a moment ago, the boy had not exhibited such trepidation. Why the sudden change in demeanor? The man on the bed surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Where am I? Who are you?
Tang Tian Eklai.
The old gentleman likely sustained a head injury during his fall, which has led to his memory issues. Is there any possibility of recovery? Chun Yingxue asked anxiously. It's uncertain, Tang Tian replied with a shake of his head. Despite his remarkable medical skills, he was not a miracle worker, and such irreversible damage was beyond his capacity to rectify. However, I do have a prescription that might help the old gentleman. If circumstances permit, we could see results in about a week. Dad, do you recognize me? Chun Jinghui and the others hurriedly approached with queries. Chun Yumin looked utterly bewildered, shaking his head in confusion regardless of who asked, as if he truly did not recognize anyone. At that moment, the Chun family felt a tumult of emotions. The good news was that he was alive, but the bad news was that he had lost his memory. Grandfather, do you remember me? Seizing the moment, Chun Haoshuan stepped forward to grasp the old man's hand, his voice tinged with anxiety. Chun Yumin scrutinized him deeply, causing Chen Haoshuan to break into a sweat. I don't know you, Chen Yumin replied, clutching his head in pain. It hurts. It really hurts. The nearby doctor, sensing the urgency, quickly arranged for Chun Yumin to be moved to a hospital room. Outside the ward, the Chun family congregated, with Chun Yingxue anxiously asking Tang Tian, is there truly a chance for my grandfather's memory to be restored? It's uncertain. I can only do my utmost, Tang Tian replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Chun Haoshuan visibly sighed in relief, which only deepened Chun Jingming's suspicions that the young man was concealing something. It was a relief that the old man was safe. After all, Tang Tian had mentioned he had a prescription to treat such conditions. Perhaps they should allow him to try it first. Hearing this, Shen Yushu expressed her discontent with a pout. Elder brother, we are not versed in medicine. If something were to happen to the old gentleman, we wouldn't know how to manage it. I propose that we have Tang Tian stay here to keep watch. If he finds it overwhelming, we can hire another caregiver. You and Xiaoxue need to work, and I have never cared for anyone before, and as for Qian, she certainly wouldn't know how to handle these matters. How about I stay? A voice spoke up, causing everyone to turn in astonishment towards the corner where Chen Haoxuan stood. It was known that Chen Haoxuan was the pampered young master of the Chen family, raised in luxury. Such responsibilities were far from his usual sphere. Furthermore, with the old gentleman recently passing the company to Chen Yingxue, it was remarkable that Chen Haoxuan would express such sentiments, revealing a depth of filial piety. Chen Jinghui was equally surprised by Chen Haoxuan's initiative but still responded, Haoxuan, I will convey your intentions to grandfather, but you are a grown man. How can you care for someone? He contemplated for a moment, realizing that Shen Yushu had a point. This entire family was unaccustomed to caring for others, having relied on nannies for their daily needs. Tang Tian, I trust you will keep an eye on the old gentleman for the next few days. Chen Jingwei instructed, his expression serious. No problem, Dad.
Tang Tian répondait readily.
He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the old gentleman, who had played a significant role in his marriage to Chen Yingxue and had entrusted the company to her. Yet, he remained curious as to why Chen Haoxuan had chosen to voice such sentiments. Tang Tian cast a glance, causing Chen Haoxuan to immediately lower his head, seemingly filled with a sense of guilt. Once everything was arranged, the others departed, leaving only Tang Tian at the hospital. After taking his medication, Chen Yumin fell asleep in a private room, which included a companion bed that did not disturb Tang Tian's rest. Just as he was about to step outside for a smoke, he opened the door to find Chen Yingxue standing at the threshold. I was worried, she said, entering the room to assess the old man's condition. Upon seeing him peacefully asleep, she finally felt a sense of relief. Tang Tian beckoned to Chen Yingxue. Though she felt suspicious, she followed him outside. What's the matter? Don't you think the old man's fall is somewhat peculiar? Tang Tian inquired in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Chen Yingxue, being an astute individual, immediately sensed the underlying implication in Tang Tian's words. Tang Tian calmly began his analysis. After the old man was treated by me last time, he should not be stumbling while walking. His health ought to be more robust than before. Moreover, did you notice something amiss with Chen Haoxuan just now? Upon hearing this, Chen Yingxue nodded in agreement. Although Chen Haoxuan was not entirely uneducated, he had never displayed the filial piety necessary to remain and care for his grandfather. In the past, whenever his grandfather fell ill, he would merely glance over and make some excuse to leave. Yet today he took the initiative to stay and care for the old man, which is indeed quite unusual. Are you suggesting that you suspect Grandpa did not fall by himself but was pushed by him? Chen Yingxue directly articulated Tang Tian's conclusion. Tang Tian nodded and inquired, does your grandfather have surveillance cameras at home? The notion seemed absurd, yet he recalled that there were indeed cameras at the entrance. Chen Yingxue's eyes sparkled. The old man's door was equipped with monitoring devices. Chapter 91. A night together. If Chen Haoxuan had truly visited their residence, he would be inextricably linked to the incident. However, Chen Yingxue quickly regained her composure. It seemed implausible. Chen Haoxuan lacked the audacity, and why would he ever harm their grandfather? Regardless of any grievances, he could not possibly resort to such actions against their own grandfather. It was worth noting that, had Tang Tian not arrived in time, Chen Yumin might have already been cremated. I merely sensed something amiss, hence I felt compelled to inform you, Tang Tian remarked with a calm demeanor. After all, this pertained to the Chen family. He merely expressed his thoughts, leaving the course of action to Chen Yingxue's discretion. Meanwhile, Chen Haoxuan hastily exited the vehicle, accompanied by another individual. Young Master Chen, are you in such a rush at this late hour? The man yawned, carrying a computer bag as he descended. Shoo! Chen Haoxuan gestured for silence, whispering, aren't you supposed to be the professional? Quickly erase the surveillance footage from the door lock. It must be completely wiped. Upon hearing this, the man furrowed his brow and glanced at him, Young Master Chun, you wouldn't happen to have done something improper, would you? Chun Haoshuan's expression darkened, his tone laced with menace. It's South, not your place to question me. The man immediately complied, pulling out his computer to commence his tasks. A cable connected the computer to the door lock, and within 10 minutes, the operation was complete. Chun Haoshuan remained vigilant, ensuring all traces were erased before hastily departing with the man. No sooner had Chun Haoshuan left than Chun Yingshua's vehicle arrived at the doorstep. At that moment, Chun Haoshuan had escorted the man to a bustling district, handing him a bank card. There are 50,000 within. Consider it payment for your computer. This evening's events must remain confidential. The man's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. Is that all? 50,000 is merely a fraction of your monthly salary. Chun Haoshuan glared at him menacingly. I strongly advise you to keep your mouth shut about today's occurrences, or your family might find you at the river. Faced with Chun Haoshuan's intimidation, the man nodded vigorously. Being the heir of the Chun family, he dared not provoke him, resigning himself to leave the computer behind as he exited the vehicle. Once the man departed, Chun Haoshuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chan Yingxue stood at the entrance, anxiously urging the individual before her. What's taking so long? Is it truly so complicated to adjust the surveillance? Miss Chen, the surveillance footage has been deleted. It's been erased, the man replied, turning back in bewilderment. How could this happen? Chun Yingxue furrowed her brow. Is it possible to trace who deleted it and when? That is uncertain. However, there are no recordings available, and the surveillance function appears to have been disabled, the man cautiously informed her. Miss Chun, could it be that the system was never activated? Chun Yingxue was unaware, as the house had always been occupied by the old man, and the door lock had been replaced this year. Thus, she was uncertain whether the surveillance had ever been operational. Consequently, this lead was severed. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Chun Yingxue settled the bill with the man and sent him on his way. With an incident occurring at home and the housekeeper on leave, she could not ascertain whether Chun Haoshuan had visited prior to her arrival. After some contemplation, she decided to contact several bodyguards, instructing them to stand watch at the hospital the following morning. As for how the old man had sustained his injuries, she would have to wait until he regained his memory to uncover the truth. She fervently hoped that Chun Haoshuan was not the culprit. After all, they were family, and Chun Yingxue wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, within the hospital, Tang Tian stifled a yawn as he reclined on the bed, closing his eyes. To be candid, he was somewhat apprehensive about falling asleep. It was not that he harbored any particular fears. Rather, it was the presence of the old gentleman that troubled him. He feared that should the minions of the White Serpent come to trouble him, they might inadvertently harm the venerable elder. Had he not momentarily forgotten this concern, he would have resolutely chosen not to remain in this place. As Tang Tian struggled to find sleep, his phone vibrated in his pocket, a message from Zhonglan illuminating the screen. Were it not for this message, he might have almost forgotten that he was still in Jiangqing. Just as he tucked his phone away, Chun Yingxue pushed the door open and walked in.
I am worried.
Chun Yingxue stated plainly. It was not so much concern for Tang Tian, but rather a lingering feeling that, as her grandfather's most cherished granddaughter, she ought to be by his side during such times. She set her bag down and plopped onto the adjacent hospital bed. From the weariness in her eyes, Tang Tian discerned her fatigue. It was already past midnight, and she had to report to the office early the next day. In the midst of their conversation, Tang Tian took the initiative to tidy the bedding for Chun Yingxue. The blankets had just been changed that evening, fresh and clean. And what about you? Chun Yingxue instinctively inquired, glancing at him. Me? Tang Tian replied with a mischievous grin. Why not share the bed? Chun Yingshue's brow furrowed immediately. There's a hotel nearby. Perhaps you should book a room? Dear, this bed isn't small. It's ample enough to accommodate both of us. Tang Tian shamelessly retorted. The spacious accompanying bed in the deluxe ward measured a generous 1.5 meters, and a little squeeze would suffice for the two of them. I am still uneasy with you two here. Besides, should anything happen to Grandpa, it would be safer for me to be nearby, don't you agree? Tang Tian continued. Tang Tian, you'd better behave yourself. Chun Yingxue gritted her teeth, tacitly conceding to Tang Tian's proposition. Tang Tian was filled with joy and immediately burrowed into the bed. Chen Yingxue had never shared a bed with a man before, and she felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. However, it seemed she had no other choice but to lie down. Yet, she dared not draw closer to Tang Tian. It was as if an entire galaxy separated them. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Tang Tian's lips as he reached out and turned off the lights in the hospital room. Chen Yingxue was momentarily startled and instinctively attempted to sit up, only to be restrained by a firm hand. Chapter 92. Nine-leaf chimeflower, what are you doing? Chen Yingxue whispered in indignation, acutely aware of the heat rising in her cheeks. Tang Tian's hand ceased its restless movements, and he spoke softly, let's turn off the lights and sleep. Rest assured, I shall remain perfectly still. As she closed her eyes, Chen Yingxue felt the weight of Tang Tian's hand resting upon her. An unsettling sensation enveloped her, particularly around her heart, which felt as if it might leap from her chest. The two lay together on the same bed. How could Tang Tian possibly be oblivious to the sound of her racing heartbeat? Though this woman professed her disdain for him, her frantic pulse had already betrayed her true feelings. Tang Tian effortlessly pulled the person into his embrace, only to have the latter instinctively exert all their strength in an attempt to push him away, only to realize that they were utterly unable to do so. Tang Tian's magnetic voice lingered in her ear. Wife, don't move around too much, or you'll wake Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Chen Yingxue indeed quieted down, lowering her voice to inquire, Tang Tian, what are you planning to do? Chen Yingxue's eyelids twitched violently. This phrase sounded oddly familiar. Had she not just heard it moments ago? However, this time, Tang Tian truly settled down, soon breathing evenly at her side, as if he had fallen asleep. Only then did Chen Yingxue relax somewhat. With her eyes closed, she caught a faint hint of medicinal fragrance emanating from Tang Tian, allowing her to gradually calm herself. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she found herself peacefully drifting into slumber within Tang Tian's embrace. Due to the relentless pressures of her work, she rarely experienced restful sleep, often awakening numerous times throughout the night. Yet, miraculously, last night, nestled in Tang Tian's arms, she slept soundly until 7 in the morning. It was not until the nurse arrived to deliver medication to the elderly gentleman that Chen Yingxue stirred from her slumber. The young nurse, upon opening the door and witnessing the scene, chose to pretend she hadn't seen anything, hastily placing down the medication before leaving. Awake, Tang Tian gazed at the woman in his arms with a smile. Chen Yingxue hurriedly sat up, her expression betraying her unease. I need to go to the office. The bodyguards will be arriving shortly. I've already informed them. After uttering these words, Chen Yingxue rushed out, and Tang Tian did not pursue her, maintaining a smile on his face. Although their relationship had not progressed to intimacy, Chen Yingxue had at least come to terms with her feelings. After all, they had shared the same bed for the night. At that moment, Chen Yumin beside them also began to awaken. Tang Tian hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, Grandfather, do you feel unwell? Young man, thank you. Chen Yumin replied with a benevolent smile, still failing to recognize him. Before long, the bodyguards arranged by Chen Yingxue arrived. After Tang Tian exchanged pleasantries with the bodyguards, he departed, as he still needed to go to the medical clinic to prepare medicine for the elder. Just as the car had not ventured far, his phone rang. It was a call from Chu Lianshan. Tang Tian, do you have some time in the next couple of days? Chu Lianshan inquired cautiously from the other end of the line. What's the matter, Sister Lianshan? Is there something you need? Could you come to Kyoto? My father wishes to meet you, Chu Lianshan said, biting her lip. Originally, she intended to concoct an excuse to avoid the conversation, but to her surprise, she had been compelled to make this call to Tang Tian at the breakfast table that very morning. Tang Tian was no fool. He understood that Chu Lianshan's situation within the Chu family was rather precarious. Her urgent phone call undoubtedly signaled that she was in trouble, prompting him to respond, I will arrive this afternoon. After hanging up, Chu Lianshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I will inquire about my brother-in-law's flight schedule. I shall personally go to receive him, Chu Ming remarked with a smile. Then I shall arrange for a banquet this evening to properly welcome this future son-in-law.
Chu Bailin Eco, Equali Palit.
Chu Ming cast a glance at Chu Lianshan but chose not to elaborate further, as the individual was certainly coming today, and he would have the opportunity to meet him regardless. In Jiangcheng, at the Suxian building, due to Tang Tian's exceptional medical skills, the clinic had been bustling with patients in recent days, with some arriving as early as 6 in the morning to queue. However, Lu Qiyuan steadfastly adhered to the principle of not disrupting the market, allowing only the first 10 patients each day, subsequently sending the rest away. When Tang Tian entered, he only saw the patient and did not catch sight of Lu Qiyuan. Little divine doctor. Upon seeing Tang Tian, the crowd gathered around him, greeting him with cheerful smiles. Tang Tian did not dwell on the matter for long. After taking his seat, he began to inquire about the patient's condition. A few minutes later, Lu Qiyuan descended from the upper floor. However, upon his arrival, Tang Tian distinctly heard a noise emanating from above. Is there someone upstairs? He cast a wary glance at Lu Qiyuan. No, it's probably just that I didn't place my belongings properly, and they fell, Lu Qiyuan quickly replied. Tang Tian nodded and continued to administer acupuncture to the patients. He swiftly attended to the 10 patients before personally preparing medicine for the elderly gentleman. Before long, 2 men entered the clinic. Are you here to purchase medicine? What do you require? Lu Qiyuan greeted them with a warm smile. Tang Tian yawned beside the cauldron, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Prior to his arrival, Suxian building had operated solely as a dispensary, devoid of any physicians. However, Suxian possessed remarkable skills, for this establishment boasted an array of rare medicinal herbs that one would not find in ordinary locales. Nine Leaf, the man spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyuan's pupils dilated in surprise, while Tang Tian cast a suspicious glance in his direction. Typically has 7 leaves per branch. Where could this 9-leaf variety possibly come from? I have never even heard of it. Follow me upstairs, Lu Qiyuan instructed the 2 men, turning back to Tang Tian with a smile. Observing the 2 ascend the staircase, Tang Tian deduced that they were martial artists of considerable rank. Their footsteps on the wooden stairs were nearly silent, indicative of their lightness, a trait often possessed by those skilled in internal energy. This prompted Tang Tian to recall Zhonglan's words from the previous day. Could it be that Suxian building truly had connections to Wuji Hall? Driven by curiosity, he made his way up the stairs. However, upon reaching the top, he discovered that one of the 2 men was stationed at the stairway, his gaze sharpening with vigilance upon spotting Tang Tian. Continue with your concoctions, the man said coldly, crossing his arms defensively, exuding an aura unmistakably belonging to a martial artist. Such a presence would typically intimidate an ordinary individual, yet Tang Tian merely smiled and replied, as a physician here, it is hardly excessive for me to retrieve a few items, is it? As he spoke, Tang Tian's gaze drifted to the room behind the man. This chamber housed medicinal materials, while another section was designated for patient consultations. The innermost room was Su Xian's private quarters. At that moment, Lu Qiyuan and the other man must have entered Su Xian's room. Come back later, the man reiterated coldly, showing no intent to engage Tang Tian physically. I can wait, but my medicine cannot, Tang Tian retorted. Tang Tian let out a cold snort. Do you take me for a fool? In that moment, Tang Tian suddenly launched into action, a silver needle swiftly piercing the man's neck. The warrior was caught off guard, and before he could react, his entire body went numb, causing him to faint instantly. Tang Tian took a few swift steps to Xu Yuan's door and forcefully kicked it open. The resounding crash startled Lu Qiyuan and the man inside. Lu Qiyuan, who was perched on a ladder retrieving a box from the medicine cabinet, lost his balance and tumbled down at the unexpected noise. Old shopkeeper, are you all right? Tang Tian hurriedly stepped forward to assist, while the man merely observed the scene with a cold gaze. What happened, little divine doctor? Why did you kick the door? Lu Qiyuan, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, inquired with a pained expression. Tang Tian helped the man up from the ground and cast a cold glance at him. Old shopkeeper, you must be concealing something from me, don't you think? What do you mean, little divine physician? It must be noted that Lu Qiyuan was a long-time assistant in this establishment, while Su Xian was the proprietor, and he seemed merely an employee. Although Lu Qiyuan typically adhered to his every command and could freely spend the shop's funds, Tang Tian felt an unsettling ignorance about Su Xian Lu 7 Leaf, old shopkeeper, This is the most fundamental of pharmacology. Tang Tian spoke in a low voice. Kid, if we could procure the medicine elsewhere, would we still come here? The man across from him scoffed. With your abilities, how could you possibly be a physician? In an effort to alleviate Tang Tian's suspicions, Lu Qiyuan opened the box in hand, revealing a fresh specimen of the 9-leaf. What was most remarkable was that it appeared to be freshly harvested, its roots enveloped in moss, presenting an eerie sight. Tang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? After years of studying medicine, he had never heard of the 9 leaves heavy tower. Little divine doctor, do you doubt my words? Lu Qiyuan said as he handed the box to the man, gently rubbing his lower back. These rare herbs cannot be found elsewhere. They can only be purchased from us. Where did this come from? Tang Tian inquired with curiosity. I am unsure. It was delivered by someone sent by the owner. Once the buyer is arranged, they will come to collect it on time. As for payment, it remains as per usual. We shall take our leave now. The man, cradling the box, turned to depart. Observing Lu Qiyuan massaging his back, Tang Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ahem, perhaps I could give you a couple of acupuncture points? He had initially thought there was some secret to the Suxian building, only to realize they were merely there to procure medicine. Let us step outside for the treatment. With Tang Tian's assistance, Lu Qiyuan exited, only to find the earlier man glaring at him with a dark expression. Blast! I completely forgot about that. My apologies. Tang Tian exclaimed as he rushed to revive the man who had fallen. However, the individual bore no ill will, merely casting a deep glance at him before leaving. Witnessing this, Lu Qiyuan regarded Tang Tian with a newfound depth in his gaze. Once in the adjacent room, as Tang Tian administered acupuncture to Lu Qiyuan, he curiously asked, Old shopkeeper, who exactly is the owner of Suxian building? A person capable of procuring herbs I am unfamiliar with must be extraordinary. How could I possibly know the owner's affairs? Lu Qiyuan gasped. Little divine doctor, this clinic is now yours, and the profits belong to you. Why harbor such suspicions? Tang Tian, feeling slightly sheepish, coughed lightly. The two individuals earlier were martial artists, which made me wary of any potential issues. It is precisely these martial artists who require special herbs, so it is not unusual for a few to visit our clinic, Lu Qiyuan elucidated. Tang Tian inquired further about Suxian, yet Lu Qiyuan claimed ignorance. His demeanor suggested a genuine lack of knowledge. Even if he were aware, it was likely he would withhold information. Consequently, Tang Tian refrained from pressing further, and instead plunged a silver needle forcefully into Lu Qiyuan's flank. A cry of agony escaped Lu Qiyuan as he immediately straightened his posture. Tang Tian swiftly withdrew the needle, and Lu Qiyuan felt as if the aching discomfort in his waist had vanished in an instant. He could move about freely without the slightest trace of unease. Little divine doctor, your medical skills are truly remarkable, Lu Qiyuan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. It's not too bad, old shopkeeper. In the future, you must inform me of such matters in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. Tang Tian replied with a smile. Absolutely, absolutely, Lu Qiyuan hastily agreed. Just then, a burnt odor wafted into the air, and Tang Tian was taken aback. Oh no, my medicine. Upon returning downstairs, he discovered that the concoction in the medicine pot had been reduced to charred remains. Tang Tian, feeling helpless, had no choice but to prepare the medicine anew. However, during the process, his mind wandered back to the earlier events. Everything seemed flawless, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He recalled Jiang Lan mentioning that there was also a Suxian building in the capital, and since he had promised Chu Lianshan to visit Kyoto, why not take the opportunity to explore the differences in this Suxian building? The patients in this establishment were not ordinary, so the old gentleman accompanied by bodyguards did not attract undue attention. These bodyguards were professionally trained, which gave Tang Tian peace of mind as he entrusted the old man to them. I leave the care of him to you. Heiress the medicine. Give him 1 pill before bed each night. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. After hastily giving his instructions, Tang Tian headed for the airport, making a quick call to Chen Yingxue along the way. Chen Yingxue, somewhat suspicious, wondered why he suddenly needed to go to Kyoto. The last time was for medical reasons, but what about now? Nevertheless, She dismissed her concerns, remembering their prior agreement to respect each other's freedom. Fortunately, he had the decency to leave medicine for her grandfather, so she felt reassured about his well-being. Just as she hung up, her phone rang again. Chapter 94. Surveillance footage. Hello? Chen Yingxue answered, and a male voice came through. Miss Chen, I have something you might find interesting. What is it? Chen Yingxue asked, frowning as she glanced at the incoming number, which was local. The surveillance footage from outside your home. Her heart raced at this revelation. Who are you? How do you have the surveillance footage from my home? Miss Chen, if you want this footage, meet me at the CAF downstairs from your company in half an hour. I want 300,000. The man stated his price plainly. Chen Yingxue hesitated for a moment before responding. Money is not the issue, but I want to see the footage. Miss Chen, I can only show it to you in person, the man replied coolly. See you soon. After ending the call, Chen Yingxue felt her heart quicken. She had no time to focus on work and quickly informed her secretary before heading downstairs. Before leaving, she retrieved 300,000 in cash from her office safe and placed it into a canvas bag. The bag had a zipper, concealing its contents from prying eyes. Noticing her departure, the bodyguards instinctively followed, but she stopped them, saying, "You don't need to come with me." Minutes later, Chen Yingxue arrived at the CAF, finding a corner table where she placed the canvas bag beside her. After ordering a cup of coffee, she began to play with her phone, noting that half of the 30 minutes had already elapsed. Although she seemed engrossed in her phone, she occasionally glanced toward the entrance. Each person who entered was scrutinized, but after a long wait, the individual she was expecting had yet to arrive. Just then, a lean man with reflective hair, wearing a black mask and appearing somewhat disheveled, entered the CAF, ordered a coffee, and headed straight for her table. Upon seeing him, Chen Yingxue suddenly regretted not bringing her bodyguards. What if he attempted to harm her or snatch her money? Miss Chen, the man said with a slight smile. Chen Yingxue had a poor impression of him and wasted no time, demanding, "Where's the footage you promised to show me?" Without hesitation, the man pulled out his phone, opened a video and presented it to her. Chen Yingxue instinctively reached for the phone, but the man blocked her, stating, "Miss Chen, you may look, but do not touch." Frowning, she leaned closer. At once, she recognized the footage from her grandfather's front door, complete with a timestamp from several days prior. "Where did you acquire this?" she asked warily. "Miss Chen, that's not for you to inquire about, but I believe you will want this," he replied, reclining casually in his chair. "Do you have the footage from last night?" Chen Yingxue asked coldly. "I have footage from the past month." Her heart raced at this information. Although she was uncertain how he obtained it, it was undoubtedly crucial for her. With this footage, she would be able to determine if Chen Haoxuan had entered the villa before her grandfather's fall. If he had, then the incident might not have been an accident. "Send it all to me," she insisted decisively. The man rubbed his fingers together in front of her. "And the money?" Without hesitation, she handed him the bag. "It's all there." 300,000 might seem substantial to others, but to Chen Yingxue, it was merely a figure. The man opened the zipper just enough to confirm its contents, then satisfied, closed it again. "A chairperson of such a large corporation like yours shouldn't quibble over such a sum." As he spoke, he added Chen Yingxue's contact information and promptly sent her the files. "Thank you, Miss Chen." He grabbed the canvas bag and prepared to leave, but Chen Yingxue called out, "I may not know who you are, but I hope you understand who I am." The man, not foolish, recognized her implication and replied, "Rest assured, Miss Chen, I am not from Jiangqing. I am merely a worker. I bought a ticket to leave Jiangqing tonight." Pleased with his response, Chen Yingxue nodded, acknowledging his cleverness. Once outside, the man casually attached the canvas bag to the front clasp of his electric bike and sped away, humming a tune. To him, this was an unexpected windfall. The night before, he had secretly copied the surveillance footage onto a USB drive from Chen Haoxuan's car. Upon reviewing it, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. However, he understood its significance to Chen Haoxuan and had initially intended to extort him. Now, upon hearing chatter in their technical group about Chen Yingxue seeking the surveillance footage, he recognized this as his opportunity to turn the tables. Regardless of what the footage contained, it was undoubtedly valuable to the Chen family. Everyone in Jiangqing knew of the competitive dynamic between Chen Yingxue and Chen Haoshuan, and with Chen Yingxue now at the helm of the Chen Group, the man confidently chose to sell the footage to her. 300,000 was a perfectly fitting amount. Upon returning to her office, Chen Yingxue eagerly searched for the surveillance footage from the day her grandfather had fallen, instantly beginning to play it at double speed. To her astonishment, she indeed saw Chen Haoshuan's figure on the screen. Chen Haoshuan arrived in the evening, precisely 20 minutes before she received the phone call. This timing coincides almost perfectly with the moment the old man fell, suggesting that Tang Tian's suspicions were indeed correct. The incident involving grandfather is likely connected to Chen Haoshuan. No wonder this fellow was so eager to curry favor yesterday. It seems he was feeling guilty. It is highly probable that the surveillance footage was deleted by Chen Haoshuan and his accomplices, yet one of them was astute enough to leave a trail, which is how the footage ultimately came into her possession. Chapter 95. The Supreme Golden Dragon Card Kyoto, Airport. As Tang Tian stepped outside, he immediately spotted Chu Lianshan waiting for him, and he greeted her with a warm smile. Sister Shan. Upon seeing Tang Tian, Chu Lianshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She could not quite articulate why, but an uneasy feeling lingered in her heart. A fear that he might not show up and was merely toying with her. I thought you wouldn't come, she admitted. How could I not? I promised you, Tang Tian replied with a grin. Let us get in the car. I'll take you shopping for some outfits. Chu Lianshan grasped Tang Tian's hand as they exited the airport and, once in the car, they headed toward the mall. Are you hungry? He inquired. Not really, but we still need to buy clothes. Then, gathering her courage, Chu Lianshan bit her lip and confessed, Tang Tian, I would like you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at her request. No problem. After saying this, he leaned in closer to her, adding playfully, though it might not need to be just pretend. Given the intimacy they had already shared, he would not refuse such a proposition from Chu Lianshan. If she wished, he would even take responsibility for her. You brat. Don't say such things. You're a married man, Chu Lianshan retorted, her teeth clenched. She recalled their encounter from that night and wished to treat it as if it had never happened. How could he still remember? Yet not only Tang Tian, but she herself also found it impossible to forget that evening. The thought of it caused a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. I've told you before. If you need me, I'm always ready to take responsibility, Tang Tian said calmly, reclining in his seat with his hands behind his head. Then for now, focus on playing the role of my boyfriend. Chu Lianshan rolled her eyes and proceeded to give Tang Tian a brief overview of her current situation and family circumstances. Sister Shan, Tang Tian said, his interest piqued as he observed the woman before him. Do you truly have no interest in the company? By her account, Chu Balan was determined to leave half of his fortune to her. This implied that both she and Chu Ming would receive similar inheritances. If that were the case, she could very well take a stand and devise a way to eliminate Chu Ming from contention, rather than remaining in a passive position.
Tang Tian.
I am but a weak woman. The waters of Kyoto are too deep. If Chu Ming does not pressure me, I would prefer to remain in Jiangqing for the rest of my life, Chu Lianshan stated earnestly. Hearing her words, Tang Tian chose not to press further. The car soon drove into the underground parking of a shopping mall, and Chu Lianshan led him to the elevator, which took them directly to the top floor. This level was lined with luxury boutiques where even the simplest items began at 5 figures. Let us buy you some clothes first, and then we can pick out some watches or other accessories. I'll cover all the expenses today. Choose whatever you like, Chu Lianshan said generously. How could I possibly accept that? Tang Tian smiled as he stated that, as a man, it would be improper for him to allow a woman to pay when he was out shopping. Accompanied by Chu Lianshan, he entered a boutique specializing in suits, as he needed to dress formally for his meeting with Chu Balan. Welcome, the sales representative greeted them, and due to Chu Lianshan's presence, Tang Tian was met with a heightened level of enthusiasm. Sir, are you here to purchase a suit? Do you have any preferred styles or colors in mind? Tang Tian held little affection for suits. The last time he wore one was to accompany Chen Yingxue to a gathering. He donned it just once and found it quite uncomfortable. Under the guidance of Chu Lianshan from sales, she swiftly selected 3 suits for Tang Tian, complete with various pairs of leather shoes, urging him to step into the fitting room. Tang Tian could only helplessly try on one outfit after another for Chu Lianshan. As he emerged from the fitting room, Chu Lianshan was left utterly astonished. She had always known that this young man was handsome, but she never anticipated that he could appear so remarkably dashing in a suit. Goodness, this is simply too striking. A younger salesperson nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Sir, you are exceptionally suited to wearing a suit." At that moment, Tang Tian's appearance was a stark contrast to the rustic image he had when he first walked in. One might easily mistake him for a celebrity at a glance. In response to such praise, a smile inevitably curled at the corners of Tang Tian's mouth. He had been aware of his own attractiveness since childhood. If it weren't for his striking looks, how could he possibly captivate, nay, attract, the young ladies in the village? Indeed, it was quite fitting. Chu Lianshan stepped forward to examine him closely, striving to suppress her excitement as she offered a fair assessment before suggesting that Tang Tian try on another suit.
Tang Tian, displaying no hesitation,
Turned and entered the fitting room. Upon his emergence, he donned a sophisticated ash-gray suit, exuding a newfound air of subtle elegance. Chu Lianshan had chosen an array of dark attire, which undoubtedly accentuated his maturity. After trying on several outfits, Chu Lianshan came to a realization. This young man was inherently a fashion model, looking splendid in any garment. Splendid. I shall take them all, she declared with a flourish, causing the sales attendant's eyes to sparkle with excitement. It was evident that Chu Lianshan hailed from a prominent family, and the total cost of these outfits soared into the millions. Just from the commission, she stood to earn a five-figure sum. Aware of his discomfort, she nonetheless asserted, "No, for the next few days you must wear these suits, you need to acclimate." Tang Tian sighed helplessly upon hearing this, yet he ultimately chose to acquiesce. In the blink of an eye, the sales associate had retrieved his original garments from the fitting room. Tang Tian hastily exclaimed, "Pack this up for me as well. Everything has been lost." Chu Lianshan coldly replied, "Wait, my phone and wallet are still inside." Tang Tian took out an object from his pocket and casually handed a black bank card to the salesperson beside him, saying, "Please use this card." The moment Chu Lianshan saw the card, her breath caught in her throat, and she gazed at the person before her in astonishment. How? How could you possess this card? Tang Tian's identity had been thoroughly investigated by her. It appeared that he had lived in the countryside until recently, only arriving in Jiangcheng after successfully curing the elder of the Chen family, and swiftly marrying Chan Yingxue. Had she not witnessed Tang Tian's true capabilities, Chu Lianshan might have dismissed him as merely a beneficiary of others' fortunes. However, now he had presented this card, leaving Chu Lianshan quite astonished. This was the Supreme Golden Dragon card, of which fewer than 10 had ever been issued globally. Chapter 96. I am his friend. What is so special about this card?
Tang Tian inquired, frowning.
This was a bank card given to him by Su Xian, who had casually mentioned that the funds within were for his unrestricted use. He had thus decided to utilize it without hesitation. The sales associate, upon recognizing the card, immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor towards Tang Tian. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for not knowing your status earlier. We will apply the lowest possible discount for these garments." The sales associate took the card from Tang Tian's hands and hurried off to process the payment. "Do you not recognize this card? It is the Supreme Golden Dragon card, of which there are no more than 10 issued worldwide," Chu Lianshan stated gravely, turning her gaze towards Tang Tian.
Tang Tian.
"Did you truly come from the countryside? Why would I deceive you? This card was given to me by a friend," Tang Tian replied, choosing not to disclose the matter of Suxian Tower and instead fabricating a vague excuse. "That friend of yours is quite remarkable," Chu Lianshan could not help but exclaim. Yet, even as she spoke, her mind raced with countless questions about this individual. What was his true origin? It was essential to understand that the Supreme Golden Dragon card symbolized not merely wealth, but also status and influence. Who would so casually bestow such a significant item? After settling the bill, the two exited, with Chu Lianshan still pondering the implications of the Supreme Golden Dragon card. Tang Tian never anticipated that a mere bank card could evoke such excitement in Chu Lianshan. Just then, a voice filled with curiosity emerged. Tang Tian's visit to Kyoto was rather hurried, and he had not intended to greet the Mo family. He planned to resolve matters concerning Chu Lianshan before making a formal visit, but unexpectedly encountered Mo Chiu here. Upon seeing this man again, Mo Chiu felt her eyes involuntarily welling with tears. He was the first man to stir her heart, yet the consequence of that infatuation was disappointment. Nevertheless, upon his appearance, Mo Chiu found herself unable to restrain her emotions.
Miss Montag.
Tang Tian smiled gently at the newcomer, exuding an air of calmness. What brings you here? And who might this be? Mo Chiu, embodying the grace of a lady from the Mo family, swiftly composed herself and engaged in conversation with Tang Tian. However, the presence of her 4 conspicuous bodyguards was undeniably striking. I am a friend of his, Chu Lianshan interjected with initiative. Upon hearing this, Mo Chiu merely nodded and graciously invited, since you're here, why not come to my home for a visit? I shall pay my respects to Mr. Mo after I finish my own matters. Being a woman herself, Chu Lianshan naturally understood the nuances of feminine emotions. She noticed the unmistakable glances Mo Chiu cast at Tang Tian, suggesting the young lady harbored a fondness for him. Yet, Tang Tian appeared utterly unperturbed, prompting Chu Lianshan to wonder if he was intentionally oblivious. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Chiu and her entourage departed. Once they were gone, Chu Lianshan curiously inquired, "Do you have friends in Kyoto?" Tang Tian recounted the events of his previous visit to Kyoto to Chu Lianshan. Upon hearing, Chu Lianshan gazed in astonishment towards the direction from which Mo Chiu and the others had departed. You aren't referring to the Mo family, are you? There are many surnamed Mo in Kyoto, aren't there?
Tang Tian inquired, perplexed.
He had indeed paid little attention to such matters and was unaware of the number of Mo families in Kyoto. Although Chu Lianshan did not reside in Kyoto, she possessed some knowledge about the 8 prominent families, among which the Mo family was included. The Chu family was also part of this elite circle, albeit somewhat overshadowed by the others. She couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her. Tang Tian seemed far more complex than she had initially presumed. He had entered Jiangcheng and married the heiress of the city's wealthiest family, and now, in Kyoto, he had saved the life of a young lady from a noble lineage. Furthermore, the black card he had just displayed. Each of these accomplishments alone was sufficient to indicate that Tang Tian was no ordinary individual. However, Chu Lianshan refrained from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, as did she. Let us go. I shall buy you a watch to enhance your appearance, she said, linking her arm with Tang Tian's. You, with such wealth, should have mentioned it sooner. I had just proclaimed I would cover the expenses for the entire gathering. Now reflecting on it, Chu Lianshan found her previous statement to be rather comedic. Had you not mentioned it, I would remain oblivious to my own wealth, Tang Tian chuckled. That black card of yours must contain at least 100 billion. While Tang Tian was aware that Su Xian had provided him with a substantial amount of money, he had not anticipated it would be to such an extent. 100 billion? What was the point of his efforts then? As they conversed, the two entered a boutique. Chu Lianshan had exquisite taste and soon selected a fine watch for Tang Tian, the price being reasonable. She had informed her family that Tang Tian was a doctor. Should she purchase something excessively extravagant, it would likely raise suspicions in Chu Bilan regarding Tang Tian's character. After acquiring the watch, Chu Lianshan took Tang Tian to purchase some tea and beverages, as one could not arrive empty-handed on a first visit. Once these errands were completed, they finally left the mall. In the underground parking lot, Mo Chiu's expression turned icy as she watched their vehicle depart. Investigate whose car that is. Yes, miss. Although Chu Lianshan had just claimed to be Tang Tian's friend, Mo Chiu sensed that their relationship was far from simple. In Jiangcheng, within the hospital room, Chun Jinghui and others arrived after work to visit the elderly patriarch. Observing the old man lying in bed, Chun Jinghui struggled to maintain his composure. Chun Yuman shook his head. I do not recognize you. Father, I am your son, and this is my brother, and this, your eldest grandson. Chun Jinghui introduced everyone present, yet Chun Yuman remained utterly bewildered. Witnessing this, Chun Jinghui sighed deeply. However, Chun Haoshuan felt a sense of relief. Father, do not fret. Tang Tian left behind medicine for Grandpa before he departed. Chun Yingxue quickly interjected. As long as Grandpa takes his medicine on time, he should recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, Chun Haoshuan's anxiety resurfaced. However, He could not reveal his thoughts and coldly remarked, "That good-for-nothing Tang Tian. Why is he running around instead of watching over Grandpa in the hospital?" Chen Yingxue frowned at Chen Haoxuan. He has his own matters to attend to. Besides, he left medicine for Grandpa. I will be here to care for him. Shui, the company has so many affairs. How can you manage everything? Chen Jinghui interjected. With Chen Yingxue recently taking over the company, she was responsible for all its operations. If she also spent time caring for the elderly patriarch, it would surely exhaust her. I cannot leave Grandpa alone in the hospital, Chen Yingxue replied resolutely. Seeing her determination, she became more convinced of her suspicions. If Chen Haoxuan were to care for their grandfather, it was likely that the old man would never regain his memory. Let him stay and watch over Grandpa, Chen Jinghui said, casting a glance at Chen Haoxuan. In the past, he might have feared that Chen Haoxuan was attempting to curry favor with the elder, but now that the company was in Chen Yingxue's hands, he felt less apprehensive. Since Chen Haoxuan was willing to stay, he could remain. Chen Jingming eyed his son suspiciously. This was the second time in recent days that Chen Haoxuan had spoken in such a manner. Had he suddenly become filial? However, as a father, he could not dampen his son's eagerness to show filial piety and added, "Yes, Shui, let your elder brother stay." "No," Chen Yingxue firmly rejected. "I have lived with Grandpa since childhood. It is more convenient for me to care for him. Besides, with these bodyguards here, you need not worry. I will manage the company's affairs as well." "Yingxue, are you too idle?" Chen Haoxuan erupted. "Grandpa has entrusted the company to you, and yet you are still trying to ingratiate yourself?" Seeing Chen Haoxuan's agitation, a glint of coldness flashed in Chen Yingxue's eyes. This fellow was indeed acting oddly. "Yes, elder brother, I too wish to ask. Since Grandpa has entrusted the company to me, what more do you have to offer?" Chen Yingxue asked with a smile that did not reach her eyes, her expression a blend of mockery and inquiry. Only then did Chen Haoxuan realize his outburst was excessive. Yet he replied, "I am also Grandpa's grandson. Is it not my duty to be filial to him? Why is it only your obligation to show filial piety while the rest of us cannot?" Chen Jingming glared at Chen Haoxuan. "Speak properly. There is no need to raise your voice at your sister. We are all part of a large family. We must maintain decorum." "I did not mean it that way. I merely feel that Grandpa has always favored me since childhood, so it is only natural for me to care for him," Chen Yingxue replied calmly. "Rest assured, I can manage." With the argument reaching this point, Chen Haoxuan found himself at a loss, merely shooting an angry glare at Chen Yingxue. Just then, the elderly Chen Yumin spoke up. "I want him to keep me company." Everyone turned to follow Chen Yumin's pointed finger towards Chen Haoxuan. Chen Haoxuan was taken aback, not expecting the old man to specifically request his presence. His eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of suspicion and a hint of panic flickering across his face. Could it be that Grandpa remembered something? "I am a man. I have nothing to say to a woman." But unexpectedly, the old man waved his hand childishly, declaring, "I want a man to accompany me." Seeing the old man's demeanor, it did not appear that he had regained his memory. Chen Haoxuan finally relaxed. "Grandpa, I will stay here with you," he said, grasping the old man's other hand. Chen Yingxue had intended to say something, yet she found that the old man suddenly tightened his grip on her hand. Firm, gentle, firm. In that moment, her heart raced slightly. It was Morse code. Grandfather was conveying a message to her. Maintaining her composure, Chen Yingxue leaned quietly by the old man's bedside, attentively sensing his movements. "I am fine, do not worry." After translating the Morse code relayed by her grandfather, she was taken aback by those 6 words. However, at that instant, enlightenment dawned upon her. Perhaps her grandfather had never truly lost his memory. Suppressing her excitement, Chen Yingxue slowly released the old man's hand and rose to speak. "Since grandfather has said so, you shall remain here to watch over him." Relieved that Chen Yingxue had finally ceased to complicate matters, Chen Haoxuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Before departing, Chen Yingxue cast a concerned glance back at the hospital bed, only to see the old man wink at her. At that moment, Chen Yingxue was certain. Her grandfather had indeed not lost his memory. It was all an act. It seemed the incident of his fall was genuinely linked to Chen Haoxuan, and the old man likely wished to provide him with an opportunity for redemption. Reflecting on this, Chen Yingxue felt fortunate that she had refrained from confronting Chen Haoshuan with the surveillance footage. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Wait, if grandfather had not lost his memory, then everything that transpired between her and Tang Tian last night must have been observed by him. The thought made Chen Yingxue blush, and she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, she recalled the scent of Tang Tian. It was a unique herbal aroma, laced with a delicate floral fragrance that could lull her into peaceful slumber. Chen Yingxue took out her phone, contemplating whether to inquire if Tang Tian had arrived, but hesitated and ultimately decided against calling him. They had previously agreed to respect each other's privacy after marriage. Even if Tang Tian were to meet another woman in Kyoto, she had no right to voice her discontent. Yet that fellow. Surely he wouldn't go that far? In the hospital room, Chen Haoshuan felt a cold sweat trickle from his palms as the old man held his hand tightly. Grandfather, I am here with you. Feel free to share anything you wish, Chen Haoshuan cautiously remarked, gazing at the old man. Chen Yumin merely looked at him with a foolish grin. Lacking the wisdom he had previously displayed, this relieved Chen Haoshuan. As long as his grandfather's memory remained elusive, no one would uncover the events of that fateful night. Although Chen Yingxue had departed, her bodyguards still lingered in the room. However, a mere handful of bodyguards were manageable for Chen Haoshuan. Very well, he responded. Chen Yumin gazed at Chen Haoshuan and inquired, Are you my grandson? Yes, grandfather, I am your grandson. Chen Haoshuan, he replied patiently, a rare display of tolerance towards the old man. Typically, he lacked such patience. Chen Yumin observed him, a knowing smile gracing his face. In Kyoto, at the Chu residence. Father, this is Tang Tian. Upon entering, Chu Lianshan began the introduction. After changing into fresh attire, Tang Tian appeared significantly more spirited. Chu Balan harbored no doubts about his claim of being a doctor, though he scrutinized the young man before him with an air of authority. Greetings, uncle. Tang Tian politely inclined his body and presented the gift in his hands. Chu Bolan gestured for the housekeeper to accept the items before addressing Tang Tian, inviting him to take a seat. He found this son-in-law to be quite satisfactory. At the very least, he possessed an appealing appearance and did not evoke any discomfort. Chu Lianshan felt a twinge of anxiety, and after settling onto the sofa, she looked at Chu Bolan and said, Dad, please don't be so stern. You might frighten him. Little did they know how elated Chu Bolan truly felt. For many years, his daughter's marriage had weighed heavily on his mind. Now that his daughter had found a man she cherished, he was overjoyed. The stern expression he wore was merely an attempt to uphold the dignity befitting a father-in-law. I am unperturbed, so there is no need for concern. Tang Tian spoke with an air of calmness, as he was not the kind of person easily intimidated by another's aura. Uncle, have you been under significant work-related stress lately? I hear you wake up with headaches every night and are experiencing hair loss. He inquired directly, gazing at Chu Bolan. Upon hearing this, Chu Bolan furrowed his brow and glanced at him. How do you know? I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, so it is only natural for me to be aware, Tang Tian replied. At this, Chu Bolan's face turned pale. Was this young man doing this on purpose? The so-called deficiency of yang energy, wasn't that just a euphemism for kidney weakness? Who would brazenly announce their father-in-law's kidney issues upon entering? Tang Tian. Chu Lianshan exclaimed in a fluster, tugging at his sleeve. She had repeatedly cautioned him on the way here not to speak carelessly, yet he had chosen to do so immediately. What? Does uncle not wish to take medicine? Acupuncture is also an option. As he spoke, Tang Tian had already retrieved his silver needles. This only served to darken Chu Bolan's expression further, and he shot a fierce glare at Chu Lianshan, as if to say, Is this the commendable man you sought? Uncle, we are both men, and I am only looking out for your well-being. At your age, it is crucial to take care of your health. A single remark from Tang Tian rendered Chu Balan's expression utterly somber. After uttering these words, Chu Balan rose and ascended the stairs. Once he had departed, Chu Lianshan quietly inquired, What are you doing? How could you say my father has kidney deficiency in front of me? So what? How many men are truly robust? Do you presume everyone is like me? Tang Tian asserted with righteous conviction, leaving Chu Lianshan momentarily speechless. If you continue like this, he will be displeased, she lamented. At that moment, the front door swung open, and Chu Ming stepped inside. Oh, is this my brother-in-law? He greeted Tang Tian with a smile. On the surface, Chu Ming appeared radiant and cheerful. Who could fathom the darkness lurking within his heart? Had it not been for the tidbits of information gleaned from Chu Lianshan, he might have been deceived by Chu Ming's fa. This is my elder brother, Chu Ming, Chu Lianshan introduced. Elder brother. Tang Tian responded with a smile, taking a moment to appraise Chu Ming. Indeed, as Chu Lianshan had indicated, he was not a commendable character. This man had been involved in a violent incident, and quite recently at that. However, Tang Tian refrained from voicing these thoughts, maintaining a facade of insincere cordiality. Subsequently, Chu Ming seated himself and inquired about some fundamental aspects of Tang Tian's life, such as his family background, displaying a sense of responsibility that was lacking in Chu Balan. No worries. If you wish, you are welcome to join the Chu family. We are all your kin, Chu Ming remarked, suggesting that Tang Tian might consider marrying into their family upon learning of his lack of parents. Tang Tian chuckled coldly to himself. Was this fellow intending to have him marry into the family, only to torment him alongside Chu Lianshan? No, that would be too troublesome. We plan to reside in Jiangqing from now on, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. As long as she remained obediently in Jiangqing, perhaps Chu Ming would relent in his torment of her. That would be for the best. Should there be any needs, do not hesitate to express them. Chu Ming stated generously, I have but one sister, and I must ensure her material needs are met. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Chu Lianshan felt a wave of disgust. For years, whenever outsiders were present, Chu Ming maintained this facade. She wondered if he even realized how repulsive it was. After a while, Chu Balan descended from upstairs. Upon seeing their lively conversation, he refrained from reprimanding Tang Tian for mentioning his own shortcomings. Once the meal was served, Chu Balan warmly invited Tang Tian to eat. Men, after all, are often prone to speaking their truths under the influence of alcohol, and Chu Balan had resolved to share a few drinks with Tang Tian during the meal. However, he did not anticipate that there truly existed individuals who could remain sober after countless cups. Tang Tian, as long as you treat Shan Shan well, money is no object. Half of my estate will be hers in the future, Chu Balan said, his face flushed and voice thick with drink, grasping Tang Tian's hand. At this, Chu Ming's eyes flickered with a glint of malice. To grant half of the family fortune to a woman like Chu Lianshan meant handing over half of the Chu family's dominion to Tang Tian, a notion he would never allow to come to fruition. Chu Lianshan instinctively glanced at Chu Ming upon hearing this, only to find him staring intently at her. Chapter 99. The Despicable Man. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Lianshan's skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily. I have but one daughter, and I must ensure she lives a good life. Chu Balan spoke these words with genuine conviction, devoid of pretense. Although Tang Tian had been echoing his words, his mind remained active. In this household, Chu Balan was the true master, and his affection for Chu Lianshan was genuine. So why did Chu Lianshan allow herself to fall into such a predicament? Even as Chu Ming became increasingly inebriated, Tang Tian showed no signs of intoxication. The last vestiges of clarity in Chu Balan served as a reminder that the two of them could not outdrink this young man. Chu Lianshan was no longer a child, and naturally, Chu Balan did not hinder her from taking Tang Tian into the house. After returning to the room, Chu Lianshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Tian leaned against the wardrobe, arms crossed, and inquired with a playful smirk, Shan Jie, how are we to sleep? Observing the mischievous grin on his face, Chu Lianshan instinctively understood his thoughts. Recalling their previous encounter, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Yet she whispered, we shall sleep together, but you must not act inappropriately. Although she uttered these words, Chu Lianshan was acutely aware that Tang Tian was unlikely to adhere to such a restraint. After delivering this caution, she hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. Were it not for being at the Chu residence, Tang Tian would have eagerly joined her. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Lan. Tang Tian suddenly recalled that Zhang Lan was still in Jiangqing. How could he have forgotten this matter? Meanwhile, in the hotel over the past few days, Zhang Lan had reflected deeply. She regretted her impulsive decision to come to Jiangqing to find Tang Tian. After all, he was married. Her actions were no different from those of a mistress. As the president of Lanyue Group, how could she behave in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan was momentarily stunned. What were you doing in Kyoto? Business, came the response, clear and resonant through the receiver. Zhang Lan's expression darkened completely at the other end of the line. What scheme was he concocting now? Why were there other women around him? At that moment, she recognized the harsh truth. This Tang Tian was nothing but a scoundrel. After venting her frustration, Zhang Lan promptly hung up, denying Tang Tian the chance to explain. However, Tang Tian was indifferent to providing any justification. He was indeed a rogue, wishing to offer every girl in the world a home. But what did it matter? As long as they were willing, he could take responsibility for each and every woman. In the steamy ambience of the bathroom, through the translucent glass, Tang Tian observed the person inside with keen clarity, his throat involuntarily rolling. Shan Jie, I fear you might not be able to clean yourself properly. As he spoke, Tang Tian stepped through the door, and Chu Lianshan hurriedly shielded her body. Yet she dared not raise her voice in protest. What are you doing here? Get out. Chu Lianshan's face flushed crimson as she clutched the bath towel tightly. Yet, Tang Tian showed no intention of granting her any reprieve, pressing one hand against the wall behind her. The distance between them was less than 5 centimeters, and Chu Lianshan's heart raced palpably. You need to leave.
San Ye.
Now that I'm here, wouldn't it be inappropriate to leave? As he spoke, Tang Tian swiftly tugged at the towel before she could react, leaning in to kiss her directly. This night was destined to be tumultuous. Chu Lianshan informed her family that Tang Tian would be staying in Kyoto for 3 days. To demonstrate the Chu family's hospitality, the following day, Chu Ming deliberately refrained from going to the office, intending to take Tang Tian out for some leisure. Despite being a mere illegitimate son, as the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Ming still garnered considerable attention, often surrounded by admirers when he ventured out. He brought Tang Tian to an archery range, a rare skill of his, seemingly aiming to impress Tang Tian. Chu Lianshan felt a twinge of concern. Chu Ming was not to be underestimated. Young Master Chu. Upon entering, someone recognized him, and several well-dressed young elites flocked to him. 2 women immediately linked their arms with his. Brother Chu Ming, why haven't you sought us out to play these past few days? Brother Chu Ming, did you manage to get that globally limited edition handbag you mentioned last time? Despite being unmarried, Chu Ming consistently claimed to prioritize his career to the old man, but he lived lavishly outside of his father's knowledge. Although Chu Lianshan was aware of this, she dared not speak of it in front of their father, so Chu Ming never avoided her presence. Once outside their father's sight, however, Chu Ming's demeanor shifted from warm to aloof. Tang Tian, since you're here, let's have some fun together, he suggested. All right, Tang Tian nodded. To him, archery was merely a childhood pastime, akin to a simple game of darts, and far easier. Young Master Chu, who is this? Someone inquired, curiously scrutinizing Tang Tian. Had it not been for Chu Lianshan's arm around his, a few women might have rushed over, for Tang Tian's attractiveness alone was enough to captivate. My future brother-in-law, Chu Ming replied with a smile. At this declaration, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from Tang Tian and Chu Lianshan, fully aware of the dynamics between them. If allegiances were to be formed, they would undoubtedly side with Chu Ming, for who would seek favor with someone who held no standing in Kyoto? Hello, Miss Chu, they greeted her coolly. With individuals like these, she could hardly expect any deep connections. Since we are to have some fun, let us place a wager, suggested one of Chu Ming's companions, inciting a playful uproar. Tang Tian recognized that the attention was directed towards him, and boldly inquired, what shall we wager? A woman scrutinized him from head to toe and retorted, with what you possess, young Master Chu would hardly be interested. What do you have that could serve as a worthy stake? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming gently patted the woman's head, clearly endorsing her remarks. The woman, pleased by his gesture, leaned affectionately against his shoulder. Chapter 100. The bet with the old man absent. There was no need for him to feign an excessive fondness for Tang Tian. The facade was merely a performance to satisfy the elder's presence. How about this? I possess a potent recipe for enhancing physical health. Should I lose, I shall provide it to you free of charge, assisting in your recuperation, Tang Tian declared with an innocent smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan nearly succumbed to laughter. Was he not indirectly suggesting that Chu Ming was deficient in vitality? One must ponder. Which man could endure the insinuation of poor health? What do you mean by that, young man? Chu Ming's expression darkened, revealing his irritation. Brother, do not take offense. I speak only the truth. Your tongue is pale and your forehead bears a dark hue, unmistakably indicating a deficiency in vitality. Tang Tian, with utmost seriousness, began his analysis, which only served to heighten Chu Ming's discomfort, prompting him to interrupt. Let us wager on your marriage with Shanshan, shall we? The surrounding individuals, who had previously suppressed their laughter, now hesitated to mock him upon witnessing Chu Ming's anger. This cannot stand. Without waiting for Tang Tian to respond, Chu Lianshan stepped forward. Elder brother, this is a matter of my lifetime. How can it be treated as a gamble? Chu Lianshan argued fervently. Chu Ming's expression darkened, discarding any pretense of being a benevolent elder brother, and he directly confronted Chu Lianshan. If I do not consent, can this marriage take place? His words plunged Chu Lianshan into an icy abyss, chilling her to the core. It is of no consequence. Tang Tian firmly grasped Chu Lianshan's arm and pulled her back slightly, raising an eyebrow at Chu Ming. I challenge you. Upon hearing this declaration, those surrounding Chu Ming erupted with excitement. Kid, Chu Xiao was on the verge of joining the national team. Indeed, Chu Xiao's archery skills are renowned throughout the capital. What do you intend to compete with him on? I reckon this lad is courting disaster. They jested, directing their mockery at Tang Tian. Chu Lianshan understood that this was all part of Chu Ming's deliberate scheme. He did not wish for her to marry in Jiang City, so he was not about to let her off easily. Tang Tian. Chu Lianshan urgently tugged at Tang Tian's clothing, whispering, you cannot wager against him. Although their relationship was a mere fade, Chu Ming was unaware. Should Tang Tian win, he would undoubtedly find a way to keep her in the capital. Trust me, Tang Tian said in a voice only they could hear. Chu Ming eyed Tang Tian with a hint of derision. What they say is true. I have been practicing archery since childhood, and my skills are commendable. If you choose to concede now, I shall pretend you never uttered those words. He was clearly placing Tang Tian in a precarious position. What man would opt to surrender under such circumstances? To concede would be a grave blow to his masculinity. Very well, since you desire a contest, I shall indulge you, Tang Tian replied calmly, confidence shimmering in his gaze. Although Chu Ming was perplexed by the source of this young man's bravado, he was certain that Tang Tian would face a humiliating defeat. Agreed. But if you lose, do not claim I bullied you, Chu Ming declared generously. Since we are to wager, what shall your stake be? Tang Tian's gaze fixed on Chu Ming, laced with provocation. Kid, have you lost your senses? How could Chu Xiao possibly lose to someone of your caliber? Indeed, Chu Xiao is of national athlete standards. What are you? Some even brazenly offered their girlfriends as stakes in an attempt to curry favor with Chu Ming. However, Chu Ming was a shrewd individual. He was not swayed by such tactics and instead turned to Tang Tian, asking, what is it that you desire? That depends on what my elder brother is willing to offer. This is your territory, after all. Naturally, it is up to you to decide. Tang Tian's face bore that clear, foolish smile, yet it sent a chill down Chu Ming's spine. This lad was not as foolish as he appeared. It was he who proposed the wager, and should the items he presented be too meager, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Thus, the stakes he set must be commensurate with Chu Lianshan's lifelong aspirations. Fortunately, he harbored absolute confidence in his archery skills, so even if he conceded to some excessive demands from Chu Ming, it would pose no issue. Very well. If I lose, I shall transfer 10% of my shares to Shanshan, Chu Ming declared generously. Currently, the shares of the company were equally divided among the 3 members of the Chu family, with Chu Bailin holding 60%, while the remaining 2 shared the rest. Should 10% of the shares be granted to Chu Lianshan, she would become the second largest shareholder. Chu Lianshan cast a surprised glance at Chu Ming, realizing his audacity in presenting such an item as a wager. However, she understood Chu Ming well. Even if Tang Tian were to win by a stroke of luck, he would never relinquish the shares. My goodness, 10% of the shares. That's no small fortune you've just put on the line. Someone jeered nearby, fully convinced that even if the 10% were laid before Tang Tian, he would be unable to claim it. Young man, you are certainly taking advantage here. If you don't raise the stakes a bit, It would hardly be fair to young Master Chu. Another chimed in. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all believing Tang Tian was securing an undeserved advantage. My word, you are quite generous. In that case, should I raise the stakes? Tang Tian, sensing the trap, boldly proposed. If I lose, I shall leave my right hand here. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. How dare this lad make such a statement? The wealthy youths around them grew exhilarated at the unexpected turn of events. Young man, you said it yourself. Although they had no use for Tang Tian's hand, they relished the feeling of controlling his fate. The prospect of him losing would surely be entertaining. Very well. It's settled then. A cold smile crept across Chu Ming's face. This boy was courting disaster, and he would not intervene. Chu Lianshan's hands were slick with sweat, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, while her other hand threatened to tear Tang Tian's shirt apart. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. Looking at the man before her, Chu Lianshan was perplexed. Did he truly possess the confidence to defeat Chu Ming? Let us commence without delay. I can hardly contain my excitement. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager for the competition to yield results. Wait, Tang Tian called out to Chu Ming. Brother, such a substantial wager deserves more than mere words. How about we draft a contract? At this, Chu Ming's lips twitched violently. Did this lad truly believe he had a chance of winning? How audacious to request a contract. However, this could work to his advantage. Should he lose, there would be no room for denial, and even if he were to sever Tang Tian's hand, he could justify it to his elder. A gambler like Tang Tian would hardly gain favor with the old man. Not a problem. You there, Chu Ming called, and the owner of the archery range hurried over. Did you hear what I just said, Chu Xiao? I'm on it. The owner promptly replied, ready to draft the contract. Chu Ming, in a show of extravagance, produced his bank card. At 5 million. Thank you, Chu Xiao. The group settled onto a nearby sofa as they awaited the contract. Chu Ming was flanked by 2 women, one of whom was the girlfriend of a fellow wealthy heir. Yet, for these affluent youths, women were merely playthings. If they could ingratiate themselves with someone of Chu Ming's caliber through a woman, they would consider it a tremendous gain. Sitting opposite Chu Ming, Chu Lianshan and Tang Tian exchanged glances. Concern etched her features as she quietly urged, Tang Tian, reconsider. Trust me. I will win 10% of the shares for you. Tang Tian replied, radiating confidence. I think this lad has lost his mind. It seems he no longer even wants that hand of his. One wealthy heir taunted. I wonder if he'll be scared out of his wits when the time comes to lose his hand? Challenging Chu Ming was akin to courting death. The wealthy heirs continued to mock him, but Tang Tian remained unfazed, calmly engrossed in a mobile game. Soon enough, the contract was printed. Tang Tian scanned it to ensure its accuracy before signing his name and affixing his seal. Chu Ming smirked, glancing at Chu Lianshan. You see, he is the architect of his own demise. With that, he too signed and sealed the contract, which would now be binding. The two then proceeded to the archery range, where a server presented Chu Ming with a specially crafted bow, while handing Tang Tian a beginner's bow. The sight elicited even broader smiles from the wealthy heirs. Chu Xiao, that bow is custom-made from abroad. With that flimsy bow of yours, you stand no chance. Just remember, do not claim we bullied you. Indeed. Would you like to borrow my bow? Tang Tian tested the bow in his hands. It felt soft and lacked any significant tactile feedback. Yet it was sufficient to deal with this fellow. No need for further ado. This will suffice. Chu Ming let out a cold snort, uncertain if the young man had simply surrendered without a fight. In the first round, both contestants faced a target, and the rules were straightforward. Each would shoot 3 arrows, competing for the highest score based on the rings of the target. With unwavering confidence, Chu Ming drew his bow and released his first arrow, which struck the very center of the red circle. The crowd erupted in applause. Seizing the momentum, he followed up with 2 more arrows, each landing precisely in the bullseye. If you concede now, I can nullify the contract, Chu Ming remarked coolly as he handed the bow to a bystander. Is this all there is? Tang Tian's lips curled into a slight arc as he deftly clamped 3 arrows between his fingertips, preparing to draw his bow. Have you watched too many dramas, lad? How could 3 arrows be fired simultaneously and still hit the mark? I reckon this fellow knows he is destined to lose, hence his decision to concede. It's laughable. If he actually hits, I'll remove my head to serve as a target for you all. If you lack the skill, do not pose here. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Tang Tian released his grip, and the 3 arrows soared towards the target ahead. The onlookers scarcely perceived the sequence of events. They merely beheld 3 arrows neatly embedded in the center of the target. In that moment, silence enveloped them all. Chu Ming gazed at Tang Tian in astonishment. Could this fellow possibly be a professional athlete? Yet, even a seasoned athlete could not execute a simultaneous triple shot with perfect accuracy. The expressions of everyone observing Tang Tian were imbued with shock. Who exactly was this young man? Even Chu Lianshan was taken aback by Tang Tian's remarkable prowess. Does this count as my victory? Tang Tian inquired nonchalantly as he lowered the bow. Chu Ming's visage turned exceedingly grim. He was about to forfeit 10% of his shares just like that. This does not count. It's a best of 3. An individual immediately stepped forward to advocate for Chu Ming. Indeed, how can such a significant matter be decided in one round? Kid, you won't have such good fortune in the next round. What are you to dare best Chu Xiao? Several wealthy heirs joined in the clamor, as if it were they who had lost the match rather than Chu Ming. Very well, let it be best of 3, Tang Tian agreed with an air of calmness. Yet the more composed he appeared, the more unsettled Chu Ming became. Could this lad genuinely be so self-assured? Was he perhaps a professional? Chu Xiao, this fellow merely had a stroke of luck. I have faith in your abilities to triumph over him. A woman whispered encouragingly in Chu Ming's ear, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. Bring in a new target. Chu Ming bellowed, prompting staff to replace the target with a solid wooden one. As opposed to the previously used wicker type, this new target demanded not only precision but also a certain degree of force. The bow in Tang Tian's hands was merely a rudimentary practice bow, lacking any significant power, rendering his chances of victory utterly bleak. Chu Lianshan, unaware of the intricacies involved, had no choice but to place her faith in Tang Tian as events unfolded. Meanwhile, the other affluent heirs discerned the change in the target set by their boss, and a smirk involuntarily crept across their lips as they cast mischievous glances at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was well aware of the subtleties at play here, yet he paid them no heed, for these individuals possessed little more than this meager skill, merely capable of manipulating the target. The rules of this round mirrored those of the previous one, with Chu Ming taking the first shot. After taking a few deep breaths, he began to draw the bow and knock the arrow, focusing his attention entirely on the target before him. Whoosh! The first arrow landed squarely in the bullseye, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Kid, in this round, the arrows must remain on the target to count. Someone beside him reminded. Tang Tian merely toyed with the bow in his hands, completely disregarding the situation. With a swift motion, Chu Ming released another arrow, which once again found its mark in the bullseye. However, the bullseye of this target was not particularly large, accommodating at most 2 arrows. Consequently, the third arrow landed precariously on the edge of the bullseye, barely qualifying for a 10-ring score. The crowd erupted into applause, some even believing that Chu Ming had secured victory. Chapter 102. Cheating under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. Tang Tian calmly picked up 3 arrows, gracefully knocking them onto the bowstring. Witnessing this scene, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Was this young man truly serious?
What ist?
It was one thing for him to shoot 3 arrows into the previously used straw target, but this target, with its current arrangement, was simply impossible to hit. Tang Tian hardly aimed and directly released all 3 arrows. With a swift whoosh, the arrows struck the bullseye with precision. The feathers at the tails of the arrows quivered gently, as if mocking the onlookers. In that moment, Chu Ming nearly lost his balance. You're cheating. An onlooker stepped forward to defend Chu Ming, exclaiming, with such a soft bow, how could you possibly shoot with such accuracy and force? Absolutely. You must be cheating. Another added, you dare cheat before our eyes. You're courting death, aren't you? Listening to these accusations, Chu Ming found the situation amusing. He lowered his bow and addressed Tang Tian, saying, Brother, perhaps we should just call off the wager. No matter how I win, you all will suspect foul play. This bow was provided by you, as well as the arrows and the target. With so many witnesses claiming I cheated, I believe there is no necessity for further competition. His words clearly insinuated that Chu Ming could not handle defeat, further embarrassing him. Chu Ming never imagined that this seemingly inconspicuous youth would effortlessly triumph in an area where he excelled. As Tang Tian's words reached this point, should he fail to uphold his wager, the events of today would surely tarnish his reputation in Kyoto. With a feigned air of generosity, Chu Ming smiled and remarked, "I did not expect your archery skills to be so exceptional. I accept my defeat." After uttering these words, Chu Ming took out his phone and called his assistant, instructing him to bring over the share transfer contract in front of the assembled crowd. Once he concluded the call, he looked at Tang Tian and smiled, saying, "Since it is for my sister, I shall consider this an advance on her dowry from an elder brother." Chu Xiao is truly magnanimous. Someone exclaimed, "Indeed, I envy Miss Chu for having such a wonderful brother." Others chimed in, "How many exceptional men like Chu Xiao can one find in all of Kyoto? If only I were Chu Xiao's sister." Seizing the opportunity, the crowd began to flatter Chu Ming, which lightened his mood considerably. He cast a subtle glance at Chu Lianshan, standing beside Tang Tian, pondering whether she could truly handle the shares he had relinquished. A cold smile crept across his lips at the thought. However, Chu Lianshan held a different perspective. She had not anticipated that Tang Tian would secure her 10% stake in the company with merely a single match. Thus, when the time came for Chu Ming to press her, her chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Although Chu Ming had lost the match, he had not lost face. Instead, he had crafted a commendable image as a good brother before the crowd, rendering this outcome advantageous for him. After signing the contract, Chu Lianshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, the look in Chu Ming's eyes was laden with a warning, which she chose to ignore as she hastily concocted an excuse to leave with Tang Tian. Once outside, she led him to a secluded CAF where they settled down. "Why do you seem so apprehensive, as if you were a thief?" Tang Tian inquired, noticing her demeanor. Chu Lianshan's expression turned serious as she sincerely said, "Thank you, Tang Tian. Such words are unnecessary. I am your boyfriend, after all. Is this not my duty?" Tang Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianshan's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "It's not real. Does Sister Shan not engage in a genuine act with me?" Tang Tian's words were laden with implication, causing Chu Lianshan to blush even deeper. How could this young man be so indiscreet? He is already a married man. Matters between them should remain discreet. Yet he shows no semblance of restraint. "Very well, I shall treat you to dinner shortly, but first, I must attend to a few matters." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of elegantly dressed individuals entered the room, making their way directly toward the two of them. "President Chu." Tang Tian cast a surprised glance at Chu Lianshan before rising to declare, "I shall step out for a moment to purchase a pack of cigarettes." He was aware that Chu Lianshan was not the type to passively await fate, yet he harbored no inclination to pry into the secrets of others. Chu Lianshan had not intended to avoid Tang Tian, but with his voluntary departure, she made no effort to detain him. "Please, have a seat," she invited, her expression assuming a more authoritative demeanor as she proceeded to inquire about official matters. Though she had resided in Jiangcheng for many years, the moment she departed from her family home, she resolved to confront Chu Ming with unwavering determination. The submissive demeanor she often exhibited was merely an act. In truth, she was the chairwoman of the most formidable rival company to the Chu family, a fact unbeknownst to anyone. When she left home, her grandfather, concerned for her well-being, provided her with a sum of money. However, Chu Lianshan utilized these funds to embark on her entrepreneurial journey. Having begun her investigation into the Chu Corporation during her academic years, she understood that Chu Ming was destined to be groomed as the heir, solely by virtue of his gender. Yet, Chu Lianshan was unwilling to concede her rightful claim to the company simply because she was a woman. If she could not inherit the corporation, she would forge her own path. After exiting, Tang Tian casually sought out a nearby supermarket to procure a pack of cigarettes, squatting by the roadside to indulge in his habit. This posture, however, was ill-suited to the costly suit he adorned, attracting the curious glances of numerous passers-by. At that moment, two men approached him, one following closely behind the other, occasionally surveying their surroundings with a suspicious demeanor. "Hey, are you Tang Tian?" they demanded, encircling him with an air of menace. "Is there something you need?" Tang Tian inquired. Tang Tian rose from the ground, as two individuals seized his shoulders, one of whom coldly remarked, "Someone wishes to see you. Come with us." You expect me to comply just like that? Wouldn't that be rather undignified? A subtle smirk graced the corners of Tang Tian's mouth. Before the two could react, he swiftly sent them both flying, their bodies crashing heavily onto the ground. However, they quickly regained their footing. Tang Tian had sensed something amiss with these two. Although they attempted to conceal themselves, he could still perceive the essence of martial artists emanating from them. Chapter 103. An unusual visitor. Furthermore, these two individuals were no ordinary martial artists. The younger one was at the upper Xian level, while the slightly older one had already reached the earth level. Tang Tian squinted as he scrutinized the two individuals opposite him. What brings you here? The two, taken aback by Tang Tian's sudden aggression, had no choice but to reveal their identities. The elder of the two stepped forward and said, "We are associates of Elder Feng. He wishes to see you." Feng Deqing? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Precisely. You should have mentioned that sooner. Tang Tian wore an expression of exasperation. Couldn't you simply ask me to make a phone call? Why must it feel as though I am being kidnapped? The faces of the two men flushed with embarrassment. They had not anticipated that Tang Tian would not only refuse to cooperate but also send them flying. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have simply dragged him into the car. Very well. Then, the two men stepped aside to allow Tang Tian to pass. Not far off, a dilapidated Santana was parked, clearly intended to serve as a guise. This Feng Deqing was rather intriguing. Why did he feel the need to act so furtively, as if he were a thief? Once inside the vehicle, the younger man drove in a specific direction, while the older gentleman extended his hand towards Tang Tian. My apologies for earlier, young brother. I am Shang Wu, at the initial stage of the Earth Realm. This is Qi Feng Tian, at the celestial level. Tang Tian extended his hand and shook with the other party. Introducing himself, I am Tang Tian. He refrained from disclosing his martial artist rank, which left Shang Wu somewhat perplexed. Young brother, what is your current level? Despite the fact that Tang Tian had caught them off guard with his earlier strike, it was unusual for two high-ranking martial artists to be so easily overwhelmed, unless he was of a superior rank. Guess. Tang Tian replied. Shang Wu chuckled, scratching his head awkwardly. If you prefer not to share, I shall refrain from asking. The tides of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind. When I was your age, I had just entered the Shen rank. Then you truly are lacking. Tang Tian stated bluntly. Kid, what do you mean by that? Once we reach our destination, let us have a spar. Qi Feng Tian, seated in the front row, expressed his displeasure and directly challenged Tang Tian. Feng Tian, Shang Wu admonished, then turned to Tang Tian to explain, young man, he's just a bit hot-headed. Do not take offense. Tang Tian naturally felt disinclined to engage in any disputes, silently turning his gaze toward the window. The vehicle swiftly entered a narrow alley and after making several turns, finally came to a halt before a grand entrance. Flanking the entrance were two imposing stone lions, and a plaque adorned the door, inscribed with the words He Family Martial Arts School. Wasn't Feng Deqing's surname Feng? What brought him to the He Family Martial Arts School? Surely, he wasn't intending to disrupt the proceedings here. Shang Wu opened the car door, allowing Tang Tian to alight, while Qi Feng Tian drove off. As this was not a suitable place to park, the martial arts school before them exuded an air of antiquity. It was evident that many individuals were engaged in martial training within. The entire establishment was suffused with the spirit of warriors, and any ordinary person stepping into such a domain would likely find the overwhelming atmosphere intolerable. Please follow me. Shang Wu's demeanor towards Tang Tian was markedly more courteous as he led him inside. The practitioners within the school turned their curious gazes toward Tang Tian, and among them, he spotted a familiar figure. You! It's you! Upon recognizing Tang Tian, He Xiao leaped down from the arena. He had not forgotten the humiliation he had suffered at Tang Tian's hands, nor the warning issued by the elder for this young man. Now that he had come to his own martial arts school, it was akin to courting disaster. Since he was present, it seemed fitting to settle both old and new scores at once. The onlookers quickly gathered around, encircling the two. Shang Wu cautioned, Young Master He, this is a guest of old Master Feng. Those few words significantly dampened He Xiao's initial excitement. A guest of old Master Feng was not someone he dared to provoke. It was well known that old Master Feng stood on equal footing with his grandfather, both being grandmasters of the Wujidian. He could not afford to offend such a figure. Yet, He remained perplexed as to how someone like Tang Tian could possibly be considered a guest of old Master Feng. Tang Tian maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded He Ziao. "Young Master He, it has been quite some time," he remarked, surprised to encounter He Ziao here. This martial arts school must indeed be affiliated with the He family. Previously, He Ziao had made multiple attempts to orchestrate his assassination, yet Tang Tian chose not to hold it against him. Should this young man dare to provoke him again, Tang Tian would not show any mercy. Meanwhile, in the reception room, He Taichu inquired curiously, "Old Feng, what kind of guest are you harboring with such an air of mystery?" As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Feng Diqing. "This individual is no ordinary person," Feng Diqing replied enigmatically. "He is a treasure I unearthed in Jiangcheng. You have been plagued by back pain, have you not? Let him administer a few acupuncture needles, and I assure you, you will be lively once more." "A doctor?" He Taichu raised an eyebrow, slightly skeptical. Feng Diqing's intention to introduce a friend had piqued his interest, but upon discovering the individual was merely a physician, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Was there truly anything remarkable about that? Renowned physicians were hardly scarce in Kyoto. His back pain had persisted for many years, a consequence of his youthful martial arts training. He had consulted numerous doctors and tried various treatments, including acupuncture and medication, but to no avail. He had long given up on the hope of recovery. After all, he rarely relied on his aging body, so whether the ailment could be cured mattered little to him. Do not underestimate him. He is anything but an ordinary doctor. A glimmer of pride flickered in Feng Diqing's eyes. Once you meet him, you will understand. He is not merely a physician but also a martial artist. Mastery of both medicine and martial arts. Upon hearing this, He Taichu chuckled. "Old Feng, he is just a young lad. Is your praise not a bit excessive? One cannot claim to be skilled in both medicine and martial arts without notable achievements in both fields. What capabilities could a mere youth possess? You shall see shortly." Feng Diqing insisted, his assertion igniting further curiosity in He Taichu. "I shall observe whether you, Old Feng, have made a misjudgment this time." At that moment, Shang Wu entered, accompanying Tang Tian. Earlier, He Ziao had intended to make things difficult for Tang Tian in the front courtyard, but upon learning he was a guest of Feng Diqing, he chose to let the matter drop. "Old Feng, the guest has arrived," Shang Wu announced respectfully before retreating. Tang Tian clearly addressed him as Feng Lao, yet He Taichu could not shake off the feeling that the young man was referring to Old Feng rather than Feng Lao. Chapter 104, Deeply Concealed. "Young man." He Taichu's expression darkened suddenly. "Are you unaware of the principles of seniority and respect?" He had never encountered such an impetuous youth before, not only in this courtyard, but throughout the entirety of Great Xia. How many warriors would dare to be so casual in the presence of two grandmasters? "Old He." Before Tang Tian could respond, Feng Diqing took the initiative to speak. "Talent, after all, varies. Let us not dwell on those antiquated notions today. Old Feng, this." He Taichu's face displayed a hint of difficulty. Could they really allow such arrogance to go unchecked? "Old He, is it?" Upon hearing this, He Taichu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the person before him. "Are you the young divine doctor that Wan Sen mentioned? Did you cure Cho Cho's illness?" "Indeed, it was I." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and regarded He Taichu, stating, "Young master, he has certainly been a source of trouble for me. Just earlier, he was boasting as I entered. However, I advise Mr. He to manage his child properly, lest it lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, not only did He Taichu's expression shift, but even Feng Diqing's countenance darkened. This young man appeared to show utter disregard for the He family, which seemed a blatant threat. "Tang Tian, that's enough," Feng Diqing cautioned. Although he was unaware of the grievances between the two, the manner in which Tang Tian spoke to He Taichu was undoubtedly inappropriate. He Taichu's gaze turned icy. He had refrained from confronting Tang Tian out of respect for Mo Wan Sen, but he had not anticipated such arrogance. It was no wonder his grandson had repeatedly encountered trouble. Was this not a case of self-inflicted woes? "So, it is Tang Tian." He Taichu's tone grew significantly colder. "You should be aware of my standing, correct?" "What standing?" Tang Tian stifled a yawn, dismissing He Taichu entirely. This nonchalant gesture provoked He Taichu's ire, prompting him to exude the formidable aura of a mid-level Earth Realm warrior, attempting to make Tang Tian recognize his own insignificance and status. However, Tang Tian remained impervious to the pressure emanating from He Taichu, merely casting a languid glance at Feng Duqing beside him. Old Feng, you summoned me here not to be subjected to your whims, I hope? Witnessing Tang Tian's composure, He Taichu could no longer contain himself, his aura erupting as he sprang to his feet, a tempestuous force sweeping through the chamber, tinged with a hint of murderous intent, causing the teacups on the table to tremble. Yet, Tang Tian merely squinted at him and remarked, "Is that all? A mid-level Earth Realm warrior, and you revel in such theatrics?" As he spoke, a warrior's aura radiated from Tang Tian. Feng Duqing's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed in astonishment at the young man before him. Was this lad truly human? Initially, Feng had merely recognized Tang Tian's exceptional medical skills and assumed he was a novice warrior. It was only after he witnessed Tang Tian eliminate members of the White Serpent that he realized the youth was at least a high-level Xian realm warrior. Now, he comprehended that he had consistently underestimated Tang Tian. This young man was not just a high-level Xian warrior. He Taichu, too, was taken aback as he stared at Tang Tian, feeling an unsettling twinge of fear beneath the latter's warrior aura. This indicated that Tang Tian's prowess surpassed his own. Only a warrior of greater strength could impose such pressure. My apologies for my rudeness. He Taichu hastily bowed his hands in respect towards Tang Tian, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you truly are?" Within the Great Xia territory, few possessed a rank superior to his, as the warriors were generally documented. He had never heard of this Tang Tian. Therefore, it was highly plausible that the young man was affiliated with the White Serpent. Even if that were the case, maintaining a semblance of respect was essential in light of his own inferiority. "You've hidden yourself quite well," Feng Duqing remarked, regarding Tang Tian with newfound reverence. Tang Tian reined in his aura and gazed innocently at Feng Duqing, saying, "Old Feng, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Feng Duqing's lips twitched violently. Did this young man truly take him for a fool? He Taichu, standing nearby, was equally bewildered, astonished by the prowess of Feng Duqing, a friend he had not anticipated to be so formidable. Had he known, he would have refrained from showcasing his own abilities in front of Tang Tian, for it was a most embarrassing display. Furthermore, there was that scoundrel He Ziyao, who likely had no inkling of the caliber of the person he had provoked. If Tang Tian wished, with but a mere finger, he could extinguish him. Now, He Taichu finally comprehended why Mo Wunsen had specifically come to warn him regarding Tang Tian. It was fortunate that he heeded Mo Wunsen's advice and prevented He Ziyao from further antagonizing Tang Tian. Should such a formidable individual be incensed, he alone could annihilate their entire martial arts school. Might I inquire, esteemed young predecessor, are you affiliated with the White Serpent? He Taichu asked cautiously. Certainly not. Feng Duqing replied with unwavering certainty. Tang Tian found himself under the watchful gaze of the White Snake faction, and it was clear that he did not belong to them. Upon hearing this, He Taichu let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was not affiliated with the White Snake, there was hope for dialogue. Then who exactly is this young senior? He Taichu inquired anxiously. Could he possibly be the new hall master? That seems unlikely, as I have not received any news regarding such a change. However, it was rare to encounter such formidable martial artists. Within the Wajidian, aside from the two masters, it seemed the hall master was the only one stronger than him. While there were powerful fighters in lesser regions, none were quite on that level. I am not certain, Feng Duqing remarked, casting a more scrutinizing glance at Tang Tian. According to his account, Tang Tian had grown up in the countryside and had cultivated his skills entirely through his own endeavors, marking him as a truly extraordinary talent. Old He, I am merely an ordinary person, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, lightly tapping the surface of the table with a single hand. He Taichu appeared to grasp Tang Tian's intention and promptly lifted the teapot, pouring a cup of tea for him. Just then, He Ziyao burst in from outside. Young master, you cannot enter. There are guests inside. Grandfather. The attendant at the door was unable to prevent him, and upon entering, He Ziyao was taken aback to see the elder personally serving tea to Tang Tian, his mouth agape in disbelief. What is happening? My grandfather is serving tea to Tang Tian? Grandfather, what are you doing? He Ziyao rushed forward to intervene but was unceremoniously kicked aside by He Taichu. With a thud, He Ziyao hit the ground heavily, blood surging from his mouth, the pain making him gasp for breath. Grandfather. He Xiao's voice held a note of grievance. He had done nothing wrong today, so why had his grandfather struck him? He glared fiercely at Tang Tian, convinced that this was somehow his fault. Surely, he had exaggerated past events to the old man, leading to this treatment. Damn it, I'll make you pay. He Xiao, fueled by an unknown courage, lunged at Tang Tian. After all, he couldn't allow Tang Tian to bully him in front of his grandfather. However, before he could get close, He Taichu seized his clothing and slammed him back to the ground. You little wretch, apologize to the young senior at once. Dazed from the fall, He Xiao felt his world spin, and upon hearing He Taichu's reference to young senior, he was utterly dismayed. Grandfather, it's this guy who has caused Qiuqiu to ignore me. Why should I apologize to him? You are my grandfather. How can you side with an outsider? You little wretch, be quiet. He Taichu, exasperated, struck He Xiao across the face. This boy truly was a handful. Would it not be simpler to just apologize and move on? Regardless of Tang Tian's identity, he was not someone He Xiao could provoke. Thus, He Taichu had to take action first. If Tang Tian decided to retaliate, He Xiao would surely meet a dire fate. Old He, my past conflicts with He Xiao are behind us. Tang Tian lifted the cup of tea that He Taichu had personally poured for him and took a sip, gazing at the person on the ground with a calm demeanor, stating, as long as young master he does not trouble me, I shall not make things difficult for the He family. He Xiao, now thoroughly bewildered, had never before experienced such a severe reprimand from his grandfather, who usually disciplined him but never resorted to such violence, especially not for the sake of an outsider. It is best if you do not hold it against him, He Taichu said cautiously, then turned to the individual on the ground and signaled to He Xiao with a glance. Fortunately, He Xiao was not entirely foolish. He understood the old man's gaze and quickly scrambled to his feet and fled the scene. He is the only boy in the family, spoiled since childhood. Please do not take offense, young predecessor, He Taichu explained with a smile. In contrast, Feng Diqing interacted with Tang Tian with a natural ease, his eyes shamelessly assessing Tang Tian from head to toe. Old Feng, please refrain from such scrutiny. It gives me the impression that you harbor inappropriate intentions, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Rest assured, I am not so idle, came the unspoken implication that he was not like He Xiao, who, with nothing better to do, sought assassins to eliminate him in Jiang City. Old He, do not be so reserved. Tang Tian is not as fearsome as you think. Feng Diqing waved his hand dismissively. He Taichu swallowed hard. Was he not fearsome? At merely 20-something years of age, possessing such formidable skills, surely that was enough to invoke fear. This suggested that if Tang Tian maintained such a pace in his cultivation, he might even break through to that realm within his lifetime. Old Feng, what exactly did you summon me for today? Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, his demeanor relaxed and somewhat incongruous with the formal suit he wore. I was aware of your arrival in Kyoto and intended to introduce you to an old friend. I had not anticipated that there would be past tensions between you two, which makes me appear rather inept, Feng Diqing remarked apologetically. Indeed, Feng was quite remarkable. He not only knew of my presence in Kyoto but also managed to locate me directly. Tang Tian, with his eyes closed, spoke softly. When Shang Wu mentioned the name Feng Diqing, he realized that he was already under surveillance by Feng Diqing's associates. Young man, this is a course of action I find myself compelled to take. You are well aware of your considerable abilities, and recently, the White Snake organization has also been seeking you frequently. I have assigned someone to watch over you, firstly to prevent any malevolent deeds, and secondly. Before Feng Diqing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tang Tian. Are you trying to locate the White Snake organization through me? Tang Tian opened his eyes and gazed at Feng Diqing. Initially, he had assumed that Feng Diqing was a simpleton, but he soon realized that he was, in fact, a person of considerable cunning. Indeed, Feng Diqing chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. I trust you are also intrigued by the White Serpent? His intuition suggested that this young man likely harbored a grudge against the White Serpent, as he had previously slain individuals associated with it, presumably to flush out those hidden within its ranks. However, this does not provide you with a justification to exploit me. Tang Tian cast a glance at Feng Diqing and remarked, Old Feng, our relationship has not yet reached such a level, has it? If memory serves, the poison in your system remains unresolved, does it not? If you wish to end it all, feel free to inform me. I am more than capable of accommodating your request at any moment. He Tai-chu, standing beside him, had no doubt about the authenticity of Tang Tian's words. This young man was indeed capable of such actions. Feng Deqing furrowed his brow as he regarded Tang Tian, recognizing him as a cunning individual who feigned innocence while harboring complex thoughts. Tang Tian, have you truly considered joining the Infinite Palace? With your abilities, you could ascend to the position of the 5th Grand Master, commanding the members of the palace at your will. Wouldn't it be advantageous to have additional allies in times of need? Feng Deqing extended yet another olive branch to Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian smiled and replied, if you are offering me the position of Palace Master, I might entertain the thought. Naturally, I would aspire to be the most formidable one. Upon hearing this, Feng Deqing's lips twitched in irritation. This young man's ambitions were indeed grand. But could he realistically aspire to the title of Palace Master? Let us disregard that notion. I apologize for earlier misunderstandings. I have arranged a banquet at HSBC Tower. Shall we dine and share a drink? Feng Deqing inquired, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. He was still anticipating Tang Tian's assistance with acupuncture after his medicinal bath, and he could not afford to offend this young man. In fact, he could never afford to cross him, given the extraordinary nature of Tang Tian's abilities, which compelled Feng Deqing to remain cautious. I shall forgo the meal, Tang Tian stated as he stood up. Old Feng, I harbor no intentions of opposing the Infinite Palace, nor do I wish to join any organization. With that, he made his way outside, disregarding the face of the 2 Grand Masters entirely. If either of them had invited an ordinary person to dine, that individual would likely boast about it for a lifetime. Yet, Tang Tian simply declined, leaving Feng Deqing unfazed, as it was he who had instigated the surveillance on Tang Tian in the first place. Chapter 106. Who wants to marry Tang Tian? Old Feng, He Tai-chu cautiously inquired once Tang Tian had departed. Who exactly is this young prodigy? I cannot say, Feng Deqing replied helplessly. The very reason he sought to recruit Tang Tian was due to his inability to comprehend him. However, he did not anticipate such a debacle today. Any future attempts to engage with Tang Tian would likely prove much more challenging. Old he, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to.